Oh, freedom, oh, freedom, oh, freedom over me. And before I'd be a slave, I'd be buried in my grave and go home to my Lord and be free.
Destination Freedom. In cooperation with the Chicago Defender, WMAQ brings you Destination Freedom, a special radio series dramatizing the great democratic heritage of the Negro people, a part of the pageant of American history. The second President of the United States, John Adams, once said, "The world will never forget the noble daring and excusable rashness of Crispus Attucks in the holy cause of liberty. On Boston Common, there stands a monument to his deed." Today, Destination Freedom tells the story of Crispus Attucks, the first American to give his life for American independence. A story entitled The Knock-Kneed Man.
In Boston, the soldiers looked all day and half the night for the knock-kneed man. In the year 1770, when a king wrote the laws of the land, they looked for the knock-kneed man. In Virginia, young Tom Jefferson had just passed the bar. In Jamestown, a slave ship docked with half its cargo dead. In Boston in 1770, freedom was a whisper, while the soldiers searched for the knock-kneed man. In the main square, Captain Cox surprised the guard.
Guard.
Who's there?
Well, have you seen him?
Who's there?
It's your captain, you fool. Lower that gun.
Oh, well, I thought it was one of the rebels, sir. I
asked you, have you seen him?
Oh, I don't know what all I've seen tonight, sir. Just a uniform of the king's soldiers makes the crowds fighting mad. They threw stones at us all day, and tonight an old woman spat on me. We beat them down, we knocked their heads in, but still they mill around, waiting for a sign to attack us. What's gotten into the colonists, sir? What's the...
Stop blubbering and answer my questions. I said, have you seen him?
Him? Oh, I don't know, sir.
What do you know? Do you know your orders?
Yes, sir. Capture him if possible. Kill him if necessary.
Then keep your eyes peeled. He'll be here as though he has an appointment with us. What are you nervous about?
Oh, it's just that I'm new and I've never seen him before.
Well, you can tell a black man from a white man, can't you?
Yes, sir, but I don't know the particulars.
His particulars don't matter. Once you see him, you'll know it's him. Where he came from, who his master was, I don't know. His name is Crispus Attucks. Some 20 years ago, he was a slave. Now he leads the crowd. Wherever the rebels are, you'll find him.
In the square, the captain talked, and the guard kept his eyes peeled for the knock-kneed man. Snow fell. Elsewhere in Boston, the knock-kneed man set out to keep his appointment. Walked into the night and thought of a day 20 years earlier when he made his appointment. On that same day, a slave master had walked into a newspaper office with certain particulars for the editor.
Particulars? How many particulars do you stupid editors need to catch one slave?
Well, I'm not a bloodhound, sir.
Do you know who I am?
I haven't the slightest idea.
I'm Cyrus Brown of Farmington. I own the mills your paper comes from.
Well, if you'll just describe your man, Mr. Brown, we'll run an ad every day.
I'm offering 100 pounds for his return.
Well, yes, sir. 100 pounds.
You writing this down?
Oh, yes, sir. His name?
Crispus. Crispus Attucks.
Crispus Attucks. Age?
Near 25. Looks 45.
Mm-hmm. Any identification?
Plenty. Cat o' nine-tail lashes on his back. He escaped before, you see.
A height?
Big fellow. 6 feet 2 inches tall. His knees,
Yes.
Knees a bit closer together than the Almighty usually puts knees.
Knocked?
Positively. Now, he wore a gray cap, checked woolen shirt, bearskin coat, had on my brand new buckskin buckle-toed shoes. If he's not wearing brown stockings, he's wearing blue. Only had 2 pair.
In a month, the gray cap was black with mud from the ditches. The shoes wore out, and the knock-kneed man went barefooted. In the New England hills, he staggered, slept, stole, fought, pushed ahead while dogs barked and hunters called.
Catch him! Hurry up, catch him! 100 pounds reward! 100 pounds!
100 pounds? Ted, get my gun. Get my gun.
He can't hold out long. Keep looking. He can't hold out long.
He went down by the Quaker's place. Yeah, turn that way.
Look, he's firing. You can tell by his footprints. Hurry, men, hurry.
Oh, no, he went this way. This way, Dad. Please.
He went this way, he went that way, he ran, he walked, he crawled. Then the knock-kneed man staggered into a barn, dropped down on the soft hay, forgot the dogs, masters, whips, fell asleep, and slept on while the cock crowed, and while a girl came near singing. Slept while she ran off and told her father.
Yes, now become, Abigail. Reach me my shoes. Be sure it's a runaway slave.
He looks like the papers say.
We shall be needing the reward to pay off the king's men. Praise the Lord.
What does he intend to do with him, Father?
I'll just let the Lord guide me. Where's the gun? How much reward was it?
100 pounds. But we can't
We can. They're quartering troops in every big farmhouse. That much money could pay them off. Pay taxes, too.
But, Father, the church says you can't...
Don't remind me of that girl. These like thy mother. Rest her soul. Well, I'm ready. Don't stand there.
What would the Lord say?
Would the Lord want us to be slaves to the king's troops? 100 pounds don't come our way every day. Now, lead the way.
And in the cool morning, while the farmer figured the trigger of his blunderbuss, the knock-kneed man turned on his back as the cock crowed twice and opened his eyes.
Get up and put up the hands.
He just stands there and stares at us.
Keep the hands up or I'll blow the head off.
He looks so tall and thin and tired.
Who art thou? Canst thou speak?
Yes, I speak, Farmer. Put down the gun. I'm not here to harm you.
I said, who art thou?
I'm Crispus Attucks.
You see, gal, it's him. Who's thy master?
I'm my own master.
No such thing. Thee belongs to Brown. They's going back to him.
I'll never go back to slavery alive, Farmer.
Then I'll take thee back dead.
Father, he doesn't mean that. The church says to...
Never mind, girl. It's money we need. It's money we'll get.
I say it'll be a dead man you'll get. Do you think I dared the dogs and the hunters and the hunger? To be afraid to dare death from you? Stand aside, let me pass.
Stand back.
Going up the road, Farmer.
I said I'll shoot.
Then shoot. Step aside to shoot.
Man, for the sake of the Lord, don't force me to...
Then stand aside.
Father, they dropped the gun.
Oh, Lord, what was I about to do? What has death and the fear of the king made me become? Did I escape the oppression in Scotland to become a slave hunter?
Oh, Father.
No, girl. I told thee the Lord would guide me, and he did. The cause of freedom is the cause of God, I know it. And unto thee, stranger, thy courage forced me to keep my faith.
Your faith kept me alive. Which road leads to Boston?
Either. But would they have a bite to eat?
A bite to eat. If you don't mind.
Abigail, look alive, girl. Don't stand there gaping. Set the breakfast table. We've got a guest.
The farmer fed a guest who was hungry for more than food. In New York, the people burned the image of King George. In Boston, a whaling ship skipper looked for sailors. Near the Quaker farmer's house, a British captain was on his way to quarter his troops on the farm. Inside, the farmer and the knock-kneed man spoke of ships and sailors.
It's on the sea where they can be free, man. Head for the docks of Boston. Do as I tell you.
Is the sea free?
Oh, for some it is. Find my brother Angus. He's skipper on the whaler. Tell him I sent you.
Is he sending him to Uncle Kirk?
Mind your manners, Abigail. Atticus will be wanting another glass of milk.
Yes, Father.
Do you think he'll take me on?
Might as well try. It's a rough crew he's got. But thou can take care of thyself.
Father,
Yes, Abigail?
soldiers are coming up the walk.
Soldiers?
The king's soldiers. There's a captain in front. Are they looking for Atticus?
No. No, not this time. No, it's for me.
Why, Father?
Open in the name of His Majesty. Open in the name of the King.
Let them in, Abigail. I know what they come for.
What art thou going to say to them?
The Lord will tell me what to do when the time comes. Let them in.
Yes, Father.
You needn't hold me out and hide your valuables, farmer. I am not here to rob you.
Then what art thou here for?
Answer questions. Don't ask them. We need your farm to quarter the king's troops.
Quarter the king's troops? Is there a war?
There's no war, but there are rebels and radicals agitating against His Majesty's laws. Our soldiers will see that taxes are paid and the laws are carried out. You'll quarter some of them here, unless you can pay for their upkeep elsewhere. Now, if you had 50 pounds...
50 pounds. 50 pounds.
Don't stand there mumbling, Quaker. You have money hidden, I know it. How else could you afford a slave?
He's not a slave.
Well, then who is he?
He is the only free man on my farm.
To be free, the man with the knocked knees left the farm and the soldiers behind. He left with his head full of dreams and his heart pounding for the new, free life. He left knowing that there were other men enslaved besides himself, other chains, other whips, other slave owners. He came into Boston and looked for a job on a whaler.
Is this Skipper Kirkland's boat, sailor?
Yeah, but we ain't taking on no stowaways. I'll be off.
All I want is work, sailor.
Work? On this ship? You hear that, boys? Tenderfoot wants to work on the toughest ship on the sea. So get going while the going's good.
Here. What's going on? What's going on here?
This here man comes aboard, sir, says he wants work.
Well, has the king passed a law against that? What do you know about the sea, mister?
Only what your brother said. That it's free to some.
Free, he thinks. He's never heard of the king's blockade.
Quiet, men, quiet. We need a sailor, and if a kin of mine sent him, he must be good. You know, we're a whaling ship, man. Winters are tough, works hard. Are you up to it?
I'll make it.
See here, Skipper, where'd he come from? He just walked out of nowhere.
That's what I'd like
When
to know,
did we
Skipper.
started asking men where they came from? Did I ask you what prison you escaped from, Tom? Did I ask you why you signed up, Dan? You, Joe? Andy? If the new man can stand the work he's on, I'll ask for no pedigree. Only the usual question.
What's that, Skipper?
Your name?
Crispus Attucks.
Attucks. On what side do you place your loyalty?
My loyalty?
Aye, with the king or with the colonies?
That depends, sir.
On what?
On what side there'll be freedom for me.
Fair enough. Mate, sign him on. You'll find the townspeople love us and the king's men hate us. We're a clannish crew. If the men like you, thumbs up. If they don't, there'll be the devil to pay. Now you'll be needing an outfit. Mate, fetch Attucks a pair of pants.
As you say, sir.
You've had a rough time of it?
I won't deny it.
You got those pants, mate?
Here's some that'll fit him, sir.
Well, we'll just measure and see first. Stand up straight, Attucks.
Sure.
Hold your legs straight, man, so I can measure you.
Yes.
Can't you stand straight?
I am standing straight, sir.
No such thing. Are you trying to make a fool of me?
Why, Skipper, no wonder he ain't standing straight. He's got knocked knees.
Got what?
Knock-knees. Hey, boys, take a look at these knock-knees.
Well, bless my soul, he stands like an ex, he does.
Hey, mate! Look!
Then the knock-kneed man looked down at his own legs, and he, too, began to laugh. The laugh rolled out across the docks. The laughter rolled out and tied the men together. Laughter rolled out in the grog shops, in the town square, in the streets. It rolled out on the ships during the long, cold nights. For 20 years it rolled out while the king made new decrees. It rolled out when the British captain came aboard the whaler and shouted,
Stop laughing! Stop laughing!
What are they laughing at?
My men always laugh when they work together, Captain.
Huh?
But there's a strong bond between us.
Now, there's more than a bond between you. There's rebellion in your brain. I'm here to see that it doesn't spread to other ports. By orders of the king, you and your merry men will remain in dock hereafter.
But you can't do that, man.
I can do that and more. Furthermore, one of your sailors has been seen demonstrating against the king's decrees. Will you call him?
I have 40 sailors.
You have one Negro sailor. Will you call him?
What do you want with him?
Call him before me.
Very well. Attucks.
Skipper?
Captain Cox wants to see you.
Oh.
So, you're the one we see with the crowds and wherever there are agitators against the king. Tell me, what do they talk about that draws you to them? They talk about freeing themselves from the king, don't they? They talk about revolt.
Yes, they talk about freedom.
So you're not afraid to admit it. And what do you do?
I listen. I listen and look.
I believe you do more than listen. One act, and you'll be hanged. Remember that. We'll look for it. As for you, Skipper, keep your men in port. You hear that?
I hear it, but we'll petition the governor against it. Every sailor in Boston will fight this blockade.
And if the governor doesn't answer you?
We'll take our case to the king if necessary.
And if the king doesn't answer, Skipper?
Perhaps then we'll give our own answer, Captain.
The knock-kneed man went out among the townspeople, listening, looking, searching. And the knock-kneed man heard the people saying,
I say, Americans, tell the king to take his thieving troops out of our homes. I say, tell the king to take his troops out of our homes.
I say no taxation without representation. I say no laws without our consent.
I say the way to deal with a tyrant is to tear him out of your system. Tear him out. I say, give me liberty or give me death. Give me liberty or give me death.
I say colonists, black and white, are born free and not slaves to a king.
The knock-kneed man said nothing. The knock-kneed man explored the hearts of the colonists. In the house of the skipper, the sailors waited. Watched the troops march down the streets. Watched the troops march.
Look at them come, Skipper. How many more will they send?
They'll keep sending them until we stop them, till they've beaten us out of our homes.
Why do you keep us waiting here?
To keep you off the gallows. Because there's nothing else to do but wait till the governor answers us.
And why doesn't Attucks wait with us?
Attucks, well, he's an odd one, he is. In New York last week, in Jamestown, in New Jersey. Sizing things up, he says, like he's searching for something. Always searching.
We can stop his search now, Skipper. The king's men have found us again.
Well, open the door. We've done nothing wrong. Open the door, mate.
Aye, sir.
Well, Skipper, what are your men plotting now?
What do you want with us? Why can't you let us alone?
It's you who sent for me, Skipper.
We sent for you?
You petitioned the governor to free your ship.
Oh, of course.
My men are at the door. Obey my orders. Will you stand, Skipper, and receive your answer?
Of course. But what is it?
That's your answer? Now you know what the governor thinks of you and your petitions, of you and your rebel sailors. Rabble like you roam around the streets yelling freedom this, freedom that. Tonight, keep your rats in their holes, or there'll be a massacre in Boston. Now, do you want to take your petition higher, to the king?
No. No, Captain. This time we'll bypass the king.
The people were out in the cold Boston night. Soldiers slapped at the crowd with swords. In the night, the knock-kneed man knocked on the door of the skipper's room.
Who is it? It's Attucks. Skipper, it's Attucks. Where you been, Attucks?
Skipper.
Wait. Give him air. Let him rest. Now, speak up, Attucks.
I've been along the coast. I've been in shops and on the docks. I've been out in the square with the crowds.
What are they doing?
They're trying to find a way to be their own masters.
With sticks and stones against rifles, it's suicide. There's no way to beat off the soldiers.
I know a way.
Yes, Attucks? Well, I like the look in your eyes. Sit here. Pour him a nip of rum, mate.
Aye, sir.
Now, Attucks, you know a way?
Yes, Skipper. It's this way. In New York, I saw the townspeople plant a tree, a dead tree, a flagpole. But they called it their Liberty Tree. It had flags on top of it that said liberty, freedom.
Yes, go on.
They planted it every day. And every day the king's men would cut it down. But they kept planting it.
And why plant it?
Why? So the idea of liberty would grow strong among the people.
Is that all you've gotten out of your trips? Out there in the streets, our people are being beaten for speaking their minds. Here you sit and talk of planting trees.
You talk of trees and we got a rope around our necks.
Wait, man, wait. Let Attucks finish. You expect us to go out into the square and plant a tree?
Yes. But a different kind of tree. One no army can cut down.
What are you talking about?
I'll tell you. Once when I was a slave, I used to dream of freedom at night. But in the morning, I would wake up still a slave. Till one day, I dreamed I could give my life for freedom. And when I woke up, I was unafraid, and nothing stood in my way. Nothing could stop me from helping others win freedom. I could see that if everyone had freedom, no one would need steal it from another man. Only then would we all be safe. That is why I say let's plant a liberty tree here in Boston. Even if it cost us our lives. And our liberty tree has got to be ourselves. We've got to drive the soldiers from the square.
Oh, you're out of your head. If we attack the troops, they'll shoot us down like rats. Skipper?
We can't attack alone.
We won't be alone. The people in the square will follow us.
It's foolish. Skipper, you say nothing. You're in command here.
What about it, Skipper?
I'm thinking there's sense in what Attucks says. Only...
What?
Yes, to strike a blow at the soldiers would let the people know their own strength. Only...
Yes?
We're like the rats who wanted to put the bell on the cat. That bell would awaken everyone in Boston, maybe every man in the colonies. But who'll lead? It'll be sure death. You, mate?
Me?
You, Joe?
Skipper, I don't...
Tom?
Don't ask anyone, Skipper. Let's draw straws for it.
No, it's not a job for luck or chance. The man who leads can't waver. He's got to know why he does it and that he'll die doing it.
How can we be sure of him?
I say let him who wants most to be free speak up and strike the first blow.
Skipper, how many men will follow me?
10 sailors followed the man with the knocked knees out towards the Boston Square. 200 townspeople followed the sailors while the king in London drove to a banquet. In Boston, the captain saw the crowd and the man with the knocked knees, and warned the guard.
Guard, he's coming. Call the platoons together.
They're ready, sir. Where is he?
They're leading the crowd, coming this way.
What should we do, sir?
Warn them. I'll warn them first.
Go back to your homes or be shot.
He just keeps coming toward us, sir. He's waving on the others.
Go back or I'll order the men to fire.
He still comes, sir. Look, he's taking a gun from a guard.
For the last time, Attics, in the name of His Majesty, your Lord and Master, I come
I can tell your king with our own masters. Tell him.
Fire!
Tell him we are free men.
He's down, Captain. He's down, but the people still pour over the square. Look, he's raising himself.
Go on. You who want to be free, strike the first blow.
Slid under the crowd. In his head, he heard a cock crow twice. He heard bloodhounds bark. He heard sailors laughing, and then he saw the people take the square. The man with the knocked knees had struck the first blow. And news about the Boston massacre hit the colonies like lightning. It hit the key on old Ben Franklin's kite. Patrick Henry's words burned the ears of the king. George Washington left his plantation life. In Boston, the people took the body of a black man with knocked knees and the bodies of white men and planted them like seeds in the same grave. In Monticello, Jefferson dreamed of a Declaration of Independence. In Boston, Crispus Attucks and his fellows had already declared it. In the night, a new snow fell on the ground where he had planted his living tree.
Oh, freedom, oh, freedom, oh, freedom over me. And before I'd be a slave, I'd be buried in my grave and go home to my Lord and be free.
You have just heard the story of Crispus Attucks, as presented by Destination Freedom, a special radio series dramatizing the great democratic heritage of the Negro people. Destination Freedom is brought to you by WMAQ's Department of Public Affairs and Education and the Chicago Defender newspaper. Next week, we bring you the story of Harriet Tubman, one of the famed figures of the Underground Railroad. Destination Freedom is written by Richard Durham, and the production is under the direction of Homer Heck. The role of Crispus Attucks was played by Fred Pinkard, the narrator by Arthur McCoo, the captain by Donald Gallagher, the skipper by Jess Pugh, Abigail by Janice Kingslow, the Quaker by Arthur Peterson, the mate by Maurice Copeland, the guard by Charles Mountain, the editor by Marvin Peisner, and the singer was Greg Pascoe. The special music was composed by Richard Shores and played by Elwin Owen and Bobby Christian. And this is Hugh Downs inviting you to be with us again next week for the story of Harriet Tubman on Destination Freedom. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
A new sound for 1950 resounds throughout the world. A symbol of hope, a call to arms. Hear it, recognize it, keep it ringing. It's the Freedom Bell. Ho, rider, why so urgent? If you be on honest business, stop. Give your name. Give your destination.
Name's Revere, friend. Paul Revere. Destination? Destination, freedom. America is more than a plot of land. It is a way of life, clean and decent, based on faith in God and man. Any man on earth who professes God and respects the dignity of man is a true American. And until all such men are free to speak, work, raise families, and worship their God as they see fit, no other American is truly free.
That was the spirit of Paul Revere, portrayed by Maurice D. Copeland, on the new radio series titled Destination Freedom, presented by station WMAQ, in the interest of human freedom the world over. Paul Revere is the symbol of warning, ready to ride down the skies to shout an alarm. His destination? Now and forever, freedom.
Aye, freedom, my friend.
Paul Revere, you're actually here.
Aye, my friend. To talk about freedom. We fought for it in my time. Bloody battle after bloody battle. Now I've shaken loose the sands of time to ride the wind across the land to proclaim an old fact. God grants liberty only to those who love it, and are always ready to guard and defend it. An old fact, little remembered.
On the contrary, it's a very familiar quotation, repeated by most anyone.
Aye, there's the trouble. A way of life has become a quotation. In my day, we fought for freedom. We won it, too. And after the battles, we fought in earnest to keep it. Can you say the same?
Why, yes. This generation and the generation before it fought for freedom. Surely you know that, Paul Revere. 2 world conflicts to preserve human rights.
But what of the peace? One failed, else why fight twice? There is no peace today. When will it come?
We work toward peace, world peace, the union of all nations.
That is good. I agree with such an aim. But remember, my friend, I've been watching. Been watching for close on 200 years. Never could retire. Kept my horse ready, grazing in the heavenly pastures. Can't spend all eternity working my craft on the Golden Gates.
Ah, yes, I remember. You were a goldsmith, Revere.
Goldsmith? Silversmith? Coppersmith, yes. And good at my trade. But to the point, friend, to the point. Yes, I've been watching you. I've seen a few things that are good. Later additions to the freedom I fought for. Your United Nations. Ah, wonderful conception. You see, I've been watching the world, not our America alone. I know about oppression, about the limitations of human rights which exist over the world. And when I look back to America, I see it's time for me to ride again. Oh, freedom exists here. Some enjoy it and realize its value. Many others still seek it, even here in the land which symbolizes freedom to the world.
Why do you come here? To warn Americans? Surely it's the oppressed people in other nations who need your warning and your encouragement. We have freedom here.
Aha. But do you have freedom? How do you know you have it? Do you work to keep it and to help others get it?
You spoke yourself of the United Nations.
Yes, but you. What are you doing? Do you know how much freedom you have? That's enough, you see, because if you know, then in times of crisis, war, or peace, you'll fight to keep that freedom. You'll make any sacrifice, even your life, to preserve a free man's way of life. Tom Paine knew, and so did others, but you don't know, most of you. You don't know. Tell me, friend, when you think of people who fought for human rights, what names come into your mind? Perhaps they can help me convince you.
Why, Thomas Paine, Abraham Lincoln, Ben Franklin, Susan B. Anthony. Do you mean just Americans?
No. The fight for human rights is old. America is new. What about Plato? What about Voltaire?
Oui, monsieur. Voltaire. Surely there's a place for me in your discussion of human rights.
Monsieur Voltaire.
Aye. Here is the spirit of a man who knows about freedom and oppression, about the struggle for human rights.
Vraiment, I tell you, monsieur, when I was alive, sometimes I scarcely dared to walk the streets of Paris, for fear my enemies would have me arrested without reason, and I would disappear. I spoke out of turn in my day, yes. It took great courage then. But today, my free speech would seem tame by comparison with a modern newspaper. No one would pay any attention to an old-fashioned character like me.
But the fire of a genius like yours, Monsieur Voltaire, is immortal.
Merci, vous êtes très gentil. And yet, my peculiar fire burned for my day. I would have a different sort of fire now. I would try to influence not just Paris or New York, but by use of the radio, the airplane with its, what is your word, supersonic speed. I would take your freedom, which is partly my freedom, since I help work for it, and make that freedom real wherever in the world there is a living individual. I would be a sort of, how you say, a press agent for freedom.
You wear your years well, Monsieur Voltaire. You seem to bear no scars from even the Paris of the 18th century.
No? Oh, come back with me a moment, monsieur. See what happened to a neighbor of mine. The real scars are in the memory. This was before the revolution, remember, when the tyranny of a false aristocracy made personal freedom dependent on the whim of those in power. One day, as I was writing in my study.
Monsieur Voltaire! Monsieur Voltaire, let me in! It is Madame Villard!
Eh bien, come in, madame. The door is not locked. Oh, what is it, madame? Oh, sacre bleu, what is the matter with your arm?
Oh, it is broken, but it is of no matter. I was fortunate to get away from those brutes.
Get away from the... From whom, madame?
You know that my husband and I have not been getting on so well. He is ambitious and unscrupulous.
Oui.
To get rid of me and our children, he went to the king himself.
Oh.
He had my youngest son declared insane. Pierre, the most brilliant boy in Paris. My eldest in prison, dear Jean, who would harm no one. And he tried to have me, his wife, spirited away, le bon Dieu knows where. Oh, hide me, please.
But of course I will hide you. First, I will lock the door. There.
They brought a letter de cachet an hour ago. A piece of paper signed by the King of France and countersigned by his minister with the royal seal. Oh. My husband pinioned me against the wall, and the gendarmes took my children away. As they were dragging me down the stairs, I broke away, even though my arm was half twisted off in the struggle. But I don't care about myself, monsieur. What will become of my little ones?
You must have courage, madame.
No. This letter de cachet direct from His Majesty, there is no chance of a trial, no defense. There is nothing that can be done against this silent weapon.
Oh.
To think, Monsieur Voltaire, my own husband, conspiring with the king against his family. And I am not the first to suffer, nor shall I be the last. Does a human being have no rights?
Can you imagine such a scene happening today?
Aye, we've come far. Yet it could happen again. In some countries it is happening. Human rights have no place under a communist regime.
True. And a few years ago, the Nazis and fascists were guilty of exactly that sort of injustice.
But where are they today? They have been on trial as the greatest criminals the world has ever seen, and are being punished thanks to world public opinion. Oh, your generation, monsieur, rather universally admits the right to personal liberty. It was strange to us. It is a commonplace to you. Oh, what a pleasure to go out in the streets and feel that you are safe, protected by laws which the people themselves have put into effect. It is like the France, like the world that I dreamed of, but never saw in my own lifetime. Oh, monsieur, only think of voting for the kind of government you want.
Aha, the right to vote. That concerns me.
Most certainly it concerns you, sir. It concerns anyone who could write as you did on the Republic.
Why, it's Plato.
Who else? Wherever there's free discussion of ideas, I will be present. I might say it was my idea originally.
And which of our human rights impresses you most, Plato?
The right to vote. And I'm already familiar with that procedure to some extent. Surely you know that in the Greece of my time and later in Italy, the right to vote was well known.
As long ago as that?
Yes. In the primitive days, it was customary for the heads of government to ask for opinion from their people on matters that vitally concerned them. It was done in this way.
It is proposed that a new system of providing water direct to the homes of Athenians be put into immediate effect. This will necessitate added taxes. What is the will of the people? Those opposed will indicate by striking their shields. Those in favor of the measure by a shout.
Later, with the development of democracy in Greece, the taking of votes was effected in the form of a poll with a show of hands. In the cases of questions affecting the status of individuals or lawsuits and proposals of ostracism, these were determined by secret ballot. At first, it was done by the use of pebbles. But in my day, this secret ballot was a slip of wood covered with wax.
Then our right to vote is also not such a modern thing as we like to think.
Not modern, perhaps, but even more precious than you recognize.
Human rights, my friend, have been the goal of man since the beginning of time. Freedom, like happiness or life, is not a static thing. It must be fought for, in free discussion preferably, and clung to passionately. As your American saying has it, eternal vigilance is the price of liberty. History, my friend, is full of cycles of freedom and tyranny, but always freedom must be the ultimate victor. And as the Roman Cicero said, freedom suppressed and again regained bites with keener fangs than freedom never endangered.
It seems strange to hear you speak like this, Plato. I thought you were more interested in philosophy than in action.
Oh, there must be a conception, a philosophy, before there's action. First the dream, then the reality. And besides, my friends in the sacred groves of Parnassus agreed that I can perhaps argue as well or better than any of them, but my friend Diogenes almost got here instead of me.
Diogenes? Is he still looking for an honest man? Surely he has found one where he is.
He has been given a great star for a lantern, and he goes through the spheres, still looking in limbo. I don't know if his search is over.
I never knew that Diogenes was interested in human rights.
Oh, yes. Have you never heard his famous saying? The most beautiful thing in the world is freedom of speech. We of the ancient world, centuries ago, dreamed even then of what your day takes as a matter of course.
I think we do appreciate our rights. We know that the freedom which we have attained has not been easy.
Let me speak. I've listened too long to this ridiculous nonsense. When I was royal governor of the colony of Virginia, such talk would be cut short with a good stout rope about the traitors' necks.
How did you get here, Berkeley?
Governor Berkeley, if you please, Revere. I tell you, things have changed. This wild talk of human rights, it's deplorable. Some few humans have unlimited rights, and the majority have only those which it pleases their superiors to grant.
You know this wheezing, imbecile American? No, of course you don't. He was even before my time. Governor of the Virginia colony for 30-odd years back in the 1600s. He had a liking for executing colonists and a horror of schools and newspapers.
I said it in 1671, and I repeat it fervently in 1950. Learning
has brought heresy and disobedience into the world, and printing has divulged them. Can you deny that I was right? Just see where it's put you, rebel.
Yes, I see. And I'm beginning to see better how tremendous a struggle we made to get here. A struggle against your kind.
My kind, yes. The aristocracy. Superior in even their blood and bones. You have no aristocracy.
No, thank God.
Go away, Governor. Even your own countrymen have no use for bigots like you in 1950.
I had no use for bigots like him a century and a half ago, and I was born an Englishman.
Tom Paine.
Oh, you recognize me. Well, then perhaps you remember my battle cry. Tyranny, like hell, has never been easily conquered. Yet we have this consolation within us. That the harder the conflict, the more glorious the triumph. What we obtain too cheap, we esteem too lightly. It would be strange indeed if so celestial an article as freedom should not be highly rated.
I like your adjective, celestial.
You should see our heavenly trophy room. We have freedom under glass, in the most honored place.
Aye, there's my grievance. Most Americans of 1950 don't honor freedom, they simply use it. It's an everyday commonplace to them, like electricity.
What's that? Thunder?
No, that's just old Ben Franklin. Ben must have heard Revere say electricity. He's still experimenting, you know. Such a racket as he keeps up, playing around with thunderbolts.
I heard you, Tom Paine, and I came to speak of human rights, not electricity. Though how you can take either one for granted is more than I can understand. Let me say to you, my modern compatriot, that while tyranny exists anywhere in the world, you cannot take freedom for granted. And let me remind you as I go that it's a long struggle, but one most eminently worth the fighting.
Must he go so soon?
Yes. There's been some argument about his right to be present at a discussion of human rights. In a way, that kite of his, you know, made possible your atomic bomb. It's nice to be trillions of miles away from that, I can tell you.
Yes, in your own words, Tom Paine. These are times like your own to try men's souls.
Do you know what they call me, sir? The perpetual rebel. Once I said, where liberty is not, there is my home. I meant that where inequality and oppression crushed my fellow humans, there I would make my temporary home and fight on the side of liberty. Well, now I've done with fighting, but you haven't. Remember that. Remember that, sir.
The women of the present haven't done with fighting either. Just keep this in mind. Let there be no nonsense in your plans for the rights of women as well as of men.
Good of you to come, Mrs. Anthony, or is it Miss Anthony?
Never you mind, Paul Revere. A single woman has the same rights as a married woman. Call me Susan. Yes, gentlemen. We women have finally got our foot in the door of freedom after humiliation, imprisonment, and public neglect. In 1950, woman, like atomic energy, is here to stay. Nobody can deny that any longer. In fact, it was a woman who helped to discover atomic energy.
A suffragette is certainly welcome here, Susan.
You are amused at my wearing trousers. Well, I'll admit it is a bit old-fashioned. They should be slacks. Dear me, I wish I had a gavel. Sometimes I can hardly think without one.
By all means, a gavel. Here you are.
Now then, this is much better. I have only one complaint to make, gentlemen. It took a war in this country to earn the right to vote. It took woman's record in World War I to break down the barriers of opposition. And just look at the record for World War II. And speaking of wars, it took the war between the states to get us started at all. I personally tried to have women included when the franchise was granted to Negroes. But women were still slaves, so to speak, in spite of the war between the states.
The war between the states concerns me.
Mr. Lincoln. Gentlemen, goodbye. I bow to presidential authority. But I shall be present at each session of the Commission on Human Rights. You may expect me without fail.
Goodbye, Susan B. Anthony. And you may keep the gavel.
Welcome, Mr. Lincoln. I was expecting you.
Thank you, Mr. Revere. My principal reason for coming to this discussion
was to remind world citizens of the present that what I said about a house divided not standing must apply to them. Always. Since the world has shrunk, we may think of all peoples as being married, as I hoped in my lifetime to see the states of my own country. I said then that though a man and woman may be divorced and go away to live apart from one another, the states could not. And I say today that one country cannot be divorced and live apart from another. This marriage of the world, this union, must work through mutual sympathies and cooperation, and through the recognition of basic human rights for everyone.
I sincerely believe that our United Nations know that there must be real union of effort to secure world peace and human rights for member nations.
Aye, well, they might know it by now.
You know, Mr. Revere, it is gratifying to see that the peoples of the world can at long last sit at the conference table and peacefully discuss the qualities that make one nation similar to another and one nation different from another, and yet all entitled to a certain inalienable right. It is vital that the question of liberty and human rights be always before the people in this world you live in. There is always danger of losing one's liberty.
Well, that's why we are here, Mr. Lincoln.
Yes, the poet Milton said that unless that liberty which is of such a kind as arms can neither procure nor take away, which alone is the fruit of piety, of justice, of temperance, of unadulterated virtue, unless that liberty shall have taken deep root in your minds and hearts, there will not be long wanting one who will snatch away from you by treachery what you have acquired in blood. This is a question, gentlemen, which has puzzled idealistic men throughout all history.
Aye. Milton knew. He knew.
It is only when a man loses a valuable possession that he begins truly to evaluate it. Foresight has always been more difficult to achieve than hindsight. The important thing is to keep constantly aware of the words and deeds of the men in the past who have enabled you today to seek the true definitions of liberty and human rights for your own time, and to lay as good a foundation for future generations as has been laid for the work you are doing in 1950.
Now, do you see? Do you understand, American of 1950, why I'm concerned? Want to warn you of the peril to your freedom?
I do. And yet, Revere, don't you think that we in 1950 are aware of our enemies?
Aware? Perhaps. But the enemies of human rights wear many masks, take many forms, like evil. I'm restless in this era you live in. There is peace, and yet no peace. There is freedom, but many are not free. If only you'll hew to the line set forth by men who blazed the trail of democracy and human liberty.
You have made me realize that we do need to be reminded again and again of what we have, and the example set by those who have gone before, their sacrifices, and their uncompromising integrity.
Of all the spirits who've spoken today, I am the symbol to reckon with, for I was the man who once awakened America to impending danger. The danger in 1950 is as intangible as my own spirit, yet it is very real. Heed my warning. Learn from the experiences of those who established the guideposts which lead to freedom. There are stories we need to remember today, stories which show that freedom is not license, that freedom entails action as well as philosophy. Until we remember, before we lose our heritage, may God grant that the torch of freedom may burn eternally and ever brighter, till darkness is gone from the world.
Oui, Monsieur Revere. The prayer of the human heart is important.
Monsieur Voltaire, back again?
Oui, monsieur. You may well be surprised that the man who is called an agnostic was recalled by a prayer. But perhaps you did not know that 2 centuries ago I composed a prayer myself, a sincere one, which might well have been written for your world of the present.
Will you repeat it for us?
Willingly. That is why I returned. I should like, most of all, to be remembered for this. O God of all creatures, of all worlds, and of all ages, Thou hast not given us hearts so that we may hate one another, and hands that we may slay one another. Grant that the trifling differences in the clothes with which we cover our frail bodies, in the inadequate tongues we speak, in our absurd customs, in our imperfect laws, in our meaningless convictions, grant that all these trifling distinctions, which appear so vastly important to us and are so insignificant in thine eyes, grant that these differences may not become tokens of hatred and persecution. Grant that men may learn to abominate and outlaw tyranny over souls, as they abominate and outlaw robbery and violence. Grant that we may not hate and tear one another in the midst of peace, but that we may employ our existence in 1,000 tongues, yet in one united feeling, in praising thy goodness, which has given us the brief moment we call life.
Aye, my stories are about freedom. And I've shaken loose the dust of time to ride the wind across the land telling my stories, to proclaim an old fact. God grants liberty only to those who love it and are always ready to guard and defend it. Listen to my stories. Heed my warning. Make your destination freedom.
You have just heard the first in a new radio series presented by station WMAQ in the interest of human freedom. The spirit of Paul Revere, portrayed by Maurice D. Copeland, will return next week at this same time to narrate another chapter in the story which we call Destination Freedom. Today's script was written by Bill Hodapp and produced under the direction of John Cowan. Everett Clark was heard as the narrator. Others in the cast were Donald Gallagher, Arthur Peterson, Alma Plotz, and Jess Pugh. The special music was composed by Emil Soderstrom and played by Helen Morton and Jose Bethencourt. Our engineer was George Wilson. Sound effects by Cliff Mueller and Dave Squires. This is Charles Mountain reminding you that the sound of the Freedom Bell is your invitation to follow Paul Revere along the road to Destination Freedom. October is Community Fund Month. Everybody benefits, everybody gives. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Oh, Harriet. Oh, Harriet.
I'm Harriet Tubman. I lived in the shadows, out of sight of the light of liberty, and I heard their voices call out to me in the dark. They were the voices of slaves. They were the voices of my people. When I heard them, the earth moved under me. Rockets burst in my head. They were the voices of God. I was Moses.
Go down, Moses, way down in Egypt land. Tell old Pharaoh to let my people go.
Destination Freedom. The Chicago Defender and station WMAQ bring you Destination Freedom, a special radio series dramatizing the great democratic traditions of the Negro people, interwoven in the pageant of history and a part of America's own Destination Freedom. Today, Destination Freedom dramatizes the story of one of the most remarkable women in world history. It is the story of Harriet Tubman, an American Moses, the liberator of 300 slaves, the fearless pilot of the pre-Civil War Underground Railway. Today, we tell of the early life of Harriet Tubman, the chapter entitled Railway to Freedom.
Tell old Pharaoh to let my people go.
The voices were still that day on a plantation in Maryland where I grew wild like a weed, one of 11 children, one of a dozen slaves. The voices were still, or I was asleep. But I woke up one day when I heard a slave sing a song. We were husking corn. I knew the song, but there was something in the way he sang it. I stopped husking corn and listened. I looked up at him and said, Saul?
Huh?
What were you singing?
Oh, just a little old song.
What does it mean, Saul?
Well, you nigh as old as I am. You're old enough to know.
Know what?
To know the ways of the Underground Railroad, Harriet. To know there's a train waiting tonight. And how to tell those who want to come aboard to come aboard.
How do you know all of that?
The Talbot woman says so. She keeps track of the trains.
And you say you're going to cross over and...
Keep your mouth shut and your eyes open. Look. See the way the old master's looking? He's on to it. Well, I'm going to my cabin. Got to get my things.
I kept my eyes open, wide. Saul walked to his cabin. The master followed him. I followed them both. And as I came to the cabin, I heard angry voices. I stood in the doorway and watched.
Run away, will you? No. I'll teach you.
Let go. You're choking me. Let me go.
I'll kill you, that's what. I'll kill you. I know about your plot. I've watched you.
Let me go.
Saul broke away and ran out past me. The master came after him with an iron bar in his hand, and I stepped in the way. I blocked the door.
Get out of my way, girl. Move or I'll crack your devilish head.
I was afraid, but I wouldn't move. I saw him lift the iron bar, and then his hand struck down. Oh! The earth moved, and rockets burst in my head. It was dark all around me. I seemed to be lying in a dark river, dreaming that I heard my mother saying,
Harriet, you're hurt. Lie back, child. Lie back.
I dreamed I heard the master come in and say,
She should be whipped and branded. She tried to block my way. Why can't she be peaceful like her brothers? I should have her whipped.
She's a good child. She just followed her mind. She's a very good child.
And I dreamed the master came in again and again to look at me. He had slave buyers with him, and he'd say,
There she is, a girl in her prime. How much am I bid?
How did that deep scar get in her head? I buy live slaves, not dead ones. Well, is she dead or alive?
Of course she's alive. Next, how much am I bid?
She lies there staring like she's in another world, like she's sleeping with her eyes open. I bid nothing.
I went on dreaming and dreaming. Inside my head, the rockets kept bursting. I dreamed of a land far away. And when I tried to get up to go, I'd hear my mother say,
Harriet, lie back. Tossing like that, you'll throw yourself out of bed, child. Lie back.
I sank back into the dark river. I lay there floating a long, long time before I heard her say,
Now, stand up, Harriet. Look, there you're standing again.
Again?
It's a miracle. Wait till I tell you, brothers. We've nursed you back to life. Nobody believed you'd live.
How long was I sick?
2 seasons.
2 seasons just lying here?
Oh, you'd sleep sometimes, and you'd talk out loud sometimes, like you was dreaming. You'd talk about the master. Don't you remember?
Some things. I remember some dreams. I remember dreaming about Nat Turner.
Don't speak his name out loud.
I dreamed I heard Nat Turner call
Nonsense.
me.
He's been hanged and buried 10 years, girl. Get him and his deeds out of your mind.
He called me and told me how he burned the plantations and made an army of slaves to fight. And he called me and said, Harriet, do what I did. And I said, I can't do what men do. I can't lead an army. Then he said, you can do more. You can lead an army across the River Jordan.
If that's all you're dreaming, then keep quiet.
That was not all.
Didn't you dream good things?
Yes. I did dream once I was praying. I was praying for the master and all the masters. They were looking down at me to see if I was worth buying.
That was no dream. They were here.
I dream I prayed to the Lord to change their hearts, but he would not. Then I said, Lord, if you won't change them, kill them.
Well, who talks of killing on my grounds? Is this another plot?
Oh, it's just Harriet's first day out of bed, Master Bodias. She can stand up now.
So this is the little hero who tried to help Saul escape, huh? Now Saul will work his life out in the fields, where you'll go.
Oh, the child is weak, Master.
Child is worthless. Scrawny, sickly, she's been a burden to me, but now she'll earn her share. And whatever's in that addle head of yours, girl, get it out. There'll be no revolts, no escapes. If you've got any sense left, you'll obey laws. You'll be satisfied. You work in the field.
No, please. She's too weak to work in the field. Please.
She's too weak to eat.
Please.
Mother, stand up. The master's right. It's in the fields where I should work.
Perhaps you really are half-witted. You want the field, huh?
I want to work where there'll be fresh air and sunshine. I want to work where I'll grow strong. I'll take the field. And I went into the fields. I was weak. I wanted to be strong. I plowed the grounds, dug the ditches. I drove oxen. I worked in the yards. I did a man's work. I kept my dreams wrapped around me in the sunshine and the open air. Though some slaves still slipped off on the strange underground railroad, I wasn't ready. I wasn't ready until I lost my fears. I lost them the day the master passed me and said,
Well, I see you've done your work well, Harriet.
Yes, I've worked.
Uh-huh. And I can see why you're stronger than anyone else in the county now. In fact, I think you're strong enough to be sold to the Georgia rice fields. Yes, you should bring a right nice fee. Don't you think so?
He didn't wait for my answer, but I thought, if I'm strong enough to bring a fee, I'm strong enough to be free. When night fell, I went to the cabin of my brothers, George and Louis. Fear was all around us. I whispered the plan to escape to them.
I don't trust your plan, Harriet. They patrol day and night. Yesterday, 6 men were branded.
Who's going to guide us?
Saul told me about a woman named Talbot. She can give us money and help.
You see, George, let Harriet free us.
All right. We'll meet you in the North Woods whenever you say. But I don't like it. It's too risky.
I slipped away. I went across the valley to the house of poor white cobblers, the Talbots. Mrs. Talbot saw me coming and motioned to me to stay in the yard. She went in her house and came out again with a letter in her hand.
Here's some money. It's not much, but it's all I have. Take this letter to the next station. They'll help you from there.
How far is it?
It's near the border of a free state, Pennsylvania. It'll be a house with a cross on the door.
Ellie!
Eileen, who you talking to?
Nobody, Jed. Nobody. Just looking at the stars is all. Old man, he hates the slaves. They're the cause of us being poor.
Eileen, you getting mixed up in that underground business again?
No, Jed, no. I'm coming. Hurry now.
How'll I go? How'll I know the way?
Just follow the North Star.
Eileen! Eileen!
I went back to my brothers. I found them in the woods. My heart was pounding. A roar was building up in my head. I talked to them of the trip, but they said...
Tonight they're watching all the roads.
They always watch the roads.
But running against them like this is certain death.
And what is slavery?
We'll take our chances. You know nothing of the North, I'll not risk it with you.
You mean that?
I mean it.
And you, little brother?
Last night another slave was sent to the gallows. He'd been betrayed by those he thought were friends. Your friends could be the same. I'll take my chances here.
Stay here. Come on, be sensible.
No! No, I won't stay here.
Why risk it now?
Because there are two things I've got a right to. Liberty or death. One or the other I mean to have. I shall fight for my liberty. And when the time comes for me to go, the Lord will let them kill me.
If you go, you'll go alone.
I'll go alone.
Then go your way. Louis, come on. Come on.
Brother! Oh, brother, don't leave me alone. Brother! The earth moved again. The rockets were off in my head again. I turned round and round. I thought of my mother, brothers, sister, and the row of cabins I could see from where I stood. Then I turned and looked up at the North Star. It was brighter than any star I'd ever seen. I walked toward it. I made my way through the fields and forests, past villages and farms, past patrols and guards, sleeping in the open, in barns and under haystacks. My eyes watched the North Star until I came down into a valley. Then I saw it. I saw a block of houses, and on one there was a cross. I forgot the slave hunters and the patrols and broke into the open and ran toward it. Someone behind me shouted.
Hey, you! Stop! Stop!
A patrolman. He'd seen me.
Stop, I'll shoot.
I ran down into the valley toward the house. I heard the shot and stumbled. I got up and ran on until I lost sight of him. I reached the door, threw myself on it, and beat against it. Let me in! Please, let me in! The door opened, and I was inside. It seemed like a dream. I stretched out my hand, and a hand met mine. It was warm. Two strange faces looked into mine. One said,
Levi, take her behind the door. The patrol's coming.
You help the woman. Let me handle the patrol, Hannah.
They'll be suspicious of you. They're coming.
What will you tell them?
I'll tell them the truth.
Hannah, you can't let them take her back. Wait, woman.
I live by my religion. They know that. I'll let them in and answer them. Well, man, do you have to tear my door down?
I'm sorry, Madam Godman. A runaway slave came this way, trying to cross the state line, I reckon. I'm only doing my duty.
And what do you expect me to do?
Well, my men are searching the houses along this way.
You want to search my house?
Oh, no, you're a woman of God. You'll tell the truth. Have you seen a slave come this way?
A slave?
A slave.
I've never seen a slave. You're at the wrong door.
Thank you, Madam Godman. Thank you.
You did it, Hannah. The Lord will forgive those who lie to save a life.
I did not lie.
But you told him...
I told the truth. He asked if I'd seen a slave. The Lord says all men are brothers. In the eyes of God, there are no slaves. There are only men and women. I believe God. Who do you believe, Levi?
I believed I was in a new world. And when I was rested, my new friend said,
No, you're not in free territory yet. This is just the first station on the Underground Railroad. Our stations stretch like spider webs. South, north, east. Puritans, Quakers, Negroes run them. You won't be on free ground till you go up the hill through the woods and cross the Pennsylvania line. From there, it's easy. No high sheriffs to hunt you down. Go where you please. Are you ready?
To cross that line? Oh, I've been ready a long time. When night came, I slipped through the woods. I struck out toward the border. I walked through the woods until it came over me that, like in a dream, I had crossed the line. I had crossed the River Jordan. I was free. I stood and looked around me. I was free. I looked at my hands to see if I was the same. There was such a glory over everything. The sun came like gold through the trees. I felt I was a part of the air and the sky. I could go to Canada. I had left behind me the land I hated. Whips and chains and fears and overseers were all behind me. Ahead was a new, clear life. And then, somehow, I was lonely. I was free, but there was no one to welcome me. I remembered my home was with my brothers, sister, mother. And then, my head, the earth seemed to move under me. My head seemed to split apart, and I heard the voices of my people calling me. And was then I knew which way I had to go. I turned from the North Star. I found my way again to the door with the cross on it. It opened before I knocked.
Well, welcome back, Harriet.
Welcome?
Yes. Your supper's ready. It's on the table.
You expected me to come back?
Yes, don't look surprised, friend. We knew you'd come back.
But how? I didn't...
Sit down. We've been a way station for guiding escaped slaves for about 10 years now. Some pass this way once, and we never see them again. They are satisfied to get their own freedom. Who can blame them? But now and then, one comes our way who's got the flame burning not just for his freedom, but for his brothers, sisters, friends. You burn that way, Harriet.
How did you know?
You were thinking, what a great thing a new liberty is. You were free, but when you thought of millions who were slaves, you said, what good is my being free when my brothers are slaves?
Yes, I did.
Then you felt you would have no peace until the last slave was freed. That's why you came back. Many men, white and black, feel that way. It's why we run the underground. Our part is to wait for slaves to escape and to help them on.
That's not the part I want to play.
What part do you want?
I want to go down and bring them out. I want to put them on the train and guide them. I want to be the conductor. And I went out to learn the ways of the underground. I met the abolitionists. I talked to old John Brown, to Fiery Winder Phillips, to Fighting Fred Douglass, to the Lyon Lord Garrison, to the Quakers, the Puritans, and to the conductors and agents. And some said...
Lady, you want to know who to trust when you hit the trail guiding slaves to freedom. I'll tell you. Nobody who owns a slave. Nobody.
I'll tell you how it is, Miss Tubman. The Southland's like a fortress with the guns turned inside against the people who live in it.
If thee goes back too much, Miss Tubman, you'll never get out again.
And I worked winters for money to buy food and clothes for slaves, and money to bribe guards and patrols. I worked the lumber mills in Canada all winter to make the money to go down into the fortress. One day, when the boss counted out my season's pay, I thought I had enough to start.
$65, $78. There. You earned it, all right. A right good log cutter for a woman. Sorry you ain't staying on the next season.
I would, but I've got other work to do. I was ready to do my real job. I went down into the slave grounds. I gave the signals, planned the escapes. I talked with them, passed guns to them, planned the outbreaks, and went deeper and deeper into the slave belt until my name seemed to spread before me. Sometimes I was a man, sometimes a woman. I walked. I rode horseback. I drove wagons and funeral cars. And once I took a train.
Hey, you, where you think you're going?
Me, sir?
She look mighty like that there rebel slave Tubman.
Speak up. Where's your master? Where you going?
You can see by my ticket. I'm going south.
No.
South to Maryland.
Oh, I see. No, she couldn't be Tubman. Now, would a rebel slave be heading south? No, sirree. All aboard! Let her roll.
I rolled into Georgia and rolled out with slaves into Canada. I rolled and roamed the plantations. And when I knew my strength, I went into the state where I was born. I went into the region of the master I had escaped. I went back for my family. I had heard their voices call stronger and stronger. I had heard the voices of my brothers and my mother. I came into the village at early morning. I was an old woman with a cane. I walked near the slaves, searching for faces I knew. Then, just 2 yards from me, I did see a face I remembered. It was the face of my old master.
Old woman, where do you belong?
Yes?
I said, where do you belong?
You say something?
Of course I said something.
Your mouth opens, but I can't hear no words.
Get out of the way. Deaf. Stone deaf.
I got out of the way. I hobbled off to the slave quarters. I moved about until night, and I found the cabin of my brother. I opened the door. Then I stood in the doorway. I could see Louis struggling to rise. He thought I was the overseer.
Is it time for work already? What time is it?
It's time to be free, Louis.
What?
It's time to be free.
Your voice.
I'm Harriet.
Harriet!
Quiet. Wake up the overseer. Where's Mother?
Mother,
Yes, where's Mother?
she and our sister were sold.
Where? To whom?
I don't know. South. I did my best, Harriet. I couldn't help
Never
them.
mind. Wherever they are, I'll find them. I took my brother away to the new land, and I took 10 more from the rice fields with us. I saved my brother, but as I looked over the land for the woman who had brought me into the world, there was a fear in me I'd never known before. It seemed I was growing cold, deaf again. I could hardly hear friends who'd say,
You've had your share of the dangers, Tubman. Every slaveholder knows and hates you. You'll be worth more to the cause of freedom if you leave the railroad, stay north.
what can I do here?
Plenty. Travel about the states and tell the people what you've done.
I do travel, Mr. Garrison.
Yes, but you don't make speeches.
I free men. Mr. Garrison, I think one free man is worth 1,000 speeches. I didn't say that the pressure on my head was almost too painful to bear. I knew being still would never stop it. I went down again into the armed camps. I went searching along the levees, the swamplands, looking among slave workers until I saw slaves marching from a mill. A guard was calling them on, and one came by, an old woman who looked older than I had ever pretended to be. She looked up into my face. It was my mother. Her lips parted. She said,
Harriet, my child.
All right, what's holding up the line there? Move on.
Mother, I've come to get you.
Don't talk, child. Don't talk.
How will I tell you? Tell them.
Sing. Don't talk. Just sing.
Move on up there. Move on.
The line passed. She was gone. I went through the men's quarters. I found Saul. Help me, Saul. I have the plans and the money. Help me to tell everyone who wants to come with us to slip away quietly.
I can let them know. Go back to the river and wait. I'll sing. Those who understand, they'll come.
That evening, Saul walked by the cabins, walked by the overseers and the guards, and he talked to the people.
Steal away, steal away, steal away to Jesus.
And by nightfall, 19 had stolen away quietly to the riverbank. At night, we waded through the waters. We struck out for Canada. We dodged patrols. We climbed hills. We moved by day and slept by night. One was afraid and said,
We'll never make it. Already they're catching up with us. The dogs will be on us.
We crossed the river again. Once we fought off a patrol and escaped to the hills. Then one man fell behind. One man said to me,
I'm not going any further.
"You're out of your head."
I'm going back to live. I won't die out here.
I had an answer, an old answer I'd used before on other trips. I put it against his head.
But why do you point the gun at my head?
You'll go on, or you'll die.
Oh.
Which is... He went on. Night after night, clouds covered the North Star, and I felt the trees for the moss to tell our way. We trudged on, tired, hungry. My mother kept beside me, her head high. And then we broke through the forest and into the clearing. We crossed into Canada, and this time there were people to welcome us.
Harriet, come over here.
There were Levi and Hannah, and agents from the road. There were hundreds of freedmen I had brought out of the slave fields. Then I listened to their talk, and it seemed I had made my last trip.
Sure you're going to stay home now, Harriet?
I believe I will. I believe we can get another conductor. I believe I would like to rest. To rest and forget. But then my head seemed to roar again. I heard voices call.
Oh, Harriet. Oh, Harriet.
The old blow on my head seemed to pain again. The earth moved, rockets burst in my head. I listened to the voices. They were the voices of slaves. They were the voices of my people. They were the voices of God. I was Moses. I answered them.
Go down, Moses, way down in Egypt land. Tell old Pharaoh to let my people go.
You have just heard the story of Harriet Tubman as presented by Destination Freedom, a special radio series dramatizing the great democratic heritage of the Negro people. Destination Freedom is brought to you by WMAQ's Department of Public Affairs and Education and the Chicago Defender. It is written by Richard Durham, and the production is under the direction of Homer Heck. The role of Harriet Tubman was played by Wesley Tilton. The supporting cast included Hope Summers, Melva Williams, Maurice Copeland, Curly Ellison, George Kluge, Arthur McCoo, Charles Mountain, Cliff Norton, and Fred Pinkert. The singer was Greg Pascoe. Richard Shores composed the special music, which was played by Elwin Owen and Bobby Christian. This is Hugh Downs inviting you to be with us again next week for another in our series on the Negro in Democracy. Destination Freedom. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Oh, freedom. Oh, freedom. Oh, freedom over me. And before I'd be a slave, I'd be buried in my grave and go home to my Lord and be free.
Destination Freedom. In cooperation with the Chicago Defender, WMAQ brings you Destination Freedom, a new radio series dramatizing the great democratic heritage of the Negro people, a part of the pageant of American history. The men who blazed the way toward the New World were men of all races and all creeds. Today, in this chapter entitled Dark Explorers, Destination Freedom tells the story of some of the Negro explorers who helped open the New World. The lightning that had disclosed the New World with Columbus' discovery was now but a flicker. The thunder that rolled over it with the gold hunters Cortez, Balboa, Velas, Almagro, Pizarro was now a rumble under the earth. The year is 1541. The place is Peru. Francisco Pizarro has been murdered. Outside the city of Lima, two grave diggers are moving the earth to make room for the dead explorer. One is Alvardo, a Negro teacher from Sevilla. The other is Omar, an Indian of Peru. Both are slaves. Both are tired.
Oh, I'm tired. Now look, good Alvardo. Isn't this deep enough to bury him?
Pizarro dead looks smaller than Pizarro living. But no, Omar. Keep digging.
Why did they have to kill him just when it's my turn to work in the field?
You kill a tyrant when his time comes. Pizarro was overdue. My eyes are dry.
Look at him, lying there like he could get up if a bugle called.
I looked at him enough when he lived. Let's get him on the ground. You still scared of him?
No, not afraid. Careful. Once I came out to bury one of these Spaniards. He'd been assassinated, just like Pizarro. And I coughed, and he got up and walked away.
Nonsense. If a volcano coughed, Pizarro couldn't hear it. He died the way he lived. Deaf, dumb.
How can you say that? He always listened to you.
He never listened to me.
Oh, didn't he bring you here from Seville to teach him reading and writing? I heard him say so with my own ears.
Never heard him say he learned anything.
Oh.
I wanted to save him from the mistakes the other explorers made. He wouldn't listen. Instead, he made me a slave. Now, I'll bury him.
Oh, what did you want to teach him?
Not to bite off too much of the earth.
When I worked in the yards, I could see you talking to him, always talking. He seemed to be listening.
I said he never listened. At least he never understood. I told him he would end like Cortez and Balboa. But he had too big a head. You'll need more room for that head. Dig here.
And you say he didn't listen?
No more than he's doing now. I tried to tell him to leave the world something more of himself than a hateful memory. I told him of the fate of Columbus, as Alonso had told it.
Alonso?
He was a Moor with Columbus. He was a pilot before Pizarro ever saw the sail of a ship. Alonso would tell how Columbus never knew what he found. Alonso used to sit in the taverns around Paula's and tell how he was on the ship that brought Columbus back to Spain in chains.
I was playing cards that night on the ship. We were coming back from the islands, and they had Columbus in chains. I was shuffling the cards, but I could hear him in the next room walking and the chains rattling.
Stop worrying about him. He's locked in his cell. Now, will you shuffle?
Yes, shuffle the cards, Alonzo. The governor wants him in chains. It's no skin off our backs.
Let him rattle his chains. Put down your stakes, Alonzo.
Yes, put your stakes.
I took a grip on the cards and put down my coins. I played, but my mind was on the man in chains whose nerve and brain and drive had unlocked a new world. I played and thought about the day I'd met him in Palos. I remember on that day, too, I sat with these same men in a tavern playing cards and losing. It was the year 1492. The Moors had lost the war with Spain. Spaniards were rejoicing, but I was not. I was a Moor. I was in debt. I was thinking how to find a ship that could take me 1,000 miles away for a fresh start. I was playing cards, my mind 1,000 miles away.
Wake up, Alonzo. Where's your mind?
What?
You played two hands without paying. That's what?
As many ships as you've taken up the coast of Africa, surely you have money left to pay your debts.
I'll pay all right.
Well, we're waiting.
Yes.
Come on, show us your coins.
Since you heard about that Columbus getting a commission from the Queen, you've been doing nothing but daydreaming more.
Or maybe it's because His Majesty is finally driving the Moors back to Africa.
Never mind what's on my mind.
Well, then let's have what's in your purse. Are you paying?
Of course I'm paying. It's here somewhere. I sat there, rambling through my purse for coins I knew I didn't have. I looked at Anthony's half-drawn stiletto, and I remembered I was already deeply in debt. I wished again that I was 1,000 miles away. And then...
Can anyone tell me where I'll find Alonzo Nino?
I suppose he can tell you himself. There he is.
Who's looking for him?
I am. Christopher Columbus.
Columbus? Well, speak of the devil.
You, Columbus? What do you want with me?
If you're the Alonzo they call the Negro, a Moor...
I'm all of that. What have you got to say?
It's only for you to hear. Where can we talk?
Well, I suppose there's no harm in talking alone. Come, we'll go out by the docks.
Not before you pay us, Alonzo. You don't go anywhere.
You gotta pay.
Let him go. Will these coins take care of his bill?
Well, it seems the old man's private talk is worth something. Go on, Alonzo. See what's on his mind.
I saw what was on his mind before we got to the docks. 3 ships sat waiting to be manned with the ocean air blowing their sails. We stood and looked at the ships a moment. For a man past middle life, Columbus had the fire of youth in his eyes. What's this about what's on my mind? How do you know about that?
You're the best pilot in Seville, aren't you?
Some say it.
What pilot doesn't think of getting his grip on a ship? A ship that'll break away from the old routes and sail out where the sun sets. Sail west, thousands of miles away to the richest land in the world, India. A new route. You must think of it, Alonzo. I know you do.
And I think of the risks, too. And where'll I find a crew and captain that know enough of the world to get that far?
Look. You see this paper here?
I see it.
It's signed by Queen Isabella. It gives me those 3 ships out there. Makes me admiral and governor of the land I discover. We'll all get a part of the treasures we find in India.
This India?
The land Marco Polo talked about. We'll find a short way to get there. We'll be rich, free. I feel as you do, Alonzo. Here, every man has chains on his feet. We can snap the chains once and for all. The ships are ready. I need the crew and pilots to navigate them.
It's a pretty picture you paint. Why haven't you gotten a crew with it?
Seamen are afraid of it. Talk goes round of the sea being flat like a bed and ships falling off the edge of it. Unfortunately, some believe it. Men like you, however, who've seen the hull of a ship sink on the horizon before the sails, know there's no flatness of the sea. Won't you sign up, man? What's bothering you?
It's not falling off the world that bothers me.
Then what is it?
It'll take hardy sailors for a voyage like this. Where'll you get them?
Some of your friends will go if you go. Then the king has decreed that convicts who are willing can go with me.
What'll they get?
All I offer them is their freedom. What would you ask for going?
I suppose my price will be the same as that of the prisoners. My freedom. I went with the old man, and other men went with me. We sailed off on a hot day in August and headed towards the setting sun. It was a voyage none of us forgot. There were days when we sailed through seaweed seas, and days when we sat still, waiting for a breeze to blow. There were times it seemed we were headed for the end of the world, and mutiny broke out aboard the Santa Maria, and on the Nina the men begged to turn back. The old man wrote one thing in his log for the men to see, and another for himself to read. Then, one twilight, the longing, hunger, and fear ended when we found that Columbus was right. The word came from a sailor on the lead ship. It was the greatest day in the world. Sailors wept, cursed, laughed, danced, and looked out at the land. I was there when the old man walked out on the new ground and kissed the earth. The fire was burning bright in his eyes, and he looked younger than any of us. He looked at the land as long as he could see it. And on the deck at night, I came up to him, peering over the rail at it. He looked up and spoke.
The world's wide open now, Alonzo. It's been out there, waiting for us to take it. Look at it. Look at it lying out there. Just finding it has brought me all I'll ever need. And you, Alonzo?
I'm not sure it's all we'll need. I'm not sure of it now. The old man with his thin face and fiery eyes sailed again and again. Each time he brought back fewer riches, and each time the court became more impatient until it turned to a new sport. Columbus got in the way of a bolder man. He was out-rivaled and out-sailed, and was taken off an island he discovered, put in chains and shipped back to Spain. I was on that ship, playing cards, while in the next room Columbus shuffled up and down in his chains.
Stop listening to him, Alonzo, and shuffle the cards.
Yes, forget him. We're carrying out orders.
He'll get tired. He's an old man. He'll go to sleep and forget it.
He's an old man, but he'll never be tired.
They all get tired.
They never get tired of looking for freedom.
That was a story Alonzo told of Columbus, and I told Pizarro. He was too bullheaded to listen.
It's not good to speak evil of the dead.
Make the sign of the cross if you want to. It's Pizarro's funeral, not mine. Dig deeper.
Digging. You say you told him more?
Oh, yes. I told him what happened to Balboa, just as Deolana had told it.
Deolana?
He was a builder. He called himself a carpenter.
Oh.
He knew Balboa better than any of them. I can hear him now, telling the story of the Spaniard, Balboa. He was one who never forgot a detail.
I was a carpenter in Balboa's crew. I never turned down a job, but I turned down this one.
Deolana, if you're not going to work with us, don't stand there in the way.
We're making the scaffold for Balboa, not you, Alana. Don't look so glum.
Hurry now. They're getting ready to hang him, and we haven't nailed down the trap set. Give us a hand, Deolana. Give us a hand.
I kept my hands behind me and waited for Balboa to walk down the path to the scaffold. I thought of the day on Haiti when I met him. He had been put in slavery to work out his debt. I was the governor's carpenter. One day he came to me with a strange request.
Carpenter.
Yes?
Can you do some work for me?
For you? My time is taken up with the governor's work. Why should I stop for you?
Because I know you helped the Indians.
What?
Yes. Indians escaped from the stockade last night. I saw you when you gave one an axe. Now, if the governor knew that...
What do you want?
Make me a cask. Like the casks they load rope and food in for the ships.
Yes?
Roll it down to the docks where they're loading ships.
Then what'll happen to it?
When they load the ships, they'll load on the cask, too.
Of course, but how will that help you?
I'll be inside the cask. Will you do the job?
I did the job. I made the cask and Balboa slipped himself into it. When the ships were at sea, the captain stumbled upon the cask and took the stowaway into his crew. They took him on all their trips, and in a few years Balboa was the best explorer of them all. He took his ships over the New World, probing, knocking, poking, searching for greater treasure.
and I went with him. I was with him when he sailed along the coast of America, looking for a way across it. I was with him when he fought along the coast. I was with him when he marched inland, looking for new lands to conquer, looking for the fabulous Peru we heard about, and for a strange new ocean Columbus had talked about, but never saw. I was with him when he questioned an Indian chief and found a way to reach it.
Answer my questions or we burn everything in your village. Now, old man, they say somewhere there's land where the people make everything out of gold or silver.
Silver?
Or gold. Come, speak the truth.
I know where is silver.
Show us.
You go towards mountains. Go that way till you reach top of it. Then you see it. Silver is water. More water than anywhere else in world.
We knew it was the ocean Columbus had heard about. We sent back the men who were sick or weak, and we struck out through the jungles. We fought through fierce tribes, and in the heat of the swamps, took off our armor and steel caps and plunged ahead. In 20 days, we had gone 20 miles. We came to the foot of the mountain and began to climb the top. We were nearly there when Balboa stopped us and drew his sword.
The man who looks at the new ocean before I do will die. From here on, I'll go alone.
I stepped back, but still standing there was a young soldier who was new with Balboa. He was Francisco Pizarro. He confronted Balboa boldly.
I've suffered as much as you have to win this day. Why should I go back? If we claim it together.
Will you fight me for it?
They stared at each other for a long while. Then Pizarro stepped back. Hatred made him shake like a leaf, but Balboa went ahead. He climbed up the mountainside alone. We watched him break through the small trees and reach the peak, and there he stood stiff and still while we watched. Then he beckoned for us to come. It was too big for one man's eyes to see. The ocean lay there gleaming, glistening, rising and falling, waiting for us to sail on its surface and open up the other side of the world. We stumbled down the mountain and rushed to it. We bathed and played in it. Balboa stabbed the king's flag in it and claimed it for Spain. He stood glowing in the water with his beard wet and winked at me.
Now, Carpenter, aren't you glad you made that cask for me? Wasn't it worth the trouble?
We haven't seen the end of this.
There is no end to this new world. When the king hears of this, he'll give me more troops to go on to Peru. We'll be the richest explorers in Europe.
And after that?
After that? After that, there'll be nothing in the world we can't have for the taking. Nothing.
Balboa was wrong. He never found what he sought in the New World. Francisco Pizarro hated Balboa and told the governor Balboa was a traitor. Traitors were sent to the gallows. Balboa was led out to the scaffold while I stood beside it. The carpenters were ready. He walked out with his head up, his eyes looking westward, and stood on the gallows while the noose was adjusted. This man who had used his freedom to enslave others was ready to pay the price. The trap was sprung. Balboa was dead. He left the New World open wider. More ruthless explorers thundered in. I went back to being a carpenter.
Well, I told Pizarro a carpenter is what he should have been. He'd be alive now instead of lying here, stiff, waiting for us to bury him. I told him what old Lyon had said, Lyon, the gunsmith, who stuck it out with the bloodiest of them all, Cortez. I told him what Lyon told me, how he joined Cortez.
I was working in my gun shop when I met this Cortez. He was a likable lad. You could see he itched for the gold and glory that was being won in the New World. He'd asked me to go with him. He'd gone to get the governor of one of the colonies to help him,
He came back angry, a bag under his arm. I looked up and asked him, what did the governor say?
Oh, he's a man with no imagination. I asked him to outfit me for an expedition.
Yes?
Told him I had good men ready to go with me, and a gunsmith who can keep half a regiment equipped. He gave me this.
What is it?
Bag of grain he gave me. Wants me to settle down in the colonies and be a farmer. Now, this is what I think of his grain.
No, wait. Don't throw it in the fire. Yeah, let's look at it.
You've seen a bag of wheat before?
Yes, when I was a farmer in Africa. It's been a long time.
You finger it as if it were gold.
It is.
Oh, nonsense. Make the guns I ordered. Forget the wheat. I'll find a way to outfit an army. Come and march with me, and I'll show you real gold.
I made the guns, and I went and marched with Cortez. But the wheat went with me. He went to Mexico. Everything he touched turned to loot, blood, and gold. In a week, his armies brought to an end an ancient Aztec civilization. He stalked Montezuma and hacked him down. Then he ruled the land in the name of the king with fire in his fist. I made guns until I was sick of it. One day, when the fighting stopped, I slipped away and went to live with the Indians. I was gone a year. When I came back to Mexico City, I had something to show him. He snapped when he saw me.
Deserter. So they found you. I should have you hanged.
I came back of my own free will, Cortez.
Well, why did you come back?
I brought you this gift, friend, something you haven't seen for a long time.
What have you got wrapped there? Have you found a new jewel?
It's as good as a jewel. Look.
What? All you've got's a loaf of bread.
It's from the wheat you were going to throw away. I showed the Indians how to plant it. This is from the first harvest.
You waste your time planting wheat when my men are giving their lives for gold. Take your bread back to the Indians and take up your guns again. I came to win a world, and you plant wheat.
I planted more wheat and taught the Indians how to care for it. I watched it grow while we marched through Mexico trying to put down the revolts that sprang up like leaks in a dike wherever we moved. Then we grew tired, and enemies of Cortez caught the king's ears. We went back to Spain. Cortez, the conqueror of 1 million people, wandered in the streets homeless. He never understood.
What's happened to me, Raylon? They stood in the streets and cheered when I passed. Now, no one knows me.
Crowds forget easily.
But even the king, his carriage passed me today. I jumped on it, and I said, Your Majesty, don't you remember me? And he said, Who are you? He asked me who I was.
Did you tell him?
I yelled at him. I said, You fool. I'm the one who gave you more territory than all your ancestors put together. Then the guards struck me. No one remembers us. They only talk about the new explorers, the new ones.
Back in Mexico, Cortez.
They hate us. You know it. We left nothing but hatred there.
We left them food. We left them wheat.
It was growing tall when we left. When they think of the gold we took, they'll curse us. But when they eat the wheat, will they still think of the gold or of the greater things?
And that's what I told this Pizarro. I told him to leave something that people could live by. Still, he wouldn't listen.
There's no need to shout now. Pizarro can't hear you.
He would have been alive if he'd listened to me. He called me from Spain to teach him to read and write. The only writing he did was to mark the walls of a room and tell the Inca he had captured to fill it with gold if he wanted to be free.
I remember that very well. I saw the gold come in. I helped to stack it.
Yes. When the room was filled, he killed the Inca. I came to him. I warned him of the hatred he was leaving. And that time he listened, and then said,
Alvaro,
yes.
I sent for you to teach me the simple things I hadn't time to learn as a child.
I tried to teach you.
I've listened to you. I've heard your tales. I've decided it's not teaching we need.
Well, what do you need, sir?
We need slaves. We need men who will work and not cry for a share of everything I have. Hereafter, you will work in the fields, not in the classroom.
What work can I do in the fields?
Well, you can dig graves. Yes, dig graves.
That is why I want this grave dug deep. Deep enough so that he and the hatreds he brought to the New World can be buried together. Deep enough so a new crop can grow up. New people can come out clean, fresh, and good, like the wheat Lyon planted. Go on, Omar. Dig deeper.
Oh, freedom. Oh, freedom. Oh, freedom over me. And before I'd be a slave, I'd be buried in my grave and go home to my Lord and be free.
You have just heard Destination Freedom's story, Dark Explorers, the story of Negro explorers in the New World. Destination Freedom, a special radio series dramatizing the great democratic heritage of the Negro people, is brought to you by WMAQ's Department of Education and the Chicago Defender newspaper. Next week, we bring you the story of Deborah Gannett, the first woman soldier in the Revolutionary War. Destination Freedom is written by Richard Durham and produced under the direction of Homer Heck. The cast included Boris Aplon, Oscar Brown, Don Gallagher, William Key, George Kluge, Charles Mountain, Arthur McCoo, Fred Pinkard, and Jess Pugh. The singer was Greg Pascal. Richard Shores composed the special music, which was played by Elwin Owen and Bobby Christian. The task of training the scores of Negro doctors, nurses, teachers, lawyers, all so desperately needed today, is being largely accomplished by 32 Negro colleges. These colleges need your help to carry on this training of better citizens for America. For further details, write the United Negro College Fund, 69 West Washington Street, Chicago 2. This is Hugh Downs inviting you to be with us again next week for another in our series on the Negro in Democracy. Destination Freedom.
Oh, freedom. Oh, freedom. Oh, freedom over me. And before I'd be a slave, I'd be buried in my grave and go home to my Lord and be free.
Destination Freedom. The Chicago Defender and station WMAQ bring you Destination Freedom, a new radio series dramatizing the great democratic traditions of the Negro people, interwoven in the pageant of history and a part of America's own Destination Freedom. Today, Destination Freedom tells the story of the daring Denmark Vesey and fought for the end of slavery 20 years before John Brown and the Civil War. Denmark Vesey.
They say slaveholders' court was crowded that day in Charleston. They say the culprit was caught in the act, had conceded the crime. They say all was over but the hanging, and soon the masters could sleep, could rest.
Order! Order in the court! Bailiff, can't you get order?
You heard the judge. Order in the court. Order!
Now, let the prisoner come before the bench to be sentenced.
He's coming. They grab at him, but he walks straight. He's a cool one.
He'll be a dead one in an hour. He'll walk no more. He'll hang for all the walking he's done. Clerk, read out the record of his crime.
They say he walked as though the world watched him. They say the clerk read out his crimes. They say a gamble was the beginning of it. A gamble one night at a carnival when he bought a $40 play on a lottery wheel and stood under the tent while the barker called in the bets.
The greatest raffle in history. Get your bets in, folks. Get them in. That's all. We're off. As she goes round and round, and where she'll stop, nobody knows. The greatest gamble in history. Round and she's stopping. Don't get excited, ladies and gentlemen. She's stopping. She's stopping on number 6, 7, 8, 9. Little old number 9 is the winner. The winner. Number 9 pays 100 to 1. Who's got number 9, folks? You? You got number 9, fella?
I got it. How much am I worth?
The number in sight saves a fight. Show it.
Here.
Ah. Name goes with it.
Denmark Vesey. Check?
Check.
All right.
Beginner's luck will break me. You gambled heavy.
I always gamble heavy.
Say, you're Captain Vesey's slave, ain't you?
I am.
Ah. I wonder what would happen to me, say if I just refused to pay off a slave. I wonder if the courts would bother.
Uh-huh. Well, I wonder what would happen to me. Say if I should take a barker's neck between my fingers, like this broomstick, and snap it. Like that.
They'd hang you, you know it.
I gambled once. I'll gamble again.
Well, I'm not a gambling man myself. I don't gamble on my own neck.
Then how much am I worth?
$4,000.
All right.
Take it and the devil be with you.
They say Denmark wrapped his money in a sack and went aboard his ship to see his master. Captain Vesey was napping over a jug of rum.
Denmark. Denmark, is that you?
Yes, sir.
What you come here for?
Master, how much am I worth?
Ah, it's that talk again. This freedom is a sickness. It's unbecoming to a slave.
Master, all I want...
Get it out of your mind. It's those books you read that turn your head. A slave shouldn't read too much. I've watched you talk to the people in the market. You tell the slaves they're born equal. Oh, nonsense.
Master.
If you stay with me, you'll stop this reading and writing to everybody. Where'll it get you?
But lately I've stopped reading.
Yeah, I know. But now you're out working your spare time for other masters. You get a penny here, a penny there. Denmark hopes to save enough to buy Denmark. You know how long that would take you?
I know.
All your life. I need money, too. I know how hard it comes these days.
Why don't you sell me?
If I could get your price.
How much am I worth?
Oh, I'd say $2,000.
All right. $2,000.
Huh, what? You've got 2,000?
I've got my release papers. Will you sign them?
Sign?
You need the money.
Yeah.
I need my freedom.
Well, you'd find a way to escape if I didn't let you go. My pen. I feel like I am releasing a tornado. There. What will you do with this freedom?
What will you do with this money?
I'll use it to help me and my family.
Well, I'll use my freedom to help others become free.
I never understood you, Denmark. Pour me a drink, and then finish sweeping my cabin.
Are you asking me or ordering me?
I see. You begin right away, huh? It's strange to have owned a man's body for 20 years, yet not know the first thing about his mind. You're free.
They say the captain set him free to circulate like fresh blood through the slave system. They say he had a disease, incurable, highly contagious, and he went about the marketplace spreading it with a word, with a touch, with a whisper to the cherry woman.
Basket of cherries.
Huh. Why, Denmark, you can afford cherries?
Yesterday I was a slave. Today I'm a free man.
I heard about your luck.
You can have the same luck, Cherry.
They say you're a learned man, Denmark. But now you talk like a donkey. My master spends the money I make. Well, I get in it to buy myself.
Well, it's not money alone that makes a man free, Cherry.
Money did quite well for you.
Then a gamble. I know a greater gamble. Would you gamble?
If the stakes were right.
If the stakes were freedom. If I could show you that every slave in Charleston is ripe to rebel, to build a nation where all men are equal, would you stake your life on it? Are you willing?
Are my cherries red?
Blood red.
My stakes are in. Get the others.
All right.
Cherries, master! Cherries! Get your red ripe cherries!
They say Denmark's disease hit the slaves in the marketplace like a plague. They say he believed no slave was immune to it, and he risked a talk with Rolla Hard, the wealthy slave of Colonel Potter. Rolla and his brother Ogden, who'd never been hungry, never lashed, spaded their garden and talked to Denmark.
Who am I to be in a revolution? The masters leave me alone. I leave them alone. I never know what they're doing.
But you know what the slaves are doing, Rolla. You're sent to talk to them when there's trouble. Isn't that true, Ogden?
Yes, we talked to them all right.
You talk uncommonly well, too, Rolla. I've heard you tell a slave when the train was coming on the underground track. I've heard you
Keep
tell...
your voice down. Denmark, don't talk that way around here.
Rolla, you worked well for the masters. Now work well for yourself. You know every slave who can handle a horse. The day'll come, we'll need 'em. Will you be with us?
How'll I know when the day comes? Yes. How'll we know it's safe?
When our numbers have grown. If you come and bring all those who follow you, we'll have 1,000.
If I come, they'll come. But some will only follow the gospel man, Peter Poyas. He's a man of peace. What'll you do about him?
You recruit your friends. I'll recruit Peter.
They say Denmark read the Bible that night, read Exodus and Leviticus, Joshua and Job, and in the morning went to the cabin of the slave Peter. Peter sat singing, rocking in a chair, and looking out at the sun.
Oh, when the saints come marching in, oh, Lord, I want to be in that number. When the saints come marching in.
Peter, Last night I read the Bible.
I read it every night, Denmark.
I read the words of Zechariah.
I know the words of Zechariah.
Zechariah said, Behold, the day of the Lord cometh, and thy spoil shall be divided in the midst of thee. For I will gather all nations against Jerusalem to battle, and the city shall be taken. Charleston is Jerusalem, Peter.
Denmark, the Lord warned Gideon once to be careful about the men he picked to lead his army. There may be a Judas among the slaves.
You're no Judas.
I am not. But I'm against violence. I'm against bloodshed.
Are you against slavery?
God's against it.
Then how will you cure it? Can you reason with slaveholders?
It's a chancy thing. But your way is foolish and certain death. I see your mind is set. It's wrong, but I'll march in Gideon's army. My followers will come with me. But the superstitious follow Gullah Jack.
Gullah? The sorcerer who sells spells and charms? Him?
My son, in a revolution, one looks for the honest, not the honored. Some say Gullah Jack is crazy. Some say he's wise. You go to the hills and find his house and see. It'll be deep in the woods. You'll hear him talking to his drums, calling on his God.
Who's that? To cast a spell, you should come at night. To buy a charm, come at twilight.
Denmark Vesey, the disbeliever. Why do you come?
I come to test your spells.
First twist your neck and tap your knee. Snap your fingers.
Tie together black men and white men in a common fight to free every man. Cast a charm that'll bind them together like a Gideon's army to strike with me when the hour comes. If you are the sorcerer they say you are.
So, is this the only reason you're here?
Is there a better reason?
Go back to your books and leave me alone. You come with contempt for me, and you say, sorcerer, cast a spell and make men free. I'm crazy, but I'm not a fool. If I could cast a charm to free a man, wouldn't I cast one to free myself, huh?
Then what good do your charms do?
They're for the lonely, the lost. Those who want to be free don't come to me. They know I can't heal their sickness.
Peter said you might be an honest man, and you are. I'll show you how you can help free men.
You?
Listen, Gullah. I read once of a giant who fell asleep in a strange land. And while he slept, an army of little men tied him with ropes and chains. The giant was a slave while he was asleep. But when he awoke, he stretched and shook himself, and the chains snapped and the ropes broke, and the little men fell off his back, and he stood up strong and free.
He was a giant.
You and the slaves are giants. The masters are the little men. When the slaves wake and stretch, they'll be free. You can help awaken those who believe in your spells, Gullah.
I see. Maybe I can help.
They say Denmark and Gullah Jack, Rollahart and Peter Poise had a pact to wake up the giant and put the slaveholder to sleep. They say the recruits grew into thousands, and the day was near when Denmark's disease could not be quarantined. They say Denmark gathered his leaders together in the loft of a lonely barn to set the hour.
This will be the last meeting. Rolla, who knows we're here?
Only my brother, Ogden. I told him to warn us if he heard anything from the masters.
Good. You've got to gather the horses and riders.
Every slave who handles a horse will be ready to pull cannons once we get him.
Gullah,
I've been to the arsenal. I cast a spell for the captain just yesterday. This time of year, it's full of cannon and powder. If we take the arsenal, the city is ours.
Good. You, Peter.
Denmark, what we planned is wrong. God won't let it succeed. The Lord spoke to me last night.
Yes?
He said, watch out for the Judas.
You said that before. We were all watching.
No one's watching Rolla. He talks too freely.
What have I said?
The colonel's houseboy, Jason, overheard Rolla talking. He'll tell his master, I'm sure. Rolla takes our lives on his tongue.
Peter, you'll accuse no one till you're certain.
The book teaches to watch for the Judas.
We'll head off the Judases. Peter, set your men for Sunday.
What the world? Rolla, Denmark, they found us.
What are you talking about, Ogden?
Run while you can. They're coming for us.
Who's coming? Who knows about it?
Everybody.
Who told them? You?
No, not me. Jason, the houseboy.
I said Rolla talked too much. I warned you. The Lord is against us.
Be quiet with you.
It's no time to be quiet. You got to run.
Run! And in the 4 years we worked and planned for this day, we'll stand our ground here.
What do we do, Denmark? What do we do, huh?
Rolla.
Yes?
The colonel is your master. You'll face him.
What?
There's not much time. I can see them coming from here. They'll be here in a minute. Now, Rolla, tighten your nerves. Go down and meet them.
Why, Denmark?
You'll face your master. You'll out-talk him or we'll all hang. Go on.
Shall I cast a charm for Rolla?
No. Let Rolla cast his own charm now. Go down, Rolla.
They say Denmark waited in the loft while Rolla climbed down the ladder and walked to the door to face his accuser. They say the colonel had the revolution resting at his gunpoint.
Master, come in.
Needn't say master to me anymore, boy. When this is done, you'll be dead.
What?
Don't play the fool. Jason told me about your plot. But before I have you shot, you'll give me the name of every leader and recruit in your rebellion.
Rebellion? Me? What are you talking about, Master?
God.
Yes, sir.
Bring up Jason.
Yes, sir. Get up here, you.
Colonel, you call me?
Jason, tell forgetful Rolla what you overheard.
I heard him say he'd get men to burn the plantations, overthrow the slave systems, the way he put it.
You hear that, Rolla?
Poor Jason.
Feel sorry for yourself.
I feel sorry for you, Master, for believing him. You know he's run off twice.
What's that to do with you?
I've never run off. Who's the most trustworthy slave?
I thought you were.
The sorcerer Gullah Jack gave Jason a spell, and he hears things. I won't argue with him.
You admit your plot?
I admit I'm the best slave you've got. I've worked harder, earned more for you than Jason, haven't I?
Yes, you've done that.
Why, I'm the wealthiest slave in Charleston. I eat well. I've never complained or asked for anything.
Yes, that's right.
Then wouldn't it seem I like my slavery? I love my masters?
It would seem a sane man would.
If you kill me, who'll handle your cotton? Who'll earn the way I do?
Devil if you're not right. Doesn't seem natural that you'd rebel now, does it?
No, it doesn't.
Jason, there are rumors enough without your adding to them.
But, Master...
God, take him to the yard.
Yes, sir.
30 lashes.
Yes, sir.
no.
Come on, Jason.
Rolla?
Yes, sir.
Tomorrow we'll talk and get to the bottom of this. You've always had a glib tongue, but there's something deeper in you I've never understood. There'll come a day when I'll know what's in your mind.
Yes, Master. There is coming that day.
Forgive my suspicions, Rolla. Judas has been found in time. I've been wrong. You do well for a wealthy slave.
I'd rather be the poorest free man than the richest slave. Denmark, when do we strike?
Tomorrow. There'll be militia heading this way. We know it now. We've got to beat them to the arsenal. Peter.
Yes.
Go to the masters who've heard of the rumors of revolt. Pour honey in their ears.
I'll speak softly.
Gullah, give your master the strongest sleeping charm you can make.
He'll never wake from it.
All right. Now, I'll draw a map of the marketplace here in the dirt.
Yeah.
Now, this is the arsenal. Here's the street leading to it. Here the horsemen will wait. One will drive off and tell the slaves as soon as we open the arsenal.
All right.
After that, Gullah takes the left flank and Peter takes the right. Now, everything depends on getting into the arsenal ahead of the militia. 10,000 slaves wait to strike when we get the weapons.
Who will warn us if the militia comes?
There's a cherry woman in the market. I'll tell her to warn us.
If the militia beats us there?
Shall we turn back?
Where would we run? Where would we turn? This is a one-way walk, men. And look ahead to liberty or death. All right. What about the map? Go to your people and tell them when the moon is down to fall in behind us as we walk through the market. When I pass the cherry woman, I'll tell her how to warn us. The militia comes.
Get your red ripe cherries.
Is the road clear, Cherry?
It's clear, but the militia's on the way.
Can you warn us when you see them?
I'll stand in their way selling cherries. And when I call blood red, they're on us.
They may take your life for this.
My stakes are in. Let me sell my cherries.
All right. We'll see what we can buy over at the arsenal. Peter, you ready?
The Lord has spoken.
Gullah?
Twist your neck and tap your knee. When the moon goes down, I'll be free.
All right. Rolla.
I'm with you.
All right. Play casual. Peter, sing along. The revolution is on.
Go marching on. Oh, when the saints go marching on. Oh, Lord, I want to be in that number. Oh, when the saints go marching on.
They say a red moon hung low over Charleston. They say Denmark led, Peter sang, and the slaves fell in behind the moving men. They say on plantations, on farms, and cabins and houses 100 miles around, men waited at the grapevine to hear the arsenal crack. The militia broke into the city and charged the market. Denmark was near the gates of the arsenal. They say you could hear the cherry woman cry when her eyes caught sight of the soldiers. They say the shots tore down like a vine off a tree. Red cherries jumped into the gutter. Red blood shot from the wounded men. Red cherries rolled under the feet of the fighting, the straining, the reaching to be free. The reaching fell short. The militia took the arsenal. They say they took 100 dead men to their graves. They took Denmark Vesey to court.
Order! Order in the court! Denmark Vesey.
Yes, Your Honor.
You've plotted rebellion against the state that bred you. You set out to slaughter your master and change the state. Before I pass sentence, do you have a word to explain your crimes?
I have a word to say.
Then speak it.
You speak of my crimes. I feel no guilt. I felt to be idle while other men thought to be free was a crime. I was not idle. Others talked. I acted. I'd act again.
Oh, Judge, don't listen to him. Order! Order! Is that all you can say to explain your treachery?
No. My treachery began when I read the Declaration of Independence. It said all men are created equal. It grew when I read that black Crispus Attucks died to help the colonies become free. Did he die just to free white men or all men? Then I read what Ben Franklin, Tom Paine, Lafayette and Jefferson had said, and their words warmed my blood. They wanted their revolution to make all men free and equal. But they stopped with some men free and some men slaves. I took up where they left off. I found my price when I was a slave. I paid it. If my life is the price I pay to be free, take it. I'll pay it. But until all men are free and equal, the revolution goes on.
They say the court called for the highest price. The clerk stopped writing. The hangman's hand tightened, then relaxed on the rope. Denmark had paid it. The masters went home to bed. But they say Gullah Jack in his cell cast a spell, and no master slept well. They say the giant was awake, and the giant never slept again until all slaves were free. That's what they say about Denmark Vesey.
Oh, freedom, oh, freedom, oh, freedom over me. And before I'd be a slave, I'd be buried in my grave and go home to my Lord and be free.
You have just heard Destination Freedom's dramatization of the story of Denmark Vesey. Destination Freedom is brought to you by the Chicago Defender and WMAQ's Department of Education and Public Service. It is written by Richard Durham, and the production is under the direction of Homer Heck. The cast included Oscar Brown Jr., Ray Grant, Howard Hall, Kurt Kupfer, Jack Lester, Charles Mountain, Arthur McCoo, Cliff Norton, Fred Pinkard, and Louise Pruitt. The singer was Greg Pascal. Richard Shores composed the special music, which was played by Elwin Owen and Bobby Christian. This is Franklin Ferguson inviting you to be with us again next week for another of our series on the Negro in Democracy, Destination Freedom. This is WMAQ, NBC in Chicago.
Oh, freedom, oh, freedom, oh, freedom over me. And before I'd be a slave, I'd be buried in my grave and go home to my Lord and be free.
Destination Freedom. The Chicago Defender and station WMAQ bring you Destination Freedom, a special radio series dramatizing the great democratic traditions of the Negro people, interwoven in the pageant of history, and a part of America's own Destination Freedom. This week, Destination Freedom tells the story of Frederick Douglass, outstanding leader of the Civil War period and internationally known spokesman for the rights of men. The dramatizations will be in 2 episodes. The first, entitled The Making of a Man.
John Brown's body lay a-moldering in the grave. The Union Army was marching on. The tall man from Illinois was in the White House. There was an eternity behind you, and an eternity ahead of you. You were like a minute in the middle of it. You went in to see President Lincoln.
The president's waiting to see you, Mr. Douglas. This way.
Thank you.
Mr. President, your visitor.
Thank you, Chief.
I'm here to represent the freedmen, Mr. President. I'm Frederick Douglass. I was once a slave and a fugitive. Now I'm editor of...
Douglas, you needn't introduce yourself to me. I know you.
Oh, you do?
In fact, I heard about you long before you heard about me. It's good you came. You've been through enough to know why the soldiers are out there. Sit down. Let's talk this thing through. Yes, I know you, Mr. Douglas. I know you.
I know you, he said. And you wondered how much the tall man knows. Does he know the year you were born? It was never told to you. Does he know who your mother was? You saw her only once. Does he know the boy who learned the art of reading and who taught the slaves on a Maryland plantation until the master nailed the law up against the gate?
Any person, slave or free, that teaches a slave to read or write will be imprisoned for 2 years and whipped 39 lashes according to the law of this state. Signed, Master Jerry Old. There now.
And at noonday, the boy stood looking at it with a fellow slave. You were the boy.
What's it read, Frederick? Say it out loud.
You can read it, Sandy. You've been in my class a month now.
Takes more than a month to read writing. I can't make it out.
It says if I'm caught teaching you to read, I'll be lashed. If I'm caught.
Are they suspicious?
Maybe he missed his books out of the library.
I put them back when I cleaned it. I'd put them back.
He's coming. Look away from the sign. Look away.
Nice to see you reading the bulletin, boy. You can spread the news.
Me reading?
Frederick I'm talking to. Books disappear from my library at night. They walk back in the morning. The mistress taught one slave how to read.
I was a child then.
You're impudent and wild now. The law knows reading and writing unfits a man to be a slave. You've had too much of it. That Yankee editor's freedom paper's been seen in your cabin.
You told me about that, sir.
I'll tell you again. Get it in your head. You're not a man, you're a slave. It's the Lord's will. If I tell you spreading unrest, I'm calling in the slave breaker.
Oh, no, sir.
I sure will. One bad sheep will lead a flock astray, and I'll not have it. Now get to your work. Stop dreaming.
Frederick, I can read it now. It means classes are over.
You still believe knowledge will make you free?
I do.
Meet Sundays in my cabin for Sunday school.
Where we get the books. I'm afraid to...
Never mind the master's books. I've got a freedom paper hid. We'll practice reading it. Never mind the master's books. Get around the candlelight. All right. I'll spread out the paper. Now read from the left. Sandy, you're here. Read first.
It says, every slave on the American soil must be freed.
It says that. Hush now. Look at the spelling as well as the meaning. You, Tom.
Then it say, the state that cannot tolerate every man being free and equal is despotic.
Oscar?
All right. And by peace or by blood, slavery must die.
If any dying's to be done, I could hang you all.
Oh, Lord.
Hold still. The guard's outside. I said one bad sheep would lead a flock astray. It's Frederick I want. You'll go to the slave breaker. Your teaching's over. Now you'll learn.
You have already learned that knowledge in the hands of the enslaved was more feared than a gun. You remembered it while the master talked to Covey, the slave breaker.
He's big for his age, Curvy. Can you handle him?
I make my living handling him, Mr. All.
And to keep your living, break him in quick. He'll fetch a smart price in a couple of years.
He'll bring more if he knows his ABCs. Hey, Frederick, come over here.
Yes?
You say yes to your master's boy. You ain't no man. You're a slave. You hear?
And you feel the lash. You twist and you bend, but you don't break. And when the whip stops...
You ain't crying. You got no feeling? If you're thinking of escaping, you get out of your head. We'll watch you.
Now get off to your cabin. And no rations. Get off.
You went to your cabin that day and every day with your brain whirling. At night you'd roll on the straw, thinking and searching. And one night your bedmate woke and wondered...
Fred, you still awake?
I'm awake.
Thinking?
Thinking.
You wouldn't get past the gate. They'd check.
I'll get past.
Come in, the master. Pretend you're asleep.
Hold up the light. One escaped last night. Frederick here?
Yeah, they don't get far without a pass. Frederick's asleep.
One bunk's empty.
Yeah, just the kitchen boy's gone, say. His master wrote out a pass.
You watch for agitating abolitionists leaving their papers for slaves to read. One puts a foot on my land, shoot him, same as you would a dog.
Depend on me.
And hurry with Frederick. It's taking too long to break him. Too long.
Did you hear him?
I hear him.
They mean it. They're going to break you.
Not if I get a pass and leave.
You get a pass?
You get me some paper and pencil from the library. I'll write out a pass and sign the name of a master to it. Freelander, say. I'll write, this is to certify that I, the undersigned, have given the bearer my permission and full liberty to go to
Baltimore and spend the Easter holidays. It's not to be molested. Signed, W.H. Freelander. Old man Freelander's got a nice piece of handwriting.
I'll be going up the road if you don't mind, sir.
I do mind. You run into the wrong master, boy. I'm Freelander. I write good, but not this good. Guard, grab it.
They lashed you and took you back to the slave breaker.
I'd kill you now. Only it's a Sabbath, and I respect the Sabbath. It's you or me, the master says. I respect the Sabbath. But come Monday, you'll break or die.
You looked at him. You knew he meant it. That night you thought of dying, and you thought of living free. You weighed them. When Monday came, you knew which one you'd settle for. When the lash came, you were ready.
You break or I'll kill you.
Stop!
What? You let go of my whip. Let go.
Hit me again.
I can have you shot for defying me. Let go. Take your hands off me. You help!
You went down on the ground. You rolled over and grabbed for your life. You knocked away his pistol. You twisted the whip out of his hand and struck back until you saw that you had won.
You won't tell the master about this, will you? They hear I couldn't break you. I'll never get another job. Slave breaking's not my choosing. It's the way things are. If I don't break you, they have no use for me. It's a game the masters play, one against the other. They play the poor whites like me against the blacks like you. They win, we lose. You won't tell them you beat me, will you?
You didn't tell. Or in that second, you had learned the ABCs of slavery. You were still a slave, but you felt free. And you told yourself,
he who is whipped easiest is whipped most.
You were never whipped again. You went back, unbroken.
If the lash won't break your work, will. I'm hiring you out to the ships in Baltimore. You won't find time to read and dream and look for agitators to help you. There'll be too much work to let you be troublesome. Too much work.
Henry, help lift this here table. Hurry, boy. Hurry, boy.
Oh, bring me up that roller. Come now, shake a leg. Shake a leg.
Hey, boy, run, bring me your coaches.
Come on, hurry, boy, hurry. I want to...
You worked. You hurried. Your money went to a master. You saw the way free labor worked for wages. And when you were alone, when you were below deck working the bellows to melt ship's copper, you found a freedom paper and tacked it on the wall. While the bellows breathed, you read the magic words.
In a state of nature, all men are equal in rights, but are not equal in power. The weak cannot protect themselves against the strong. Civil laws must guarantee the equality of rights.
Frederick, who are you talking to?
No one, mate. Just myself.
Talk up some hot metal. They're calling for it.
I'm heating it, sir. It's about ready.
Say, what's this?
What?
This paper on the wall, this garrison paper.
I got it off the dock.
Get it off this ship. Put it in the fire where it belongs. People getting sick of this agitator. They don't listen to him no more. You play smart, boy. Keep your mind on your work.
You kept your mind on the free words. And when the time was ripe, you wrote another pass. This time you took the right road. You took a ship to New York. You hid among the passengers until it docked in the harbor. And you followed through the streets, a fugitive in the land where you were born. And you flinched when an arm touched you. You saw the posters, reward signs for runaways. And when you saw a crowd around a hall, you stood on the edge of it.
You needn't stand out here, mister. You're welcome inside. You don't know me. I'm John Brown. You?
Frederick Douglass.
You looking for the North Star? You can trust me.
I'm looking for freedom.
That's what this meeting's all about. Come in, sit down. Old Garrison's trying to make him fight against the slave trade. The crowd's a little rough tonight.
Listen, friends. Friends, I'm telling you, freedom's your business, not just the bondsman. Listen.
We've listened enough. Stop your antics.
Get out of town, troublemaker. Get out of town. As long as there are men in bondage,
He called slaves men. Slaves aren't men.
Friends, listen to me. Listen.
It's a rough crowd tonight, friend.
Why do they talk that way? Why don't they listen to it?
Because they've never seen or heard those he speaks about. Would you take the platform and speak?
Speak? Me?
Yes. We need a new voice.
What could I tell them?
Tell them the truth. They've never heard it from a slave. Tell them.
I'm a little speaker.
You'll be one. The men on the platform need your help. Will you give it?
I'll try.
Good. Come on, don't be afraid of the crowd. The roar's worse than the bite. Follow me to the platform. Mr. Garrison, here's a new voice for him to hear. Can he speak?
Well, if they'll listen, go on.
All right, Douglas. You stand before the roster.
Sit down. Get off the platform. Get off the platform. Get out.
Fred Douglas, a man from Baltimore, wants a word with you.
He's no man. He's a slave.
Listen now. Listen. Give him a chance.
Go on. Speak.
Friends and free men. A few weeks ago, I was a slave. Now I'm free. I'm not here to prove slaves are men. Nobody doubts it.
Listen to him.
There are laws forbidding the teaching or reading or writing to slaves, and forbidding travel to slaves.
That's right.
If slaves were not men, would they need such laws? I'm not here to convince you slavery's wrong. A system that makes men work without wages, beats them, hunts them down, starves them, needs no argument to prove it wrong. You say, jail the agitators and the radicals and we'll have peace. You're wrong. If every anti-slavery tongue in the world were cut off, every such paper, book, pamphlet searched out, gathered up, burned to ashes, and their ashes thrown to the four winds, still there would be no peace until all men are free in public opinion as well as the law. If you want peace, first, free your brothers.
You had spoken, but the hall was quiet, and you wondered if they heard or felt or understood. And Garrison asked them,
Is he who spoke a slave or a man?
He's a man!
Now there was thunder, and you stood under it. You saw a light in the darkness, a wedge opened. A way to change a nation was there. You knew it when the next day you sat down with the men who knew where to go, who wanted you to go with them.
We can change the opinion of half the country about slavery if you join us, Douglas. Work with me and the Reverend Wendell Phillips here.
We've done a lot. We can do more with your help.
You've got my help. Where do we start?
Now, hold on. The Anti-Slavery Society needs you. Let's understand the rules of the society.
You see, there's a good many abolitionists. We all agree on freeing the slaves, but we differ on how to do it.
We keep away from politics. The slaveholders run politics anyhow.
Yes, but doesn't the Constitution say that...
The Constitution, Douglas, is words. We live by action.
The Constitution allows for slaveholding, doesn't it? When you get experience, you'll see the only way to end slavery is to dissolve the Union.
If I learn different?
Cross that bridge when you get there. We fight not with guns, but by moral persuasion.
I'd like to look for a better way.
Yeah, we're all looking for better ways. The work's dangerous. Some of our people have been killed. George is offering $5,000 for Garrison's head.
They'll offer much more for yours.
They'll send mobs after you. Your only weapons will be your words. Sharpen them until the people feel them. Make them hear you, and we'll win. Is there anything else you need to know?
Yes. Where do I speak first?
You spoke first to those around you. Factory workers, mill hands, sailors, and servants. You were the living story of slavery. You looked back and pulled out of your past the lash, the slave markets, the hunger, the laws. You talked in schoolhouses, churches, warehouses, docks. Mobs followed you. You were laughed at and shot at, but you spoke through the crowds. You told merchants in Boston.
Those who profess to favor freedom and yet not want agitation are men who want crops without plowing up the ground. If we get freedom from all the oppressions heaped on us, we must pay for it by labor, sacrifice, and, if need be, with our lives.
You told lawmakers in New Hampshire.
If you demand liberty for yourself, grant it to your neighbors. If you claim the right to think for yourself, allow your neighbor the same right. If you claim to act for yourself, allow your neighbors to act.
You told teachers in Ohio.
No man can put a chain around the ankle of his fellow man without finding the other end of it fastened about his own neck. To free yourselves, free the unfree.
And you told people everywhere.
The American people stand each for all, and all for each, without respect to race or color.
You talked to them in Connecticut, Rhode Island, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Indiana, Illinois. You went to England, Ireland, and Scotland. And when you came home and talked again, you saw they had listened. You heard them talk in train stations.
Ticket for Savannah.
Uh-huh.
Think what Fred Douglas going around the country saying's right, don't you?
Uh-huh.
No, I ain't arguing. Just thinking's all. I ain't ready to fight yet.
Uh-huh. You had a plumber in Springfield.
It's this way, boss. If they keep some folks slaves and some folks free, then how the free folks that don't have slaves to work for them going to make a living? And take you, if you had a slave, I'd be out of a job. Fred Douglas is right. This thing's got to be outlawed. It ain't safe.
Now, naturally, us barbers don't talk much while we're working on a customer. But this fellow was crying so much about freedom in the old country. I often said, Fred Douglas says freedom's like charity. It begins at home. If you ain't got it at home, you can't give none to the old country. Ooh, did I cut too much off, mister? Now, naturally, I don't talk much when I'm working.
You talked to them and they talked to you. You changed them, and you saw they were changing you. You built a newspaper to talk to them. You got to see what they thought about the words of the Constitution. You read them over. They looked different to you, but they still looked the same to an old friend who came into your print shop while the press ran.
See, you're running a paper of your own, Douglas.
There's room for 100 papers. What we're after...
We're not after the same things.
You mean my speaking against splitting the Union into two nations? One North, one South.
We agreed on that.
Yes, but now that I've looked over the Constitution...
What's the Constitution got to do with it? Can it stop slaveholding? Can it stop discrimination, segregation?
I believe it can. It says...
Just words. Just a pack of meaningless, empty words.
Now, see here. Negroes, Jews, Gentiles are people, aren't they?
Get to the point.
Well, the Constitution reads, we the people. Not we the white people. Not we the privileged class. We the high, not we the horses, sheep, swine.
Get to the point.
We the people. That's the point.
And who'll enforce this thing?
I've been going into politics lately.
Douglas, it's against the society's rules.
I know. I don't trust the Whigs and the old parties, but there's a new man. Abe Lincoln. That man.
He'll be just like all the others.
I'm banking on him being different.
Douglas, how long have we been together?
Well on 20 years.
And we've done well for the cause. We've changed people's minds.
In the past, yes. Now we've got to change. Slavery's changing. Industry's changing. We can't stop slaveholders with talk. We've got to change our methods.
I never thought there'd be a day when we'd be enemies. The society'll go on. It'll go on without Frederick Douglass.
You lost the star that had guided you. You're on your own road now. You look back at your old friends, and some were behind you, unchanging, unmoving. And then one called you to his home for breakfast. He was John Brown. He was 10 years ahead of you.
Moral persuasion will never free a slave, Douglas. It spreads every year, state by state.
I try to tell people that.
Moral persuasion, preaching, underground railways, pleading, politics. We tried them all. I see the only way to get this curse out of the country is to put guns in the hands of the oppressed.
What do you mean?
Douglas, some men and I are going to a place called Harper's Ferry.
I know it.
We're taking the arsenal there. We'll build a fortress in the mountains around it. I know those mountains. And we'll build an army.
That would be war.
Slavery is a state of war, Douglas. I thought you'd see it. I wanted you to come with me.
Oh, Harper's Ferry is a steel trap. You won't have a chance.
There's a chance of bringing the country to its feet, ready to fight. That's the chance I'll take. You coming?
Is that the only way?
Can you find another way?
I'm searching. If you'll wait...
I'm done with waiting and searching. I've found my way. I wanted you for a special purpose. When I strike, the bees will begin to swarm. I wanted you to help me hive them. I'll hive them alone.
You saw him go, and your heart cried out to him. You went back to the newspapers and platforms and lecture halls and talked, but there was a feeling that you had lost the track. Does the tall man in the White House know how you felt about John Brown? How your words of peace and persuasion were blown to dust when you heard the newsboys shout,
Extra, extra, John Brown caught at Harper's Ferry. Read all about it.
Extra, extra, John Brown to be hanged. Extra, extra, John Brown to be hanged.
You went before the crowds that jeered him, thinking of the thin, stern man who'd gone out to make the Constitution come alive, and you spoke again.
They say John Brown failed. He did fail to save his life, but he did not go out to save his life. He went out to strike against slavery. Was it in vain? I answer 10,000 times, no. John Brown has begun the war that will end slavery. Until he struck, we fought only with words, votes, compromises. John Brown cleared the way. We go his way.
The stars above in heaven now are kindly looking down. The stars above in heaven now are kindly looking down. The stars above in heaven now are kindly looking down on the grave of old John Brown.
2 years passed like a day, and the soldiers went the way of John Brown. You remember when the tall man from Illinois came into the White House, and he says he knows you. How much does he know?
I know all about you, Fred Douglass. We've both climbed the ladder the hard way. when this war's done, when we get a nation all free, we'll both go further. Shall we shake on it?
And you took his thin white hand into your large black hand and shook on it. Outside, the Union soldiers are marching on. John Brown's body is moldering in the grave. There's an eternity behind you and an eternity ahead of you. This was 1 minute in the middle of it.
John Brown's body lies a-moldering in his grave. John Brown's body lies a-moldering in his grave. John Brown's body lies a-moldering in his grave, but his soul goes marching on.
Just heard Destination Freedom's dramatization of Part 1 of the story of Frederick Douglass. Next week, we bring you the second and final chapter in the life of this outstanding American statesman. Destination Freedom is written by Richard Durham, and the production is under the direction of Homer Heck. The cast included Ernie Andrews, Oscar Brown, Donald Gallagher, Ken Griffin, George Kluge, Sherman Marks, Art McCoo, Fred Pinkard, Jess Pugh, and Russ Reed. The singer was Greg Pascal. Richard Shores composed the special music, which was played by Elwyn Owen and Bobby Christian. This is Dick Noble inviting you to be with us again next week for another in our series on the Negro in Democracy, Destination Freedom. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Destination Freedom. Listen. It's the Freedom Bell.
Aye, the Freedom Bell, my friends. And this is Paul Revere, called back from the shadows by the sound of the Freedom Bell to cry again a warning that the price of freedom is eternal vigilance.
Destination Freedom with Paul Revere is presented by station WMAQ in the interest of human freedom the world over. Paul Revere is a symbol of warning, ready to ride down the skies to shout an alarm. His destination, now and forever, freedom.
Aye. Our destination is freedom. But there are other men who desire power so much that they're willing to enslave other men to achieve their sordid ambition. Do you know about the Golden Circle? An evil organization. The story of the Golden Circle is an old story, as old as time itself, with the same aims of all organizations founded in and dedicated to evil. Some men always try to dominate and rule other men, and so evil organizations germinate and grow. But men who want to be free fight back, and most often win. Listen, and I'll tell you how freedom-loving men defeated the evil aims of the Golden Circle. Picture the St. Louis of 1856. Picture the old-fashioned law office of one Paul Devereaux Boniface, close to the Planters Hotel, where he occupied a suite with his daughter, Adele. St. Louis was the hub of the nation, filled each morning with new faces, new boom promotion. And Adele Boniface was the toast of the town. Our story begins as Adele's father, a dry, sharp-faced man in his 50s, receives a young man named Forbes.
I asked you to come here this morning for a definite purpose, Mr. Forbes. For the past month, you've been quite friendly with me, or with my daughter.
Oh, I see. I suppose you want to know more about me.
I know plenty about you. You came here 6 months ago from New Orleans. You're of good family. You're a cotton broker and doing well at it.
Well, you have checked up on me.
Yes, and I know also that you spend much of your time consorting with rivermen, adventurers, and other dregs of society.
You seem very well acquainted with my affairs.
That's my business. You're said to belong to the Knights of the Golden Circle.
Are you a member?
Heaven forbid. If I knew the secrets of that society, I'd put it behind bars where it belongs.
You? Alone? Just how would you do that, Mr. Boniface?
That's also my business. Forbes, this country is filled with lawless men. From north and south, from the western frontier, from everywhere.
Yes?
Along this river could be raised an army of desperados that could storm the gates of the devil himself.
It's been raised already.
I intend to fight this secret society. It's a menace to the welfare of this country. A hideous menace.
You take it and yourself too seriously, perhaps. The Golden Circle, sir, is a military order aiming at the conquest of Mexico. No one knows just who belongs to it and who doesn't. You're newly arrived from the East, a Yankee.
Well?
Well, even an abolitionist should have sense enough to know he can't fight the Golden Circle without being picked up dead some morning.
As was your cousin, Lieutenant Anderson of the United States Army?
You'd better explain yourself, Mr. Boniface. Even to Adele, I've never mentioned my cousin. I think, sir, you know too much about me.
My business is one that demands an ability to investigate. Watching you and my daughter, Mr. Forbes, watching her facing yours when you were together, well, I investigated you.
Go on.
And I believe you're the man for my purpose.
For your purpose?
Yes. That's why I asked you here this morning. You see, I know that your cousin was a knight of the Golden Circle.
That's true. We'd been raised together as brothers. He was attracted by this secret society and joined. When he found that its aims and conduct conflicted with his duty, he abandoned it. He was found one morning with a bullet through his brain. That he was murdered by the Golden Circle, I have no proof, but I believe as much.
I know as much. He was murdered by that society.
How do you know?
That's my business. Proof, I have none. But St. Louis is the headquarters of the Golden Circle. You're supposed to be a member. You're not. You've been probing and probing into the secrets of the order. Now I want your help in my fight against it.
I'm glad you've been so frank, sir. I'll be equally so. Yes, I've tried to run down my cousin's murderers, but I've failed. I've given up the thought of vengeance.
You can still more powerfully avenge it on this entire accursed society.
No, sir, you overestimate its strength. True, it spreads terror in limited ways. Murder and robbery are laid to it on all sides, and it obtains members among rascals of the worst type. But its true aim, sir, is the conquest of Mexico, which doesn't interest me. I know, because I posed as a member of the society and attended its meetings.
Good heavens. You can say such a thing.
That's nothing. I have my cousin's papers. He instructed me in the grips, passwords, and so forth, all the hocus-pocus of the order.
You mistake me. You say its true aim doesn't interest you. Forbes, you amaze me. You know what this aim of the conquest of Mexico means?
A mere filibustering expedition.
Which will plunge our country into war and ruin. An army of thousands of men invading Mexico and aided by certain Mexican factions, backed in part by some of our own eastern financiers, aiming to set up an empire and plunder that wretched country wholesale.
You are concerned, sir, aren't you?
Listen. An army leaving the United States, armed and equipped with federal rifles and artillery to rob a neighbor nation. An army comprising the worst elements of our people and also some of the best. Can't you see what will happen? Our government shamed and disgraced, our flag dishonored, our people disrupted and fighting each other. Our government must try to suppress this raid, which means that rebellion and revolution will break out here. Not to mention what European nations may choose to do about it.
Why do you say the Golden Circle will have federal arms?
St. Louis is their headquarters. The head of the order, a pompous, fatuous schemer named Bickley, has just arrived here. One of the largest federal arsenals in the country is here. Matters are coming to a crisis. You get the connection?
Why do you hate the Golden Circle? What has it ever done to you, Boniface?
That's my business. I want this General Bickley in prison.
Have you any proof of what you say?
Plenty, but none that will cause federal action. That's what I need and must have. I want you to get it for me. Now, have I shown you any incentive, any real purpose, any higher way of avenging your cousin's murder?
Before heaven, sir, you have. And I'll get the sort of proof you want before tomorrow night.
How?
That's my business, as you're so fond of saying. Now, sir, you've told me something, I'll tell you something. I've known a crisis was approaching, that some tremendous event was expected. I regarded it lightly until this talk with you. I've learned a lot floating around dram shops and river dives.
And?
An important meeting of the Golden Circle leaders takes place tomorrow. I even know where they meet. Great things are supposed to hinge on it. Well, sir, I'm going to attend this meeting.
Good. Good lad.
I'll get evidence if it's to be had. Not that it'll do any good. The Circle has tremendous political influence.
Treason can't be condoned by political influence. But what help can I give? Suppose you tell me everything you know.
I was raised to tote my own load, thanks.
Come in. Oh, it's you, Mose.
Miss Boniface, a gentleman out here won't give no name. He just say he feel like a mighty small frog in an almighty big puddle.
That'll be Abe Lincoln, one of the smartest politicians in Illinois. I want you to meet him.
Yes, sir, but later, if you please. Now I must be off about this other matter.
Yes. Well, good luck to you, Forbes. All the luck in the world.
Thank you, sir. I never dreamed you cherished such animosity toward that society. You never mentioned it before.
No.
But now, by heaven, I'll get you the evidence you want, no matter what you do with it. And no time to waste, either.
That's the man.
First, I'm going to check on whether a certain packet named the Brilliant's arriving tomorrow. And then I'm going to your very charming daughter, Adele.
Well, good luck there, too, my boy. But I really don't think you need it. I think you hold Adele's heart in the hollow of your hand.
I hope so, sir. I hope so.
Oh, Randy, you're just in time.
Hello, Adele.
Mr. Forbes, I want you to meet General Bickley. Or should I say Dr. Bickley, or just Mr. Bickley?
It's immaterial, Miss Adele. As late editor of the American Cavalier, late professor of materia medica in the Cincinnati College, and eke of medical jurisprudence in the Ohio Law School, the appellation of doctor might best become me, since military titles lie far within the deep bosom of the horizon, in the words of the immortal bard.
Nonsense, sir. I want to shake your hand, General Bickley. Why, sir, I've heard tremendous things of you. I understand that Mexico is trembling at your very name.
Randy.
Why, sir, this is gratifying, highly gratifying. I perceive you're one of us, but I haven't had the pleasure of meeting you until now.
I joined the society in New Orleans, sir. Since coming here to St. Louis, I've been intensely absorbed in my own business affairs, getting them on a secure foot. Now I hope to throw myself into the great cause in earnest. In fact, sir, I've been anxiously hoping to meet you.
And high time. Come, you must join us. Miss Boniface, with whose worthy father I'm acquainted, has kindly offered to take me for a drive. I trust, Miss Adele, it's not an impertinence to request the company of Mr. Forbes. He's a member of the society in which I hope to enlist your father.
How about it, Adele?
I shall be delighted to have Mr. Forbes join us. Come, gentlemen. The carriage is waiting.
The present distracted condition of Mexico is deplorable. Certain factions there will welcome a determined, practical, able body of men versed in finance and government. The rewards will be vast, and I may say success is assured.
But, General Bickley, would our government allow such an expedition?
Their consent is quite immaterial. We have the support of powerful Eastern interests. I'm exceedingly happy to have won the interest of your father, Miss Adele. He strikes me as a most able citizen. He should occupy one of our higher offices, some of which are still awaiting the right men.
Oh, it's wonderful. But, General, it would need a whole army, wouldn't it?
My dear young lady, the Golden Circle can, within 3 days, have 8,000 men ready to depart for Mexico in regular military formation. And at Veracruz, 30,000 Mexicans wait to join our standards.
Oh, that's marvelous. It really is.
Well, here's my hotel. I'll beg you to excuse me, Miss Adele.
Oh, certainly. Driver, stop here.
Yes, miss.
Mr. Forbes, you had something to say to me.
I would like to see you in private later, sir. I have something of the highest importance to impart to you, General.
This evening, Mr. Forbes. 8 o'clock at my rooms here at the Choctaw House, if that suits your convenience.
Perfectly, sir.
Very well. I'll expect you.
Good day, General Bickley. Driver, back to the Planters Hotel immediately.
Yes, miss. Right away.
So, Adele, you're aiding and abetting your father's private war, eh?
Well, what are you talking about, Randy?
Never mind any pretenses, Adele. Don't you know I had a frank talk with your father this morning?
I haven't seen him. He's been very busy. Randy,
Yes, darling.
you're not really a member of that society?
Why, of course not, dear. Of course not.
Oh, how relieved that makes me feel.
But I will have to ask you to break our engagement for this evening.
All right, if you wish it. But, Randy, what a shock you've given me.
Shock?
Yes. How you made Bickley think you belonged to the order, I don't know. But please don't take any risk.
Not a chance. Now I can see why you've been stirring my jealousy of late by your talks with various gentlemen. But why? Your father wouldn't say why he has such animus against the Golden Circle. Has it done him some injury?
I can't tell you that. Ask him. Yes, I have tried to get information about the society, but I've gained nothing definite.
Well, I'll supply that lack in short order. Family plot. The 3 of us against the 8,000 Knights of the Golden Circle, eh? Sounds like a fairy tale. Well, here we are. May I come in?
No, my dear, please don't. I'm upset by finding you in this. I beg you, if you love me, take no risks. You know how dangerous all is.
There's not an atom of peril, I assure you. Here, let me help you down from the carriage.
Thank you, my dear.
No, don't take your hand away.
Why, Randy?
Behold, I salute it with my lips.
Randy.
The minute you get to your room, kiss that spot and think of me.
With all my heart, Randy. With all my heart. But be careful tonight when you meet General Bickley.
Randolph Forbes, General Bickley.
Oh, Forbes, you're very prompt. Why, it's just 8 o'clock.
Yes, sir.
Well, come in, sir. Come in.
Thank you.
There are cigars on the table there.
Ah, Havana's, my friend.
Good, good.
General Bickley, I'll come straight to the point.
Yes?
Some downriver planters have deposited funds with me for investment. Large funds. Could the Golden Circle use $500,000 in cash?
Why, Mr. Forbes?
General Forbes. Wait, sir. I'm conversant with military affairs. I flatter myself that I have a flair. Further, I understand that many vast concessions are to be had in Mexico.
Ah, yes.
Certain high offices in the society, as you stated today, are vacant. I trust, sir, you get the drift of my remarks?
I'm indeed glad to have your mind on this subject. I confess that you astonish me. Concessions? Yes. Oh, yes, it gratifies me to find you so loyal, so devoted to our order. Did I understand you to say $500,000?
Yes, in cash. You, as Commander-in-Chief of the Knights of the Golden Circle, are, of course, the proper depository, and yet I must consider my duty toward my client.
Yes, yes.
I'm aware that an important meeting of the Golden Circle generals occurs tomorrow.
The Supreme Council, sir. The generals of division, 5 of us in all.
I want to be present at that meeting and obtain an authoritative reply to my offer. I want the rank of general, a definite command assigned to me, and a definite concession in Mexico. You understand, I must have clean hands. I must be protected if my clients make unexpected inquiries regarding their investment funds.
Oh, most certainly. Have you, some particular concession in mind? Lands, perhaps?
Yes. For example, the gold and silver mines of San Luis Potosi are famous for their wealth. A share, perhaps, in some such enterprise?
Excellent, excellent. Suppose I offer you 10% of the stock in my company that controls not only those mines, but a mining monopoly.
Done with you. A very generous officer. Let's give our grip on it, shall we?
Of course. Ah, you are one of us. Yes, of the inner circle. Now, If you like, it'll give me great pleasure to issue your appointment as General of the Brigade here and now. This is Friday. Are you aware that we plan concerted action for Sunday week?
I've heard rumors.
You're prepared to join definitely in such action?
Of course, sir. I'm putting in services as well as money, I trust.
Excellent. Do you know General Smith, commander of the St. Louis Division?
No. I've attended one or two local meetings, no more.
You'll meet Smith tomorrow on board the Packet Brilliant at 3 tomorrow afternoon.
You're most kind, General Bickley. Now, I should say, as regarding the transfer of funds, that as tomorrow is Saturday, this can take place Monday morning at the bank. A mere signing over of a check, of course.
Admirable. And here's your commission. Signed, sealed, and delivered. Oh, one thing more. You're acquainted with Miss Boniface and her father?
Yes, slightly.
He seems to me valuable. Now, has he ever indicated any interest in the Golden Circle?
I think he can be approached, yes.
Good. Tomorrow night I go to his office to see a man from Illinois. Perhaps I can see Mr. Boniface after.
Why not? But who is the gentleman from Illinois?
A man named Lincoln. It's my sincere hope that he'll consent to act as the supreme head of our Mexican state. Well, you've heard of Mr. Lincoln?
I passed him today as I left Boniface's office. That gangling politician, you speak of him so highly, he looks very insignificant.
Correct, sir. But appearances are deceptive. I've followed his career very closely. I believe him to be one of the most remarkable men in politics. However, we'll see. Now our interview is ended, I believe?
Yes. Yes, sir. I'll see you tomorrow, then.
At 3 in the afternoon on the second deck of the Packet Brilliant.
Until then.
Gentlemen, allow me to present General Forbes. General Forbes, I greet you in the name of the Supreme Council and tender you the gratitude and approval of our society. Our tentative proposals have been approved, and it's my pleasure to offer you a seat of honor at this meeting.
Thank you.
I take it, General Forbes, that you're for direct action.
And no abolitionist, correct, sir?
Then I propose giving you charge of a portion of the operations for Sunday week.
I second that, General Smith.
We have here the signed and sealed orders to all generals of the brigade covering the various operations. The isolation of the city by seizure of the wires and railroads, the taking over of every waterfront craft and packet, the occupation of the arsenal, and so forth. We shall have 3,000 men available. Do you have any preferences as to operation?
I have, as it happens. I prefer the arsenal. There should be the post of honor.
Gentlemen, I told you General Forbes was the man for us. And with your approval, General Smith, I propose that he be given the post of honor.
Here's the commission, General Forbes, with my congratulations. I had intended the post for myself, but I yield to you gladly. You'll find every detail covered, the meeting place, the general orders, the particular duties of the regimental commanders under you. This will serve as your authority. 500 men have been allotted to the seizure of the arsenal. Amply sufficient, we believe.
I trust so. Allow me to satisfy myself on one point.
Yes?
With the seizure set for Sunday, there should be little and no resistance. But if there should be resistance, I don't see this as any child's game. If I order my men to shoot, to kill...
You may trust them to obey, sir. That point is well covered in your oath to the society and theirs. There are contingencies in mortal affairs when a few men must die for the general good. This point has arisen more than once in the history of the Golden Circle.
Yes, we've had to execute 4 men in the past 6 months in Memphis alone. By heaven, it's time we got to action before treason can break out of too many places. The government's getting curious, too.
We may dismiss government curiosity as a menace. You gentlemen are responsible for events here and downriver. I leave Monday afternoon for New Orleans. Every ship in the port of New Orleans will be in our hands a week from Sunday. The wires will be seized or cut at all other river points. I give you 4 days at the outside to load arms, artillery, and men, here and at the points downriver, and to reach New Orleans. The entire army will be away from New Orleans and probably landed in Mexico before the government can take the least action.
What about the warships at New Orleans?
None are there now. None are within reach of the place. And my friends in Washington inform me that no warships will be ordered to New Orleans until we are well away. I trust you're satisfied, gentlemen.
Yes, absolutely.
And tonight, gentlemen, in Boniface's office, I lay our proposition before Mr. Lincoln of Illinois. I have watched your career, Mr. Lincoln, in the way you do things. I know your own opinions. I agree with you that the abolition movement is a menace to the peace of this country.
Now, hold on, General. I'm like the fellow who got chased up a tree by one bear only to find another bear roosting in the crotch. I don't hold with abolition, but I don't hold with slavery either. There should be some middle ground. Trouble seems there ain't.
The one purpose of our society, Mr. Lincoln, is to provide that middle ground. It's not generally known, but I'm only too glad to impart it to you.
I'm not joining your golden circle if that's what you're after.
I have no intention of asking you to join. I'd sooner you didn't.
Yes? Well, what is your middle ground, General?
The Golden Circle, Mr. Lincoln, will form an empire in Mexico. That is already assured by our force, our contacts, our organization, and our plans. We shall free the oppressed people there. We shall bring over from our own southern states all the slaves, buying them an open market, and then freeing them on contract labor terms, giving them land and a future in Mexico. By our influence, we'll cause those whom we cannot buy to be freed of their masters here. Believe me, this is feasible. It's been carefully worked out.
You talk like the man who allowed his horse could go faster than the steam cars, providing he had the right horse. No, General. I'll make a prophecy. Before our American slaves go free, I'm telling you that the Tsar of all the Russias will free his serfs. The thought of abolition terrifies me, but it must come true. The southern states must be forced, not persuaded.
So, Mr. Lincoln, you're a prophet. Second Elijah.
Well, I'm not bald like him anyhow. Now, you wanted to make me a proposition, General. What is it?
1 month from now, sir, Mexico will be in the hands of the Golden Circle. That's a certainty. We shall erect there a state founded upon a new aristocracy, an empire, in short. To head this state, we require a man of broad vision, allied to no one party, who will command general respect and admiration. We have found such a man. I have the honor to offer him the throne of this Mexican empire. The fact that he's not one of our members is a distinct advantage.
You mean me, sir?
I do.
But you can't be serious. You can't mean that...
Listen to me, sir. No better man can be found for the position. Your opportunity to effect great things in the world will be unequaled. We have promised such a man to the Mexican leaders who will welcome us. A man who can unite all factions. A man so strong of will...
You call it an honor to offer me this crack-brained throne? I could put a better name to it. Aristocracy? The good Lord save the mark. The word democracy has a better taste on American lips. Empires, thrones... You slaver fine words and resounding phrases and slink like a polecat in a woodpile to get your paws on riches. I'm aware of your aims, sir. I'm aware of your schemes, your treason, your murderous ways. The society of which you're the head and founder is a disgrace to this free country. Be connected with you? Sir, I'd see you and your traitorous society sunk to the lowest depths of the universe before I'd even look at you.
Why, you...
Put up your hand, Dr. Bickley, or this gun might go off.
Why, Boniface.
Yes, good evening. Dr. Bickley, it is my duty and pleasure to arrest you on a charge of treason.
By what right?
I, sir, am an agent of the federal government. I have guards and a carriage outside, and I order you to come with me. Well, Bickley's behind bars, Forbes. Thanks to you and Mr. Lincoln.
Thank you, sir, for the opportunity of avenging my cousin.
Not at all. And please accept my heartiest congratulations. I'm proud, sir, proud that you and Adele are to be married. But I'm also afraid, Forbes. You know what this means. You'll have to offer testimony against these men. And from that day, your life won't be worth a cent.
Nonsense, Boniface. This rascally crew will never dare to hold up their heads again. With their leaders in prison, the whole thing will fall to pieces like a house of cards. You'll see, sir. You'll see.
My stories are about freedom, and I've shaken loose the dust of time to ride the wind across the land telling my stories. The Golden Circle was defeated.
Defeated by a small group of men who respected the dignity of man and the laws of their own government. So must all men treasure freedom, for themselves and for others, and as one man or in a group, live, fight, and even die for it, if freedom is to survive. Listen to my stories. Heed my warning. Make your destination freedom.
Paul Revere, portrayed by Maurice Copeland, will return next Sunday to narrate another chapter in the story we call Destination Freedom, presented by station WMAQ in the interest of human freedom the world over. Today's script was written by Bill Hodep and produced under the direction of John Cowan. Charles Flynn played Forbes, and Donald Gallagher was Bickley. Others in the cast were Sandra Gare, Ken Griffin, and Jess Pugh. The special music was composed by Emil Soderstrom and played by Helen Morton and Jose Betancourt. Our engineer was George Wilson, sound effects by Cliff Mueller. Now this is Hugh Downs reminding you that the sound of the Freedom Bell is your invitation to follow Paul Revere along the road to Destination Freedom. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Oh, freedom. Oh, freedom. Oh, freedom over me. And before I'd be a slave, I'd be buried in my grave and go home to my Lord and be free.
Destination Freedom. The Chicago Defender and station WMAQ bring you Destination Freedom, a new radio series dramatizing the great democratic traditions of the Negro people, interwoven in the pageant of history and a part of America's own Destination Freedom. Today, Destination Freedom brings you the second and last chapter in the story of Frederick Douglass, outstanding editor and leading abolitionist during the Civil War. The chapter entitled The Key to Freedom.
There were soldiers in the streets and cannon in the valleys. The Civil War was on. Some said it started when Mad Ed Ruffin fired the first gun on Fort Sumter. You said it started when the first slave was brought to Jamestown. Some said it would end when the rebels were beaten. You said there would be no end until the slaves were free. You told that to the tall, tired man in the White House. You made a proposal. President Lincoln listened, looking out towards the river.
Mr. Douglas, you proposed first that I arm the slaves. And now that I make this war a war of liberation, emancipate the slaves. Is that it?
Essentially.
Then I'm afraid you won't like my answer.
You don't like my proposal?
My likes won't dictate my answer. You've been a leader for 20 years in the fight to free the slaves. I know of your own life in slavery. I know how you hate it. I'm with you on that.
Then can't you see the war as a war of ending the slaves?
I see the war in only one way, Douglas, as a way to preserve the Union, not to save or destroy slavery. If I can save the Union without freeing the slaves, I'll do it.
You'd settle the war and leave the slaves untouched?
If it wins the war, I will. Your other requests, too, I've got to turn down. The Union is against arming the slaves. Our enemies say we're waging a war of abolition. We're only waging a war to bring the Union together again.
But, Mr. President...
I know how you feel about this. My feelings I hold to myself. You know that some countries in Europe want to recognize the Confederacy, not us. If they did that, we'd be lost. The border states threaten to go over to the Confederacy if we liberate the slaves. Your enemies in the North would split from us if we abolish slavery. We couldn't win, Douglas. Those are the keys to victory. One bad turn and we lose a union it took 100 years to build. You had other proposals?
They're useless without freedom. I'll be going.
This puts us on different sides of the street.
It does, except one last question. If you could save the Union only by freeing the slaves, would you do that?
I would. What are you thinking?
I'm thinking maybe we're not too far apart. Slavery's a cancer. If it's not cut out of the nation, the Union will die.
If my cabinet believed that, we'd do it. That's not the key as we see it.
It's the one I see. Suppose I visit your cabinet members. Maybe I could prove it to them.
You left the tall, tired man, and you talked to the officers in his cabinet. You had a key that could turn the Union into a fortress slaveholders couldn't touch. You talked to the chiefs of staff. You talked to the Secretary of War. He'd already heard of you.
You want to know what I think of your proposals, Douglas?
I think I've got an idea already.
I'll give it to you in black and white. Clerk?
Yes, sir?
Hand me a copy of the new instructions to our ministers.
Right here, Mr. Seward.
This, Douglas, answers your questions about how the war will end. We're sending it to every government in Europe. It's written so it'll convince even you that we mean to stand by it. Shall I read it?
If you will.
This is our policy. To whom it may concern, no matter how the war ends, the status of no class of the people of the United States will be changed by the rebellion. The slaves will be slaves still. The masters will be masters still. Shall I finish it?
Go on.
If any attempt is made by the slaves or their allies to gain their freedom, the Union Army will suppress it with an iron hand. That's our policy hereafter, Douglas. Would you like a copy of it to print in your paper?
You crushed the copy in your hands, and you walked towards home. You walked through crowds, but you were alone. You passed men milling on the streets, bewildered over the war. You heard some mutter as you passed.
Sure, I'll fight for the Union, but I ain't enlisting to fight to free no slaves.
What's the difference? Ain't fighting?
Freeing slaves ain't fighting. It's foolish.
I don't see it that way.
Oh, this here Lincoln's gone too far. The war's a mistake. Come to terms with the Confederate States, I say.
That's sense. Let the South have the slaves. Let us alone.
We ain't fighting to free the slaves. Then why are we sending the boys off to fight?
Because of guys like him, that's why.
Who? Who are you talking about?
Him walking around free and easy. He's the cause of it. Look at him.
Yeah, let's show him.
Come on, guys, get him. Come on, don't
catch him. Catch him there. There he is. Come on.
You ran through the streets that had been free to you for 20 years. You ran from men who thought they could be free only when you were in chains. You ran and your heart was sick. You ran home to your print shop to Anna and your sons. They had been waiting to print your story.
Fred! Louis, George, get some water.
Dad, what happened to you?
Your coat's bloody, Dad. What's the matter? Who did it?
Now, boys, stand away and let your father alone. He'll talk whenever he's ready. Sit here, Fred.
I'll be all right. Are the papers ready?
One edition, Dad. We waited for you to set up the headline story.
Did you see the president? You see Lincoln?
Boys, let him alone. He needs rest. Can't your eyes tell you what happened? You needn't ask. There are mobs roaming the streets, hating what the war's about. They've been after your father. You'll stay in and rest now, Fred.
Never mind, Anna. I'm all right. I'll write my story. Louis.
Yes, Dad?
Set the type. Let the new edition go out this evening.
And the story?
It'll be about the war. Headline it, "To Save the Union, Free the Slaves."
Is that what the president said?
That's what I say. That's what the people will learn.
Was Lincoln the way you thought he'd be, Dad? Was he for freeing the slaves?
Not now.
Well, then what good is he to us? Is that the president you preach for people to vote for? Is that the man you lost your friends to fight for?
Lewis, before you judge, listen. It's true he doesn't see the war right yet.
Then he's no different from the others.
He is different. He has a way of reasoning and sort of looking squarely at things. And he's free from prejudice. When a man's free from prejudice, it's not hard to show him his mistake. We've got the key to change him. We'll use it.
You watched the soldiers marching southward, but they brought back few victories. You knew men fought best when they believed in what they fought for. Some cried the war was about states' rights, but you knew a stronger cry on the ground, the cry of freedom for millions of people. You watched the soldiers march south, and in the morning, you decided to go with them.
I'm going down to the army camps, Anna. I can't say how long I'll be gone.
I heard you.
I don't want to leave you and the boys, but someone's got to go into the camps and report to the people why we're losing the war. Some of the generals know me. I can talk to them.
If you couldn't influence the president, how can you influence the generals?
If the state's policy toward the slaves is a right one, I won't be able to. If it isn't, we can report it. Lewis, George.
Yes, Father?
Yes? You'll go on printing the papers as before. Print the stories I send back and keep the paper going.
They tried to stop us from delivering.
Deliver them anyway. Spread them as far as you can. I'll write what they're saying in the camps in Florida, Carolina, and Virginia.
Are you taking me with you, Dad?
Oh, it's too dangerous for a boy just grown.
Your time for danger will come, Lewis. Be ready for it. It's more important now that you deliver every paper we print.
Then you followed the soldiers. You saw how the war was being fought and lost. You talked to officers and men in camps facing Confederate armies. You wrote down what the general said in his tent, while rebel cannon cut through the night.
We lost the battle of Bull Run, and we're losing this one. Why? Answer's simple. We need men.
Confederates outnumber us?
No, not that so much. The rebels have got slaves. Slaves are made to build their garrisons and fortifications. Slave labor allows them to put every fighting man in the field. They didn't have that.
There's a way to take it away from them, General.
What are you hinting at?
General Butler.
I said not to interrupt me.
I know, sir, but they're coming into camp again. We can't drive them off, sir.
You've got to drive them off. You know the orders.
Some of them won't go, sir. Not without...
Without shooting? Then shoot.
Yes, sir. I'll tell the guards.
The enemy coming through our lines?
Oh, no. Keep your seat. It's not the rebels he's talking about.
Who then?
Fugitive slaves. They escape by the hundreds now. Sometimes they come in bringing their masters' guns along. They swarm over into our lines, taking up with us.
And you drive them back?
I've got to. Sometimes I don't know if we're fighting the fugitives or the rebels. Sometimes I think if we gave them guns, took them in...
What would happen?
I know what would happen. General Fremont declared all slaves free after his first victory in Louisiana. The president reversed it. They called him down for it. I don't take any chances. I send them back, even if I have to send bullets after them.
You told that to the people through your paper. You went deeper into the lines of the army and told them of the colonel who went to war with one army and came back with another.
Your army has changed colors, Colonel. How did this happen?
I've brought back a full regiment, sir.
You left New York with white troops. You come to my camp 6 months later with black troops.
When we attacked at Baton Rouge, our men were shot up.
Well, shot-up men don't change colors and march back.
I sent for reinforcements, sir. None came. The Rebs were attacking us on all sides. None of us expected to get out alive. We didn't have men enough to dig trenches. Then the fugitives came in.
You remember your orders about them?
Yes, I remember the orders, sir. And I also remembered we'd all die if we didn't get help. We took them in and gave them guns. They manned the trenches. When the battle was done, I'd lost most of my original regiment, so I trained the fugitives. 4,000 of them.
Your orders were to send them back to their masters.
As I said, sir, there are 4,000 out there with guns. They'll fight on our side or against us. I want them on our side.
You saw the staggering armies filled with fugitives. You saw some beaten and thrown back and held for their masters, but still they kept coming, fighting their way from the slaveholders. And the men in the army were changing. You heard a guard say,
"You want my story, mister? They put me on guard to push back the fugitives, but I don't do it anymore. I let them come in. They come in garbed in rags or in silks, in shoes or no shoes, families and singles, and I take them in. I don't tell the general, but I take them in."
You talked to fugitives with their borrowed guns, walking along the roads, living outside the camps. You wrote of the night you walked along the road with an old ex-slave, carrying his own gun to join a Union skirmish. You asked him about the war.
Somehow I'm not much worried about how the war turned out. We come into the camp, they drive us out. But when there's too many of us, they can't. I've been in 10 raids, yet they say I ain't a regular army man. They say the war ain't for freedom. Then what they shooting about? They say when the war's over, they send me back to the old master. But I say when a man get a little freedom, he never forget the taste of it. No, sir. Let them say what they want. I got a feeling how the war coming out. Yes, sir. Gun give you that feeling.
You sent back the words of a woman who had led the Underground Railroad, who was leading scouts for the Union Army. You talked to Harriet Tubman, who'd been in a dozen battles. She told you how they were.
First, we see the lightning. That's the guns. And then we hear the thunder. That's the big guns. And then we hear the rain falling. Those are the drops of blood falling. And when it's time to take in the crops, it's dead men we reap. You tell your paper, Douglas, we're gonna reap freedom out of this, or there'll always be thunder.
You put her words down so your sons could print them and carry them to the people at home. You put down the words of fugitives and generals, officers and men who wanted to find a way to make the war worth fighting and the Union worth saving.
Tell them we can't win a war against the fugitives and the Confederates. It's got to be one or the other, Douglas. One or the other.
Tell them back home, Douglas, that 1,000 freedmen on our side is better than 1,000 slaves helping the rebels.
Tell them we've stopped driving them out of the camps. Tell them we're changing our mind about what the war's for. Tell them we're changing our mind.
And you took the words to the papers and to the tall man in the White House. He called you in and listened.
You've made a good report, Douglas.
What are you going to do about it, Mr. President? We're not winning the war.
No, the war's not going well. We've been careful not to make a false move, but I believe I know a mistake when I see one. I'm ringing for the Secretary of War and his aide. They've read the reports. I'll put it up to them.
Did you ring, sir?
Yes, tell Seward and Mr. Johnson to come in. Tell them Douglas is here.
Yes, Mr. President.
My cabinet never agrees with me, but the facts and figures that you've shown me are pretty stubborn things, Douglas. If this policy is not holding the Union together...
You want me, Mr. Lincoln?
Has General Grant reported yet, sir? What's happened?
It's not Grant's report I want to discuss, gentlemen. It's Douglas's.
Oh, Douglas.
Yes, you've read it. You know how the war's going. I am thinking, gentlemen, that we've made a serious blunder in not taking Negro troops into our ranks.
You know why we can't do it, Mr. Lincoln?
Well, we'd lose support in the border states, Mr. President. They'd be riots.
Without them, we're losing the war. And that's what I'm concerned about. I know we've got thousands in the North who have no idea of the real meaning of the war. No one was prepared for it. Our manpower's dwindling. You know how seriously. Gentlemen, I am thinking of asking Douglas to help recruit as many regular Negro regiments as he can.
Slave regiments, sir?
That would never work, Mr. President.
Our best commanders are already working them. They're ahead of us. Thousands are already fighting on our side. We're late in recognizing the value.
There'll be 100,000 deserters if slaves come officially into the army.
Then we'll replace them with 100,000 fugitives. Mr. Douglas thinks the Union will never prosper unless their labor and strength are turned to our side, and I agree.
Mr. Douglas thinks we can never win without emancipation.
He'll be demanding that next.
He's demanded it already, gentlemen. The cause of the Union comes first. We started the war with no intention of touching slavery. Yet slavery is the root and kernel of the war. It's not free men alone who'll determine whether we'll have a union. It's 4 million slave workers now on the side of the Confederates, trying to get to our side.
Our side's holding its own, Mr. President. A few setbacks are
It's not the setbacks that have decided me. It's plain arithmetic. With the labor supply the Confederates have got, we wouldn't win even if we sacrificed every white man in the North. Our chance is that with the fugitive slaves and the slaves behind the enemy lines. Hereafter, we'll welcome them into our ranks. I'm asking Douglas to start recruiting their regiments. I believe regiments of trained freedmen will have an unusual effect on the nerves of the slaveholders. It'll be our strongest blow.
You went out to build up the strongest blow. You went to the platforms and halls and spoke to the fugitives and freedmen. You talked to those who had been driven out of the camps. You asked them to come back. You spoke in the streets and they listened.
Freedmen, slaves, fugitives. The hour is coming when the United States will be a land ruled not by one race, but by one people. When the first shot was fired on Fort Sumter, I said it would liberate every man in America, as well as save the Union. Till now, they fought the effect of the war without touching the cause. Hereafter, we strike at its roots. Join the fight. Forget the past. It's now or never. Better to die free than live slave.
You urged 50,000 to join the regiments, and you went home to write your paper, and you found you'd recruited 2 men you hadn't counted on. Anna was home running the paper alone.
Anna, where are the boys?
Wasn't it enough to send others to fight? Did you have to send our sons?
Louis, George, they've gone?
I didn't wait for you to come back and join the new regiments.
I see. They've done right.
They were the only children I had. You know the rebels' law against them. If they're captured, they're hanged.
Don't talk that way, Anna. What I said for others, I meant for my own sons, too. They'll be fighting to free us all.
Isn't slavery still the law of the land?
We're changing that, Anna.
Who'll change it?
It's a changed thing already. The war's changed it. Lincoln will see to that.
He's given his word that he won't touch slavery.
He's given his word to save the Union. The only way to save the Union now is to strike down slavery. I think Mr. Lincoln will see it. Now let's see our sons off to war.
You saw your sons march off in the new regiments of General Putnam. You watched them go, and you went back to your printing press to make it clear what the war was about. You told the people what you saw in the war.
We're fighting for something incomparably better than the old Union. Freedmen, fugitives, we're fighting for unity of ideas, unity of sentiment, unity of object in which there shall be no North, no South, no East, no West, no black, no white, but a solidarity of the nation, naming every slave free and every free man a voter.
You told those who still doubted the war's end.
Whether men so call it or not, the war for the Union is the war for emancipation. There'll be freedom for all or chains for all.
And you told them about Lincoln.
You can trust this man from Illinois. He may be slow, but he's not a man to retract or retreat. When he moves forward.
While men fought for the idea of one nation or two, the president invited you to call on him. And you told him,
I prophesied doom if we go on with slavery, Mr. Lincoln.
And I'm beginning to believe you're right, Douglas. There's pressure to make peace now, but it would put the bondsmen back further than they are.
Would it save the Union?
After a fashion. We're not winning the war, Douglas. We still need more troops, more volunteers. We need workers to raise food for the armies and man the factories. Those you recruited weren't enough. Can we get more?
Yes, we can recruit more.
You know how many?
3 million more. 3 million more new citizens. With an Emancipation Proclamation, the trickle of fugitives will become a flood. Emancipation. That's the key to winning the war and uniting the nation. Even the Confederate generals seek laws to free slaves. Now, if the Union Army calls for emancipation first, the rebels can do nothing but surrender. You can tell your cabinet that. They have the key to crippling the Confederacy. The key is freedom. Proclaim it.
I may. When the reports come in from the field this week, when I've had time to think this through further, it may be done.
Mr. President.
Yes?
A message come in from General Putman's regiment, sir.
Yes? What is it?
It's been nearly wiped out at Fort Wagner, sir.
Fort Wagner's soldiers wiped out?
Yes, that's what the general said.
I'd like a pass to visit the grounds. My sons were in that regiment.
Yeah, I'll give you the pass, Douglas. When you come back, maybe we can finish our talk about the key to the Union.
You left, and you forgot the fight to free 3 million people. You stumbled through the battlegrounds looking for signs of 2 sons. In the morning, you found one, wounded, feverish. It was Louis. He couldn't see.
Louis, do you know me, son? I'm your father.
You, father?
Yes, we're taking you home. The doctor says you can go home now.
But what did Lincoln say? You never told me.
Lincoln hasn't said yet, son. But I believe when you're well again, you'll be in a free land.
You moved about the fields and swamps and found your sons, and worked in the camps and helped dig the trenches until the enemy was stopped. Then you came home and were going back to your press and printing when the president called you late at night. He'd been up writing. He said,
My friends say I'm slow, Douglas. My enemies say I move too fast. I wanted you here tonight because we'll move faster than we've done in 100 years.
Yeah?
I have a proclamation.
Does it free the slave?
It saves the Union. Your proposals were right, Douglas. No human power can stop the war without emancipating the slaves. Even my cabinet can see this now. Shall I read the proclamation?
And he took the thin paper with words strong enough to free millions. And he read,
I, Abraham Lincoln, President of the United States, by virtue of the powers in me vested, do this first day of January 1863 proclaim that all persons held as slaves within the state in rebellion against the United States shall be henceforward and forever free. And upon this I believe to be an act of justice warranted by the Constitution, I invoke the considerate judgment of mankind and the gracious favor of Almighty God.
And you folded the paper and went home to your printing. There were still soldiers in the streets and cannon in the valleys. But you knew the war was won. It was the beginning of a nation of free people.
Oh, freedom, oh, freedom, oh, freedom over me. And before I'd be a slave, I'd be buried in my grave and go home to my Lord and be free.
You have just heard Destination Freedom's dramatization of the story of Frederick Douglass, brought to you by the Chicago Defender and WMAQ's Department of Education and Public Affairs. Destination Freedom is written by Richard Durham, and the production is under the direction of Homer Heck. The cast included Wesleyan Tilden, Ernie Andrews, Boris Applin, Oscar Brown Jr., Maurice Copeland, Don Gallagher, Art McCoo, Cliff Norton, Fred Pinkert, and Jess Pugh. The singer was Greg Pascoe. Richard Shores composed the special music, which was played by Elwyn Owen and Bobby Christian. This is Charles Chan inviting you to be with us again next week for another in our series on the Negro in Democracy, Destination Freedom. This is WMAQ, NBC in Chicago.
Destination Freedom. Listen, it's the Freedom Bell.
Aye, the Freedom Bell, my friends. And this is Paul Revere, called back from the shadows by the sound of the Freedom Bell, to cry again a warning that the price of freedom is eternal vigilance.
Destination Freedom with Paul Revere is presented by station WMAQ in the interest of human freedom the world over. Paul Revere is a symbol of warning, ready to ride down the skies to shout his alarm. His destination, now and forever, freedom.
Aye, our destination is freedom. But remember, freedom isn't an American invention. Throughout history to the present, men have yearned and fought, sometimes in quiet, anonymous ways, to be free. So Michael Shipkoff, an honest, intelligent Bulgarian citizen, chose to fight. After World War II, he became a staff worker for the American legation in Sofia. Then, in August of 1949, Shipkoff was arrested by the Bulgarian secret police and forced to sign a false confession of espionage and made to return to the American legation as a spy informer. That's what the communist-dominated police thought. But Michael Shipkoff had another idea. He composed a full record of the cruel torture inflicted by the secret police and asked that it be published if he were seized again. In February of 1950, Michael Shipkoff was again seized and indicted by the secret police. And, as he had wished, the United States Department of State released a series of affidavits describing how his confession was obtained. Hey, that's my story for today. The revelation of cruelty employed by some men who desire to enslave their fellow men so they might achieve their own sordid ambitions. It's a story of heroic sacrifice, selfless, made in behalf of all men who seek freedom. Listen as Michael Shipkoff tells his story.
On leaving the legation building at 2 p.m. on Saturday, August 20th, 1949, I bicycled down toward the tennis club in order to take a parcel and some money to my mother at 8 Southwest Turtle Street. Then I crossed over to my home at 39 Shipka Street to see if any letters had arrived for me in my mailbox. Not finding any, I proceeded up Shipka Street, intending to keep an appointment for lunch on Slavyanska Street with legation janitor Krustyo. When I had reached a little park on Shipka Street... Please watch where you're going, you and that bicycle.
Pull your bicycle over to the curb.
I noticed then that the man who had crossed my path had no license on his cycle. This was an ominous sign.
You will park your vehicle by this tree.
Who are you?
I will ask the questions. Your name, comrade?
Michael Shipka.
Your address?
39 Shipka Street.
You work for the Americans at the legation?
That is correct. Here are my identification papers. You will find them in order.
You are the man I seek.
Why am I being detained like this? By what authority?
Here are my identification papers. You are speaking to a member of the State Security Militia. You will come with me.
This was a long-awaited, long-dreaded moment. It had come at last. We walked down Shipka Street without further conversation. Our destination proved to be the National Assembly Building, a place of evil and cruel reputation. We proceeded to the back entrance, without my having seen any familiar person in the meantime.
Enter, Michael Shipka. You will go into this first room to your right. Continue to the wall and face it with your back to the window. We've located the man. What are my instructions now?
You will take the man Shipkov to this address. He is wanted for questioning.
I did as I was instructed, wondering if this was to be the start of a tortuous investigation. Some negotiation in low tones went on between my escort and the guard on duty. Allowing that I'd been arrested at 2:20 p.m., I was held in the assembly about half an hour.
All the suspects are to be moved at once from this building.
If he resists, you'll know what to do.
Is Shipkoff still here?
Yes, he's still in this room over here.
I heard some further commotion outside in the hall. Then...
Michael Shipkoff, turn around.
There were 3 guards this time.
Follow me. Keep your eyes on the ground. This way.
We went out, and there was 1 guard in front of me, 1 at my side, and 1 behind me. We left at the rear entrance of the National Assembly Building and proceeded to a small automobile which had drawn up outside the gate.
Get in. Michael Shipkoff, place your hands in front of you. Rest them on the cushion on the front seat. Keep your eyes on the floor.
Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed that we drove around the cathedral, where I succeeded in perceiving Tanya Kobleshkov, an acquaintance of mine, talking to another person at the corner of 11th of August and Moskovska Streets. We then rapidly proceeded up Moskovska, down Rakovsky Street, turned left up the canal, and stopped at the front entrance of the militia headquarters on the main street to the station. Allowing time for a trolleybus to pass, I was ordered out of the car and hurried into the building. After having been kept another half hour, waiting in a nearby room on the ground floor, I was taken between 2 escorts up 2 flights of stairs into a small office.
Stand to the left of the door in a corner facing the window, Michael Shipkoff.
In front of me was a desk, 2 chairs on either side, and a metal cabinet on the right of the window. On the wall to my left was a picture of Lenin. On the opposite wall, a frame with the phrase, "Merciless Fight Against Foreign Agents."
We will take over the investigation now.
My fate was now to be in the hands of a team of 2 agents of the state security, aged between 25 and 30. Stern, serious, and incredibly earnest.
You'll empty out the contents of your pockets on this desk. You may keep your watch. When he was taken, did he have any arms on his person?
No, sir.
Do you know where you've been brought, Michael Shipkoff? The reasons for your detention?
I believe that I am in the building of the militia.
The state security militia.
Yes, sir.
Do you know why you're here?
I have been aware and have been expecting for many months that my employment at the American legation would end in trouble with you.
You'll step forward to this desk and answer these questions contained in militia form number 10T.
I believe you have 2 copies of form number 10T, which I filled out on 2 previous occasions when I was trying to get a passport.
You will name 3 persons who will confirm that you are not affiliated to any political party.
My wife.
Rejected.
My brother-in-law, George Petrovich, Dechko Uzanov of the Academy of Arts, and Alexander Yundov.
Yundov is the communist painter.
Your salary?
25,000 livres per month. I noticed that they were writing down my replies in a perfunctory manner, which confirmed my belief that this was to give time for the actual investigator to arrive. My state of mind at this stage I would like to explain. I was very hard tried to reconcile myself with what I had long considered inevitable, and to impress into my mind the necessary fortitude and resignation. Already I'd been faced with the difficulty of maintaining any continuous line of thought within me, while having constantly to correspond to their moves and give them the replies or indications requested. In about 30 minutes, another functionary arrived.
How far has the investigation proceeded?
About 30 minutes.
Does he seem to be lying?
Of course he does.
You found out anything of importance?
No, sir. We were waiting for you.
Did he have any
This man was of presumably superior standing, as the chair at the desk was seated to him. After a whispered conversation, he began to direct the investigation, and always there was a great play of locking and double-locking the door when anybody came in or out of the room. I was immediately faced with the accusation, with the statement that...
Comrade Shipkov, you have been a spy, a traitor, and a saboteur of Bulgaria, your country. You are an enemy. You've been arrested on the express authorization of the chief prosecutor, on the strength of undeniable proof. Now you are to complete our knowledge by a full confession and repentance of your guilt. It is not our aim to destroy them, but to render enemies harmless, to make men such as you see their evil ways and to re-educate you. I warn you against any attempt to conceal or destroy the truth. And remember, we know enough to be able to control the truth of your words.
I plead innocent of the charges of espionage and treason. You surely have no proof of those.
How have you been earning your living?
By translating the press and the laws for the American legation. Certainly, my non-allegiance to your beliefs and my non-support to your regime does not constitute any crime.
I will define what is criminal.
Of course. I have no hope whatever of convincing you of my innocence. I am resigned and ready for the punishment or treatment which you decide for me.
What makes you believe there is any punishment or treatment in store for you?
The investigation proceeded. The voice droned on and on. I was directed to describe my life history from 1930 on, with details insisted on from September 9, 1944 on.
Everything, since you have come in contact with the English and Americans.
While this lasted, I had made the acquaintance of all the 7 functionaries who dealt with me throughout my stay in the building. There were 2 relays of lesser agents working in teams of 2, one of which was always on hand. Then there were 2 higher-ranking functionaries, aged between 30 and 40, who conducted the interrogation proper. The lesser ones merely kept up the tension and maintained the assault. They all had the practice of taking notes from what I spoke, although they did not do so in a very convincing manner, more from my own benefit. But I did see on frequent occasions that they merely scribbled or doodled on their papers. I maintained a show of resistance without a semblance of defiance up till sometime late in the evening, 9, 10 o'clock.
I warn you, Michael Shipkoff. We have been very patient with you. Very patient indeed. You have received good treatment from us so far. Do not force us to turn the other leaf.
Your behavior is the same as that of all the other spies and traitors who've passed through our hands. Dimitrov, Pieve, Haji Christoph, your brother Chesme, Nikola Petkov, the Protestant pastors. The pattern is always the same.
Remember, any obstinacy on your part only worsens your future, with no real inconvenience to us.
And, of course, you can count on no aid from the Americans.
I agree. I expect none. But I repeat, I am ready to have done with this questioning and accept any punishment or treatment in store for me.
But we are not ready to have done with this investigation until you have given us a clear and direct answer to our questions.
Already there appears in the mind of the person arrested a desire to be told the extent of one's punishment and to begin serving it, if only to be gone from the pressure and fear of their presence. Before the investigations passed from one to the other, the outgoing would come near. Then slap me in the face. One of the middle category.
Turn around, Michael Shipkoff. Face the wall.
And hit me with the thick of his palm in the back of the neck. However, I recall that I was not particularly frightened, nor did I fear its recurrence.
Michael Shipkoff, it is no use. We know more about you than you apparently know yourself. I have had you personally under my surveillance ever since September 9th, and you hold no secret from me, I can assure you. I recall, for instance, an anti-patriotic act of yours as far back as 1945. You went shooting ducks with General Oxley at Belen on the Danube. You concealed your nationality at that time, feeling secure in the protection of your masters, the English. You even carried this farce so far as to speak English to your fellow Bulgarians.
That's a lie.
Poor Michael Shipkoff. You no longer know what truth is. I know what I know. I was there at the time, shadowing you in the guise of a local huntsman. I know about your brother, how he refused in a very romantic way to translate for the English and inform the security militia at the same time. Who beat him up, Michael Shipkoff, and left him insensible on the streets of Sofia?
You were there?
My eyes are everywhere. I know about your unhappy home life.
My wife and I are very much in love.
So you would like the world to believe. It is this unhappiness, perhaps, that has led you to political indifference, espionage, treachery. Admit it, Michael Shipkoff. The British are the masterminds in this vast system of espionage. Admit the loyalty they've exacted from you. That includes spying on your employers, the Americans, to their benefit.
I admit nothing. Do what you will with me. He lost his temper at the end and turned me back to my first investigators.
Stand. Facing the wall at arm's length. Upright. You may touch the wall with 2 fingers of your outstretched hand.
Now, move your feet back another 12 inches.
Keep your heels touching the floor.
I can't.
You will find that the middle finger of each hand making contact with the wall will enable you to keep your feet on the floor and still maintain your balance.
Now, Michael Shipkoff, we want a list of your friends.
Your relatives.
Your hobbies.
Your activities from birth to the present.
Your activities
While standing so, the interrogation continued, and I was not allowed to collect my thought. This posture doesn't appear unduly painful, nor did it particularly impress me in the beginning. And yet, combined with the mental strain, the continuous pressure to talk, with the utter hopelessness and the longing to go through the thing and be sent down into silence and peace. It is a very effective manner of breaking down all resistance. I recall that the muscles on my legs and shoulders began to get cramped and to tremble. My 2 fingers began to bend down under the pressure, to get red all over and to ache. Remember that I was drenched with sweat, and I began to faint, although I had not exerted myself in any way. If I would try to substitute the forefinger to the big finger...
You are not to move your fingers, Michael Shipkoff. Do not try to bolster your middle finger by placing your forefinger over it.
No attention is paid to the suffering, nor is there any place for hope that they would take pity on you. And when the trembling increased up to the point where I collapsed...
Sit up, Michael Shipkoff, where you are on the floor.
I'm innocent. I'm innocent. I'm innocent.
Then stand up and resume the same position against the wall.
I'm willing and eager to tell you all you want. Anything. Anything.
Stand up, Michael Shipkoff. Do as you're told.
The main thing was to stop the pain. To stop needless, futile resistance and to come near the moment when they would let me go in peace. And there's an enormous deception there, even more effective in the successive breakdowns of any remaining resistance.
Sit down in the corner on that chair. Yes, you find walking difficult, do you not? You're uncertain. Here, we will help you.
You can have a cigarette. One of our own. Have a light.
Now then, you are a spy and a traitor.
Tell us what tasks you were given to do.
Who gave them to you?
In what manner and with whose help did you achieve them?
To whom and in what manner did you report?
No generalities. No overall statements of guilt accepted.
I soon realized the error I was in when I believed that by admitting any guilt, my torture would end. Hour after hour, throughout the night, throughout the day, without respite, the questioning went on. I searched for sentences which would please them, that would conform with the pattern I'd seen so often in the newspapers. And if I were to stop and plead fatigue or poor memory or ask to rest...
Stand up against the wall again, Michael Shipkoff.
I've told you all I know. I will do anything, sign anything, tell you anything.
You are not answering specifically. We want details. Begin with your pre-war origin.
You came from a well-to-do bourgeois family?
Yes.
You went to an American school?
Yes.
You were attracted by English prestige and power?
Yes, sir.
You became a class enemy when you met General Oxley, an agent of the British Intelligence Service?
You were his chief agent?
He's been seeking economic, political, and military data on Bulgaria.
Yes.
You personally obliged him, did you not, and acquainted him with Haji Christoph, an expert in the rubber industry, with Palenkov and Ivan Mikhailov, experts in the timber industry, with Kirill Pashgurik, expert in ports, port installation and shipping? Do they supply him regularly with secret data?
They do.
How?
I have frequently seen them making themselves at home in the general's house, and they often boast to him of his good graces.
What work did he make you do?
You realize in 1945 and 1946, Oxley had free contacts with all Bulgarian leaders in politics and economy. You know that he preferred opposition leaders and big business leaders to me.
We know your importance to General Oxley and the British, Michael Shipkoff.
What else? What about the elections?
Oxley told me to pro-agitate among my friends and relatives to support the slogan of the postponement of elections.
What else do you do with Oxley?
I can't remember.
Did you send him a statement slandering the government and asking for foreign intervention? We have a document which bears your signature. Can you deny that?
Out of the jumbled memories, some impressions stand out, very vivid. One, they are not over-interested in what you tell them. It would appear that the ultimate purpose of this treatment is to break you down completely and deprive you of any willpower or private thought or self-esteem, which they achieve remarkably quickly. Second, I rarely could perceive any personal hatred or enmity for me, contempt certainly, but sooner an academic, detached dealing with an annoying problem in order to achieve the goal, and a fanatic, rabid obsession of devotion to communism and hatred for Anglo-American resistance to them. All the newspaper talks are to them gospel truth, and in this respect they are to be taken as disciples and fervent followers of the dogma. Not much imagination, nor quick brains, nor much intellectual baggage, nor sensitivity, but enormous stores of character, undeviating loyalty to their creed, fanatic belief in their own cause, fanatic hatred and mistrust of anything else. No possible contact with them on any intermediary grounds. No fear of possible retribution, not within the ranks that I met. No conscience, unless that of their duty to their creed.
Investigation over. Here, Michael Shipkov, drink this.
Here's a piece of bread.
Here's a cigarette.
Now, sit at this desk and sign this statement. You've not only saved yourself by this, but your wife and daughter as well.
I wrote 6 lined papers, beginning with my unfortunate origin and education, my formation into a class enemy, then a description of my espionage, with stress on each individual task. At the end, a plain statement of the purpose I had been pursuing, the destruction of the regime through foreign intervention. After I'd signed, I remembered dozing off straight away, but I was revived and told,
You will collaborate secretly from now on with the state security and report to us everything you see, hear, or learn of the attempts of foreign spy centrals to undermine the people in Bulgaria.
We warn you again that we know of everything you do. If you tell Courtney at the legation of this, Courtney will tell the English, and we will immediately come to know of it. You can recover your possessions at the desk.
One more thing. I would like for you to give me a name under which you will submit your reports.
Name? I'm so tired I can't...
Use the word Kamenov. Now return home. Go to work Monday as usual. Your first task is to give me a lengthy character study of each of the Americans at the legation, together with the biographies. You will meet me tomorrow evening with this information at 8:30 at the Seminary Square where the train turns, 10 meters within the high road to Dragolovitz. You'll be given further orders.
Clear memory did not return to me until the next Monday morning, August 22nd, when I returned to work. My most anxious thoughts then and thereafter were to cleanse myself of some of this depravity and baseness which I had accepted, by giving the American legation a true statement of the whole affair, and denying the militia the possibility to make any use of my statement. I also want to testify, fully aware of the consequences awaiting me at the hands of the communists, that in no manner, at no time, and under no pretext, have I been asked or instructed by the American legation or its officers, or by the British mission or its officers, to engage in any subversive, underhand espionage activity. I request that this statement here be made public and used to justify both the good name of the legation and my name, in case the militia attempt to make use of the confession they drew out of me. I signed this preceding deposition in full sincerity and honesty, certifying its truth and earnestness. Michael Shipkov.
Aye, my stories are about freedom. And I've shaken loose the dust of time to ride the wind across the land telling my stories. Michael Shipkov revealed the true nature of an enemy of freedom. How can you fight for freedom? Just remain true to your Christian ideals. respect the dignity of all men, regardless of race, creed, or color, and join the active fight to spread and preserve freedom by using your vote and other privileges under law to help maintain a democratic government operating in the interests of the people. You must treasure freedom, live, fight, aye, and even die for it, if freedom is to survive. Listen to my stories. Heed my warning. Make your destination freedom.
Paul Revere, portrayed by Maurice Copeland, will return next Sunday to narrate the next chapter in the story we call Destination Freedom, presented by station WMAQ in the interest of human freedom the world over. Today's script was written by Bill Hodap and based on information from the National Committee for Free Europe, Incorporated. It was produced under the direction of John Collin. Arthur Peterson played Michael Shipkoff. Others in the cast were Tony Parrish, Russ Reed, and Stanley Schuell. The special music was composed by Emil Soderstrom and played by Helen Morton and Jose Bethencourt. Our engineer was George Wilson. Sound effects by Cliff Mueller and Dave Squires. And now this is Charles Mountain reminding you, the sound of the Freedom Bell is your invitation to follow Paul Revere along the road to Destination Freedom. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Oh, freedom, oh, freedom, oh, freedom over me. And before I'd be a slave, I'd be buried in my grave and go home to my Lord and be free.
Destination Freedom. The Chicago Defender and station WMAQ bring you Destination Freedom, a new radio series dramatizing the great democratic traditions of the Negro people, interwoven in the pageant of history and a part of America's own Destination Freedom. Today, Destination Freedom tells the unique story of Dr. Ulysses Grant Daly and of Dr. Daniel Williams, among the first surgeons to perform successful sutures on the human heart, in a chapter entitled The Heart of George Cotton.
I am the human heart. I am the spirit's rhythm. I am a hollow bag, the size of your fist. I live in a cavity between two lungs. I am the timekeeper of human life, fair, impartial, equal to Turk or Tartar, Roman, Greek, Ethiop, Hebrew. I am old. I circulated blood for Cro-Magnons, Neanderthals, Rhodesians, and if in men I have been the lion and the lamb, the love and the hate, if in men the good is off interred with their bones, so let it be with my blood. So let it be in my story of the men who mastered me, who learned the laws of my veins and lobes, arteries and auricles, who timed my twisting to planet precision, who fought to heal me whenever I was ripped and split, outstretched on a table, in the breast of a dying man.
That's my heart beating like a drum in my ears. It's loud, so loud. Can't you hear it?
His lips are moving, Dr. Daly, but I can't hear him.
His heart must be beating, but my stethoscope hardly picks up a sound.
Doctor, can't you hear it yet? Can't you?
How long has he been here?
The ambulance just brought him in. I called you right away.
You checked his pulse, respiration, temperature.
Pulse rapid, 30, 130. Respiration, 30. Temperature, 105.
Oh, good Lord. If they'd only brought him in sooner. This wound goes down to... Oh, wait. I think I found where.
Doctor, I'm trying to tell you. It happened the night I got paid. I went out to sit on the beach to watch the sun rising. Some men came up, wanted my money. I hit one, then something hit my chest, dipped in like a pin.
His heart's weakening. Nurse, the needle. Adrenaline, quick.
Right here, Doctor.
Let it go, let it go. That'll hold it a while. His heart's been hit. Only one thing we can do.
There's nothing you can do. Nothing.
Don't let him stir, nurse. Call the emergency staff into the operating room. Find his blood type, get the plasma ready. His heart's split leaking badly. He'll die if we can't sew it up. We've got to operate.
No, you can't operate on my heart. Not on my heart.
There's one chance in 1,000. If we take it, he may live.
No, I'll die. You don't fool me. I'll never see the sun rise again. I know it. You hear that, Doctor? I'm talking to you. I'm talking to you.
Yes, I am the heart, and I speak to you, Doctor. You scrubbing your arms while red sand drips down an hourglass, dusting your hands with powder, flexing your fingers for the rubber glove. Your heart steady. Your mind 40 years away from a town in Texas when you were 18, when your fingers rolled over the keys of a big piano.
Stop it!
Yes, Dr. Stevens.
I've told you not to play that piano. My wife's dead. Let her music rest.
Yes, Doctor. I didn't expect you'd come in, sir.
If it's still music you want to learn, we can stop your medical lessons.
Oh, no, I've given up music. I was just practicing to...
Put your fingers to better use than waking up a dead woman. I'm sorry. Excuse my gruffness. I had a hard day at the hospital, and I can't get her out of my head. I'm tired. So tired.
I knew you'd be. I finished marking the class papers for you. Would you want to look them over, sir?
Yes. What are they?
Right here, sir. The final examinations from your surgery students. I've checked them over. Here, Doctor.
Yeah. Good. You've got a fine head on you, boy, even if you are over-curious. Excellent. What would the white supremacists in this town say if they knew I've got a Negro boy, not even allowed to enter the medical school, marking my class papers? And a boy named after that
Yankee Ulysses Grant on top of it. Here. This one's marked right.
Here's an odd one, Doctor.
Yes? What's odd about it?
Well, I didn't know how to mark it. This student thinks it's possible to sew up the human heart when the fibers are cut. He thinks you can take the needle and...
Operate on the human heart? He's crazy.
He drew a diagram, sir. He thinks if the pericardial sac can be reached before it...
I said he's crazy. It can't be done. If it could, wouldn't I have saved her? Didn't I try it after she stabbed herself? Didn't I try it?
Yes, Doctor. You did.
Huh? Not just me, but doctors everywhere. In Germany, Italy, France, Switzerland. All tried for years and failed. It can't be done. Don't you see that?
I see it, sir. But how shall I mark the paper?
0-0. Just talking of it makes me hear the way her heart beat that night. I wish to forget it. Daly, look. Sir? You've got nimble fingers and a good head. You know about all I can teach you here. You go north, beat the race quota, get into a medical school. Daly, we can heal the kidney, the bladder, the stomach, nigh everything in the body except the human heart. Like the poet said, the heart's a lonely hunter, and when it's wounded, there's not a chance in a million to heal it. Not a chance in a million.
I don't have a chance in a million, do I, Doctor? Go on. Tell me the truth. I'll never see the sun rise again. Will I?
Everything's ready, Dr. Daly. Dr. Shaw, Dr. Hasbrook, Dr. Roberts assisting.
Good. Let them look this way. We cut a window in the chest wall above the heart. A half-circle incision this way. Every move counts. We can't afford a single slip. Nurse, scalpel.
Yes, Doctor.
Clamps.
Here, Doctor.
More clamps.
Yes, Doctor.
Sponge.
Yes, Doctor.
Here, Doctor.
A single slip, and I stop. To you I speak, with your body bent over a table under the glare of a white light, concentrated on a 6-inch half circle. Your mind following the meaning of the words you spoke decades back in a college hall when you took an ancient oath.
Repeat after me. I, Ulysses Grant Daly.
I, Ulysses Grant Daly.
Swear by Apollo physician, by Aesculapius, by health, by panacea, and by all the gods and goddesses.
Swear by Apollo physician, by Aesculapius, by health, by panacea, and all the gods and goddesses.
Making them my witnesses that I will carry out this oath and this indenture.
Making them my witnesses that I will carry out this oath and this indenture.
To use treatment to help the sick according to my ability and judgment, but never with a view to injury and wrongdoing.
To use treatment to help the sick according to my ability and judgment, but never with a view to injury and wrongdoing.
In whatever house I enter, I shall enter to help the sick, and I shall abstain from all intentional wrongdoing and harm.
In whatever house
He took an oath and carried it out to the letter. And so he went out to heal the heartbeats of the world, to look into hospitals across the country, and to knock on any door to enter the house of the sick.
Who are you? What do you want?
I'm Dr. Daly, ma'am. I'm over at the hospital. They told me your husband had an accident on the job. A shaft hit his chest.
Did they tell you that there's no hope for him? Did they tell you none of the doctors could do anything?
They sent me over.
Go back where you come from. Let my husband die in peace.
Please. Let me see. If there's a chance.
There's no chance. Now go.
Please.
Come in, then.
Thank you.
He's lying on the pallet. Over there.
Thank you. Would you hold my bag? Let me get the stethoscope. There. They were right. His eyes. Pupils dilate.
It's no use, I tell you.
There is use. Let me take him to the hospital. Let me try. If we get him there in time, if we can work very quickly.
What can you do that the Savior can't do?
I don't know, ma'am. All I know is that hundreds, thousands of men die this way. Well, there must be some way of patching up their hearts. I know. I'm a young doctor, very young. But there must be a way of helping the heart to beat even when the cords are cut. I'll find that way, ma'am. I'll find that way.
You went across the sea, learning my laws in Paris, in Rome, standing by under the white lights while I lay stretched out upon a table, watching masters try to heal me in Paris.
Son pouls devient plus en plus fibreux, Dr. Daly. Infirmière, avez-vous dressé la transfusion?
Oui, docteur.
Des crampons. Encore.
Oui, docteur.
Son cœur commence à s'évanouir. L'adrénaline, la guille, vite.
C'est prêt.
Son cœur devient plus faible. Trouvez une veine et passez-moi l'adrénaline tout de suite. Je vois maintenant. C'est fini. C'est fini, c'est trop tard. La palpitation cesse. Nous y étions très loin. Vous pouvez voir vous-même, Dr. Daly, c'est impossible. Impossible.
Confiteor Deo omnipotenti, Beate Maria semper Virgini, Beato Michaele Arcangelo, Beato Ioanne Battiste, Sanctis Apostolis, Petro ora
Dottore,
Garza,
siamo quasi al cuore. Infermiera, gli incastri.
Sì, dottore.
Spero che possiamo giungere il cuore a tempo. È molto debole. La spugna adesso.
Eccolo, dottore.
Ci siamo. Ecco il cuore. Ora un altro, infermiera. Quello lungo.
Sì, dottore.
Bene. Vediamo se posso cucirlo in alzi. Che cade insieme.
Sì, dottore.
Sanctos Apostolos Petrum et Paulum, omnes sanctos et patras orar pro me ad Dominum Deum nostrum.
Dottore!
Amen.
Yes, in a cottage in Milan, I stopped. Everywhere I stopped when I was wounded. And he went to Berlin to learn more, to work. While on a dark street in Chicago, other men went to work on me. I was in George Cotton. I was walking home with my wife.
George,
Yeah, Mabel?
don't look now, but two men back there fighting.
You're just uneasy because it's dark along here. Every night we come by here, it's always the same old story. George, don't look now, but two men.
George, they're coming up here. They're running this way. Look.
Hey, you two, hold up there. Don't run, we'll throw a bullet in your back. Put up your hands.
What's this? Hey, you take your hands off me.
George, don't. He's got a knife.
And I got my fist. Take you, smart guy. You
George, watch out. Watch out. George, he stabbed you. Help.
Shut up, Lefty.
Help.
Shut up. Got her. Let those bucks before the cops come. Well, go on. What are you waiting for?
He looks like he's dead.
No, it's that shocking. I only stabbed him in the heart.
You're too quick with that knife, I told you.
Rifle his pockets and stop preaching. I can't hold this woman all night.
Okay, Lefty, okay. Oh, of all the lousy luck, $10 is all he had.
You're lying.
No, Lefty, honest. Across my heart.
I'll cut out your heart. Come across.
Honest, Lefty, you know me. I wouldn't lie to you.
Put up or shut up.
Well, I'll be dogged. 2 more dead presidents stuck in my hand. What do you know about that?
I know you're a liar.
We gotta get out of here.
What do we do with the old lady?
She knows what's good for her. She'll keep quiet. Take her old man to the morgue.
There's a real good sawbones up at the hospital there, lady. Doc Dan Williams. He helped me when I...
You fool, and pick up your feet.
Huh?
Come on. Okay. Get going.
Oh, George! George! You're not dead. Oh, George, no. I can still hear your heart. A little. Just a little. It's still beating. Oh, Lord, let it keep on till I can get into the hospital. Let it keep beating until I can get a doctor. Somewhere there must be a doctor who can help you. There must be one somewhere.
Der deutschen Herzgesellschaft willen möchte ich meine amerikanischen Kollegen willkommen heißen. Meine Herren, Sie sind alle frei, Ihre Untersuchungen in Berlin und anderswo in Deutschland fortzusetzen. Meine Herren, ich danke Ihnen. Or, as you say in English, I welcome you doctors to Berlin to do your research on heart surgery.
Thank you, Professor Gerhardt.
You're chief of the heart specialists here, I understand. We'd like to hear of your work.
Why, I wanted to ask you. I heard that in America you have had successful heart operations.
Successful? You hear that? Sure, we've had plenty successful heart operations, Professor. Only the patients died.
Oh, well, now,
Professor, I understand you German doctors are coming pretty close to finding a way to suture the heart. Is that right?
Well, I was about to say, it has been done.
Well, I'd sure like to study under the man who's done that.
Oh, I did not mean here. I meant in America. I read that in Chicago. Chicago? I forgot. Herr Doctors, there is an American doctor in the next room. He's on the staff of Eichelberger Clinic. I invited him over here to join us. Is that right?
We'd be delighted to have him, Professor.
The more the merrier. Maybe he'd like to join the society. Bring him in.
Sure.
Right away, Herr Doctor. Right away. He's just in the other room.
Here.
Just in here. Here, Herr Doctors. This is Dr. Daly.
Good evening, gentlemen. Oh, I didn't mean to interrupt. The professor said some of my fellow countrymen wanted me to join them.
Ja, Herr Doctor. Here, sit here by Dr. Martin.
Just a minute, Professor. I think you've brought your friend to the wrong place.
Wrong place?
This society's for doctors.
Well, he is a doctor.
He's not a white doctor, Professor. The society accepts only white doctors.
Well, is not a doctor a doctor?
Can't you understand?
Well, I never heard of such a thing.
I'll explain it to you, Professor. He means, insofar as his society is concerned, what science proves about the equality of peoples is just make-believe. He believes there's a master race, and he belongs to it. His field is for the few, not the many. He has a disease harder to cure than a heart wound. I'll join you in class here, Professor, in the morning.
This is outrageous.
But I tell you, he is one of the best doctors in Berlin. I have noticed his work.
But didn't you notice his color?
Color? Yeah, I did. He is the same color as the man I was going to tell you about in America, Dr. Daniel Williams. The news just come over the wire. 2 weeks ago, July 10th, 1893, Dr. Williams completed one of the first successful operations on the human heart. The patient was George Cotton. And, Herr Doctors, the patient lived.
Yes, Daly, the patient lived. George Cotton got up and walked in 2 weeks. So, you want to work as my assistant. What can I teach you don't already know but this? Maybe someday you'll have cases exactly like mine. This Cotton. They brought him in one night, stabbed by thugs. His heart struggling to beat. first, it was so faint the stethoscope couldn't pick it up. I searched, then I found it. I tell you, there may be sounds more beautiful than a human heartbeat, but I've never heard them. I took him into Providence Hospital, 2 in the morning. No time for a big staff, fancy equipment. I had to work fast. Then, with these hands, I took out his heart and stitched it 6 times. I did it for one patient, and I did it for another. And this I learned. Now follow this closely.
Yes, Dr. Williams.
This heart, this human heart, is not just a delicate thing, but it's also tough and strong. It'll stand just so much pressure when you're going to handle it. It's the little things that you do that'll make the difference between life and death. Now, you remember this when you're calling for your scalpels, sponges, sutures, clamps.
Clamps.
You cannot give the patient much anesthesia. He's too weak to stand it.
Suture.
You can have his eyes open, watching and waiting. Cut your window over the 4th rib and tie off the vessels.
Ready.
When you lift the window, you'll see the heart.
Clamp.
Here.
It's like a slippery fish.
Clamp 2.
It writhes, twists, and struggles like it's trying to break free.
Ready.
Take the stitches in between the heartbeats. And if the stitches hold back the flow, you've got a chance.
Yes,
But remember, keep in rhythm with the heartbeat. Keep the rhythm. Never break that rhythm.
Now, it's ready. We'll lift up the window. Steady. Easy now. Easy.
Doctor, what are you taking off me? Doctor.
There. It's off.
The heart. Look at it writhe and twist.
Doctor. Oh, doctor.
Keep check on his respiration. Transfusion ready.
It's on the rack, Doctor.
I feel so weak, doctor. So weak.
Pressure.
He's gasping.
He's weak. Got to get on. Ready to lift the heart. Lift it out of the body. Not too much pressure. Keep in rhythm with the heartbeat.
Doctor, everything's going round and round.
A little more. There. The heart's out. Now, to hold it in my left hand, blood leaking out. Not much time. Nurse, needle, curved needle.
Right here.
Fine silk.
It's threaded. Ready.
All right. If the stitches hold, 3 stitches should stop the leak. 1, 2, 3.
It still leaks. Dear Lord, let it stop. It stopped. Oh, thank heavens. But his pressure, it's gone down. His heart's hardly beating.
Doctor, I'm falling. Doctor.
Adrenaline, quick, adrenaline.
I've got it, Doctor.
Locate a vein in his arm, hurry.
I'm trying to, Doctor. But his nerves have collapsed. I can't find
Take
it.
the scalpel, cut down. Make a cut down. Pick one, two.
I've got it, Doctor.
Shoot it in. Good. Transfusion set.
Yes, Doctor.
And let the blood flow into him. There. It's holding. Give him more. Let it go freely.
It's going in. The beat's picking up.
Good. Assistant. Clean the incision. Sprinkle sulfur. Take off the clamp. Fill up the vessels. We've won. He'll make it.
I did make it. I am the human heart, a hollow bag the size of your fist. When I was wounded, these are some of the men who first healed my wounds.
You have just heard Destination Freedom's dramatization of the story of Dr. Ulysses Grant Daly and Dr. Daniel Williams, among the first of the world surgeons to devise a successful method for heart sutures. Destination Freedom is written by Richard Durham and produced under the direction of Homer Heck. Dr. Bailey was played by Fred Pinkard. Others were Larry Alexander, Oscar Brown Jr., Donald Gallagher, Janice Kingslow, Kurt Kupfer, William Nix, Tony Parrish, Arthur Peterson, and Dorothy Van Zandt. Greg Pascal was the singer. The special music was written by Emil Soderstrom and was played by Elwin Owen and Bobby Christian. This is Charles Chan inviting you to be with us again next week for another in our series of The Negro in Democracy, Destination Freedom. This is WMAQ, NBC in Chicago.
Tomorrow, Monday. Time now is 10 o'clock.
Destination Freedom. Listen, it's the Freedom Bell.
Aye, the Freedom Bell, my friends. And this is Paul Revere, called back from the shadows by the sound of the Freedom Bell to cry again a warning that the price of freedom is eternal vigilance.
Destination Freedom with Paul Revere is presented by station WMAQ in the interest of human freedom the world over. Paul Revere is a symbol of warning, ready to ride down the skies to shout his alarm. His destination, now and forever, freedom.
Aye, freedom is our destination. And Americans want to help other men along this hard, rough road. That's why the United States joined the United Nations. That's why Americans are fighting and dying in Korea today. It is not easy to fight, for a democratic nation detests war and aggression, and fights only if an aggressor threatens the security of the nation or the whole world. Then a citizen army is formed, and in the forming and hardening of the citizen army, some men die. We fight not for glory or for conquest. We exhibit to mankind the remarkable spectacle of a people attacked by unprovoked enemies, without any imputation or even suspicion of offense. They boast of their privileges and civilization, and yet offer no milder condition than servitude or death. We have taken up arms. We shall lay them down when hostility shall cease on the part of the aggressor, and all danger of their being renewed shall be removed, and not before. Aye. That's from the Declaration of Causes and Necessity for Taking Up Arms, July 6th, 1775. It could have come out of Korea and a dozen other nations in 1950, where human liberty is the prize at stake in the battle against an aggressor. Today, in Korea, our citizen army serves the United Nations. And this is the story of their early exposure to war. It isn't a true story, since there was no Company D, nor men named Sergeant Macton or Lieutenant Winston. But in another way, it's truer than true, because men have had similar war experiences since we first fought to secure our independence. Don't judge them too harshly, for they have no desire to be soldiers, but they do want to be free, and they're willing to fight and die for freedom. They're fighting your battle. Because you have yet to realize that your freedom is endangered, and that the freedom of America is the responsibility of each individual.
D Company, all present, counted for, sir.
Take your post, Sergeant.
Beer, please, Pete.
That way, Captain. Hiya, Bill. What's with you? Wife leave you? I'll have a beer, Pete.
Okay, Lieutenant.
Cheer up, Bill. It can't be as bad as all that.
Oh, cut it out, Winnie. I've been in the Army nearly 10 years now. And I never saw an inspection as bad as the one today.
Oh, Bill, the boys aren't so bad. D Company's no worse than any other outfit here in Japan.
These are the troops we're supposed to impress the Japs with. They didn't even look like soldiers today. Brass tarnished, uniforms unpressed, hair sloppy. I ought to have restricted the entire company to the area for the weekend.
Oh, boy. You sound more like a West Pointer every day. What are you so worked up about, Bill? So the kids don't look so hot. The MPs are the ones that keep the Japs in line. Our Joes are just along for the ride.
Your platoon was the worst of the lot, Winnie.
Now, wait a second, Bill. What do you want me to do? Cluck after him like a mother hen? If Sergeant Macklin can't make soldiers out of them, no one can. He's a good first sergeant.
I know that. But a sergeant can't do it all, especially if the officers don't help him.
Here your beers, gentlemen. No, thanks, Pete. Don't think it's so hard, Bill. It's all part of the occupation. Don't let it louse up your weekend. Hey, you and Jane coming over to play bridge tonight?
Yeah. Brother, I hope those kids don't have to fight anyone.
Stop it. Who they have to fight? The Russians? Not over here. Come on, drink up.
Well, where you going, Pete? Where do you think? I got a little chick all lined up.
Again?
Ah, shut up. You don't do so hard with the gals.
Maybe. I don't talk as much about them either. You really got one lined up this time, Pete?
I sure have. And a honey, too.
I'll bet.
Well, she is.
All right, you punks.
Uh-oh, trouble.
I suppose you're all set to take off for the weekend. This is the lousiest barracks I've seen in 20 years in the Army. This is the lousiest platoon I've seen in 20 years. How they expect me to make soldiers out of a bunch of punk kids like you, I don't know. I likewise don't know why Captain Edge didn't restrict every one of you.
Why, Sergeant, we ain't as bad as all that.
Now listen, you. I know Congress says I gotta be polite to you punks, but Congress ain't here right now, and I am. Now get this. Not a one of you gets a pass to list barracks as GI'd. So get out of them dress uniforms and get to work. I'm inspecting this barracks in an hour, and if it ain't right, you do it over. Any questions? Get to work.
Game and rubber, huh? You had enough?
Oh, Winnie, I swear you and Pam have secret signals. No one could have all that luck.
Hey, didn't you know, Jane? Culbertson was my godfather.
Gosh, Winnie, look at the time. It's nearly time to go to church.
Oh, golly, that's what comes of playing with you two bridge fiends. That's dawn coming up. You'd better have some breakfast before you go, and then you can sleep all day. And so can we.
That's a great idea, Pam. Why don't you and Jane fix some eggs and coffee up?
I don't know if I can stay awake to eat it. I ought to have my head examined playing bridge all night.
Oh, nonsense, Bill. It was a lot of fun. Come on, Jane. Want to give me a hand?
Why, sure. Now, don't you two go to sleep out here while we fix the food.
Don't worry, Jane. I can eat a horse. I'll keep the commanding officer awake till you get back.
Follow me, man.
Hey, Bill, wake up, wake up. Don't go to sleep on me now. Hey, did you hear what Sergeant Maxon did to my platoon today?
No, what?
He made him GI the barracks 3 times before he gave them their weekend passes. Oh, boy. I bet they were burned.
Serves them right. Wish I'd thought of it.
Hey, who called this hour in the morning? Excuse me, Bill. Lieutenant Winston. Captain Madge? Yeah, he's here. Just a second. You, Bill.
Me? No, nuts. One of the kids probably got into a fracas with the MPs. Okay, let me have it. This is Captain Edge. Put him on.
What is it, Bill?
Colonel, something's up. I don't know. Yes, sir. This is Captain Edge. They're all out on pass, sir. To move out in battle gear? Why, if the MPs have sent them back to the post. I see. We can be ready by 8 o'clock, sir. May I ask what's happened? Good Lord. The company be ready to move at 8, Colonel. Goodbye, sir.
Bill, what is it? What's happened? Russia?
The North Korean commies have jumped the 38th parallel and started what looks like a full-scale attack on the South. We're alerted, just in case. Let's have those eggs, Winnie, and get going.
Come on. What's the matter with you, Johnny?
Huh?
Get the lead out, will you? I don't want to carry this pack all the way to the boat.
I can't go any faster than I am. Clint's in my way.
Quit grousing, you two. You'll get to Korea fast enough.
Well, I ain't going to have the strength to do any good when I do get there. If they don't get out of my way soon.
Winnie, please be careful. Don't take any chances.
Don't worry, Pam. I'll take care of myself. You get packed and go back to the States to your mother as fast as you can.
Do you really think that's necessary, darling? I mean, it may not be that bad.
I don't want to take any chances with you, honey. May be all right, may not. Jane's going back.
I know, but she's got Billy to take home. We don't have any children yet.
Not yet, dear, but we... Wait a minute. Are you telling me something I don't know?
I was going to tell you, but with all this...
Hey, you don't mean it.
Yes. Be careful, Winnie. Please be careful.
Goodbye, Jane.
Bye, Bill. Think you'll get home soon?
Well, I hope so, dear. As soon as I can. You take Billy back to the States. They'll get you transportation.
I know. We'll be waiting for you, Bill.
The company's all aboard, Captain.
Be right there, Sergeant. Bye, dear. Goodbye.
Goodbye, dear. God keep you safe.
Now, hear this. Now, hear this.
How can we help her in it?
Shut up and listen, you.
All men will form at the gangplank to disembark in company groups as called out. In the meantime, all men will remain in their company areas.
Where do we bunk tonight, Lieutenant?
I don't know, Sergeant. Captain Edge is at battalion headquarters now, finding out. He ought to be back soon.
Everybody's had chow. Some of the men was wondering if they could look around Busan for a while.
Sorry, Sergeant. My orders are that no one leaves the area till the captain gets back.
Yes.
Oh, wait a minute. I think he's coming now. Yeah.
All right. Get everything set. We're moving up in half an hour.
Moving up? What do you mean?
Just what I say. Sergeant?
Yes.
Detail 10 men to the supply sergeant to load the supply trucks. They'll have to follow. Battalion will tell them what route to take. The convoy's picking up the rest of us in 30 minutes. See that every man has 4 cans of sea ration and 10 clips of ammo. BAR men, all they can carry. Winnie.
Yeah.
Round up the officers. Briefing in 5 minutes.
Raining.
Sure. Always does in a war.
Why?
I don't know. Just does.
Where do you think we're going?
We'll find out soon enough. This Korean sure built lousy roads.
Yeah. Think there'll be any Russians up here?
Who knows?
Boy, if there are, Siberia, here I come.
If you're lucky.
Maybe the Chinese communists are coming in.
You've been paying too much attention to them orientation lectures. Relax. We'll finish off these North Koreans in a week.
Don't be too sure. You punks didn't fight the Japs.
They weren't so tough.
Yeah? I'd like to see you two on lady.
Anyhow, these ain't Japs.
No, they're bigger.
Do you think they'll be as fanatical as the Japs were, Sergeant? After all, they haven't got an emperor to die for.
They got Joe Stalin.
Who'd die for him?
Who'd die for Harry S?
Probably all of you. You've got no more idea about how to be soldiers than a congressman. Now shut up and try to get some sleep.
Better slow down, driver. Looks like some kind of roadblock ahead.
Yes, sir.
There's a signal light. Better stop.
Right, sir.
Who is it? What outfit is that? D Company, 312th Infantry Battalion.
This end of your ride. You managed to disembark here. These trucks have to go straight back to Busan.
Okay. Then what?
I don't know. Colonel Baxter will tell you that after you unload.
Where's our bivouac area located?
Are you kidding? According to my orders, you aren't even here. It's supposed to be a tank destroyer team. There isn't any bivouac area. Don't kid yourself, Captain. This is a grade A shooting war up here.
Here it is. I got our orders from Colonel Baxter. See that low ridge on our right? We've got to get up there and hold it. It overlooks an airstrip to the north. You'll be in position by dawn, and that'll be in about 2 hours. No opposition expected, but keep the men well spread out. Let's get going.
Keep closed up there, no straggling.
If the Koreans didn't know we were coming, he's sure telling them.
Yeah, he just likes to shoot off his yap. Makes him feel like a real sergeant.
He's a pretty good Joe in spite of everything.
Yeah. Hey, and stop worrying about the North Koreans, Johnny. They're probably running all the way to Moscow.
Yeah? I sure hope you're right.
Hey, hit the dirt! That's mortar fire!
They got a beat on us, Winnie.
They sure have. Can you see where they're shooting from, Bill?
I'm not sure, but I think I saw something moving on that ridge over to the left and ahead. See the one I mean? It's about 200 yards.
I see it.
My eyes! I can't see! My face!
Sounds like we got a casualty. Who got hit, Macton?
Parker, Captain.
Have a couple of men carry him back to the aid station.
No good, sir. He's gone.
Parker was a good man.
We better get out of here, Bill. They're getting closer all the time.
Yeah. We're heading for the top of the ridge, men. When I give the word, get up and run for it. When you get there, take cover. All right, let's go.
Oh, that was close. I heard a piece of that whistle right by my face.
No casualties on that one among the men. You and the captain all right, sir?
Yeah, but we better get out of here fast, Sergeant. Come on, Bill. Bill, I said we better... Bill!
The captain ain't moving, Lieutenant.
Bill! He's been hit. Get out! You all right, Sergeant?
Yes, sir.
Captain's dead. The last one finished him.
That's tough, sir. We better get that mortar before we're all killed.
Yeah, you're right. It's over on that ridge there, see?
I got to spot it.
Get the 3 men come with me. Tell the others to scatter and take whatever cover they can find. We'll have to knock out that mortar. Get going.
Be right back, sir.
So long, Bill. I don't know what I'll tell Jane. That you died like a hero. Oh, hell.
We're halfway there, Lieutenant, but we're right out in the open. I don't like it. They can spot us easy here.
We've got to take a breather. I think we better split up here and try to come up on that mortar from both sides.
Just let's get out of here. They've been firing at where we were.
Up the dirt! Get up!
Where's that machine gun firing from?
It's behind us, Lieutenant. Some of them Koreans must have infiltrated us.
I think I spotted it, sir. It's...
Get down, you fool!
Hey, Clint!
You stay down, too. I'll see to him. Where'd they get you, Kent?
My leg.
Well, let me see. Yeah. Now, wait. Well, I got a bandage on it. You better take your wound pills.
We're trapped. We can't get out of here. They'll kill us all.
Cut it out, soldier. No more of that talk.
We'll get out all right as soon as it's dark enough. That was a close one. Everybody okay?
Yeah.
How's that wounded man, Sergeant?
Got it in the right leg. Pretty bad.
That's that mortar. They're getting closer. We gotta move on. Can that man crawl?
I think so, Lieutenant. If I give him a hand.
Okay. We'll try to make it to that clump of rocks up there to the left. That'll give us a little cover.
We better get out of here fast, Lieutenant. That was right on top of us. Lieutenant, are you all right?
His head! The lieutenant hasn't got any head. He hasn't
Get
any
down,
head.
you bloody fool! Oh, he's dead, the fool. You can't do nothing for him. Give me a hand with this one. We'll try to make those rocks.
How is he, Sarge?
He's fainted. Just as well.
What are we gonna do now?
I wish I knew. I don't even know where our lines are. The North Koreans are all around us. Oh, for Lord's sakes, cut out the sniffle.
I can't help it. I'm sorry, Sarge. It's just that I'm so cold, so wet, so scared.
How do you think I feel?
What are we doing here, anyhow? I never even heard of Korea a year ago. I don't care what happens to these Koreans. Why do we have to come to a hellhole like this and die? Just tell me why.
Why? I'll tell you why. Because you're a soldier. And a soldier goes where he's sent and dies if he has to.
I don't want to die. I don't want to die.
No. No, you're not a soldier. You're just a punk kid that ought to be home with your mom.
Hi there. What's the trouble? They give you a hand here.
Oh, what have I got? Another punk kid to wet nurse?
Hardly, Sergeant.
What? Oh, sorry, sir. I didn't see you as a captain.
That's all right. What's the trouble?
I got a couple of babies here, sir. One of them shot up pretty bad in the leg. We was cut off, and I didn't know how to get back to the outfit.
I'll lead you back. You two carry the wounded man. Come on, soldier, on your feet.
It's no use. We'll never get back. We'll never get...
On your feet. What kind of a soldier are you?
He ain't no soldier, Captain. He's just a punk kid. He don't know why he's here fighting Koreans.
Well, there's no time for an orientation lecture now. We've got to get going. Get up, soldier. That's an order. That's better. All right. You two take the wounded man. Follow me. There's your outfit up ahead. You'll be all right now. Better get that man to an aid station fast.
I don't know how you done it, sir. It's a miracle, us getting back.
Gee, Captain, I can't thank you enough. Don't bother, soldier. I haven't time to listen. I've got to get back out there and get some others.
Ain't you coming with us, sir?
No. I want to tell you one thing before I go, soldier. You wondered why you were here, and I'll tell you. At birth, you inherited the greatest thing mankind has ever known. Personal freedom under God. A lot of men have fought and died for that. A lot more will. You may be one of them. But you keep on fighting and dying till men everywhere are free. Understand?
Yes, sir.
Don't ever forget that. You're not a punk kid. You're an American soldier. Now take off. There's work to do.
Hi, Clint. How you feeling? Pretty bad.
My leg. My leg.
Oh, take it easy, Clint. It'll be all right soon. Jeez, you're the lucky one. You'll be flying back to Tokyo in a couple of hours. And after that, home.
You don't get it, Johnny. My leg, they cut it off.
Hey, what?
I tell you, they cut off my leg. What am I going to do now? How can I work? What good am I ever going to be again?
Easy, Clint, easy. You can't go get all worked up now. It ain't good for you.
What difference does that make? Get well. I'll always be a cripple. No good to myself or anyone else. Just something you feel sorry for.
Don't talk like that, Clint. I will never feel sorry for you.
No. You won't feel sorry for me, Johnny. Anyway, you won't say it. But in 3 months, you won't even remember my name. Just another buddy that got his in the leg. Poor devil. Had to cut it off.
Stop talking like that. It ain't the end of the world. They make good wooden legs.
Don't say that. What do I want with a wooden leg? I got a girl back home. I want to get married. How's she gonna feel when I take off a wooden leg?
Take it easy, Clint. Take it easy. Hey, you know that young captain that brought us out, the one the sergeant thought was a kid? Remember him?
Yeah. I guess so.
Jeez, Clint, I wish you could have heard what he said to me when he left. I know all this is tough, especially for you, but what this officer told me made it all sound worthwhile.
Officers always got the answer.
No, on the level, Clint. This guy knew. He said when we was born, we inherited what he called personal freedom under God, and that was the greatest thing ever. That's what we're fighting for.
Personal freedom under God? What does that mean? That's nothing but talk. The kind of talk politicians say when they want you to vote for 'em on election day. I got no leg. That ain't talk. That's no leg. Lieutenant Winston's got the head. Pete's dead. How many more? That ain't talk, Johnny. That's things.
The captain said...
The captain said. It don't matter what he said. You gotta give Captain Edges back to his wife and little kid.
That's right. You mind if I get in on this, soldiers? I think maybe you were talking about me. Didn't you two come in with me yesterday?
I didn't see you, sir. Yes, sir, we came in with you.
I thought so. How are you feeling, soldier?
They cut off my leg.
That's tough. Damn tough. I hope you've got the guts to fight back and lick it. Takes a lot of that, soldier.
Suppose I don't? Suppose I can't lick it? Then what happens to your personal freedom under God, sir?
Clint. At least you've got another chance. That's more than a lot of others got. There was a kid once, a long time ago, sort of an ancestor of mine. His general sent him on a very dangerous mission. It failed, and he was killed. They didn't just shoot him, they hanged him. His name was Hale. Nathan Hale. He was just 21. He didn't get a second chance, like you will, soldier. The last thing he said before he died was, "I only regret that I have but one life to lose for my country." It takes a strong man to be free, soldier. A real man with guts.
They fight not for the lust of conquest. They fight to end conquest. They fight to liberate. They fight to let justice arise and tolerance and goodwill among all thy people. They yearn but for the end of battle and their return to the haven of home. Some will never return. Embrace these, Father, and receive them, thy heroic servants, into thy kingdom. Aye, there's a real prayer. A prayer for men of a citizen army who fought to preserve freedom in Europe. It was voiced by President Franklin Delano Roosevelt on the 6th of June, 1944. An eventful day in the struggle to win and keep men free. The struggle is not over. Perhaps it will never be over. For there have always been men who wish to place others in slavery, who wish to achieve power through domination of others. As long as there are such men, no man can feel that he is free regardless of race, creed, or color. You can join the active fight to spread and preserve freedom by using your vote and energy to help maintain democratic governments which operate in the interest of the people. You must treasure freedom, live, fight, aye, and even die for it, if freedom is to survive. Listen to my stories. Heed my warning. Make your destination freedom.
Paul Revere, portrayed by Maurice Copeland, will return next Sunday to narrate the next chapter of the story we call Destination Freedom. Presented by station WMAQ in the interest of human freedom the world over. Today's script was written by Bob McKee and produced under the direction of John Cowan. Members of the cast were Rita Ascott, Bill Fine, Rosemary Kelly, Jack Lester, Arthur Peterson, and Charles Flynn. The special music was composed by Emil Soderstrom and played by Helen Morton and Jose Bethencourt. Our engineer was George Wilson, with sound effects by Cliff Mueller. And now this is Charles Mountain reminding you the sound of the Freedom Bell is your invitation to follow Paul Revere along the road to Destination Freedom. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Oh, freedom, oh, freedom, oh, freedom over me. And before I'd be a slave, I'd be buried in my grave and go home to my Lord and be free.
Destination Freedom. The Chicago Defender and station WMAQ bring you Destination Freedom, a new radio series dramatizing the great democratic traditions of the Negro people, interwoven in the pageant of history and a part of America's own Destination Freedom. Today, Destination Freedom tells the story of Sojourner Truth, mystic, outstanding abolitionist, and fighter for women's suffrage in the chapter entitled Truth Goes to Washington.
All right, put 'em a bid, gentlemen. Put 'em a bid. The last slave is the best bargain. Get a gold mine in your cotton field. He's strong, he's sturdy, stocky, and still growing. Be wise, gentlemen. Bid high.
Auctioneer, the slave owners were in the market. The bids had been high. The year was 1859, and it was Maryland. It was the year the old woman stood so often in the back of the crowd, like a tall shadow. She was here again on this day. In her hand was an old purse. In her purse was a stiletto and a $500 bill.
Come over, gentlemen. A gold mine for your cotton fields. He's young, strong, and healthy.
$100.
At 100, it's a steal. Who's got a real deal?
300. 350. 360.
380. That's more like it. That's more like it, gents. A grown boy and a giveaway. 380. 380. Going at 380. Going.
400.
400, you say?
400.
The tall woman in the back bids 400. Gentlemen, you gonna let a woman outbid you?
450.
450's a bid.
460.
480.
Up to 480. 480 will take him.
500.
Going at 500? You letting it go at 500? Is he going to the tall woman for 500? Going.
600.
600's a bid. 600. Any more? You say something, woman? You bidding more?
I haven't any more to bid.
Then he's going. Gone for $600 to the gent from Bagtree Plantation. Your goods will be delivered in a day, sir. That's all, gentlemen. That'll be all till next time. You're all invited back next week. Craig, close the door and we'll count up the sales.
Sure, Tom, sure. All right, gentlemen. Outside, please, so we can close the doors. Outside, please. I'll be sure to come back next week.
Go on, woman. Bidding's over. What are you standing here for? What are you looking for?
What I lost?
I wonder you didn't lose your own freedom.
Next slave yourself, bidding against the richest dealers in the country. What can an old woman do with a slave?
Free him. He belongs to me.
What is he to you?
He's my son.
I didn't know.
New York's a free state. But slave snatchers from Maryland sneak in and kidnap our children to sell them into slavery here. I come to try to buy them back.
No better by now. You're tall, but your money's short. You can't snatch back what the slave catchers grab. If you weren't so old, they'd grab you. Now go home. Don't look at me so. What do you want from me?
My son.
Your son's sold, woman. Did you understand that?
I understand. I want to see him before he goes. I want to say goodbye to him.
Well, if it gets you out of here. Craig.
Yes, Tom.
Bring in that boy back, Trees. Bring him up front.
Coming up, Tom.
You're a strange woman. Seems like I've seen you somewhere long ago. I don't know where. I can't remember.
I know where. I remember you.
This the one, Tom? This the boy?
Yeah. Look around you. Turn this way and step up.
My son. Mother. I did my best, Rex. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Go to your Lord and be free.
Quick, watch out. She's got a knife. Oh, drop it. Drop it, woman. There now. Craig, you holding the boy?
I've got him. Nick, but not bad.
I'll take him to the bag tree as well. There's enough left to take.
Come on, come on, come on.
You, woman, you would have killed him.
I would have.
Your own son?
I'd rather see him die than live a slave. I didn't raise children to be slaves. Or slave sellers.
Why do you say that to me? I sell slaves, but no one raised me for it. Wonder why I don't turn you into the law.
Because you're Tom. Because I know you.
Listen, old woman, I haven't time to talk. It's a slaveholder's world, not yours. Take your medicine. Go back to New York. Maybe you'll find someone there to help you.
I'll talk to the Lord. He'll help me.
And the tall woman left the auctioneer and went home to New York alone. She left the slave markets and came home to her friends. She talked to the lawmakers and those she thought believed in freedom. And she went to the mayor of the town where she lived. The mayor was an old friend. The mayor had spoken many words against slavery.
Isabella, it's not easy to do what you ask.
It's not easy for me to ask it.
You see, Isabella, I haven't the influence I once had. And besides, New York is a free state now.
But you said you're against slavery everywhere. Will you do something about it now?
Isabella, you've caught me at a most inopportune time.
My sons would call it an inopportune time.
I know, but those things take time. Already there's agitation against abolitionists. And if I stick my neck out,
You believe slavery's wrong.
Yes, I do, of course, but...
You're a leader. When I speak, people pass by. If you speak up, people will listen. I'll never get my sons back, but no other women will lose theirs if we hurry the day when all are free.
I know, but, well, with the feeling the way it is, the opposition would run me out of town. But when millions of men think it's best to use others as their private property, what can one man do?
And Isabella went to other men. She knocked on their doors, but they were away, they were busy, they were afraid. They thought it...
Impossible, Isabella. What you want is right, but impossible. Impossible.
Take petitions to Washington. Get him to fight to free everybody. No, not me. Not me.
Sure, Isabella, the Constitution will. But who reads it? Not the slaveholders, no, sir.
And Isabella walked quietly, thoughtfully home. She walked home to those she worked for and to a room. She took a pillowcase and filled it with her clothes. She tied it into a knot over a walking cane and came down and knocked on the door of her employer's room.
Now, come in, Isabella. Rest your thing.
How was your trip to Myra?
I didn't get my son, so I'm leaving.
Leaving? Ah, nonsense. Now, you just go on up to your room and get some rest. You're upset. I can understand that. The world's upset nowadays.
But I think I know what the world needs to put it right. That's why I'm leaving.
What? You're serious about this? You've never traveled. You don't know the ways of men. You've been a quiet woman, a woman easily taken in by promises and religious quacks. Oh, your life's been hard, I know, but it'll be harder when you're alone. Where'll you go?
I thought of going to Prophet John. He helped me before.
Prophet John. You see what I tell you? You'll be the victim of fakers and pretenders like him. Is that the only place you're going?
No, to Maryland, to Washington.
To Washington?
Yeah, to carry petitions there for the rights of men and the rights of women.
A woman's word carries no weight in Washington today.
But I aim to make it heavier. I aim to leave my old life behind. I'll even have a new name.
A new name?
I'll name myself Sojourner.
Sojourner?
Because hereafter I'll not stay long in any one place. And I'll name myself Truth. Because wherever I go, I'll be the sojourner who carries the truth.
You'll be a very unwelcome sojourner.
Until the day I die, I mean to fight to help all men live without fear of discrimination and slavery, and for women to live equally beside them. Isabella is dead. Today, Sojourner Truth is born.
She was born on a day when the truth about freedom was only popular with a few. She added up her years and went out to make the final ones the finest. She went to the prosperous colony of the fanatical sect of the prophet Joseph for a time. And, being a mystic, she believed in them and found strength. Then she went again to the slaveholders' market in Maryland.
900. 900. Who bid 10? Who bid 10 for the best working slave in Baltimore? Who bid 950. 950. Who'll make it 10? 1000. That's what I like to see, a gentle judgment. Now, who raises it to 1050?
Tom, she's here again.
She? Who's she? Who are you talking about?
I think it's the old lady who was here last week. She wants to see you. I sent her to the back room.
Oh, send her away.
I tried to send her away. She won't go. What do you do?
All right. All right, take over here. I'll see you. I'll straighten her out.
Now, what was that bid, gentlemen? 1,000? Yes. Only 1,000 for a slave who'll earn you a fortune? Now, up the bid, gentlemen. Up the bid. Who'll up the bid, gentlemen?
What do you want with me? I said stay away from me. I warned you once.
And I've come to warn you.
You come back to preach to me.
I've come back because I saw you were afraid of the masters. Bowed and pleased them. But you hate them.
I don't know what you're talking about. What are you trying to do?
I'm trying to save you. I didn't raise you to be a slave seller.
You raised me? Well, yes. Now I remember. I thought I knew your face. You were my nurse when I was a boy. You're Isabella.
I'm Sojourner Truth now.
Good Lord, what have I done?
You've done enough for the masters. Do something for yourself. Join with those who have given their lives to make all men free.
What can I do? Any man, white or black, must work for the slaveholders. If not in slavery, then for wages. What can I do?
First, free yourself. Then help free other men. Go with abolition.
Well, there's only a few abolitionists.
And when were men who wanted truth and justice ever in the majority? When you were a boy, I put words in your ears like seeds. Words to make you hate hearing. You've not forgotten the words. Let them grow. Hereafter, you'll work for freedom.
Oh, if I could.
You can.
But then why do I tremble whenever I think of facing the masters, speaking out against them? I'm afraid of their power.
It's not the master's power you need fear. It's the slaves who have the chains to break. Their power is greater. Oh, leave this work. Come. Come with me.
I'll come.
The sojourner who carried the truth carried Tom, the auctioneer, out of the slave markets into the world of free men. And she went across the country, speaking, preaching, and trying to change the opinions of the people who heard her. And when she was tired and sick, she went to a village of men who called themselves prophets of the Lord, but who lived rich and well. They fed her and healed her. And when she was up, They rang the village bell to celebrate. But the sojourner was not satisfied. She knew what they preached. She wanted to see what they practiced. They came to call on her.
Morning, Isabella. We're glad you're well again.
Thanks to you and your holy friends.
We'd like to talk with you, Isabella. You've met my staff?
I've heard of them.
I'm Paul, the apostle.
And I am Luke.
I'm Elijah.
Oh.
Isabella has changed her name as we have. She's Sojourner. Your name's becoming as well known as Luke's here, and you've done some good work, Sojourner. How about that, Luke?
Prophet, I'm not Luke. I'm Paul. No, I'm Paul. He's Elijah, prophet.
Of course he is. But, Sojourner, we hear you've made plans to go speaking with the abolitionists.
Yes, I'll speak with them.
We've made better plans for you. You're getting old. We want you to live here in the village and teach. Forget the wickedness of the world. Isn't that so, Luke?
I'm not Luke. I'm Paul.
I meant Paul. Sojourner, you don't answer.
I have answered, prophet. I'm not an angel. It's not for me to sit aloof and look down on the stage at people here fighting for a share of the world. I belong on the stage with them.
But when you sit on the stage beside atheists like this Garrison and this bedeviled Wendell Phillips, you're going against the Almighty's orders. Isn't that so, Elijah?
I am Luke, prophet. But he's right, Sojourner. It's no wonder you're sick. You've got to let the world alone until he comes.
Hereafter, we want you to live in the village with the society until you understand the Almighty's ways better. Is that understood?
Prophet, before I answer, I have a question.
Yes?
Why do you hold slaves, even here in the villages?
Sojourner, slavery is a part of the nation.
I came here not only because I was ill, but to gather my old friends around me, to go out and crusade for the cause of freeing slaves.
We sympathize with the cause.
Then, will you first free your own slaves? You, Paul.
Me? I need them for my crop, Sojourner.
You, Elijah?
Sojourner, I only need one. The Lord doesn't mind one.
Luke.
But it's not a fair question. If I freed my slave, who'd do my work?
Then will you free your women, your wives, to let them vote here and lead the village?
Women free too.
Will you come and ask the lawmakers in Washington that women be allowed to hold office as you do? That they be paid equal wages, and that they have freedom to grow and live like you, and not be slaves to your kitchen, your children. Will you help me free the half of the world of the women?
Sojourner, in time the things you say may come about. There'll come a day when the world will be destroyed and built anew.
Yes, there'll come a day, prophet.
But until
when that day comes, you will be changed into nothing, for there's nothing in you. You who keep your bigotry, your petty profit, you're preaching one thing and doing another.
Sojourner, you're talking to the prophet.
You false prophet. I'm going with abolition.
We're the people who fed you and gave you a home when you were sick. Now you tell us we're no better than atheists.
I tell you the truth.
Your kind of truth is unwelcome.
Then I am unwelcome. I'll leave. I'll go on my way to Washington.
Wherever you go, you'll be unwelcome. The kind of truth you carry, Sojourner, is spoken only by children and fools, and you're not young enough to be a child.
And I'm too old to wait for the rights of men and women to ripen and fall in their laps. I'll go on, alone.
The sojourner went on her way and looked and found others who practiced what she preached. She found them in the villages and towns, before temperance unions and women's rights conventions. Sometimes she was welcome. When she spoke with Wendell Phillips, he said to her,
"You're on the right road, Sojourner. You lose friends, but speak the truth. If there's anything that cannot bear free thought, let it crack. There are some among us so conservative that they're afraid the roof will come off if you sweep off the cobwebs."
And there were some who didn't welcome the sojourner. There was a New England farmer who said,
"You see here, old woman, I don't give that much for all your talk of women's rights and freeing slaves. Why, all your talk's doing no more to the people than the bite of a flea."
Maybe not, but with the Lord's help, I'll keep 'em scratching.
And there was a boss of a Connecticut town who warned her.
Old woman, a few decades ago you would have been burned as a witch for preaching the thing you preach. If I had my way, it would be so today.
And who are you, my son, to advise me?
I am the only son of the late governor.
Oh, well, then I'm glad the governor died before he had any more like you. The women must be more careful in this town. I'll have to talk to them.
And she talked until a road to Washington became harder to travel. And she was stopped at the gates of the town by a sheriff.
Old woman, what do you want here?
I'm visiting friends.
You're visiting that Quaker Roberts. You're a Sojourner Truth?
Yes, son.
You're not wanted here. You and those like you have caused enough trouble. You've caused the war. You've caused women to parade up and down the streets, calling to this right and that right. There's 3 things here the men are against. Radical women, abolitionists, Negroes. You're all 3. They'll burn the halls down before they'll let you speak in them.
Then, son, I'll speak on top of the ashes. Let me by.
Yeah, it's your funeral. Go to it.
There were angry men who watched the Sojourner from the street corners and listened and stood in huddles and muttered.
I tell you, Matt, the old woman's a witch. Nothing stops her, nothing hurts her.
You scared of her?
I'm scared of a witch. I want no part of her.
Ah, you fools. She's weak as any woman. Want her to come in and have our women folk listening to her? No. Talking about women getting the same pay as men, voting the same. If she talks, it sets our women folk up against us.
What else can we do?
We can drive her out. Yes. We can fix it so she'll stop her talking.
But, Matt, if she's a witch, she'll haunt the place. You know, in Salem,
Are
what they
you afraid of a woman?
Well, nobody's scared of no woman.
Then follow me. She's in the house of Quaker Roberts. Come on if you're not scared, and I'll show you what she's made of. She's the same as any woman, and she's talking of working and voting with men. Get some hay, Joseph. Follow me.
Yeah, sure, Matt. Go on. You lead the way.
The men followed the leader to the house of Quaker Roberts. They gathered outside and called for the Sojourner, who spoke the truth.
Quaker! Open the door, Quaker!
What does thee want here this time of night?
We want to free the town of a radical, crazy woman who's teaching honest folks to disobey God's law.
That's right.
Bring her out.
Yeah, where's Sojourner?
You're hiding her in there. Send her out.
Send her out or we'll drag her out.
Go to thy homes and thy beds, and leave good people alone.
Will you bring her out or shall we go get her?
You'll not lay a hand on her while I live.
Then you'll not live long. Joe, you got a gun. What are you waiting for?
Yeah, go on, shoot.
Shoot, and may God forgive thee.
Let him alone.
There she is.
If it's me you want, it's me they've called for. Why do you hunt me?
Old woman, it's people like you that's to blame for... You were warned not to speak here. You ignored it. You were warned not to stir up women asking for what they're not used to.
And I tell you, she's a witch, Matt. Leave her alone, will you?
She's weak and she'll beg on her knees for her life, like any woman. Come on, you. Stub away from the house. Now, if you want mercy, ask for it.
Come to bring you tears, and you shall have it.
I'm telling you, she's a witch.
Shut up. I'll show you what she is. Stop. Lay a little...
I'm laying it, Matt.
Now, old woman, will you leave here and leave us in peace?
Where half the world is servant to the other, there is no peace.
The hay's all around her, Matt. The oil's over it, just enough to...
Then light it. Go on. You see, some men are afraid of you. They've seen you leading parades and heard of you leading slaves from their owners. They measure you the way they measure men. I'll show them you're just a weak woman. Light it, Stone.
It's lit. It's burning around her feet.
But she ain't moving from it. She's standing there.
You see, Matt, didn't I tell you she's a witch?
Woman, will you leave this town or shall I throw on more hay? Will you leave?
Throw on your hay. Burning me will not burn out the right women have to be free, to choose their own ways in life, to be their own masters. Oh, you can put an end to me, but my words will live here, son. You must stop my voice, but one day your daughters will ask you, what did I say that I should be burned for it? And what will you answer them? What will you answer your children?
It's burned her feet. She hasn't moved. What'll we do?
It's late. Let her go away. My daughter will be worrying about me. Let her go away.
And the Sojourner went on her way to Washington with her petitions and with her plans. She came to Washington on a busy day in the midst of the war. She took her petitions to the committee rooms of Congress and asked to be heard.
You're late for what you want. We've heard the arguments on your petition to give aid to freedmen. We haven't time.
Let her have a word, Mr. Chairman. I know something of the route she's come by. Took a long time. Let her speak.
Well, then, go on with it.
When the serfs in Russia and France were freed, they were given land to live on. You plan to give freedmen in America nothing to live on. You have the wealth.
Well, we can't squander it.
It belongs to the people who helped create it. The millions of slaves who worked and helped to build the wealth of this land without a penny's pay deserve some of the dividends. That's what my first petition calls for.
We've already covered the same ground.
And my second petition is for women's right to vote and to hold office.
We've heard argument on that all day. Where are your facts and figures?
I am the fact and figure, Mr. Chairman.
You?
Yes. I've heard men say that women are not the equals. I've heard them laugh because they say women must be helped into carriages, lifted over ditches, and have the best of everything. Nobody ever helped me into carriages over mud puddles or gave me any best. And ain't I a woman? Look at me. Look at my arms and hands. I've plowed and planted and gathered crops in the barn, and no man could do it better. And ain't I a woman? I have borne 5 children and seen most of them sold off into slavery. And when I called out for men to help me, there were none willing to do it. I've been a nurse to children, black and white, and bred them all from the cradle and seen them sold up to be slaves and a seller of slaves. And I've gotten out on the road alone to teach them better. And I've felt a mother's grief and done a man's job. And ain't I a woman? In this world, few men have had a fair chance to live and grow, and almost no women. When men run the world alone, it runs into wars and slavery for men and women. It'd do no harm to have man and woman run it better together.
And the Sojourner left her petitions and didn't wait for an answer. The answer was a long time coming, but it came. It came decades after the tall, restless shadow had ended her journey and had gone home to rest.
Oh, freedom, oh, freedom, oh, freedom over me. And before I'd be a slave, I'd be buried in my grave and go home to my Lord and be free.
You have just heard Destination Freedom's dramatization of the story of Sojourner Truth, mystic, defender of women's rights, and militant abolitionist. Destination Freedom is written by Richard Durham and produced under the direction of Homer Heck. Sojourner Truth was played by Wesleyan Tilden. Others were Ernie Andrews, Oscar Brown, Donald Gallagher, Ken Griffin, Sherman Marks, Charles Mountain, Tony Parrish, Fred Pinkard, and Russ Reed. Greg Pascal was the singer. The special music was written by Emil Soderstrom and was played by Elwyn Owen and Morris Lifshon. This is Hugh Downs inviting you to be with us again next week for another of our series of the Negro in Democracy. Destination Freedom. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Oh, freedom, oh, slave, I'd be buried in my grave and go home to my Lord and be free.
Destination Freedom. The Chicago Defender and station WMAQ bring you Destination Freedom, a new radio series dramatizing the great democratic traditions of the Negro people, interwoven in the pageant of history and a part of America's own Destination Freedom. Today, Destination Freedom tells the story of Matthew Henson, the first man to reach the North Pole, in a chapter titled Arctic Autograph.
My name is Matthew Henson. I was named after a man who helped write the gospel. All I wrote was my name. I wrote my name on the North Pole. It was the year 1906. An April day when flowers were beginning to bloom at home. I was on the Arctic ice past the northern lights, near the home of the north wind, where the storms began and where the midnight sun rolled high on the horizon. I had marched with the expedition to a place near the roof of the world and dropped down under the snow with my sled, dogs, and rations and slept until I thought I heard the wind calling my name.
Matthew! Hey, Matt! Where are you?
I looked out of the igloo. I saw a man with his skin cracked by the cold, a halo of fur around his face, ice under his feet, fire in his eyes. It was Commander Peary.
Matt! Come out here!
Commander Peary! What's happened? It looked like the world's come to an end.
It has, Matt. We've come to that.
Well, now, Commander, it's cold, I know, but...
We've come to the end of the world, don't you see? This time we've done it. Right now, Matt, we stand within reach of the North Pole.
You're sure?
Look on the map. Well, I've found our position. I've checked it. Here we stand. There's the North Pole, 50 miles from us. One strong march and we'll reach it.
It's hard to believe.
After 23 years, I know. We've seen it snatched from us again and again. This time we'll stake everything. We'll strip down to 2 teams. We'll take just enough rations to carry us.
2 teams?
You'll drive one, I'll drive the other one. Just as we've always done.
I understand.
It's up to us now. We've tried 4 times. This is the last try. We're not as young as we were 20 years ago, Matt.
When do we leave?
When the wind goes down. Take 2 of the Eskimos with you, Asa and Seagull. 2 will come with me.
Is that all?
This time, there's no turning back until we find the pole. It's the last undiscovered region of the world. They say it's suicide, sure death to try to get there. This is my last try, Matt. I'm never going back until I found it.
Well, I'm with you. You know that.
Yes, I know it. Go on, fix your sleds. I'll see you off.
I remember the cold wind cut through my clothes, but I was warm inside. I stood behind the dogs and sled and gripped my whip. The ice stretched out like a white desert ahead of me. Commander Peary stood by me and said,
Look ahead, Matt. Don't look back on the old years. Go on. Make this the beginning.
I remember. The snow was like fine dust. It gagged and choked me so I couldn't speak. I swung the whip high over the dogs.
March on!
I remember not looking back at the man behind me as the sled shot over the rough ice and took me north, always north. I remember feeling alone in a world no man had seen before and wondering what brought me there. And I began to look back for a beginning. I looked back in my life for the beginning of the urge that drove me on. Was it in my last trip, when I come close to death 2 years ago, when I came sledding over the ice with Asa the Eskimo, straining to reach the pole? That was 2 years ago and 200 miles farther south. crash. Ice was groaning and cracking under the sled. All I saw was one goal, one aim. And I went on until the Eskimo cut in behind me and yelled to the dogs.
Hook! Hook! Hold up! What are you doing? Kokoya, say stop. This is as far as we can go.
Asa, this is 200 miles from where we're going. Out of my way. Commander Peary's behind us. We've got to open a trail.
Kokoya warns us. Go no further. Kokoya guards the north. You closer than any man has come. He shakes the ice.
He was trembling as if Kokoya, the god of the ice, did watch us. And I thought of lost years fighting to come this close to the pole, and I pushed him aside and struck out at the dogs.
No! Kokoya watching! Stop!
I shook him off and pushed the sled on. It leaped over a rough patch of ice and slid on its back. And before I could straighten it, there was a sound like thunder. The ice split. Dogs and rations and sled dropped through a gap in the ice. I was sinking, grabbing for a piece of solid ice when I felt myself lifted up and out of the water. Asa had pulled me out. Sled and dogs were gone. A crack as wide as a river kept us from the other side. Still, I was anxious to go ahead. I felt as if this was my last chance. When Asa spoke...
I told you, Kokoya say, go no further.
When I get another sled and dogs, we're going on. When the commander comes...
The Kabruna coming now. Kokoya tell him same thing.
Commander Peary came up with his team, and he was restless too. We tried to go over young ice freezing over the gap, but it was weak, and we waited until the thunder came again. The ice behind us had split. We were locked on a raft of ice. There was no going forward, no going back. Asa said...
You see, it's useless. Kokoya will hold us here until you say you go back. Tell him you go back.
Commander Peary looked beaten, cold, and he said...
Tell your god we'll wait until the ice freezes over, then go on.
It seemed ages before we were freed from the ice. We were beaten and went home. But time had seemed even longer, many years before that, when we were lost in the north of Greenland. We stumbled behind the sleds, cold, hungry, the dogs too weak to pull us. I wondered what kept us going.
Hold up, Matt. Don't stumble. Keep your eyes open for something alive, something we can eat.
There's no use going on. The further we go, the weaker we get.
Stand still, and in an hour the snow will bury you. Keep moving, keep moving. Look! Get the gun, get the gun.
Gun? What?
Over there, on your left. See him coming?
Yes.
A polar bear. We're saved.
He was right. Coming toward us was a bear, enough to feed us and the dogs for a week. I reached for the gun.
Try to hold it steady, Matt. The wind's with us. He can't tell we're here. He's walking by. We've got to hit him.
Shall I shoot?
Wait. He's coming on. Wait. Now, lift the gun. Go on. I'm holding your arm.
I had the gun aimed. We held it together. It shook and trembled as the bear came by. Peary whispered,
Pull the trigger, Matt. Pull the trigger. Hold the gun up.
We tried to steady the sight. I squeezed the trigger. We missed. The bear lumbered out of sight.
You missed the last chance we had. You missed.
If you hadn't jerked my arm, I would have hit him.
You were aiming too high.
You jerked the gun down. You shouldn't have grabbed
me.
I
did what I could. Take your hands off me.
Take yours off me. We stood there in the cold. Two lost men clutching at each other. Hunger biting us, gnawing at our nerves. We stood fighting until we heard the dogs growl. We dropped our grip. The dogs had come close to us, waiting, watching, waiting for us to fight.
They're hungrier than we are. They're waiting for us to...
Yes. Wouldn't it be better if...
we ate them instead of fighting and letting them eat us? It would.
I gathered my strength and went to my pack and took out a hatchet. When I had finished, I looked up and saw the worried face of Peary. I snapped at him. You wonder if you can stomach the dogs?
No. I was wondering what we'll eat after the last dog is gone.
Fortunately, we never had to find an answer. We were the lost who had found our way out of the snow. But I knew it was not this that pushed me on. So I searched further back to many years before the time of hunger. And I remembered the expedition to the tip of Greenland. We were new to the snow. We were with an old explorer, Peavy. He had gone ahead and reached the cliff. We thought we had discovered the North Pole. We heard him call us.
Look at this!
What is it?
Look!
What do you see, man? What is it?
What have you found, Peavy? What is it? I found we're fools. What are you talking about? We've been fighting through this snow for 2 years. 2 years searching for the North Pole. And look down there.
We looked down and saw that the Greenland the map makers believed ended at the North Pole actually stopped 500 miles from it. Down there was a giant ocean of ice, a white sea stretching out into space. Peary was satisfied.
At last we know.
Know what? No, we've wasted our lives getting nowhere.
We know now that the only way to reach the North Pole is over that ocean of ice. No one knew that before.
No man will live to reach it.
We'll reach it, Peavy.
You'll reach it without me. Ocean ice will split and crack when the tide changes. This one's hundreds of miles wide and treacherous all the way. You'd be exposed to winds and storms and snow. Oh, I've given all I had to get this far. I'm going back.
We'll all go back. But I'll come again.
But why? Haven't you been beaten enough? Why do you keep coming back? What's out there?
Something I want. I'll get it. Will you come with me, Matt?
Well, I've got to come back.
You? Why? Why, Matt?
I don't know. There's something about the Arctic that pulls me back to it. The ice is in my veins, I guess. I don't really remember how it got there. But I'll come back until I find out. I'll come back. I remember the way the wind blew that day on top of the cliff, 500 miles behind the North Pole. Even then, I wondered what drove me to spend the seasons working at odd jobs at home while the expedition ships were in dock. And I wondered if it was the laughter of a woman years before the trip with Peavy that had pushed me on. The North Pole then was but a fantasy to everyone. When I quit a job in a tavern to make my second trip.
Yeah? What you knocking for, Matt? Why, you're all dressed up like you're leaving the job.
I am, Bertha. I told you in the boss this morning I'm going.
You ain't serious. You mean you're really going to that North Pole?
Yeah. Is that so funny?
It's enough to kill me dead. Wait till I tell the boss. Hey, Joe, come up here. Matt's quitting again.
What's that, Bertha?
Matt here's going up to the North Pole with, whatchamacallit.
With that old weather-beaten fanatic Peary? The guy you read about in the paper?
That's the guy.
You don't mean it. I ain't no future in that ice. You got a future here, boy.
Sorry, but the ship leaves tonight.
Now, look, Matt, somebody's giving you a bum steer on this North Pole racket. Every jackleg navigator and his brother's planning to discover the North Pole. It's the rage. Let it cool off. Don't be a sucker. Nature's against you.
Nature?
Yeah, you ain't fitted for real cold weather. Ain't no Negro can stand the Arctic. And that's the scientific fact.
That's superstition.
Now, look, I know my science.
I know myself. I'll be going.
Now, wait, Matt. Bertha here's right. You got a good job here. Stay where it's warm. That Peary's crazy. Everybody knows it. Why, I was just reading the other day. Hey, Matt.
He ain't listening, Joe. He's just walking off. He must be walking off again to the North Pole to see Santa Claus.
Yes, I remember the laughing. But it was not then that the urge began. It was even before that morning when, as a young man, I clerked in a haberdasher's shop. I was checking my stock, not noticing that a customer had come up behind me till I turned. He was looking at me in an odd way. He was Lieutenant Perry. Can I help you, sir?
Yes, I'd like a hat.
Uh-huh. Something for hot weather. Panama?
No, I'd like something for cold weather. I'm leaving town.
Oh, cold. All right. I'll see what we have. Now, here's a heavy felt.
Mm-hmm. Felt. I'm afraid it won't do. Anything else?
Here's a good wool that's just come in.
No, that's not warm enough either.
Oh. Well, do you mind telling me just how cold you expect it to get?
About 45, I suppose.
45?
45 below. I'm going to the North Pole.
Oh, north, I see. Well, I guess I can't help you much.
Well, thanks anyway.
It's all right. Mister.
Yes?
This North Pole you're going to, would you mind telling me if anything else will help you besides a fur cap?
Well, I need a good sailor.
Well, I've sailed.
A navigator?
I know the compass.
I need someone who's got a reason of his own for devoting his life to discovering the North Pole.
I've got that reason.
Then come to my ship tomorrow. Bring your reason with you.
I remember going and talking to the determined man the next day and on other days. We sat in a room of maps. His eyes would light up whenever he looked at the pole. And he would say,
For 300 years, explorers have tried to unlock the Arctic. All the world's explored except that. I'll tell you my reason for fighting to be the first to open it. You'll tell me yours.
Go on.
I'm not saying I'm acting only because of love for science. I want to add to the knowledge in the world, it's true, but since I was a child, since I heard of Columbus, I've wanted to do something to equal his discovery. The only thing that's left is to find a spot on the Earth where there's no longitude, no latitude, no east, no west, where you stand directly under the North Star. That's the North Pole. I'm an engineer, but without a man like you who's got the skill and strength to survive the winters and break open the trails, I may never make it. I can't pay you for your help. There'll be dangers, hunger maybe, but there's no money in explorations.
What good will money do me at the North Pole?
You seem to feel the same as I do about it. How long have you wanted to reach the pole?
It's been a long time. Long, long time. I'll tell you about it. And then I remembered the origin of the urge that had driven me on. It came 30 years before I'd ever seen a piece of ice. It began on a warm day on a farm in Maryland. I was a boy of 11. I was planting seeds while my father plowed and my mother talked to him.
Saul, listen to me. They said they'd come back after you. Don't you hear me?
I hear you, Sarah. And I've said no one is running me off my own land.
But, Saul, there's nothing you can do.
Hush, Sarah. Matthew is listening. Don't upset him. Get up there, Myra. Get up there. You keeping up, Matthew?
I'm trying to, Paul. I'm trying to.
That's it. Drop the seeds in. You're going to be the best farmer in the South when you grow up. Ain't you, Matthew?
Yeah, Paul. I'm going to be a farmer.
You'll be no such thing. You were named after your Uncle Matthew, and you're going to preach the gospel like Uncle Matthew.
Yes, ma'am, Ma. I'm going to preach the gospel.
You're teaching the boy wrong, Sarah. We need men to farm the land, not preach.
There won't be any land to farm, Saul. They're coming back. They said they would.
Some people run from them. Some stand their ground and fight. I'm not running.
You can't fight 'em with your bare fists, Saul. Every Negro farmer in this part of the country's gone. You're alone.
Gone? Gone where, Ma?
Gone north.
What's up north, Ma?
Freedom.
What's freedom?
Matt, keep quiet and plant the seeds. Now, Sarah, for the last time, I'm not leaving. Because there ain't no place for me to leave to.
Oh, Saul.
Oh, can't you see? Everything I've got's planted in this ground. No Ku Klux Klans or any kind of clans pushing me off.
What's a Ku Klux Klan?
Men who hide their faces behind sheets and doing a mob what they wouldn't dare
So-
to do alone.
Saul, look.
I'm looking. I see 'em.
Saul, run toward the house. They're the same men. They've got guns now.
No, you go to the house. No matter what happens, remember, the land is yours. You got the deeds to it. Now go on and take Matthew.
Oh, Pa, I want to stay here.
Go on with your mother, boy. Go on now. Don't look back. Go on.
Come on, Matthew. Run.
I remember this was the beginning. I remember the urge to look back as I ran with my mother towards the house. And I remember the shot.
Saul. Saul. Oh, Saul.
I remember stopping, looking around and seeing nothing but a wet cloud in front of my eyes. Then came the days and nights when I was walking with my mother. I remember asking her,
Where are we going, Ma? Where are we going?
North.
What for? How far north?
We're going to be free if we have to get to the North Pole for it. Come on. Stay close to me so you don't get lost.
I came on. But through the crowds on the roads, there came a night when I was lost. I kept walking until my shoes were gone, till I came to a strange city and to a harbor where ships were docked. I went aboard one and knocked on the cabin door.
Who are the devils out there this time of night? Huh? You, lad. What the dickens you looking for?
A job?
A job? You're on a real ship, not a toy one, lad. Huh? I've no time to play.
I didn't come to play. I want to work.
Oh, what kind of work can you do?
Well, I could...
Look at you. You're skinny as a rail. You'll be kidnapped by the first wind that blows hard. And you're too young even to be a cabin boy. Oh, be off now.
Please let me stay.
Be off, or I'll be spanking you.
Yes, sir. I'll go.
Oh, wait a while now. Come here, lad. Come here. Let me look at you.
Yes, sir.
Where's your mother and father?
I don't know.
Well, where's your blasted relatives?
I ain't got none.
Come inside. Catch cold out there, and you'll be blaming me for it. Oh, sit up there in my bunk. Jump up!
Up here? Like this?
Huh? See here, lad. It's no picnic I'm giving you. You'll pay your way. Nobody's ever got a thing from Captain Childs free, and you'll not break my record.
Yes, sir.
Now then, you ain't strong enough to do real work, but you can lift a pencil, I figure. Huh. You can keep the dates in my logs. Here, I'll show you. Look now. Read these numbers. Well, don't sit there with your mouth open. Read aloud.
But I can't read.
You can't read? Well, then I reckon you can't write either.
No, I guess I ain't much good.
Oh, no, lad. Here, now. I'll have no blubbering on my boat now. Hold up your head, eh? I ain't nothing to reading and writing that Captain Childs can't teach you. Besides some navigation, and mechanics, tailoring, cooking, sailoring. It's easy, lad.
Yeah?
Sure it is. Huh, look now. We'll start you off right now and prove it. What would you like to write most?
My name.
And just what's your bloomin' name?
Matthew Henson.
A good seafaring name. Like Matthew in the Bible.
I reckon so.
Good. Now I'll show you how writing's done. Get a grip on this chalk, eh?
Like this?
Hold on, now I'll take hold of your fist and guide your hand over the board here, and we'll write. M-A-T-T-H-E-W. Matthew. H-E-N-S-O-N. Henson. Now, how's that, laddie?
Oh, is that how my name looks?
Well, more or less. Look a whole lot better when you get the hang of it. Now, we'll just rub it out and start off again.
Don't rub it out.
You don't want it to stay on forever, do you?
I do want it to stay on forever. How do you make it stay on?
Oh, well, you got to do something that makes it stay. Like inventing something or discovering something. So people will know it's yours. Then it'll stay on.
Is that the only way?
The only way. What do you intend to be anyhow, laddie?
A farmer for my pa, and I'm going to preach the gospel for my mother.
Well, with that ambition, you better get started learning a little reading and writing on your first trip out.
Out? Where are we going?
You're on a whaling ship, laddie. We go north.
How far?
Well, almost north of the north wind.
What's north of the north wind?
The North Pole, I suppose. But don't bother your head, lad. We'll not get that far. No man gets that far. We just travel as far north as we can go.
As far north as we can go. North.
That was the beginning. That was the urge that pushed me on in the face of winds and snow, year after year, slashing at dogs, driving the sleds through storms, while under me the ocean of ice rolled and cracked with the tides. That was the urge that brought me at last to a region where I stopped, took out my instruments, and checked my position. The midnight sun stood on the horizon, never setting, never rising. I had lost all longitude and latitude. I had lost all east and all west. I was north of the north wind. I was standing on the axis of the earth. I was at the North Pole. And I thought of my beginning, of the captain who taught me to write. And I took out my knife and etched my name on the ice. And then I took the hands of the Eskimos who'd come with me and spelled out their names. When Commander Peary came, we planted an American flag. And we men of 3 races of the world, Mongol, Negro, Caucasian, stood together on the roof of the earth. We had unlocked the Arctic. I remember the medals and the words I heard years later.
For outstanding service to the government of the United States in the field of science, for contributing materially to the success of the expedition in the discovery of the North Pole, the Congress of the United States awards this medal to you, Matthew Henson.
Yes, my name is Matthew Henson. I was named after a man who helped write the gospel. All I wrote was my name. I wrote my name on the North Pole.
You have just heard Destination Freedom's dramatization of the story of Matthew Henson and Commander Robert E. Peary, first men to reach the North Pole. Destination Freedom is written by Richard Durham and produced under the direction of Homer Heck. Matthew Henson was played by Fred Pinkard and Commander Peary by Morris Copeland. Others were Janice Kingslow, Louise Pruitt, Oscar Brown, Jr., Harris Gaines, Jonathan Hole, Charles Mountain, Arthur Peterson, and Stuart Sklam. Greg Pascal was the singer. The special music was written by Emil Soderstrom and was played by Elwyn Owen and Bobby Christian. This is Hugh Downs inviting you to be with us again next week for another in our series on the Negro in Democracy, Destination Freedom. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Destination Freedom. Listen, it's the Freedom Bell.
Aye, the Freedom Bell, my friends. And this is Paul Revere, called back from the shadows by the sound of the Freedom Bell to cry again a warning that the price of freedom is eternal vigilance.
Destination Freedom is presented by station WMAQ in the interest of human freedom the world over. Paul Revere is a symbol of warning, ready to ride down the skies to shout his alarm. His destination now and forever, freedom.
December 10th, 1950. Human Rights Day, dedicated to the proposition that all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights. Aye. And that's what we built our nation on, an independent nation of free men, the first in the world. And then we discovered that not all men wanted their brother men to be free. Wars have been fought to preserve our freedom and to keep the freedom of other men in other nations. It's been an uphill battle all the way, a battle that continues even today. But tell me, have you ever heard of the Alien and Sedition Acts of 1798? Perhaps it is a universal truth that the loss of liberty at home is to be charged to provisions against danger, real or pretended, from abroad. Most outspoken victim and critic of the act was Matthew Lyon of Vermont. Aye, the Alien and Sedition Acts, the result of political conspiracy by a party controlling our government, but grown too powerful and too smug, using laws as instruments to serve their own selfish motives. It was wrong, and it did not last, as all things do not last which are not morally sound. Freedom-loving men rose up to destroy the Alien and Sedition Acts, and another battle for freedom was won. This is the way it happened in 1798.
Life certainly took on a new complexion the day I married Matthew Lyon. The governor's home was packed with friends, and my father, Governor Chittenden, was quite a hand at marrying people. It was a beautiful wedding, nonetheless. I was a widow, and Matthew a widower, with 4 children. After the ceremony, the 6 of us left for Fairhaven, Vermont, a bustling little town that Matthew helped build from the ground up, and more wind-blown than blushing, my husky Irish groom whisked me across the threshold right into a house full of guests.
There you go, my pretty girl. Now, how about a kiss for all to see?
Oh, Matthew, no, not in front of me.
Come on. There. How's that for a start?
Oh, wonderful, darling. Let's do it again.
By the 2 bulls that redeemed me, that's how it's done in Ireland, too.
That was his favorite expression, by the 2 bulls that redeemed me. I knew the fierce pride that welled up inside him when he uttered those words, and little did I know that they were destined to become famous words in the Congress of the United States. After the gay round of parties, I finally managed to organize things a little and find out what a powerhouse I'd married. Among other things Matthew owned was a sawmill.
Beulah, come over here. I want you to see something.
What is it, Matthew?
Feel this paper, darling. Just feel it.
Matthew, what is it? I've never seen a paper like this before.
It's basswood, darling. Basswood. Oh, they said it wouldn't work, but Matthew Lyon said it would. Well, here it is.
Oh, Matthew. Matthew, it's so noisy in here, and I have some news for you. Can't we go outside?
Hi, darling. Out we go. No, little darling. What's the news?
Matthew, they want you to run.
Run? Oh, run where?
Oh, no, Matthew. Not that kind of running. It's for congressman.
Oh, go on with you, girl. What would a hot-blooded Irishman be doing running for Congress?
Oh, please, Matthew. You know you fought for states' rights, and the people know you.
But my business is, Beulah. Who will oversee the lumber mills and the magazine?
It isn't as though you'd be gone forever. Surely there are men you can trust.
Trust and go bust. It's just like the present state of the nation. Some fools put their trust in the Federalists, and now look what's happened. Who wants to get mixed up with those nincompoops?
But the people had their way in the fall elections of 1796, and Matthew and I left for Philadelphia the following May. We found rooms that pleased us after a weary day's search, and I was busy unpacking our trunks when Matthew, who'd gone out for the paper, finally returned. He was irritated by something.
By the 2 bulls that redeemed me.
Matthew, what's the matter? You're all red in the face. Sit down now.
Hi, Mrs. Lyon. And while we were looking for a place to rest our weary bones, the landlords were laughing at us and shaking their moth-eaten noggins. The Federalist mongrels.
Matthew Lyon, what's the matter with you?
Here, read this.
Well, it's Peter Porcupine's Gazette.
Read what it says.
The Lion of Vermont. Tomorrow at 11 o'clock will be exposed to public view. Lion of Vermont. Matthew, this is terrible.
Go on, read it all.
This singular animal was said to have been caught in a bog of Hibernia and when of whelp transported to America. Curiously, he induced a New Yorker to buy him, and moving into the country afterwards, the New Yorker exchanged him for a yoke of young bulls. He was petted in the neighborhood of Governor Chittenden and soon became so domesticated that a daughter of His Excellency would pet him and play with him as a monkey. He differs considerably from the African lion, is much more clamorous and less magnanimous.
Well, there's more.
I've read enough, thank you. Matthew, if that's the best literature the Federalist Party can put on the newsstands, it's about time somebody did a little house cleaning. Who is this Peter Porcupine, anyway?
Now, darling, don't get so upset. Peter Porcupine is an old Tory turned Federalist. He's a British citizen and the spokesman of the Federalist Party.
But, Matthew, how can he get away with this tripe?
Freedom of the press is a very dear thing, Beulah. Even though he's the citizen of another country, he's entitled to speak his piece in American newsprint.
Well, I want you to promise me one thing, Matthew Lyon.
And what might that be, sweetheart?
That you'll fight back.
Well, Mrs. Lyon, I think that can be arranged.
Congress opened with unusual pomp and ceremony as President Adams gave his inaugural address. Matthew was sworn in amid jeers and howls from Federalists all over the floor of the House. Amid all the hostility, I remained in the background and acted like a curiosity seeker. One day, I think it was on the 2nd of June, I slept later than usual and arrived at the Capitol during the mid-morning.
I think a motion will be made today about the speech, Adams.
Yes, indeed, Senator. A brilliant speech it was, too, sir. It is customary to retire to the President's chamber to congratulate him.
Which he justly deserves, sir. It'll be mere routine, of course.
Well, maybe.
I say, what do you mean by that?
There's a newcomer in the House who seems to object to some of the accepted procedures.
You mean the Lion of Vermont? He'll make no trouble, I assure you of that.
Oh, well, I wish I were sure.
I say, I wonder what all that racket is. Wait, I'm going to take a look. Peter Porcupine will take care of that rascal Lion. On what a roasting he got a couple of days ago. Did you read it?
Oh, indeed I did. Bill Cobbett is satire's great master. Listen to that racket in the house. I wonder what's going on.
Yes. Come here. We can't miss this.
What's going on?
The Lion of Vermont is crouching and baring his fangs.
Something involving Matthew was going on inside that chamber, and I sprang to my feet and ran to the door. Shouting was louder than I expected, and I squeezed past the 3 men who were listening at the door. Let me through. Please, let me through.
The House will please come to order. Gentlemen, I don't wish to have to remind you that this is the Congress, and the chair has reluctantly recognized the delegate from Vermont. You may proceed, Mr. Lyon.
Once again, Mr. Speaker, I am deeply grateful for your good offices. I should like to repeat to this assembly what I said yesterday about the discussion of answering President Adams' speech. Yesterday, gentlemen, I said that such members as do not choose to attend upon the President to present their answers to his speech should be excused. Today, I make a motion that those who do not wish to be present at the President's chambers be excused. I think this motion is reasonable. It leaves us at liberty to come and go as we see fit. Now, by the rules, I am obliged to attend. But I've been told that were I not to attend, I wouldn't be missed. But I'm a timid soul. And the House has laws about this sort of thing, which reminds me of the reprimand this body gave to one Mr. Whitney.
The representative from Vermont is out of order. Mr. Speaker! Mr. Speaker! Will the representative from Vermont yield to Mr. Allen?
Temporarily, yes.
Mr. Speaker, it pains me to say this, but I dislike men with Irish brogues flung upon these shores from Europe, meddling with affairs that are none of their business. And I think there's enough American blood in this House to defeat Mr. Lyon's notion. Yes, sir! Thank you, Mr. Allen. And now, Mr. Lyon, are you quite finished?
Mr. Speaker, I don't ask that the rule be rescinded, nor do I object to gentlemen of high blood carrying this address. I have no pretensions to high blood. But I have as good blood as any of you. My mother was a fine, hale, healthy woman. I'm getting the lion's share of the applause. Thank you, Mrs. Lyon. Before yesterday, Mr. Speaker, I had never heard of gentlemen boasting of their blood in this house. I want to say, however, this is my country because I have no other. I own a share in it which I have bought by means of honest industry, and I have fought for it. In every day of trouble, I repaired to her standard and conquered under it. Conquest led my country to independence, and being independent, I called no man's blood in question.
And that was Matthew's maiden speech in Congress. He made many friends that day, and many bitter, ruthless enemies. To President Adams and his Federalist High Command, it was a slap in the face. Thomas Jefferson, Andrew Jackson, and James Madison, 3 men who later became presidents of our country, each congratulated Matthew. Oh, I almost forgot to say that the House voted unanimously to excuse Matthew from having to appear before President Adams. Meanwhile, other events were taking form behind the scenes. A group of Federalists had gathered to discuss Matthew's speech.
Gentlemen, Mr. Adams is just outside the room. Will you rise when he enters? Welcome, Mr. Adams. I have taken this liberty to call upon a select group of our supporters. You know them all?
Yes, I know them well. Mr. Griswold, Mr. Sewell, Hopper, be seated, please. Go ahead, Dayton.
Mr. Adams, my friend Griswold has told me a story about Mr. Lyon that will reveal a plan through which Mr. Lyon might be returned to his constituents in Ireland.
Most interesting, Mr. Dayton. What is the story, Griswold?
Mr. President, it is not a matter of record, but common knowledge that Mr. Lyon was cashiered out of the Army during the Northern Campaign. And it's been rumored that General Gates ordered Matthew Lyon to wear a wooden sword while being drummed out of camp to the music of the March of the Rogues. I also know that this sword incident is a very touchy point where Mr. Lyon is concerned. It would make excellent political material. And, of course, discredit him on the floor of Congress.
Go on, Mr. Griswold. Go on.
All right. All right. The chair recognizes the Honorable Mr. Griswold. Speaker, gentlemen of the Congress, I would like to apprise you of the sentiments of a foreigner in our midst. You all know this person. He was bailed out of servitude by a couple of young bulls. It seems that the subject of my home state came under the scrutiny of this Irishman, who said that he could, with the aid of the press, go single-handedly into Connecticut and through an expose oust the entire Federalist Party within a few days. What do you think of that? I would like to ask the man who makes this pretense whether he will go armed with a wooden sword girding his loins, perhaps. The representative from Vermont seems to be preoccupied. I should approach him and whisper loudly in his better ear. I repeat, sir, would you be wearing a wooden sword?
What happened? What happened? Lion's kicking Griswold's face. There goes Bill Cobbett dashing out through the door. Peter Porcupine, methinks, is about to splatter rink in this street.
Philadelphia was in an uproar, and Peter Porcupine's Gazette hit the stands merciless in his attack on Matthew. The story of the wooden sword had been a lie from the first, but the press and the public ate it up. Almost 2 weeks to the day after the first scene on the floor of the House, another far more serious act was provoked. Again, Mr. Griswold and my husband were involved.
I say, Gordon, nothing exciting lately. How about joining me for a wee nip? Yes, I think I could go for something about now. I'd as soon take the afternoon off, but they want a quorum on a new resolution. Oh? There may be some opposition, you know. Say, look, Gordon. Here comes Griswold. By George, he's carrying a big yellow cane under his arm. Look at the size of that, will you?
I wonder where he's going with that thing.
He's heading over to Lyon.
Oh, let's stay here a moment.
Griswold's grabbing that chain like a club.
Oh, Lyon hasn't seen him yet.
There's going to be a fight.
Oh, Griswold's raising his cane.
There's a fight over there.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Lyon's trying to get to his feet.
Oh, Mr. God, what a beating Griswold's giving him.
You dirty, miserable, cowardly soul. Kicking a man when his back is turned. By the true bullshit regime, you'll pay for this day's work.
Kick my face, will you?
Who you will you? And the Connecticut Tory take this, and this, and just for good measure, this. While the rest of you stand off, I'll fight my own battle.
Mr. Speaker! Stop this outrage! Pull them apart! This is the Congress of the United States, not the bullpen!
All right. Let's have order here. Let's have order. Mr. Lyon, cease your attack upon the person of Mr. Griswold. Mr. Lyon!
Mr. Speaker!
The chair recognizes the Honorable Mr. Gordon.
I move that Mr. Lyon, a member of this House, for violent attack and gross indecency committed on the person of Roger Griswold, be herewith expelled. I second that motion, Mr. Speaker.
The box of Pandora never let loose demons like those which plagued us in the days to follow. It was as though Matthew had loosed all the abuse inherent in mankind, and it descended upon him like the trials and tribulations of Job. But more than that, it gave birth to a thought that blossomed into the smelliest legislation ever to disgrace the statutes. For shortly afterward, certain bills were introduced and debated, and over the protests of freedom-loving men, including many Federalists, the bills were passed. Their title, the Alien and Sedition Act. Under the Sedition Act, 5 years imprisonment and $5,000 fine awaited any person who opposed governmental measures, resisted the law, or issued any so-called false, scandalous, or malicious writings against the president or the government. Then Congress adjourned, and the legislators went home to make their excuses and get on the ballot again. Ethan Allen and some friends came to see us shortly after we returned to Vermont.
Ethan, I don't like it. That Alien Act is the foxiest piece of skullduggery ever put over on the American people.
Well, none of us like it, Matthew. How can you fight it without breaking the law?
It can't be done.
Well, anyway, Matthew, you'll be running again.
Not if I can help it, Mr. Allen.
Yes, that's one thing I forgot to mention, Ethan. Beulah doesn't want any part of Philadelphia.
Well, I can see why, Mrs. Lyon, but we need Matthew down there.
I don't care, Mr. Allen. I think he could accomplish just as much for the country by just staying in Vermont. I'm sick of the whole mess. Did you tell Mr. Allen about the newspaper, Matthew?
Oh, something new, Matthew?
Well, Ethan, I've been thinking of starting up a small paper.
So people can read the truth for a change.
Well, Matthew, why not? It's a splendid idea. Oh, they'll nab you for sedition.
I'm not worried about that, Ethan.
Well, then what's to stop you, Matthew?
Time, Ethan, time. One just doesn't set up a paper overnight, you know. Takes money, men, circulation.
Well, while you two are so busily engaged in Blarney, I'll skip out and pour more cider for the guests. Will you have some, Mr. Allen?
I certainly will, ma'am.
Matthew?
Huh? Oh, yes, Beulah, whenever you get around to it. Now, let's see. We have the newsprint. Don't need too much equipment, and if we got going now...
Church of Aristocracy and Repository of Important Political Truth. 36 pages and only $3 a year. Guess I'll take one home.
And it is the writer's belief that the nation would fare better without such a president as Adams has shown himself to be. A man with an unbounded thirst for ridiculous pomp, foolish adulation, and selfish avarice. Wait until Nate Chipman sees this.
I thought it was in the best interest of the party, Mr. President.
Where did you get hold of this magazine, Mr. Griswold?
Through Senator Chipman, Your Excellency. It is a direct violation of the Sedition Act.
Of course it is. This is a fine piece of work, Griswold. On your way out, summon the secretary and tell him to bring in a warrant. I'll have Lyon arrested myself.
Matthew's magazine appeared on the 1st of October, 1798. The circulation was excellent, and orders poured in for more and more copies. 3 nights after the first issue appeared, Matthew arrived home later than usual. He was in high spirits.
By the two bulls of Vesey.
Is that you, Matthew?
And are you expecting another man this time of the evening, Mrs. Lyon?
Oh, no, of course not, darling. Come over and tell me what went on at the word factory today.
Orders, and more orders.
Oh, the people are hungry for the truth, Matthew.
And it's the truth that they'll be getting, too, my darling. The whole of the Federalist hierarchy will feel the bite of Vermont's lion come the next issue. Aye. They'll be counting lions jumping their political fences while they're tossing in their beds at night.
Oh, goodness. See who's at the door, Matthew.
No, I hope it isn't more orders, that's all. Yes?
Matthew Lyon,
Oh, Mr. Fitch.
I have a warrant for your arrest.
Go on with you, Fitch. Now, you'll not be pulling my leg at this time of
Who
night.
is it, Matthew?
It's Fitch, the marshal.
Well, what does he want?
I've an invitation to spend the night at the lockup with the marshal.
At the lockup? You mean go to jail?
Come on, Lyon, let's go.
Hold on a minute, Marshal. Now, a joke's a joke. But if you're serious about this thing, I'll show up in the morning. After all, I'm not planning to go anywhere for a while except to the polls. And when we get through with that pleasantry, this warrant will be a forgery.
Lyon,
Begging your pardon, Marshal Fitch. On my word of honor as a gentleman, I'll be there at any hour you say tomorrow.
Well...
Just say when.
All right. There'll be a recess around noon.
Fine. I'll be there. Always did like recesses. Good night, Marshal. Good riddance.
Oh, the impudent, conniving rascals. Matthew, what do you think they'll do?
Beulah, we're not worrying our heads about it tonight. Come on, let's drink some tea and retire to the comforts of a warm blanket. The bed I sleep on tomorrow night may be a mite cool.
The jury and the judge were Federalists, to a man. The trial was a disgrace to our legal system. Matthew was convicted on 3 counts, all violations of the Sedition Act. He was sentenced to 4 months' imprisonment and $1,000 plus costs, and hustled off to a dirty little jail in Virginia, 40 miles away from Fairhaven. It all happened so fast there was no time to get competent legal advice, but once the word got around, things began to happen. And the Green Mountain Boys, with Ethan Allen riding at their head, descended upon Virginia.
At the window. Let him speak. Everybody keep still.
Hello, boys. And it's mighty good to see you here. And if it weren't for these iron slats and the fact that I'm 2 stories up, I'd be able to shake hands with you.
Matthew, we're here to get you out.
No, Ethan, no. Breaking the law ain't going to fix things. It's got to be done right. And that means at the polls. Get out and vote.
And they swept Matthew back into Congress by a staggering majority. He polled twice as many votes as all the other candidates combined, and him still in jail. As his 4 months rolled by, so much happened. There was the petition Mr. Ogden took to President Adams, and on it, 5,000 names. President Adams refused to honor the petition. There was a frenzy of correspondence between Thomas Jefferson and James Madison and many other liberals about Matthew's predicament. Then the subject of the $1,000 fine came up, and I just didn't know where to turn. But the whole family went to Virginia anyway on the morning Matthew's term was ended. As we approached the jail, I saw a large crowd. It was snowing. The crowd was excited. They'd left a path for our sleigh to the jail door, and we passed hundreds of sleighs before we finally came to a halt. Fitch was unlocking the main door, and nearby some Federalist officials were huddling in a group.
Your time's up, Lyon. Now all you need to get out is $1,000 fine and $60 for cost.
Oh, Matthew.
Now, Mrs. Lyon, no crying.
You'll not be leaving here without it, Lyon.
I think we'll attend to that, Marshal. I'm the governor of Virginia.
General Mason, what are you doing up in the woods?
Somebody in Philadelphia said Congress was looking for jailbirds. I just knew I'd find one if I beat the brush in Vermont long enough.
You paying this man's fine, Governor?
Yes, I am. And it's General Mason to you, sir.
Very well, General Mason. Is this in paper currency?
Yes, if you wish.
Well, General, I'm sorry. It was recently decided that Mr. Lyon's fine must be paid in hard money.
Well, I knew you'd say that. That's why I brought these bags. Release the prisoner, Marshal. These sacks contain $1,060 in gold specie. My aide will watch you count it.
All right. You're a free man, Lyon.
Not so fast, Lyon.
Now what?
I have a warrant for your arrest. I'm a marshal of the United States government.
Really? And a typical staunch supporter of the Federalist administration, too, I'll wager.
Now, how would you know that, Mr. Lyon?
You dunderheads are all alike. Be a good fellow and run along back to Philadelphia. And when you get there, you tell Adams that if he read the Constitution once in a while, he'd find out that a representative is immune to arrest during a session of Congress. And now, if you'll just pardon me, I'll jump into my sleigh and kiss the finest, prettiest girl in Vermont.
After we thanked General Mason, Matthew drove toward Philadelphia at the head of the longest parade the country had ever seen. Sleighs stretched out behind us, 12 miles in length. Yes, I cried like a baby. But Matthew had a score to settle, and he had his chance during the deadlock over Jefferson in the Electoral College. The election was carried to the House, and the House vote was a tie. That was before Matthew arrived. He cast his vote, and the Federalist Party crumbled to the dust and mingled with the dirt it was. It never revived.
A great victory for freedom, won by common men with a great weapon, the vote. That's the only way to fight oppression. The way to keep freedom secure in America. Aye, and we have another job. To spread human rights to all men the world over. For no man is free if any other man is enslaved. Each day throughout the year should be Human Rights Day in your heart, for it's there the battle must begin. How will the battle be won? Listen to Douglas H. Schneider, head of the Mass Communications Department of UNESCO.
In Paris and in Havana, in Chicago and in New Delhi, we are commemorating today the Universal Declaration of Human Rights adopted by the United Nations 2 years ago. Today we recall the first words of that declaration. Recognition of the inherent dignity and of the equal and inalienable rights of all members of the human family is the foundation of freedom, justice, and peace in the world. Magna Carta, the Declaration of Independence, La Déclaration des droits de l'homme et du citoyen, and the United Nations Universal Declaration, these are great landmarks in man's long struggle to attain the full dignity of his estate. But documents, noble and inspired as they may be, will remain mere pieces of parchment until the concept of human rights flourishes in the heart and mind of every man, woman, and child. UNESCO, the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization, cooperating with the United Nations, is pledged to spread knowledge of the Declaration, and this we can do with the help of the great voices of public information, radio, the film, the press. But the achievement of those rights depends on the personal effort of all men of goodwill everywhere. It's in our own towns, our own offices, our own homes that we must transform into daily living truth these words of the Declaration. All human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights. They are endowed with reason and conscience and should act towards one another in a spirit of brotherhood.
Paul Revere, portrayed by Maurice Copeland, will return next Sunday to narrate the next chapter in the story we call Destination Freedom, presented by station WMAQ in the interest of human freedom the world over. Today's script was written by Bob Eklund and produced under the direction of John Collins. Beulah was played by Geraldine Kay, and Donald Gallagher was Matthew Lyon. Others in the cast were Dean Almquist, Jack Lester, and Russell Reed. Mr. Schneider's speech was transcribed. The special music was composed by Emil Soderstrom and played by Helen Morton and Jose Bethencourt. Our engineer was George Wilson, sound effects by Cliff Mueller. Now this is Charles Mountain reminding you the sound of the Freedom Bell is your invitation to follow Paul Revere along the road to Destination Freedom. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Oh, freedom, oh, freedom, oh, freedom over me. And before I'd be a slave, I'd be buried in my grave and go home to my Lord and be free.
Destination Freedom. The Chicago Defender and station WMAQ bring you Destination Freedom, A new radio series dramatizing the great democratic traditions of the Negro people, interwoven in the pageant of history and a part of America's own destination, freedom. Today, Destination Freedom tells the story of the Reconstruction leader Charles Caldwell in a chapter entitled The Story of 1875.
I am a year. Of course, you know all about years. We inherit the habits of history. Men go by names. We go by numbers. I bear the number 1875 A.D. I came into the world with my faults, my blunders, my heroes, and my cowards, just 10 years after the Civil War. I inherited the ideas of the years before me. I set the seeds for the years to follow me. I was the year 1875, and in Mississippi on January 1st, in the morning of my first day alive, 10 men in odd regalia came to the home of Senator Charles Caldwell and woke his wife.
Who is it? What you want?
What do we want, she says.
You hear that, boys? Tell her what we want. She ought to know.
Who are you? If this is a New Year's joke,
Well, she thinks it's a joke, boys. We got to visit this county more often. People ain't heard about the organization. Fred, take a look around inside.
Sure, Wade, sure.
I said, what do you want?
Woman, what could 10 men with 16 shotguns want to do with a senator who goes up and down the state preaching race equality and yelling for the new voting laws?
Where's Caldwell?
Come on, where's the senator? Where's your old man?
He's not home. No one's here but me.
He's telling us straight, Wade. Nobody in there. Nobody's around.
You sure?
Well, come on, let's go to Clinton. If he ain't here, he'll be in Clinton.
What do you want with him? What has he done to you?
He's tried to fix it so people like me can't live here. So ex-slaves and poor whites will be running and ruining the county.
That's right.
Those like him got no business playing Senate.
The people elected
Ah, the people. She calls them people.
Let her alone, Wade. Let's go to Clinton.
Well, first I want his old woman to know we'll be back.
Not tonight, Wade. He'll have them scalawags and Yanks with him.
Not tonight, woman, but some night we'll get him. Maybe it'll take days, weeks, or months, but we'll get him before he gets us. Him and his Yankee songs and his scalawags and poor white friends. We'll get him before the year's out.
That was the way I started out in Mississippi. I was a Reconstruction year. They were the men who wanted to make me over like the old years. And on New Year's night in his home, the senator who had once been a slave was singing with men who were carrying me ahead to a new freedom.
Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. And so goes my king.
All right, that's enough, lads. Enough, lads. Now it's late. Surely you can see Mrs. Caldwell getting ready, tired of us, and being here and keeping the senator up.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes, it is. Now it's time we left him.
Not so fast, sir. I haven't heard the senator say a word all evening. He's just been listening to us.
Yes, how about it, Caldwell? How about drinking a toast? A toast to the New Year, Senator, and the coming election.
Yes, give us a speech, Senator. Speech.
You want me making speeches when we ought to be making merry on New Year's night?
Sure, go on. A word from the state senator. Go on. They say it's not so hard to get you talking when you're on the Senate floor.
They say you did plenty talking to stop the planets from holding on to the tax.
All right, gentlemen, I'll say a word. A word I would have said to the men in white robes who came looking for me today. Something Lincoln said.
Now, Charles, don't keep quoting Mr. Lincoln.
Maze, Fred, I'll come to the same end as Lincoln if I keep using the same words. I'll say this. We're starting out on a good year, friends, all of us. Men who 10 years ago would never have been allowed to live together as free and equal men. I was a slave. Ira was a carpenter for the slaveholder.
And they ain't paid me last year's wages yet.
And Grant, a slave. Mason, Cabell. 10 years ago, you were overseers, remember it?
I've never quite forgotten it.
And here we're together, on the same side, on the ground that was once a plantation, planning how to make it so there'll be more freedom, sure freedom for everyone this year. And we'll do it. There's a civil rights bill to be passed in Washington that'll wipe out every trace of the old system, gentlemen. The last 10 years have been good. This'll be better.
It won't be better. All over the county, we hear of men who demand the right to be free of plantations being beaten and driven back.
Well, there's no denying it, Senator. As fast as the federal troops leave, mobs led by the old planters spring up and call themselves clans.
Myra's right. It's going to be different from now on, Senator. They defy the law and they're getting bolder. There's nothing we can do to stop them. They're strong.
They're weaker than we are, Cabell. We, the poor whites and the Negro freedmen, we are the majority, not the old slaveholders. We know they organize bands against us and wait on their plantations like wounded lions, ready to split us apart when we quarrel. But for 8 years, we've been together. You've even elected me a senator. They voted against us. We were stronger.
I don't know now, bro.
And we'll get on with reconstructing the state for the benefit of all the people in it, not for a few who still hold the land.
Yeah, but when the troops are withdrawn, Senator...
The governor has promised that the troops will stay until the changes are made.
But the planters, they're still waiting for a chance to...
Let them wait. They're Bourbons now, like the old Bourbons in France, clinging to an old decayed way of living. They'll defy the new Civil Rights Amendment. They'll poison us in their papers. They'll play one of us against the other. But if we keep white and Negro together here in the South for 5 more years, we'll win out. We'll have a democracy. Now, there. I've made a speech. May always says you can't keep me from making a speech.
well, that's what we came to hear and what we need, too, to start off the new year. A toast, gentlemen, and we'll drink it in good old Scotch whiskey. All right, what'll it be, Senator? What's on your calendar that's important? A toast to it.
To this year's election. May every man in the South, black and white, be free to vote.
Here, here.
Cabell, you're not drinking.
Not Scotch, Senator. My taste is for bourbon this year.
Yes, I was the year when a few men with a taste for old times wanted to turn back. But those who believed they could build better years went ahead. And while my months passed, the senator who had been a slave went about his business of binding people together. With fresh copies of the new amendment that had been agreed upon, he traveled throughout the county. He took the words to the farmers and freedmen and told them to read it.
This the law about voting, Senator?
It's the new law, Mr. Jones.
What's it like, Senator? What's it mean?
It says what it means. Read it and tell everybody about it.
Well, it says 14th Amendment.
Yes.
Says the right of citizens to vote should not be denied or abridged by the United States or by any state on account of race, color, or previous condition of servitude. It means this state, too?
This state, too.
And it says the Congress shall have the power to enforce this article by appropriate legislation.
It means for the first time, Negroes will vote in the state. It means you'll get a new weapon. Hold on to it. This year you'll need it.
And the senator went on telling more people about the new right, and they were behind him. Even in the legislature, he helped pass new bills over the objection of the old planters. Together, the white men and black men were making a new South. The senator who had been a slave stood in the legislature and put new ideas into law.
Chair recognizes Senator Caldwell.
Mr. Chairman, in accordance with the 13th Amendment, I'm proposing that we abolish all segregation in the state of Mississippi.
And his proposal was made into law, and he rose again.
Chair recognizes Senator Caldwell.
Mr. Chairman, to put teeth in the bill against segregation, I offer an amendment to provide a fine of $5,000 against any officer or agent of any railroad or vessel guilty of Jim Crowism. I offer a bill to recognize the property rights of women, to establish free public schools, unsegregated as to race, creed, or color.
And before the year 1875, had passed many months, the laws were written and agreed on. They stood on the books. But there were men who stood outside the law. There was the planter Preston Whipper. He was one of the wounded lions waiting for his years to come back. He spat when the senator passed.
Good morning, Mr. Whipper.
What's good about it, slave?
This is the last morning of the old laws segregating citizens in our state, Mr. Whipper.
For a man who's just been 10 years free, you got an awful lot to do with the laws.
The law's everybody's business.
The likes of you ain't got no business with it. I've said it before, and I'll say it again.
I've heard your words before.
And when you hear me again, it won't be with words and laws. One day, slave senator, the poor whites will be united with me, not with you.
What is there for anyone to unite on with you?
Race.
Suppose they'd rather unite for the right to vote and be equal under the law. Suppose they don't go with you.
Those who don't want to join with me, we have our ways of persuading. One day we'll put an end to you and your reconstruction. Next time when night riders come your way, you'll not live to tell about it.
The senator heard, but the senator went on his way. Then slowly the days in my year began to change. There were jobless men and hungry men joining the riders, looking for the leaders of the Reconstruction. And they would come on horseback and knock on the doors at night.
Hold up, Ed. Is this here the place, Bob?
Sure, it's the Jones place. I saw him with the senator.
It's him, all right. I know his place. No.
Sure. Boy. What is it? What do you want?
Open that door. We'll break it in.
Who? What do you want? What is it?
For a man who's facing a shotgun, he talks too big, don't he?
I'm asking what you want.
We didn't come to give you what you deserve. We'll just give you a warning.
What? What have I done?
Go on, Wade. Give it to him. Both barrels.
I tell you, put down the gun. Haven't done anything.
Yeah, sure, Wade. Put down the gun and take the rope. Maybe that'll teach him to stay away from ex-slaves like that Caldwell and to vote the way he's told when it's time to vote. Go on, Wade. Teach him.
He's scared already. Don't need teaching. Just remind it. Remind him, and maybe he'll join us in the fun.
Fun?
Yeah. Putting folks back in the line. Teaching them self-respect instead of cooperating with ex-slaves. You'll come along?
No, I'm not up to it. Please leave me alone. My wife's sick.
I know all about it. You just remember when you come to the polls. You vote right, or not at all.
They wanted men to forget the new right to vote, to put the right back into the hands of a few instead of the many. They had the rope, the faggot, and my days were filled with terror. And while I was in the middle of my months, the senator went to the governor. The governor listened. The governor was worried.
Everybody, every official on the Reconstruction side says the same thing, Caldwell. What can we do? The mobs are too strong for us to risk an open fight. Oh, let them alone. It'll blow over.
When we let it blow over, all the good we've done will be blown away with it. Unless people in the South are given a chance at free schools and education for both Negro and white, a chance to live in peace together, the freedom we fought for in the war will be lost. We've moved ahead. Don't turn back now. Make the law stick.
But how? How, Senator?
Enforce them.
There are too few troops to enforce anything. The planters raised their own armies. You once said the poor whites and the freedmen would be natural allies. Now the whites are going over to the side of the planters. You see that.
I see that. I know why. It's because the planters still own the land. They have the power to say work for us or starve. They have the land. Now they want to take the last weapon of independence from the freedmen. That weapon is the right to vote. The election is coming in November, Governor. It'll be the most crucial election in the state. If freemen go to the polls and vote, we move ahead. The civil rights will stick. If they're driven away, there'll be no more free voting for Negroes or whites. I believe this.
And what do you want me to do?
Give me permission to organize our own militia from the people, to fight the planters and keep down the clans.
Very well. See what you can do. There's not much time before November comes.
was still time to bring together 300 men in the heart of Mississippi who joined to carry on the Reconstruction and to teach the new civil rights. There was still time, and the senator took it. They marched through the state, and the terror and the clans were quiet. The Reconstruction went ahead. The senator stopped at the workshop of Carpenter Ira. He was building the new school.
How long will it take to put up the school, Ira?
Well, with things quiet like they are now, it ought to be, say, 2 or 3 years.
2 or 3 years. Wonder if I'll be here to see it finished.
Oh, sure you will. You worried about the election? Don't be. I half at the county that ain't scared as for you, including me. If there's any voting, you'll be in.
A lot of the men are going over to the side of the plantation owners.
That's right. Yes, some of those we thought would stick have gone over. There was Cabell, I hear, and there was Jones and Brown. They think it's safer.
And you, Ira? I see you've got a uniform of the Klan hanging here.
Yes. They came to be this morning, Senator. The men who led the mobs for the planters. And they were telling me to come on over to the master class. They say the Negro's my natural enemy.
Yes?
Yes. I told them to look at the schools we're building now. The slaveholders were in power 100 years. Yeah, but they never built any free schools for nobody, black nor white. And then there's voting. They say it's for the white folks only. Well, I told them I never got a chance to vote when there was slavery. Oh, and then they said to me, think it over. And they give me this sheet for a uniform. Well, I ain't got no sheets at home, so I said, I'll take the whole idea home and sleep on it. That's what sheets are for, ain't they?
Then the senator went to friends and spread the news of Ira's stand, and it stiffened the men fighting to rebuild the South. And when the senator was tired, he went home to rest to wait for the voting month. But there was other news waiting for him. May was standing, waiting at the door.
You've had a message, Charles.
What is it? Have the mobs been here again?
No, not the mobs, but an invitation to the mobs.
What are you talking about?
Charles, there's no more Reconstruction. There's no more support from the governor. All the troops have been withdrawn.
Withdrawn?
Yes. The governor wired you. It had to be done, he said.
But he said he'd wait until after the voting was done. I told him why. I told him to give us time, a little more time.
There's no more time, Charles. What are you going to do?
We'll wait for the voting. We'll gather all our strength to test the new amendments. We'll let November tell what we'll do.
I am the month of November. I was the voting month. When I came, the senator welcomed me and went to work trying to make the days in my month quiet, peaceful days. The old planters were loose and the mobs were doing their work. Again, they covered the county on horseback with ropes and faggots, hammering on doors, pulling people out into the night. And as I came closer to the voting week, the senator went out to the farms and homes. Some men were afraid and wouldn't talk with him. And finally, he walked along the streets where mobs roamed. And they saw him and called out.
Well, look who's a-coming. The slave senator.
Hey, boy, look who thinks he's going to get elected again. He wants to talk. Let him talk. Let's hear it.
Now, what have you got to say about your civil rights? Your Reconstruction, Senator?
I've got to say, the rights are not only for me. And the Reconstruction is for every man among us. The right to vote is the right of all.
The right to vote in this state's for white men and white men only. You hear that, Senator?
I hear it. I don't believe it. I came to talk to you because a year ago, before you became afraid, some of you sat in my home. Now you're afraid the planters won't hire you if you work with Negroes. They tell you to segregate Negroes, and you do it. If they say these rights are not for Negroes, what's to stop them from saying it's not for Catholics, Jews, Irish, the foreign-born? If the right to rule is for white men only, what will you say to the majority of the world which is not white? Listen.
Don't listen to him. You talk enough. You change nothing here, understand that? Get on. And stay away from the voting if you want to keep alive.
Gentlemen, I'd like to say...
You said enough. We're not listening. Your days are numbered, Senator. You live longer if you keep away from the polls.
I am the week when the voting began. And though he knew he was being watched, he was at the polls. There was terror in the streets and in the counties. The planters were turning time back 10 years. But the senator who had been a slave stood in line, waited for his ballot.
Name?
Oglesby Lee.
You're not voting for none of them there scalawags and Negroes, are you?
Oh, no, sir. No, sir. I
Good.
never...
Take your ballot then. Next. You here?
I'm here.
They warned you not to show up here, Caldwell.
I heard them. Ballot, please.
Look, can't you tell when your side ain't winning? You know how many people they've given the rope in last two already? It's a white primary hereafter. Look, the planters have the power now. They got their own militia. I'm trying to help you.
You'll help more by giving a ballot to every man registered for it. You're holding up the voting.
All right. Here's your ballot. But if you take it, the planters will see to it that there'll come a day when a bullet will go with it.
And I was that day in the year 1875. I was a Christmas day, and the planters still celebrated the death of the Reconstruction. Still, they were unsure as long as leaders lived who remembered the civil rights and the new laws. I was a disastrous day when the men in the art regalia came back. They knocked on the door of the senator's house.
Who's there? What do you want?
She still says, what do we want? Huh? Do you hear that, Fred? Open that door, we'll blast it in.
You. What are you looking for?
Well, at least she recognizes us now. We're pretty well known around these parts since a year ago, ma'am?
What do you want?
You know as well as I do what we want. That slave senator. Where is he?
He's not here. I don't know where he is.
She's telling you right, Wade. I looked around. She's alone.
Why don't you let him alone?
Why don't he leave the voting alone? Him and his scallywags and their equal rights stuff.
You won the election. Let him alone.
The boss says it ain't safe leaving ideas like those in his head loose in the county. We'll stay here till we get him.
No use staying here, Wade. If he's any way, he's to Clinton. We got Cabell with us. He knows the senator's habits. On Christmas Day, he goes to Clinton. It's there we'll get him.
And on my day, the men in sheets went to Clinton to find the senator. And they spoke to Cabell, the ex-overseer.
Now, he'll be coming down the road, Cabell. You'll see him?
Yeah, I'll see him. You know what to do. You know what told you.
I know. Well, be sure you do. He knows you. He trusts you. You'll offer him a drink.
But if he refuses... This is a holiday. You can insist, can't you? You'll take him to the open bar at Moe's. Sit him near the bar, his back to us. You understand?
Yeah.
Then, when you raise your glass, tap it in a toast. That'll be the signal. We'll go to work.
Yeah.
You nervous?
The drink will help me. You'll be rewarded. You'll earn a place in the order, understand?
Yeah, but can't you get someone else?
You with us or against us?
I'm with you. But he has a devilish way of knowing what's happening. He has a way...
Well, we got better ways. We picked a day and a place. Now, you set the hour and a minute. We'll be watching.
I am the hour on the Christmas day, the year 1875, that was picked to spot the senator. And as I ticked into minutes, Cabell came to him and spoke.
Senator Caldwell?
Yes?
It's me, Senator, old Buck Cabell. Don't you recognize me?
Why, yes. It's been a year since I've last seen you at my house. New Year's Day, I believe.
Yeah, it was. World seemed to change a lot since then. Lots happened, some good, some bad. Would you care for a drink?
I haven't much time.
Oh, just one on a holiday. I know how you feel about the election, the Reconstruction plans. This will make you feel better.
Well, maybe it will. May always said I'd end up like Lincoln.
And in my hour, according to plan, Cabell sat down with the senator in a booth near the bar.
Sit this way, Senator. Take this seat here, if you don't mind.
No, I don't mind. I know when my time's up.
What's that?
Nothing. You still drink bourbon?
Yeah, I do. Mind if I pour yours?
Not at all.
Yeah. Shall we make a toast?
If I can think of one this minute.
I am the minute,
in the hour in 1875, when the drink was poured and the senator raised his glass for the toast.
What were you going to say, Senator?
I was thinking of something Lincoln said. I had wanted to say it to men who tried to stop me from voting.
Yeah?
Lincoln said, "Liberty is the heritage of all men. Destroy it and you plant the seeds of despotism at your own door. Get familiar with hatred and put chains around others, and you prepare your own limbs to wear chains. Accustom yourself to trample and destroy the rights of others. You will become fit subjects of the first cunning tyrant who rises among you. It'll be easy to destroy me, Charles Caldwell, and turn back the demands now for civil rights. But they'll grow stronger, and demands will be born again in another generation. Then no mob will be able to destroy them. A toast to tomorrow, when the whites and Negroes in my state will again try for the civil rights I tried to bring them. Toast."
And I am the split second in the year 1875 that marked the time when the glasses were touched, and the signal was given, and the assassin snapped the life of Charles Caldwell.
I am the year 1875. I was a Reconstruction year. I came with my heroes and my cowards, and I ended the life of Charles Caldwell, a senator who had been a slave and who planted the seed of civil rights in the Mississippi soil.
Oh, freedom, oh, freedom, oh, freedom over me. And before I'd be a slave, I'd be buried in my grave and go home to my Lord and be free.
You have just heard Destination Freedom's dramatization of the story of Charles Caldwell, Negro and Mississippi State Senator during the days of the Reconstruction. Destination Freedom is written by Richard Durham and produced under the direction of Homer Heck. Senator Caldwell was played by William Nix. Others were Ernie Andrews, Oscar Brown Jr., Don Gallagher, Ken Griffin, Jonathan Hull, Janice Kingslow, Charles Mountain, Art McCoo, Fred Pinkard, and Cliff Sabir. Greg Pascal was the singer. The special music was written by Emil Soderstrom and was played by Elwin Owen and Bobby Christian. This is Hugh Downs inviting you to be with us again next week for another in our series on the Negro in Democracy, Destination Freedom. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Destination Freedom. Listen, it's the Freedom Bell.
Aye, the Freedom Bell, my friends. And this is Paul Revere, called back from the shadows by the sound of the Freedom Bell to cry again a warning that the price of freedom is eternal vigilance.
Destination Freedom is presented by station WMAQ in the interest of human freedom the world over. Paul Revere is the symbol of warning, ready to ride down the skies to shout an alarm. His destination, now and forever, freedom.
Aye, freedom. It is not the possession of one man or one nation. It belongs to all mankind. America is the symbol of freedom to all the world, and today that freedom, so casually enjoyed, is greatly endangered. There is a crisis. The outcome? Take your choice. Expanded freedom and personal liberty, or complete suppression of the individual, with men becoming slaves to the state. Democracy or communism, 2 alternatives. Take your choice. For it is your action to meet the crisis that will determine the future status of freedom and the civilized world. War is not the cure-all. Men must learn that war can no longer be the final solution to international problems, but that in a strengthened United Nations lies the only means of preserving the world for an ever-expanding ideal, the inherent worth and dignity of the individual in a land of free men.
Oh, what a wonderful world this would be if there were no more wars, or rumors of wars, no more strife between men or nations, if there were only peace. Wishful thinking, I tell myself, thoughts like that. Yet we all dream of a better world, and some of us work for it. Still, the question is, what can we do about it? What difference will it make, as the saying goes, 50 or 100 years from now? Would you like to know what difference it makes, whether we have, for instance, a vigilant United States or a United Nations or not? Listen to what happened to me in a dream the other night. It was a pretty hair-raising experience, this dream, motivated perhaps by my deep concern for the security of world peace. It was early in the evening. I was having a talk with some men over dinner, and we were having quite an argument.
40 to 50 million they've spent on that UN site over on the east side. Can you imagine that?
You mean they seriously think there'll be a UN by spring?
Sure, why shouldn't they?
Well, because the UN's washed up for it. Wake up. Don't you read the newspapers anymore? Don't you listen to the radio, look at those sessions on television? UN is through.
Not quite, my friend. Maybe all that the delegates do is talk and talk and talk. But if only they'll just keep on talking and talking, maybe they'll finally get somewhere.
Talking never got anybody anywhere. All the money they're spending on peace is going down the drain.
Or into the East River. Now, you're right. Talking's no good. It's action that's important. Why, if I had anything to say about it, we'd fly all the planes and atomic bombs we've got over those countries making war and blast those troublemakers to kingdom come. And we'd really have peace for a change.
I wonder, is violence the way to end violence? Is bloodshed and misery the way to end bloodshed and misery? We've been solving our problems for centuries by war. Or have we solved anything? Has the little peace we mortals have enjoyed between wars been only a cessation of hostilities and no peace at all? Are man's former wars part of an historical snowball rolling down the years to gather momentum for the final catastrophe? World annihilation? World suicide? And universal silence? Will the so-called superatomic weapons for peace backfire and drag down the victor and the vanquished? And is this awesome and unspeakable climax to happen in our time? Well, I said good night to my friends and left the restaurant perturbed. Couldn't sleep, so I walked the streets of this city until I was so exhausted I had to take a cab to my home. I believed in men working tirelessly for peace and for freedom, the United Nations. But my companions had planted a germ in my mind. What if there were no United Nations? Would the world be a little better off? A phrase kept rolling madly around in my head.
Oh, we shall have weather, whether or not.
And I kept paraphrasing it.
And we shall have trouble and war, UN or not.
I couldn't get that stupid phrase out of my thoughts. When I got to my room, I went to bed. It was quite late, and as I dozed off into a fitful slumber, I remembered a light flashing on and off outside my window. Then I began to dream.
It's a failure, a failure. What's the use?
Be realistic. All they do is talk and talk and talk.
And talk and talk and talk.
Action's better than talk.
Bomb them, I say.
Sure, take all the atom bombs we have and blast the troublemakers off the face of the earth.
Then we'd really have peace.
Extra, extra. Big 5 walk out. Read all about it. United Nations polls. Extra, extra.
It was suddenly morning. The flashing light outside my window had merged into sunlight. I called the newsboy and scanned the headlines. What? The United Nations at an end? Well, a lot of skeptical people would be glad. But now what happens?
Extra, extra. Read all about it. War flames the Orient. Europe overrun. Occupation armies held as hostages. Read all about it. Congress calls special session.
I tossed in my bed, trying to wake from the nightmare. Or was it a dream? Was it second sight? Was this a glimpse into the future?
Hey, wake up. Wake up.
Oh, well, what's the matter?
What'd I tell you? Now we're really going to get some action. They've gone too far this time, holding our boys as hostages.
What are you talking about?
Listen, haven't you heard? We've sent half our entire Air Force and 3/4 of our atom bombs to wipe out every city and industry they have.
Then we're at war again?
War? No, this is just what we used to call a little mopping up operation.
World War III. It's happened. It's really happened. The nightmare plunged on relentlessly. Then I seemed to hear a low rumble like an earthquake. I waited, trying to keep a growing sense of panic from getting control of me. Finally, I went downstairs and stopped by the switchboard.
Let 'em buzz. They're driving me crazy. I've had 1,000 calls in the last 10 minutes, at least 1,000.
What's happened?
Well, it's bad, all right. They've blown up our harbor, and the Navy, what there was of it on the West Coast, has been literally shot to pieces.
What?
You know, V2s or whatever they call them, flying bombs. I just got it on the radio. They didn't want the city, it seems, just our ships and the coastline. Well, they've done a good job of it, all right.
I can't believe it.
Thank goodness for 2 oceans. That's all I gotta say. Although, come to think of it, what good are they now? All right, all right. Hello. Hello. I'm ringing.
Then there was an awful period of silence. What had happened to the Air Force we'd sent with our atom bombs? Not a word. Hours went by. Finally, days. Then a week later, over the shortwave radio came a lone voice from across the Atlantic, cutting in on a regular radio show.
Hello, America. Hello, United States. This is Adams, foreign correspondent for the Universal Syndicate. I'm on the coast of France. Haven't much time. Can you hear me? Then listen. This is probably the last message out of Europe. They've got this continent. And Asia, too, if my sources are any good. Prepare, America. They're coming for you. Prepare for a siege. Funny, isn't it? The United States, like one of those little islands in the Pacific during the last war, in siege. Only, maybe it isn't so funny after all. Sorry.
I went out into the crazy night. The news was spreading. People were gathered in the streets, their faces unbelieving, angry.
Just let them try to come over here. Yeah, like Churchill once said, we'll fight them in every village, in every house, and every doorway.
Fight? With what? They've got half our Air Force. We've only got a few atom bombs left.
Hey, what are you, buddy? One of them?
I stumbled away. No, I wasn't one of them, but I was scared, because I alone knew that this might really be the end of the world. And then in my dream, I became aware of a fog that was drifting in from the sea. In the dim light of the brown out, the mist looked thick and yellow, swirled past me and over me. I began to stumble, trying to find my way. There was a faint, sickly sweet odor pushing its way up my nose. My head ached with confusion. I'd never seen a fog like this before. And in my ears a growing drone, like a swarm of horrible, enormous bees. Or was it flying projectiles? How long I was unconscious, I had no way of knowing. In a dream, as you know, there's no sense of time. But when I awoke, the sun was piercing my eyes with a knife-like light. Finally, when I could see, I realized the glare was so intense because there were no trees, no grass. But where was I? On a plain, a bare, rocky plain, gutted and pockmarked by yawning holes, jutting metal-like stone that glittered in the sun like something alive. Alive! What a strange word. There was nothing alive on that plain. I was the only living person that I could see. Then, seized by terror, I began to walk, to try to find... What was I looking for? To try to find civilization. I walked for what seemed an eternity, and then it began to grow dark. A weird phosphorescent glow lit up the sterile earth, and hideous vapors steamed out of gullies in the ground. The moon came up, a sphere of red that seemed, through the fetid, steamy air, to bleed about the edges. Then I heard a voice.
Help me. Help me.
Lying in what seemed to be a section of a building foundation was a woman, gaunt and hollow-eyed.
You are alive, too? It's not possible.
Yes, I escaped.
You call this escape? Escape from what? How long have you been here?
I don't know. I was dazed by whatever happened.
The lucky ones were killed. Have you tried to eat?
No, I haven't been hungry yet.
You will be, and you will find, as I did, there's no food left. Food that isn't poisoned by that mist.
Then we'll soon be dead, too. Is there no one left at all?
Do you see anyone? Can you believe that anything could live out there? The miracle is that you and I are alive.
What about the enemy?
Who knows? But I think no one is left, or very few, anywhere in the world. I think it has all gone up in a mushroom of smoke. I think the world has really committed suicide this time.
Action, that's the thing. We've had enough of talk.
All they do is talk and talk and talk and talk. Bomb them.
Send all the planes we've got, all the atom bombs.
Blast them. Blast them to kingdom come.
Then we'll really have peace. Peace, peace, peace.
My fitful nightmare went on. Now I seemed to be floating up over the desolate world, over the discolored ocean that foamed up in sporadic geysers, tortured by an endless nuclear fission that seemed to have disjointed and corrupted the whole map of the globe. Then I began to descend toward a shore that was appearing in the distance. I was heading for a stretch of land that was again unrecognizable. No, I could tell now that it was remains of the land of the enemy. And this speck of earth had a patch of green. Wonderful green. Green, the color of life, of growing things. Green, the color of undeath. There was grass on the shore, and a cool, fresh wind, and a tree here and there waving gracefully. By a willow tree I found a pool of water, quenched my thirst in its cool depths. As I rose from the bank, a man touched my shoulder.
Who are you?
What? Who are you? What place is this?
I don't know. I don't remember.
What do you mean?
After the fog, I didn't remember anything of what went before.
Are you alone here?
No, there are a few others left. They're over there beyond the hill.
Do you have food, shelter?
Yes. Herbs, sweet grass to eat, milk from a cow. For shelter, we found some caves. Better than the open when it rains or when it's cold.
What about clothes?
We don't know. When these rags are gone, there are animals left in the forest, maybe we can catch some and use their skins if we can make a weapon from stone.
That can be done. It was done 100,000 years ago.
Come, you must be tired and hungry. Come, we'll share what little we have with you.
Thank you. You've fed me when I was hungry. You've clothed me when I was naked.
What did you say?
I was quoting.
Yes, from the book.
Yes, from the book.
It's hard to remember.
An atom bomb, it seems, may kill, but it still can't blast the good in mankind.
Good? What good is there in mankind?
You've already proved it.
But there'll be no more men or women after us.
Your children?
There are no children. There will be none. The mist has destroyed the past and the future. We want no more tomorrows.
But we've got to go on living. There must be a reason why we were spared.
There is no reason. Oh, why can't we die?
What difference will it make in 50 or 100 years? What difference? What difference?
Apart from this group of new-made friends, I saw a man down on his knees fashioning something of a sort of metal that he dug from a hill nearby. Curious in my dream, I approached him. No, don't let me interrupt you. I was just wondering what you were making. Are you a sculptor?
My work is very crude, but you see, some of us wanted this done.
What is it to be?
An animal? An image of an animal.
For decoration?
No. No, it's a kind of god, you see.
A god?
Yeah, you wonder that I do not make it in man's image as man used to do. Yeah? Yeah, you see, my friend, we do still, strangely enough, want something to worship. Something to believe in, but we no longer believe in man. So our God can't be like a man.
But this is horrible, a blasphemy.
We lost our God, and he has punished us. We are only trying to find him again. You will say God is in man's heart, but is he? Is he really in man's heart? He is everywhere. He saved this bit of green country for us. Yes, we will seek God again because we must. But why in the likeness of man? Why in the likeness of a mankind who caused the world to end?
I tried to reason with him, to point out, even in this desolation, that God had not failed man. Man had failed the God in himself. Man must find the way back through himself. But his mind was touched with tragedy, and he was groping blindly in the dark. Oh, was it to be the old story over and over again? Adam and Eve of the post-atomic age. Adam and Eve.
And it came to pass, when they were in the field, that Cain rose up against Abel his brother, and slew him. And the Lord said unto Cain, Where is Abel thy brother? And he said, I know not. Am I my brother's keeper? And the Lord said, What hast thou done? The voice of thy brother's blood crieth unto me from the ground. And now art thou cursed from the earth, which hath opened her mouth to receive thy brother's blood from thy hand. When thou tillest the ground, it shall not henceforth yield unto thee its strength. A fugitive and a vagabond shalt thou be in the earth.
Even at the end of this world, I wondered, was the beginning of the new world of the future to repeat the agonizing and tragic mistakes of the past? Was murder to follow man's first new gropings toward life again? How many centuries would it be before man would learn that his real enemy is inside himself? The enemy that men call, for lack of a better name, human nature, human passion. Man first killed his brother man without a feeling of guilt, because it was the only solution to getting rid of an obstruction to his brute desires. But when he developed to the point of accountability and was asked why he murdered, he said, like Cain,
"Am I my brother's keeper?"
I woke suddenly, shaking with terror, panting for breath, wet with the sweat of my fear. It was morning outside, just as on that terrible first morning of my dream. And just as then I heard a newsboy outside calling a headline.
Extra, read all about it. New aid to the war front. Austin calls for full show of strength from free nations. Extra.
There is still a chance. The world has not yet shrunk, after all, to a patch of green that holds a mere handful of the Earth's survivors, friends and enemies. In spite of cynicism, disbelief, and cries that peace has failed and that we are again at war, there's still a chance. Today, as we see the shadow of war lengthen over the world, the free man takes up his weapons against oppression and tyranny and prepares to do battle in the eternal struggle to help mankind live in dignity and liberty. He holds aloft the awful atomic bomb. He tests the catastrophic hydrogen bomb. He labors in the laboratory over bacteriological warfare, night and day over this free land. Free men work so that the fire of aggression can be fought with this new hellfire of free men's inventions. As an army officer said when asked what weapons might be used in the next World War,
I don't know what weapons might ultimately be used in a Third World War, but I'm certain of one thing. Any war fought after that would be fought with spears.
how far has man progressed from the Stone Age? Would he willingly go back to it and turn his back on all civilized history? Or has man learned in 1950 that the answer to his troubles and inner strife is really very simple? Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Love thy neighbor and thyself.
In the dawn of history, men huddled together in caves to form a protective union against the elements and their enemies.
In the ancient world, the democratic city-states of Greece joined in one of the first League of Nations to protect their common interests.
Even in the darkness of the Middle Ages, freedom-loving Englishmen banded together against the threat of absolute tyranny with the first great charter, the Magna Carta.
150 years ago, a group of men and women met on a tennis court in Paris to establish a new form of human government with the watchwords liberty, equality, and the brotherhood of man.
150 years ago, the elected delegates from the 13 United States assembled in Philadelphia to witness their belief that all men are created equal and endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights.
28 years ago, an American president dreamed of a League of Nations, but died heartbroken that all mankind was not yet ready for it.
5 years ago, the United Nations came into actual being, an organization which all mankind devoutly hoped at its beginning was to be a true parliament of the world.
I believe in the United Nations. I believe in any sincere effort to work out our confusing and complex problems by talking about them, not endlessly fighting about them. I must fortify myself against doubt and confusion and disbelief in ideals which men have fought and died for in centuries past. I must never forget that man has made progress toward the utopia his heart desires, the utopia of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The United Nations is vital proof of man's yearning for human rights and liberties. in the United Nations, and its charter is the machinery for defeating chaos and uncertainty. In the United Nations, if men believe in it and work for it, may be, yes, may still be yet another step, perhaps the most vital of all, toward a millennium of world peace and security. Weapons of destruction will not bring peace, for they will destroy their makers. It is through the United Nations that true weapons for peace will develop and mature. And I know these to be
freedom from fear, freedom from want,
freedom of opportunity,
freedom to worship God as we choose, and the sacredness of human rights and liberties for every human being in the world.
And I saw a new heaven and a new earth, where the gates shall not be shut by day or by night, for there shall be no night in that place. And the glory and honor of nations shall enter unto it.
Yes, two alternatives are available in the present crisis: total war and worldwide destruction, or a strengthened United Nations and a new world, a more secure world in which man's dream may grow and mature through centuries to come, to bring to all men the human rights and liberties which are inherently theirs. This you must learn, that war can no longer be the final answer to international problems, but that in a strengthened United Nations lies the only means of preserving a world for the ever-expanding ideal, the inherent worth and dignity of the individual in a land of free men.
Paul Revere, portrayed by Maurice Copeland, will return next Sunday to narrate another chapter in the story we call Destination Freedom, presented by station WMAQ in the interest of human freedom the world over. Today's script was written by Bill Hodapp and produced under the direction of John Collins. Arthur Peterson played the Dreamer. Other members of the cast were Jack Lester, Norma Ransom, Russ Reed, and Jess Pugh. The special music was composed by Emil Soderstrom and was played by Helen Morton and Jose Bethencourt. Our engineer was George Wilson, sound effects by Cliff Mueller. This is Bill Grisky reminding you that the sound of the Freedom Bell is your invitation to follow Paul Revere along the road to Destination Freedom. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Oh, freedom, oh, freedom, oh, freedom over me. And before I'd be a slave, I'd be buried in my grave and go home to my Lord and be free.
Destination Freedom. The Chicago Defender and station WMAQ bring you Destination Freedom, a new radio series dramatizing the great democratic traditions of the Negro people, interwoven in the pageant of history and a part of America's own Destination Freedom. Today, Destination Freedom tells the story of James Weldon Johnson, poet, educator, and lobbyist, in a chapter entitled Poet in Pine Mill.
My name is Johnson.
James Weldon Johnson. In Florida, men knew me as an editor and a lawyer. In New York, I was a poet and a writer of songs. In Venezuela, I was a consul for my country. But in Washington in 1920, men knew me as a lobbyist with a new bill in my briefcase, with the outline of a law against lawlessness. No one had brought it up before. I took it to a friend I had in the Senate. He thought about it. He looked it over.
A bill to outlaw lynching, is it? You expect me to sponsor a bill to outlaw lynching, Johnson?
That's why I'm here.
But you can't stop lynching with a law no more than you can stop murder.
Well, there's a law against murder. What is lynching?
Murder in a way, but still this is too new. Nobody in the Senate will support it.
When they see and feel the thing I've seen, they will.
I don't know, Johnson. I know we've just finished a war and things are unsettled. Race riots in East St. Louis and Chicago and lynchings. What's at the bottom of it, I don't know, but it's too early for your bill.
He said too early, but I knew it was late. It was past time to save lives with a law to end lynching. I went from friend to friend until I came into the room of an old senator who was wise and said,
"Yes, I've heard of this anti-lynch bill you're carrying around. Maybe it belongs before the people. Let's see it."
"Well, it's not much but a pile of facts I've been gathering. It's just some figures to prove that..."
Figures won't prove anything. It'll take more than figures. It'll take the story behind the figures. Have you got that?
I've got that, too.
Oh, good. Then suppose you put it down for me to see. Now, when you talk of murder, you've got to talk of the people who are the victims. You've got to know the motive, and you've got to know who profits by it. You've got to know the human side. Now, you tell me how you started on this, and I'll tell you what I can do.
I sat down and put aside the dates and figures on the men and women who'd lost their lives by lynch law. I sat down to write out a story, not of them, but of myself and people I'd known. I wrote of the day in 1917 when I came home to my aging father like a prodigal son. I'd been away from Florida for a long time. The town, the people, and their homes looked the same.
Fare, please.
Oh, yes, sir.
Fare, please.
The conductor and the fare were the same. But when I went to sit down, there was something different.
Say, where you think you're sitting?
In an empty seat.
The seats up front are for white people. Colored seats in the back.
Colored seats?
Now, no arguing. It's a new law. Whites in the front, the blacks in back. It's the law. You get it?
I got it. And then I saw that the people were changing, too. When you put a fence around a whole people, there'll be outbreaks. And in my town, they came every day, wherever the color line was drawn. I wondered what to do. Then I heard that some people in Pine Mill, a town in Georgia, wanted a school teacher. I told my father I was leaving.
Why, son, you'll be going from the frying pan into the fire. Now, stay here, son.
What can I do here?
What can a man like you who's lived his life in big cities and in Europe and South America do in barren backwoods village in the Georgia hills?
Maybe I can move the fence back further, just a little.
Son, you'll be hanged if you do.
Then I'll be hanged.
You had an easy life, son. Too easy to begin taking on hard jobs. Now, think careful while you can, son. Think careful.
I thought carefully. Then I caught a train to Georgia. I rode out to live with people I'd known only in books, only through what I'd heard. When the train stopped, I stood in a station overlooking a patch of run-down homes and farms. A clerk and a sheriff watched me as the train pulled out. I walked towards the small restroom, and the sheriff spoke.
Lester, didn't you say this was that teaching fella they sent out here?
Yeah, he must be the one, Sheriff.
Well, then a teacher ought to be able to read.
I can read.
That sign says white only. You're walking into the wrong room.
Oh, I see it.
Then obey it. That's the law in Pine Mill. As long as you're here, you'll obey it. would you come to teach anyway?
Depends on who I'll teach.
You'll teach them to respect the laws. If you came for trouble, you'll find it. We got enough kicking against the segregation laws without outsiders adding to it.
And that was my introduction to my new home. For a minute, I looked toward the train that was disappearing, and I gripped my bags and went looking for the Negro minister who had advertised for a teacher. I found him in his church with his board members. They'd been waiting for me. They looked me over carefully. They were a little suspicious of me, but finally the minister said,
"Well, you're a city fellow, Johnson, but we will have you if you're willing. All right, Mr. Baines?"
Yeah, city fellows, they don't stick out here. They ain't got to fight. They're scary easy. I don't know.
Now, he's quite all right, I expect. My boy Lim seems to like him.
Sure, he's all right, Ma. He must be. The sheriff wants to run him out.
Then we'll take your teaching, mister. Baines will fix up the school for you in a week. Then you'll start your classes.
Reverend Elder?
Yes, Baines?
I think we better tell him about the pay.
Oh, yes. How much you figuring on charging, mister?
Well, I thought maybe, if it wouldn't be too much, about...
Well, speak up. We mighty liberal folks around here, but remember, money don't grow on trees.
Well, I was thinking maybe, if it wouldn't be too much, maybe a weekly wage of about...
A weekly wage for teaching?
What, yes, I thought that...
Yeah, see what I tell you. Man looking for a weekly wage won't work out in the backwoods country. Just won't work out.
Well, what will be the pay?
Well, the last teacher got a nickel a head.
Nickel a head?
Mighty generous offer. Nickel a head a day for each student you teach. That's the custom in Pine Mill.
Sure, gives you something to work for. Go into the field and bring them into the class. Now, isn't that right, General?
Well, I guess so.
That's fine.
Now you'll be needing a place to put up while you live in Pine Mill. Miss Borden?
Be proud to have him, Reverend Elder. Your room and board will be at my place. Nobody there but me and my boy Lim. Help him with his bags, Lim.
Sure, Ma. All right. Ooh, what's in them? Make them so heavy, Professor.
Just a few books, Lim. Thank you for putting me up, ma'am.
Don't mention it. Come on, Lim. He's got to get used to Pine Mill. Hurry now. Now, you'll take your bath on Friday so I can wash my clothes Saturday, and we'll get along just fine.
Naturally, ma'am, naturally.
Lord, but you were skinny. The city didn't do right by you at all. Gave you culture, but no muscles. We'll wait and taste my muffins, too. They'll put the pounds on you.
Mrs. Borden went off to get the pounds ready for me. I walked about the little town wondering what to teach and where to start. I came home hungry enough to eat anything except Mrs. Borden's muffins. She was a most unorthodox cook.
You don't mind me using your cologne, do you, Professor?
Oh, no, not at all.
Just needed a little bit to flavor my muffins. My flavoring's all gone. I knew you wouldn't mind.
I discovered my landlady was the gayest, but the worst cook in the county. Her muffins smelled like my cologne, but seemed a bit heavy.
You're not eating, Mr. Johnson.
I'm trying to, ma'am.
He can't seem to swallow, Ma. Wait, I'll help you. There. A good whack on the back will do it. That's the Professor. You're going to get used to Pine Mill yet.
Yeah. Getting used to Pine Mill was getting tougher as the days went by. I had to get used to Mrs. Borden's muffins. Then I had to get used to Lamb. But first he got used to me, watching me brush my teeth.
Well. A little toothbrush keep your teeth clean, Professor.
Well. Lem believed in trying new things. I asked him the next morning, Lem, is that by any chance my toothbrush you're using? Lem?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, never mind.
I'm all through, Professor. It's better than my homemade one. Here, I'm all done.
No, Lem. In fact, I'm going to make you a gift of it. Hereafter, it's all yours. But I did get to like Lem and Mrs. Borden's food, and they seemed to like me. I never did get used to the Jim Crow law splitting one farm family from another. Neither did Lem.
You never quite get to believe in Jim Crow is real, Professor. You never quite believe it's here to stay. But some folks think it is. What are you going to teach about it, Professor?
It was real, all right. There was strange tension in the town between the Negro and white sharecroppers. There were no schools for the white children in Pine Mill, but when I struck the iron bar to bring my class into the little one-room shanty, only Negro children could come. They came from the fields and farms, and they were not all children. There were men and women among them. They listened to my first lessons, and when class was over, Lem and I rode home, 2 on a mule. Lem was thoughtful.
Professor.
Yes, Lem?
Ma says you've been in every country in the world.
Your mother means I've been outside the country.
Oh, what's it like outside?
Where outside?
Anywhere. Is there colored and white signs in New York?
No.
Then how'd they get here?
Well, a few men put them up to keep people divided, Lem. They segregate races so they'll grow up thinking they're natural-born enemies. Then they'll always be enemies to each other. That's Jim Crow.
Then how do you get rid of the signs?
Takes a lot of people working together to bring them down. You want to go where there is no Jim Crow, Lem? I'll tell you where to go.
Never mind. Before I go anywhere else, the signs in Pine Mill have to come down first.
I took Lem home that evening and many evenings, and slowly the city armor I had on wore off. It came off one evening when the Reverend Elder came to take me to his church.
You coming, Mr. Johnson?
Well, I'm not much of a churchgoer, Reverend. I'd rather stay at home.
You're perfectly right, Mr. Johnson. Reverend, he comes home tuckered out after sitting down in school all day.
Well, if you're too tired, well, it doesn't matter.
Well, if you'll excuse me this time, Reverend, I'm sure that...
Sure he will. Now come and eat your supper, Professor. Lord, but you're still skinny. I fixed muffins tonight, and I'm sure they'll spark you up. They usually do. Now come to the kitchen.
Reverend, maybe I should go to church tonight. Yes, I think I'd better go along. Thanks to the Borden muffins, I went along that night to the old church of the Reverend Elder. I sat on a bench in the back, and then the sermon began. The minister had said it was an old folk sermon, and I was half listening when he began.
Brothers and sisters, we have a new soul in Pine Mill. He's seen the spirits and souls of people everywhere. Tonight, I'll tell him our story of the creation. Amen. And God stepped out on space, and he looked around and he said, I'm lonely. I'll make me a world. And as far as the eye of God could see, darkness covered everything, blacker than 100 midnights down in a cypress swamp. Then God smiled, and the light broke, and the darkness rolled up on one side, and the light stood shining on the other. And God said, that's good. Amen. Then God reached out and took the light in his hands and rolled the light around in his hands until he made the sun. And he set the sun a-blazing in the heaven.
Thank you, Lord.
And the light that was left from making the sun, God gathered it up in a shining ball and flung it against the darkness, spangling the night with the moon and the stars.
Thank you, Lord.
Then down between the darkness and the light, he hurled the world. And God said, that's good.
Amen.
Then God himself stepped down, and the sun was on his right hand, and the moon was on his left. The stars were clustered about his head, and the earth was under his feet.
Hallelujah.
And God walked, and where he trod, His footsteps hollowed the valleys out and bulged the mountains up. Then he stopped and he looked and he saw that the earth was hard and barren. So God stepped over to the edge of the world and he spat out the 7 seas. He batted his eyes and the lightning flashed. He clapped his hands and the thunder rolled. And the waters about the earth came down. The cooling waters came down.
Thank you, Lord.
Then the green grass sprouted and the red flowers blossomed.
Yes.
The pine tree pointed his finger to the sky, and the oak spread out his arms. The lakes cuddled down in the hollows of the ground, and the rivers ran down to the sea. And God smiled again, and the rainbow appeared and curled itself around his shoulders. Then God walked around, and God looked around on all that he had made. He looked at his sun, and he looked at his moon, and he looked at his little stars.
Yes, Lord.
He looked on his world with all its living things, and he said, I'm lonely still.
Yes, I'm lonely.
Then God sat down on the edge of the hill where he could think.
Yes.
By a deep, wide river, he sat down with his head in his hands. God thought, and he thought, till he thought, I'll make me a man. And up from the bed of the river, he scooped the clay, and by the bank of the river, he kneeled him down. And there the great God Almighty, who lit the sun and fixed it in the sky, who flung the stars to the most far corner of the night, who rounded the earth in the middle of his hand. This great God, like a mother bending down over her baby, kneeled down in the dust, toiling over a lump of clay, till he shaped it in his own image.
Glory.
Then he blew the breath of life, and man became a living soul.
Thank you, Lord.
Amen. Amen.
I wrote down the poetry of the sermons and set them to music. And I remained in Pine Mill watching the students spring up and get a grip on the lessons I gave. Lem was outgrowing the town. He and his mother were sharecroppers for a landlord up in the county. And Lem hadn't forgotten that outside Pine Mill were other towns where people lived nearly free and equal. I remember how Mrs. Borden worried about the change that was coming over him. One rainy night when we sat at the supper table.
Land's sakes, boy, you getting like the professor, not eating much. More biscuits?
I got enough, Ma.
I'm sick and tired of your saying you got enough before you start. What's got into you, Lem?
Ma.
Yes?
I'm thinking of quitting sharecropping. Quitting and getting out of Pine Mill, Ma.
You feeling well, son?
Better than I felt in a long time. If we quit now, Ma, and go somewhere, perhaps we can... Well,
You can't quit before you pay the landlord what they say we owe.
We'll never pay him. The more you crop cotton, the more you'll owe. So I'm quitting this week, Ma. I'm telling the landlord to take what's his and let us go.
Now, Lem, with your temper, when you tell him we're leaving, you'll be getting into a fight with him.
Thought you said you'd stick it out here, Lem.
I did say it. Said I'd stick until the Jim Crow signs were down. Before I leave, they'll come down. I won't be in class tomorrow, Professor. I'll be squaring things with the landlord.
The next day, I went to my classroom worried and anxious about Lem's leaving. I got home early and waited with Mrs. Borden until he came. He came quiet. His steps were slow.
Lem, what'd they say?
I'll be all right, Ma. We're leaving.
What'd they say, though?
Said we're leaving. That enough?
I guess it is. But, oh, Lem, you hurt.
Be quiet, Ma. You should see the landlord. I had to do it. Everything will be all right from now on. Professor, I'll be in class tomorrow. Come rain or shine.
It kept raining, and Lem came to class in the shanty. It turned out to be his last class day in Pine Mill. It turned out to be mine, too. As I sat there reading to the class from the story of Tom Paine, Lem sat listening and looking at the door. The lesson of all the ages is that a wrong done to one man is a wrong done to all men. Any citizen liable to be hanged for a crime is entitled to vote for his ruler, to move about freely and in accordance with the law of equal rights.
Just a minute there, teacher.
Yes, Sheriff?
One of your pupils is wanted by the law, teacher.
For what?
Assault with intent to kill. His landlord filed a complaint. Now, shall it be peaceful like, Professor, or shall we take him out the right way?
Never mind, Sheriff. He's getting out of his seat. Coming on his own. Won't be no trouble.
Lem, wait. I'll go with you.
Nah, you're not coming with him. You just go on with your reading. You handle your books. We'll handle this uppity boy.
The handling of Lem Borden was something no one in Pine Mill ever forgot. The handling of Lem Borden led to his lynching, to a riot between the segregated sections of the little town. When it swept over, there was only a wider gap, a deeper hate, and the seeds for a new riot were planted. For everyone heard of the crime of lynching, no one heard of the guilty being punished, and he who lynched that day went free to lynch another day. When the fury was over, my school was gone. I went to Mrs. Borden. There were no tears. She blamed no one, not even me.
It's nobody's fault but the law's. You're teaching him to want what was his was right. The trouble came because you didn't teach more people. You taught the one to be lynched, not the lyncher. When will you teach the sheriff and the safe people who let the lynchers go free?
It was then I started out looking for a way to work for an end of lynch law. I went to work for a new organization. It was the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People. The secretary said there was a job for me.
We got a job no one wants to take, Johnson. But it's the biggest job we've got.
Yes, go on.
It's investigating lynching.
How do you mean?
I mean we need someone who's got the nerve and daring to go into every town where there's a lynching. Mingle with the crowd if possible. Go to the homes of the lynchers as well as the lynched. Get the facts behind the lawlessness. Bring that to the people.
I see.
It'll be dangerous.
I can understand that.
And we've got 2 teams working on this. We use a white and a Negro reporter. We need you.
Very well. I'm your man.
Good. Now, we got word of a lynching in a little town in Georgia. You can start out today if you're packed.
I'm packed, all right. Where's the town?
A little speck on the map called Pine Mill.
I took my assignment and went down again to the torn little town. I saw how segregation bred lawlessness and encouraged lynch law. I gathered the real picture of lynching and brought it up to the association, had it published. And soon my own neck was wanted at the end of a rope. I remember one evening in Tennessee, I came into a hotel. There were men in the lobby. It was to be my last trip. At the hotel desk...
What can I do for you?
He looked out of the side of his eyes toward the hefty men watching us. I could only say, have you a room for tonight?
I expect I might have. Where are you from?
Pine Mill.
Oh, right. Good little old town. You had me worried for a while.
Yeah?
Yeah, you look sort of like the Lyon reporter that's stirring up so much trouble. Trying to get the federal agents down here. Let's see, tall, thin, brown skin.
If you don't mind, I'd like to get a good night's rest.
Huh? Oh, yes. Well, here's your key. Room 220, head of the stairs.
Thank you. I walked uneasily toward the stair, the men watching my steps. I knew that if I made my room, I could escape through the window. The walk from the desk seemed like the longest walk in the world. I'd almost made the steps when the clerk called.
Say, mister, you think you can get away with that?
What?
Well, you better come back here. You can't get away with it.
Can't get away with what?
We're not paying for your room, that's what. In the Lord we trust. Everyone else pays cash in front.
Oh. Oh, is that what you wanted?
I say, you're sweating like someone's been chasing you. Of course, that's all I want. What else you got?
Nothing. Here's your money.
Save your money, mister. Where you go, you won't need to pay.
The men who'd been watching had gotten behind me. I felt a gun in my back. An arm went around my neck and choked me.
You sure this is the Lyon reporter, Ted? You sure?
Sure, I'm sure. Been trailing him since yesterday.
Well, now, gentlemen, if you just take him out of my hotel before you start your work...
Be quiet, you. You almost let him get by.
But you haven't asked him if he's the reporter. He may not be.
It's him, I tell you. I've been watching him. Go through his pockets, Joe. His name is Johnson, James Weldon Johnson.
Yeah, his pocket's empty. Only had a few bucks on him. Maybe this ain't the guy.
So what?
So we're wasting time.
It's him, I tell you. Same size, same color.
Yeah, but them ain't the right eyes. Look at his eyes.
His grip tightened around my neck as they looked at my eyes. And it seemed like a year later one said...
What'd I tell you? The guy we want's got to have brown eyes. This guy's got blue eyes. What'd I tell you? Let him go. We're wasting time.
It was the first time the color of my eyes saved my neck. It was my last trip in the lynch towns. I took my facts and put them to work wherever they were needed to fight discrimination. The facts proved that since 1900, more than 3,436 people had been lynched by mobs, 83 of them women. Not one lyncher has ever paid for his crime. When I finished my report to the senator, he looked it over, then looked on his calendar.
It's March 1920 now, Johnson. We'll build the first step toward an anti-lynch bill. We'll take it to Congress. It may not pass this year or next, but someday it's got to become law. You made the beginning.
You have just heard Destination Freedom's dramatization of the story of James Weldon Johnson, poet, educator, and editor. Destination Freedom is written by Richard Durham and produced under the direction of Homer Heck. James Weldon Johnson was played by Tony Parrish. Others were Maud McElroy, Oscar Brown, Donald Gallagher, Ted Liss, Fred Pinkard, Les Spears, Louis Vernon, Duke Watson, and Louise Pruitt. Greg Pascal was the singer. The special music was written by Emil Soderstrom and was played by Elwin Owen and Bobby Christian. The sermon on the creation is from God's Trombones by James Weldon Johnson. This is Hugh Downs, inviting you to be with us again next week for another in our series on the Negro in Democracy. Destination Freedom. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Destination Freedom. Listen, it's the Freedom Bell.
Aye, the Freedom Bell, my friends. And this is Paul Revere, called back from the shadows by the sound of the Freedom Bell to cry again a warning that the price of freedom is eternal vigilance.
Destination Freedom is presented by station WMAQ in the interest of human freedom the world over. Paul Revere is the symbol of warning, ready to ride down the skies to shout an alarm. His destination, now and forever, freedom.
Today is Christmas Eve. Tomorrow, most of the civilized world will pause to celebrate the birthday of Jesus, the Son of God, sent by him to save the world. But then, as now, the world seemed bent on its own destruction, and Jesus was destroyed by it. So most men, even yet, sacrifice good and perpetuate evil. From the littlest act to the biggest deed, the world is permeated with evil. It is small wonder that peace on earth and goodwill toward men remain elusive goals. It is of greater wonder that man has not despaired, that he is willing to continue the search for peace, that he is ready to do battle to help himself and others to find it, in spite of himself. Man's heart must harbor the desire, the need for peace. There's Frank Johnson at his newsstand, busy selling newspapers and magazines on this Christmas Eve. You pass such a man on the street, you look at him and make certain observations based on what you see. Sometimes you're right, most times you're wrong. For no man can thoroughly describe another man from his outward characteristics. To know the complete man, you must know his thoughts. Frank Johnson has been blind for over 30 years, but day after day, there he stands. What are his thoughts on this Christmas Eve?
Paper, mister?
No thanks. Just glancing at the headlines.
I guess Christmas pushed the war into second place.
Well, I suppose one day a year we can afford to forget about our troubles and be glad we Americans still have Christmas over here.
Yeah, we're lucky. Our boys in Korea can't be having much peace on Earth.
I guess you're right. Wonder what next Christmas will be like.
I remember one Christmas after the armistice, though I never saw the headlines of it.
You fought in the First World War?
Oh, yes. Yes, you might say I lived headlines in those days. Yes, sir. I spent Christmas in France in 1918. And I spent the morning of November 11th, 1918 in France, too. Though in a less comfortable place. It was a gray, foggy morning, about 11:15. A light rain was falling at the wind-up of a thunderstorm, but you couldn't hear thunder in the Argonne forest. All you could hear was the sound of the guns. We had been fighting all night, and the men were pretty tired, laying there in the mud. And there was a machine gun nest just over a little hill, and it made sharp, funny little sounds. Now, someone had to quiet that machine gun. I knew I had only one chance in a million, but somehow I knew I was elected. So I began to crawl through the wet leaves, straight for the enemy's barbed wire. And suddenly, there was no sound at all. Just the rain pattering down. I had some sort of a crazy notion that it'd be safe to lift myself up a little to cut the wire so that I could get through. And I happened to glance at my watch. It was 11 o'clock. Oh, I'll never forget how still it was. It was as if the war had come to an end. Funny my thinking that even then. And then as I started forward, I felt the sting of lead. Just for a second. And I fell backward over the wire, where they found me. I'd been shot just a couple of minutes after the armistice was declared. And later, in a hospital just outside Paris, where I spent that Christmas, I was to hear another headline.
Le président américain est arrivé en France. Le président américain est arrivé en France.
And the nurse, bending over my bed, translated it for me.
It seems that your president is to pay France a visit, monsieur.
Oh, why?
He has come to sign the treaty, monsieur. There's to be a meeting at Versailles.
Then it's really the end of the war, Ines?
I hope so, monsieur.
The end of the war to end all wars. And so to the country which had given us the idea of liberty, equality, and brotherhood, had come our president with a dream of lasting peace. But the war was not so quickly over. Around the long, glistening table in the Hall of Mirrors at the old Chateau of Versailles, man again fought with man. Greed and revenge presided over the conference. And Wilson was sad and disillusioned. He returned to America to find the country gone wild with victory.
Happy New Year, Frank.
What? Huh? Oh, Oh, yes. Happy New Year.
See the papers? Biggest New Year's this country's ever seen.
Oh, it's sure fine to be back in the good old USA.
What are you going to do now?
Find a job, if I can.
Well, you know, Frank, it's not like it was when you went across.
I'm not expecting much. Just a chance to make my way.
Say, what are you staring at?
Nothing.
Well, what's the matter with you? Why don't you look at me? You act as if you didn't know me.
Oh, I'm sorry. I do know your voice, but well, the fact is I can't see you.
Frank, you mean you're...
Hey, it's all right. I'm sure even a blind man can find something to do. And I did find something to do. I found a newsstand. This newsstand, where I've been selling papers ever since. And I found out something interesting about selling newspapers. You can sell them by selling headlines, you know. I'd have the boy who brought me the papers read me the headlines every morning. In that way, I'd get to know what was happening day by day. And I got to see a lot of things behind the headlines. By the things people would say when they read them. Sometimes they'd stop and talk, like you've stopped and talked. And I found out there were a lot of things you could see inside of you. I began to see things that I'd never understood before. What we'd been fighting for in France. You know, when you're in a war, you don't have much time to think about it. I felt proud that I'd been a part of it. But then, one day, I began to get a little worried. Well, son, what's in the headline today?
I think Wilson's going to die, and there's a lot of trouble about the League of Nations. I don't think America's going in.
Well, then what's going to happen to Europe?
Well, I guess we got enough to worry about in this country without sticking our noses into other people's business.
And I guess we did have enough to worry about. But I kept thinking something had gone wrong somewhere. And I didn't feel somehow that even with the end of the war, that the trouble was all over. But there were other things to think about in those days. We had a new president, and the country was trying to get back to normalcy, they called it. But it looked to me like instead of getting back to normal, people were getting a little more crazy. I remember a fella came by one day singing,
"Yes, we have no bananas."
People were singing songs like that didn't make any sense to me. Maybe they didn't have to. And they sounded sort of gay and carefree and kind of pleasant. And then I'd hear about people playing some sort of a Chinese game, mahjong, I think they called it. And a fella came over from France saying,
"Day by day, in every way, I am getting better and better. Day by day, in every way, I am getting better and better."
And that sounded sort of cheerful, too. Anyway, people were happy. Or seemed to be. They were making money. Even I was kind of prosperous. You remember when Coolidge came in and the way it seemed that he brought prosperity in with him. But every now and then, I'd get a feeling something still wasn't quite right, even then. I'd hear high-powered cars going by. And I'd hear youngsters, practically kids, laughing. Laughing in a way that wasn't really laughing. Laughing the way people laugh when something hurts them way down deep inside and they want to forget about it. And I remember one day a girl stopped by the stand. I thought I smelled liquor on her breath. And by her voice, I knew she couldn't have been more than 18 or 20.
Hiya, Pop. Ooh, you don't mind if I lean on you for just a second, do you?
No. Hey, what's the matter? You dizzy?
Oh, that's good. Dizzy. That's just what I am. So's your old man. So's the whole cockeyed world.
And how you wouldn't be a little under the influence?
Oh, you're just jealous. You want the telephone number of my bootlegger?
No, thanks.
You're a smarter man than I am, Gunga Din. You'll go blind drinking this hooch.
You're young. You don't need this stuff.
Horse feathers. People drink to forget, don't they?
What are you trying to forget at 20?
Everybody's going to pot, aren't they? Why shouldn't I? Why don't you get wise, Pop? Hooray! Merrily we go to pot.
Yes, in spite of booms in Florida, stocks soaring on Wall Street, you got the feeling that it all wasn't going to last. I remember a popular song that came out about then. A man with a monkey came by one day playing it on his hand organ. I'm forever blowing bubbles. All that prosperity was just like a bubble. And one day, it was in October, a man jumped out of a window just down the block. That was a headline, too. Stocks falling, money melting away, prosperity melting away. Everyone was paying the piper. The news was bad then. But people still bought newspapers. They were still waiting for headlines that'd tell them the Depression was over, that somehow life had started again for all of them. And then there was a lot of whistling in the dark. Somebody said prosperity was just around the corner, and somebody tried to revive that Frenchman's motto.
Every day, in every way, I am getting better and better. Every day, in every way, I am getting better and better.
The formula didn't work this time. The kind of prosperity men knew in the 20s was never to come again. And just as well, I thought. You began to see people who never talked to each other walking down the street together, being friends. You began to see democracy working again, you might say. Everybody was in the same boat, and everybody was helping each other to get out of it. We got started on a new basis. Sometimes you get a headline like some professor saying we were in an economic dilemma. But at least we weren't living in a dream anymore. We were trying to solve things. And then, one day, like the echo of that thunderstorm in the Argonne, we found out that the world had gotten smaller. We could hear guns even over 3,000 miles of water. There was trouble starting all over again. Other people were trying to solve their problems, but not helping each other, fighting it out. Death was falling out of the sky, and out of this new thunderstorm came lightning that struck down country after country, almost faster than the presses could turn out the newspapers to tell about it. And then I got the idea that every day, instead of selling a newspaper, well, you might say I was selling a page out of a history book. And I was selling a kind of a freedom, too, for a couple of pennies. The freedom for men to have opinions and tell other men about them. Freedom that any man could buy, no matter how much or how little money he had. Real freedom. The freedom of the press. But the free presses were stopping in other parts of the world. And headlines were being perverted in Germany, in Italy, in Russia. And when on December 7th, 1941, there was another war headline.
Pearl Harbor bombed.
A man who was to make many great headlines for freedom said,
"Our course is clear. Our decision is made. When you see a rattlesnake poised to strike, you do not wait until he is struck before you crush him. In future days, we look forward to a world founded on the 4 essential freedoms. Freedom from fear, freedom from want, freedom of speech, freedom of religion. But as for now, with confidence in our armed forces, with the unbounding determination of our people, we will gain the inevitable triumph. So help us God."
The headlines in World War II meant something personal to me, too. In an air raid over Plesty, I lost my son. His birth, 22 years before, had cost his mother's life, so now I was all alone. And in Washington, another president, a great worker for freedom, gave his life to the cause of peace on earth.
Nation mourns FDR.
But when, after all, the awful news began to get better, there came another kind of a armistice day. This one they called VE Day. And President Truman said,
I know that tonight the nation celebrates the victory over Germany. But here in Washington, we realize more than anywhere else in the United States that only half the war is over. This is no time for relaxing. The work must go on. Our men in the Pacific must be supplied. Every minute we stay away from our jobs may cost the life of an American soldier. We still have a war to win. Let us get on with it.
And toward the end of the war, there was good news from the Elbe River near the town of Torgau, Germany. Or so we thought at the time.
Come on, man. There they are.
Hey, are those Russians, Lieutenant?
Who else? All over the mud on both of us. You can't tell us apart. Hey, Tavares.
Hey, what does that mean?
Means comrades, you dope. Come on.
Oh,
Amerikansky. You are a lieutenant? Yeah, that's right. My name is Second Lieutenant William D. Robertson, U.S. First Army. These are my men.
I am Lieutenant Alexander Silvansko, 1st Ukrainian Army.
We must be the first Americans and Russians to get together. This calls for a celebration.
First we embrace, yes?
Well, I guess so. Okay.
Amerikansky's friends of Russia.
That's right. Friends, comrades, whatever you like. We must make this a moment to remember.
Yes, we should have vodka. Instead, German champagne. But it is appropriate to use it on this occasion. Shall we drink from the bottle?
No, wait a minute. These tin cups aren't exactly wine glasses, but they'll do. Is there enough for our men as well?
Champagne for everybody!
Well, here's to your health, Lieutenant. To Russia.
To America, my friend. No more war, only peace. America and Russia, friends forever.
That's right, that's it.
Only a handful of years ago, the world looked rosy. An organization of men met at San Francisco and made a United Nations a reality. Oh, it really looked as if the world wanted peace on Earth at last. Peace, harmony, cooperation, these were the keynotes struck at the beginning of the San Francisco conference. And somebody optimistically coined the phrase, last chance for civilization, to describe the United Nations organization. Nobody doubted in those days that everybody'd get together because everybody wanted the same thing, peace. And then, on one hot, sultry afternoon in midsummer, something happened to make that phrase, last chance for civilization, really take on meaning. A single dynamic paragraph prepared by the War Department on an ordinary piece of mimeograph paper was released routinely to an unsuspecting group of Pentagon pressmen. And what a headline that made.
One atom bomb was dropped on the industrial city of Hiroshima at 15 minutes past 8 a.m., August 6th, 1945.
And on August 14th, just 5 days after the second atomic bomb had been dropped on Nagasaki, President Truman released the news that the world had expected for so many anxious weeks.
This afternoon, the Japanese government has unconditionally surrendered. General Douglas MacArthur has been appointed Supreme Allied Commander to represent the Allies at the formal signing of the surrender terms by Japan.
At long last, it was all over. The nation went wild with delirium. The nation took off on a 2-day holiday and began immediately to ask for that post-war world they'd so long been promised. Automobiles that had been put up for the war for lack of gas suddenly came out of a 4-year hibernation.
I want some gasoline.
How many, sir?
Fill her up. Hey, that sounds like old times, doesn't it?
Yes, sir. You don't know what a relief it is to get rid of those coupon books. Hey, would you like a wash, sir?
Not worth the trouble. I'm trading in this old tub any day now, as soon as the new cars roll off the assembly lines.
And in the butcher shop across the street there,
I'd like a nice, juicy T-bone steak about an inch thick.
I'm sorry, madam. There's a meat shortage, you know.
Oh, don't you know there's a war going off? Where's all the meat? If you haven't got a steak, how about one of those pre-war roasts I used to buy from you?
We aren't getting in any meat, lady. We've got some weenies, if you care for those, and a couple of chickens left.
Not getting in any meat, eh? Same old story. I suppose you expect me to get down on my knees and beg, as I've been doing all through the war. Well, the war's over now, and it's you who'll be begging for customers. I'm taking my business somewhere else.
And all up and down this street, inquiring reporters made the rounds of average citizens, asking what they wanted most now that the war was over. And they got the universal answers.
I'm going to buy a new home. One of those super-duper jobs where breakfast is automatically brought to you and where my wife has only to remember that it's Monday and all the contraptions do her laundry for her.
I want some nylons. Aren't these the sight? I've been wearing them for 4 years.
It'll be nice to have sugar back on the table for a change. I'm getting a little tired of using saccharin.
Maybe I can get a new pair of shoes, too, without bothering with these ration books.
Guess I can get a seat on an airliner again, too, without all that double talk on priority.
But I really want only one thing. I want my husband back from the South Pacific.
Yes, new homes, nylons, sugar, shoes, automobiles, getting the boys home from the Pacific and from Europe. These were the first headlines in people's hearts after World War II. But there were disappointments.
No, my husband isn't coming home for another year. He hasn't enough points.
I don't see why my boy has to be part of the occupation army.
Yes, my boy's out of the army, all right, but he can't get a job. He can't seem to get adjusted.
And those who stayed at home were not finding it easy to get adjusted either.
Building materials are scarce. No new homes for months.
Rationing will continue on important items such as sugar.
Emergency declared not over yet.
Strike in transportation.
Reconversion may be set back 2 years by shortages.
Coal miners strike. General Auto strike. Strike! Strike!
Labor was throwing off wartime restrictions and engaged in protecting the rights of workers. They wanted more wages because of rising prices. Peace wasn't so wonderful. Well, not the kind of peace we had in 46 and 47. And on the world front, there was a new word creeping into the headlines, coined by the United Nations. Remember?
Gentlemen of the United Nations Assembly, please come to order. Before we prepare the United Nations Charter for the ratification of the countries here represented, there is still a vote to be taken on Article 27 pertaining to the voting procedure. Any discussion from the floor?
Well, I don't suppose they care what a reporter thinks, but I'm against it. That kind of veto can make plenty of trouble.
What difference could it make?
All the difference in the world. It could gum up the entire work.
You're crazy. The Big Five are boss, and they're one big happy family.
Sure, but they haven't tangled yet. Wait till they begin to settle Trieste, Franco, Spain, and the Orient.
What's the veto got to do with them?
Everything. One veto can rule out the settlement of any given dispute.
But it won't be used except as a last resort in a really big emergency.
Yeah? Well, wait and see.
Look, everybody's sick of war. Everybody wants peace. Nobody's going to veto that.
Nobody was going to veto peace, eh? And the people in Europe, peace was just a new kind of nightmare, especially with red tape beginning to pile up again. People can't wait on theoretical decisions to be fed, to be given hospital care and shelter and clothes. People can't wait in the process of living and dying. One woman reporter wrote a headline for the last 1940s.
The 4 horsemen outride the 4 freedoms.
In Paris, a Frenchman returning from the Buchenwald concentration camp dropped dead from malnutrition at the door of his home.
In Italy, thousands were too weak from tuberculosis to even read the glad tidings of peace.
Across the Balkans, displaced personnel, dazed and homeless, were looting and ravaging a countryside which no longer cared what happened to it.
Yes, the 1940s had the most terrible headlines of all times. And now, in 1950, at this Christmas time, we have more headlines about war and killing. Oh, but here I am rattling on like this, wearing you out. I guess you'd like to get home to your family on Christmas Eve. Excuse me.
Not at all, not at all. You're blind, and yet you see all this.
Sure, like I told you. When you're blind, you see a lot of things. You see the past, you see the present, and you get to thinking of the bad news every day is getting better someday. You keep dreaming of the greatest headline of all, peace on earth, goodwill toward men.
Think that day will ever come?
I don't know. But there's one day I hope will never come. That's when men stop fighting for the things that are really worthwhile. When men are willing to give up their freedoms and to be bonded into slavery. The day when men, whoever and whatever they are, stop fighting to defend their rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That's the kind of a Christmas I hope we'll never see. God bless us all, sir. Because we can still say Merry Christmas and mean it.
To know the complete man, you must know his thoughts. So you've come to know Frank Johnson and his dream of peace on earth and goodwill to men. Aye, that's the dream of a world of men. And down through the ages, I've seen that dream coming closer and closer to full and complete realization. Wars have been fought, aye, that's true. And men have died for the freedom we seek, and they're still dying. On this Christmas Eve, the battle for freedom has reached a major crisis. And on the solution of this crisis hangs the future of freedom and our progress toward the full realization of the dream. You can bring joy to the world if you bring freedom to the world. So on this Christmas Eve, dedicate yourself to freedom for all men. Dedicate yourself to live, fight, and even die for freedom.
Paul Revere, portrayed by Maurice Copeland, will return next Sunday to narrate another chapter in the story we call Destination Freedom, presented by station WMAQ in the interest of human freedom the world over. Today's script was written by Bill Hodapp and produced under the direction of John Cowan. Donald Gallagher played Frank Johnson. Other members of the cast were Paul Barnes, Geraldine Kay, Jack Lester, and Russ Reed. The special music was composed by Emil Soderstrom and was played by Helen Morton and Jose Bethencourt. Our engineer was George Wilson. Sound effects by Cliff Mueller. This is Charles Chan reminding you that the sound of the Freedom Bell is your invitation to follow Paul Revere along the road to Destination Freedom. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Oh, freedom. Oh, freedom. Oh, freedom over me. And before I'd be a slave, I'll be buried in my grave and go home to my Lord and be free.
Destination Freedom. The Chicago Defender and station WMAQ bring you Destination Freedom, a radio series dramatizing the great democratic traditions of the Negro people, interwoven in the pageant of history and a part of America's own Destination Freedom. Today, Destination Freedom tells the story of composer W.C. Handy in a special chapter entitled The Father of the Blues.
When I woke up this morning, blues walking around my bed. When I woke up this morning, blues walking around my bed. Went into breakfast and the blues
Nobody knows when the blues were born. Nobody knows where the songs began. Some say it was when Adam and Eve learned how to breathe. Some say it was on the day an assassin's bullet killed old age. Some say on that day the blues woke up from an empty bed in Memphis, walked the streets of Mobile like a natural man, haunted the barrooms in Birmingham, laughed and cursed in the Jim Crow court, and slipped unnoticed inside a guitar player who worked on a chain gang crew in a gravel pit by a railroad track in Alabama. This is the story of the water boy who noticed the blues.
Water boy, where are you hiding? If you don't come, I'm gonna tell you. Water boy! What up, that devilish boy? Water boy! I'm coming. Get the lead out of your feet, boy.
Who wants water?
Blues called you first. Pass it up to him.
You mean Blues Lemon? The guitar man? He working here now?
That's right, Mr. Waterboy. Blues Lemon is heading the gang. The fella with the nice new chains on his ankles. Now, Lord, why'd you make this here kid so innocent? Why, Lord?
Are you Mr. Lemon? You wanted water?
You took your time.
I didn't know what you was calling me. Gee, I'm glad you're here.
I never seen you. You never seen me.
I seen you playing the guitar.
They didn't allow kids in the places I played.
Slip in. You're the greatest musician in the world.
Yeah? You got good taste. Get me some water there.
All right.
What you stopped for? What you listening to?
That old train a-calling. Just a-calling.
Yeah, ain't no sound can say more than a train calling. Train talks.
What's it say?
Train says, leave your chains behind and grab me. And one old day I'll take this here hammer and raise it over this chain and crack down.
Easy, Lemon. Huh? The captain's coming up. Keep cool. Keep working.
Get out of my way, boy.
Lemon.
Yeah?
What you humming?
Just a little old song, boy.
What you call it?
Blues.
What's blues?
What's blues, he's asking Lemon. You hear that, boys? Now, Lord, why'd you make the water boy so innocent? You know that ain't right, Lord.
But what is blues, Lemon?
Don't make fun of my business. Blues is blues.
Well, is that all?
That's all. Guess you ain't been around much. Blues, water boy, is your heart. It's a train calling. It's a woman minus a man. It's talk turned into music. It's music that gets down to the rocky bottom. Sometimes it's a sad song.
Then why you sing it?
The blues regenerates the man, water boy.
Will it regenerate me?
Get yourself a good guitar. Maybe I'll teach you to see for yourself.
Well, can't you tell me now? Have I got the blues?
No. You ain't got them, water boy. You ain't got no part of the blues. The blues got you.
The blues had the water boy when he walked home past the barrel houses and the bar rooms. He heard them sung soft as a cat's paw and sharp as the bite of a whip. They bit deep inside the water boy's stomach when he walked by the Broker Brothers novelty shop and stopped to stare at a guitar in the window. Ted Broker came out of the store.
Get your nose away from that window. You cracked my glass. And all you can pay is I'm sorry. I don't want to know I'm sorry.
Mister, what does that guitar sell for?
Cash. Cold, hard cash.
How much cash?
Too much for you to be handling. How much? Well, you really want it? I'll call my brother and get the price. Ray, come on out here.
Yeah? So, what's all the fuss?
Kid wants the price of the guitar.
Well, he's wasting time. It's $52.
$52?
How much you make working after school in that gravel pit?
$1 a week?
$1? Why, the strings cost more than $1.
I know. But I sure wish I could get that little old guitar.
Wishing won't get nothing. Working will. Save 52 weeks' wages. I'll save that guitar for you.
You will?
Yeah. Now, go on.
I'll go, but don't give it to nobody. I'll be back.
You wasting time, Ted. He ain't coming back.
A dollar say he'll be back.
Dollar says he don't.
It's a bet. If that kid got blues in his blood, he'll work his way back.
He went out working with the blues ringing in his head. He worked as a janitor's helper in the courthouse, a bellhop in a hotel. He pulled fodder for farmers, picked and cradled clover, and in less time than the year, he carried a sack of coins to the broker brothers and kept track of the count.
49.50, 49.60, 49.70, 49.80, 49.90, 50. Oh, you're $2 short.
Well, I thought for cash I'd get some off.
$2 short with all these pennies, nickels, and dimes.
It's legal tender, Ray, legal tender. Reach down that guitar. I'll win the bet.
Well, all right, I'll pay you.
What a young fella like you expect to do with a guitar?
I expect to learn how to play it.
Who'll teach you?
Blues Lemon will teach me.
Blues Lemon, the gambling musician? Why, he doing time, ain't he, Ray?
Yeah. Hey, say, kid, ain't you some kin to old Reverend Handy?
Sure, he's my dad.
Why, he's the strictest minister in the town. Don't like nothing but sanctified music.
Oh, that's 'cause he ain't never heard the blues.
I see. 'Cause he knows you're buying the guitar.
Oh, no. This is going to be a surprise.
Well, I declare. So you're going to just walk in and surprise Reverend Handy?
Yes, sir.
Well, right surprise and surprise. Here's your guitar. Handle it careful. Handle it like you don't expect to have it long, if you know what I mean.
Oh, I'll be careful, all right. Well, thanks.
Ted.
Huh?
10 to 1, Waterboy be back with the guitar. Blues and all before tomorrow.
That's a bet. The day's still young.
The day was young when Waterboy tucked the guitar under his arms like a sleeping child and went home, his fingers twitching at the strings, his heart like a leaf. He went home to surprise the Reverend Handy. He tiptoed inside.
Will? Will, is that you?
Yeah, Ma.
Then come in, boy. Your father wants to talk to you.
Sure, Ma. Hello, Dad.
Boy, where you been? Captain said he sent you home early.
Went up to the store.
Land's sakes, don't be so mysterious. What's that you got behind you?
It's a surprise.
Well, let's see it.
All right. Here, a 12-string guitar. Well, don't you like it? Just a guitar.
It's a plaything of the devil. A box for sinful music.
Just what do you intend doing with that instrument?
I'm going to be a musician.
Musician?
Now, Tom, all music ain't bad. You yourself like to hear Professor Bach play.
I said, what kind of musician?
Blues?
I told you blues men are nothing but idlers, tramps, loafers. They end up on chain gangs in and out of graves. I know. I preach their funerals. Before I'd let a son of mine become one, I'd preach his funeral.
Tom, don't say that.
I will say it. We're not built a respectable home for him to tear down with the devil's box. Who gave it you?
I bought it.
You take it back.
It's mine.
Will you take it back or must I strap you?
It's mine.
Now will you obey?
No.
Will you take it back?
No. Tom, stop it. Don't hit the boy again.
He's got to obey.
He will. Listen, son. You're too young to understand what your father's talking about. You don't know nothing about music.
Well, I like it.
Isn't church music good enough for your ears?
Please, Tom, let me talk. Son, maybe we'll get you a music teacher, and then you learn the right kind of music. Now take the guitar back.
They don't want it back.
They'll exchange it. Get a dictionary and a bicycle. That'll do you good. Your father says blues never did nobody no good. Now go on. And don't stop on the way.
The water boy went out with his box and his 12 taut strings and his tight fit. And he went by way of the chain gang pit, and he stopped before the gang.
Well, look what the water boy's bringing. A guitar when I'm thirsty. Lemon, look at this. Water boy with a guitar. It's your doing.
Let the boy alone.
I want to talk to her.
It's near time to catch the train. You ain't forgetting that, are you?
I'm not. So, you got the guitar, huh?
I gotta take it back.
Oh, what's the matter? My father says it's only for loafers, idlers, barrel house bums, and outcasts.
I didn't say that.
That's what the safe folks say. They say blues is backroom music. Opera is front room. They hide blues and work songs in the kitchen. All right, let them stay in the kitchen a while. They'll eat and grow lusty and strong. Pretty soon it'll be too strong for anybody to keep in the kitchen. Besides, they'll see how pretty is blues and work songs. Here, give me a little old guitar. Let me feel it before I go.
Where you going?
A good long way. This old hammer killed John Henry, but it ain't gonna kill me. You know about John Henry?
John Henry?
When John Henry was about 3 days old, sitting on his pappy's knee, he picked up a hammer and a little piece of steel. Cried, "Hammer be the death of me, Lord, Lord. Hammer be the death of me." The captain said to John Henry, "I'm gonna bring that steam drill round. I'm gonna bring that steam drill out on the job. Gonna whop that steel on down, Lord, Lord. Whop that steel on down." John Henry said to the captain, "Bring that 30-pound hammer round. 30-pound hammer with a 9-foot handle. I'll beat your steam drill down, Lord, Lord. Beat your steam drill down." John Henry drove 15 feet. The steam drill only made 9. But he drove so hard till he broke his poor heart. And he laid down his hammer and he died, Lordy Lord. He laid down his hammer and he died.
And the water boy sat on the rock while the blues man fingered a folk tune. He sat till the evening sun went down and Red came up.
Lemon.
I hear you.
And stop fiddling with the box. Captain's going down the road a piece. The train will be passing.
I know it.
Then act like it. Get rid of the water boy. He's bad luck.
The water boy's all right. Here, take your guitar. Give me my hammer.
Yep, sure, Lemon. What you pulling the chain like that for?
Be quiet, boy. Be quiet.
Oh, the train's on time. The
Train's calling.
Take me.
You make yourself useful. Stand in front of me. Captain might look this way. Now, go on, Red. Hit the link on the edge. Come down. Good, bro. Now do yours. Stand still, boy.
All right, come on, head for the track. You leaving me behind, Lemon?
For a while, boy, for a while.
But you ain't showing me the blues.
Show yourself, water boy.
Lemon, will you come on?
I'm coming. Boy, to sing the blues, you gotta live the blues. You won't get it from no teacher. You get it from people, any people. Turn the talking into music.
Lemon!
I'm coming. Boy, take this hammer. Give it to the captain. If he asks you where I am, tell him Blues Lemon's been here and gone.
That boy'd be on the chain gang himself if it wasn't for my good nature, ma'am. I can't use him no more. He lost that guitar, but now he loafs about the music halls and in the streets with the drunkards.
Has he taken to drinking?
Not alcohol, ma'am, but the blues is whiskey. So he's drunk all the time. Everything he touches turns to blues. I'm scared to let him dip out water to the men anymore. You better do something about him.
And they did something about him. Mrs. Handy called in Professor Bach, a doctor of music.
Your son, Madam Handy, is suffering from a severe distemperament of the pentatonic scales. There's an overgrowth of the minor chord tending towards dissonance.
Great Lord, is he ill?
Musically speaking, madam, your son has been dead for quite some time.
Professor, can't you help him?
I am coming to that. For complete resurrection, I suggest extended treatment in symphonic orchestration. Some Brahms, some Beethoven, some Chopin, and a bit of Verdi. And, of course, he must get good instrumental training. That is, if he can develop the taste and ear for the proper elements of music.
He's got the ears all right.
Then we will begin. He likes dance music, so I teach him to execute the quadrille, the minuet, the polka, the waltz. The better to forget the cakewalk and turkey trot. Now, Handy, listen to me. You have a pronounced aptitude for fingering at the piano. This we will exploit first. Clear your head of the past while I play Chopin. In a few years, you will play this way. If you can get the other music out of your head. Are you listening to me or to yourself?
For a few years, the water boy was listening to both. Sometimes to his lost guitar, sometimes to his teacher. And then he was composing sonatas like those in Italy, concertos like those from Vienna. And slowly the blues from Alabama was gone. Then there were the years learning the violin and the cornet, leading an ensemble across the country. And after a time, he played Chopin better than Professor Bach.
Very well, Handy. I congratulate myself. I taught you well.
Yes, you did. That's why I'm sorry we're going different ways now.
Oh, but why? In 20 years, you have made a name for yourself. With my managing, we can go farther.
No. I'm afraid I've lost the taste for the work, Professor. I haven't made much money.
Ah, nonsense. There's a depression now. It always hits entertainers first. It will pass over. We can go on.
Professor.
Yes.
This time I'd like to travel alone.
Alone? But after...
I know. But I'd like to try to find some other forms of music besides concert. Some American music.
Huh? American music? What American music?
I don't know yet.
Have you seen any?
Well, not much on paper. But I can't get over feeling that all about me there's a new music. A good, rich music that's got a language and a body. I'm leaving concerts to look for it. Maybe I'll build some minstrel bands.
Well, you have done that.
I can do more. Something like...
Like playing a guitar?
A guitar. Did I play a guitar?
You have forgotten? Good. You can go on now and be a real artist. Yes, take your trip alone. There's enough money to carry you to Chicago. They have a World's Fair starting in a few weeks. The 1892 exposition, they call it. There will be plenty work for a concert artist. If you can keep your memory from straying back to Alabama, it may be the beginning of your real career. Now practice your preludes and good luck.
He practiced the preludes and took his skill to Chicago to the exposition. He got off in the busy station and looked about for a guide.
Say, mister.
Yeah?
How do you get to the exposition? I'm new here.
You'll be a year older before you get to the exposition. Haven't you read the papers?
Well, no, I've been on the train.
They decided to put the exposition off till 1893.
Next year?
Hits you pretty hard, don't it? Can't you go back where you come from?
No.
I see. In the same fix I'm in, huh? Musician?
Musician.
Well, what do you know? Me too. Hey, why don't you do like I'm doing? Ain't no work in Chicago till the fair starts, so let's go to New York.
Yeah, I'd like to, but I'm broke.
Oh, don't worry about a thing, pal. You don't need dough to hop a freight.
What do I need?
All you need is my advice. Lift your bag. Follow me over to the freight yard.
All right.
I'll give you the first lesson every musician ought to know. How to get out of town. Come on. They call me Slim. What do they call you?
He went around to the yards with Slim and walked along the tracks.
I'll show you the ropes. Now, you don't just hop any freight, see? You watch where they're headed. Now, this one down there is headed south to Tennessee.
Yeah?
Yeah. The New York train's up ahead. It'll be pulling out soon. Come on, pick 'em up and lay 'em down. Come on. Hey, what are you stopping for?
That train whistle.
Oh, you'll be hearing a million of them. Come on.
Now, wait.
Ain't no waiting, fella. That New York freight's leaving.
Slim, I think I'll catch the train going to Tennessee.
You crazy? The watchmen are tough on vagrants in the South. Besides, ain't no work in Tennessee for a musician. Now, don't just stand there listening. Come on.
No, Slim, you go. I just thought of something I've forgotten for a long time. I'm catching the train to Tennessee.
He climbed into the boxcar and listened to the clacking of the wheels while he rode through the night and the day before the freight stopped in the Tennessee yard. And he hid in the corner while watchmen came searching the cars.
Car 6, all clear, Jake. Check. Car 7, all clear. Check. No. Wait a minute. Somebody's in here. Come out of there, you.
The hobo. Let him have it.
Come out of there, I say.
All right, I'm coming, officer, but I'm no hobo.
He ain't no hobo, Jake.
No, he's the Prince of Wales. Come on, you. We got work for vagrants.
But I'm no vagrant.
You're a member of a chain gang for 3 months. That's the penalty for vagrants. Come on to the rock pile.
He went to the rock pile and he hammered in the hot sun and thought of how he could find the guitar he'd lost and forgotten. When the chains left his legs, he went wandering about the waterfronts and the streets, looking, listening for the chords. And in the courts, he was charged with vagrancy until the judge grew weary of him.
Well, what's he charged with this time, Grady?
Same as last time, Your Honor. We told him to stop roaming around town at night into every bar and bail house, but he won't.
What are you looking for, man?
My guitar.
Oh, you lost a guitar? When did you lose it?
20 years ago in Alabama.
And you're still looking? This is Memphis, man.
I know it. I can find it here, too.
Now, what did I tell you, Judge? He's minus a very important screw.
Young man, I don't know about this guitar of yours, but if you don't find it shortly, you'll be looking for it in jail. Case dismissed.
He went on with his looking, and slowly he came closer to it. He began to hear the guitar. He began to hear human speech turning into song. He heard a farmer coming in from the field without his crops.
Boll weevil, where you been so long? Boll weevil, where you been so long? You stole my cotton, now you got my corn.
He heard a woman in Birmingham say,
I'm gonna lay my head right on the railroad track. I'm gonna lay my head right on the railroad track. And when the train comes along, Lord, I'm gonna snatch it back.
he kept wandering from camps to levees, from city to city, until he came to St. Louis on a cool evening. While the sun went down, a woman walked by, humming an odd tune.
That evening sun go down.
And he asked her,
What are you singing?
I wasn't singing. I was talking.
What'd you say?
I was just saying, I hate to see the evening sun go down. Hate to go home. Hate to see that evening sun go down. cast in the sea. There just ain't no reaching.
I hate to see that evening sun go down. Man's got a heart like a rock cast to the sea. What have you got?
I got the St. Louis blues.
The water boy had found his guitar on the St. Louis levee. He put down the words of blues from Memphis to Mobile, New Orleans, and Texas, and soon he had a whole world singing blues. He had set down on paper a new American music.
You have just heard Destination Freedom's dramatization of the story of composer W.C. Handy, father of the blues, brought to you by the Chicago Defender newspaper and station WMAQ. Destination Freedom is written by Richard Durham and produced under the direction of Homer Heck. W.C. Handy was played by Fred Pinkhart. Others were Louise Pruitt, Gladys Williams, Oscar Brown, George Kluge, Kurt Kupfer, Charles Mountain, William Nix, Cliff Norton, Tony Parrish, Arthur Peterson, and Les Spears. Greg Pascal is the singer. The special music was written by Emil Soderstrom and was played by Elwin Owen, Bobby Christian, and Claude Shiner. Blues selections were from The Blues, an anthology by W.C. Handy, and Shining Trumpet by Rudy Blesh. This is Hugh Downs inviting you to be with us again next week for another in our series on the Negro in Democracy, Destination Freedom. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Destination Freedom. Listen, it's the Freedom Bell.
Freedom Bell, my friends. And this is Paul Revere, called back from the shadows by the sound of the Freedom Bell to cry again a warning that the price of freedom is eternal vigilance.
Destination Freedom is presented by station WMAQ in the interest of human freedom the world over. Paul Revere is the symbol of warning, ready to ride down the skies to shout his alarm. His destination now and forever, freedom.
Today, on the eve of this year of crisis, I have a true story to tell. It is the story of John, Alma, Johnny, and Myra. These are their given names. Their last name must remain anonymous for obvious reasons. I visited John and his family the other night with an interpreter. You see, John and his family are Latvian, displaced persons, who've come to America this year, 1950. Tonight, John, Alma, Johnny, and Myra celebrate their first new year in America. To look at them, you would never think their lives had been in danger. Yet, in Latvia, in August 1939, when our story begins, certain diplomats were celebrating the signing of an infamous treaty, the Treaty of Non-Aggression and Mutual Assistance between Latvia and the Soviet Union.
John, what's that?
The Russians are blasting again, Alma. It's only dynamite. Do not worry, Alma.
Blasting? Why?
For bomb shelters, gun emplacements.
Oh, they'll wake our baby. Oh, what did I tell you?
I know, Alma, but we can do nothing about it. Just make the best of it.
The best of it. They've been here only 3 weeks, and this province is rocking as though a volcano were seething in our midst. Oh, see who it is, John. I have to comfort the baby.
All right, Alma, all right. I was a director in a small Latvian cooperative store. One of my clerks had run in haste to my apartment, saying that a strange man
had issued orders for me to come and see him at once at the store. Following the lad, I entered my store. It was empty, the customers having been cleared out, apparently, for our meeting.
You're the manager of this store?
Yes.
I am Comrade Catch.
I was at my lunch. Why do you wish to see me?
I sent for you because I wish you to make a report of your inventory.
You want me to... Look here, who are you? By what right do you order my employees to disturb me?
John, I am an official of the occupation.
So what?
I'm afraid you do not understand.
Understand what?
This store, your store, is now open under new management.
It happened just like that. What use to protest? To whom could I appeal? It was the same story everywhere in Latvia. Our store was thenceforward known as the Latvian Cooperative of the Soviet Union. And I, the manager, was demoted to the rank and pay of a clerk. One morning, about 3 weeks after the new management, I entered the store and...
John!
Yes, Comrade Koch.
Come into the office.
Well, here I am.
I have unpleasant news for you.
Unpleasant?
Sad would be a better word. It's about that freight clerk.
Edward?
Yes, I believe that was his name.
What about him?
Edward will not be at work today.
Is something wrong with him? Nobody told me he was...
Ill? Is that what you were going to say, John?
Yes.
He is not ill. He has been arrested.
But what for?
John, Edward was not sympathetic.
Good Lord, not sympathetic. Not sympathetic to what?
To the Soviet Union, of course. You didn't know that?
How would I know?
You mean to infer you never talk to your employees?
Does a manager discuss politics with his help?
Politics? Communism is a religion. There is no other true belief. John, do you know what happens to those who do not believe?
They are punished, I suppose.
Punished? No, John. They are liquidated.
It was not long after this incident that the assistant of the new Russian cashier also turned up missing one morning. Reports began to trickle in, by word of mouth, of course, that many employees in the cooperatives had left their jobs under mysterious circumstances. Then the press, which also had been taken over by the Soviets, published the names of some of the missing, informing relatives where they might find the remains. The weeks passed, and suddenly it was Christmas Eve. Alma, the baby, and I, we had been invited to attend a party. It was a gathering, that's about all. Merriment was strained, laughter forced.
John, come and have some punch, huh?
Oh, be sure to have John try the roll.
Oh, yes, plenty, of course.
No, Paul.
Oh, but you must, John. I insist.
Really, Paul, I'm not hungry.
You're not hungry?
No.
Oh, now, what kind of an excuse is that, huh?
It's them.
Well, don't just stand there, everybody. Someone must open the door. Now, is no one polite enough to open the door for a stranger on Christmas Eve?
Paul, Hey, everybody, do not be alarmed. It is probably just a neighbor to inquire about the gaiety. I will open the door.
Which one of you is John?
I am John.
What's the meaning of this? Why do you come like this on the eve of Christmas? Can't you let us alone?
Alma, be still. I am sure there must be some reason.
There is. Come along.
We went down the stairs and out into the night. The air was bitter cold. We walked in silence until we came to the store. I was told to enter, which I did.
John, you are prompt.
I try always to be, Comrade Koch.
This is good, John, because you have no time to waste.
Am I to be taken away.
What? John, this is amazing. Oh. You work only here, tonight.
Work here?
Yes. John, I wish a complete inventory by 12 o'clock noon. Today.
By 12 o'clock it was done. I was exhausted. I turned in my report to the police sergeant or agent, whichever he was, and returned home, oddly enough, by way of the Freeheads Boulevard and the Freedom Boulevard. As I walked in the front door of my apartment, I thought my wife Alma was staring at a ghost.
John. John.
Alma.
Oh, John, you're back. You're not hurt.
Oh, please, please. No, Alma. I'm all right.
But what did they do to you, John? Where have you been all this time? Oh, let me look. Are you sure?
Oh, come. I am starving.
Ah, yes, right away. I made no Christmas meal, John. I thought... Oh,
please, Alma, I am here. I am all right. Now, come, let's eat.
Yes, I'm so thankful. Yes, eat.
I told Alma about the experiences of the preceding night, all the work, the unreasonableness of the thing. I had done complete inventories for them many times before, and recently. Nevertheless, Comrade Koch seemed to take delight in that he had broken up our Christmas party. It was now 1941. We were beginning our second year of terror and waiting. Outside of that one incident on Christmas, no other acts of intolerance were performed on either myself or my immediate family. But the fear of what might occur was there, constantly gnawing away. At night, while Alma slept, I would lie awake trying to figure a way out. But try as I might, there was no way out. The months passed by, and we remained untouched. I was being watched at the store, yes, but otherwise. Then, the afternoon of the 14th of June, Alma's mother was taken. She owned a small sandwich concession down at the railroad depot. That was her only crime, ownership. We never saw nor heard from her again. I still only suspected it, but I could sense from the look in Comrade Koch's eyes and his changing manner toward me that I was soon to be replaced. Alma and I began to plan to leave Latvia. But while our plans were forming, the framework of the war had altered. The so-called Soviet-German Treaty of Non-Aggression had broken down, and German armies were rolling toward Latvia. And at the cooperative store, my Russian boss was making hasty preparations for his departure. Are you leaving, Comrade Koch?
Yes, don't bother me now.
I hear the news is not good. The Nazis
I
are...
know all about the Nazis, the treacherous devils. You had better come with me to the safety of Russian soil, John. If you wait for the Han, you'll be slaughtered like swine.
Perhaps I can help you.
No, I have all the papers I need. Take my advice. You had better leave with the Russians.
I must stay to take inventory, Comrade Koch. To whom shall I give my report?
Save it. Save all of them. The Soviet army shall return. You wait. You shall see it.
Good riddance. Is he gone?
Yes, John.
And the cashier? What about him, Richard?
All of them have gone, John.
Good. You watch the door, Richard. Let no one in. I am going to search this mess of papers and try to get some order here. During my search, I found a paper. It was an order designating July 28th, a mere 3 weeks away, as the date for my arrest and deportation. Shortly after the Russians left, our second child, a girl, was born. Our plans to escape were shelved for fear of the hardships we knew would be in store for us. One day, shortly after the arrival of the German officials, a Latvian walked into the store, looked around, and then he dropped a small wad of paper from his hand just as he closed the door behind him. I ignored the paper for an hour or more. At passing the spot, I picked it up, stuffed it into my pocket, waiting until I arrived home that night to read its contents.
Who is it?
It's me, Alma. Alma, come quickly here.
What are you saying, dear?
I said come here, Alma.
What's happened, John? Why do you look at me that way?
It's happening again. Spies.
Spies? What spies? What do you mean?
Look at this note. See here what it says. You are under suspicion. The German officials have assigned 2 agents to watch you. Be careful. If I hear any news, I shall communicate. Do not be alarmed by visitors or officials yet.
What does this mean? Visitors or officials?
I'm not sure, Alma, but we are at least now being warned. Suddenly, by trainloads, buses, and trucks, hundreds of Latvians were rounded up by German police and shipped to the west. One morning, upon entering the store, my 2 German shadows followed me. Without warning, they cornered me and ordered me to return to my home at once. I was told to have my wife report to the railroad depot with the children within the hour. Get the children, Alma. Get blankets.
Merciful God. John, what are they going to do?
I don't know, Alma. All I know is that we've been ordered to be at the railroad station within the hour. We must hurry. Hide all our papers. Here, I'll help.
My baby. My baby.
All right. Hurry.
John! John!
Alma, no! No, no!
They pushed Alma and the children into a coach. I tried to push my way in with them, but it was no use. The German police pulled me away and ordered me to go back to my place of business. I returned, in a daze, unable to comprehend the tragedy. During the following days, I pleaded with the German officials. They wouldn't tell me where they had sent Alma and the children. The answer was always, "Es tut mir leid. I'm sorry." Then, a week later, a letter from Eisbuta, near the Baltic Sea. The handwriting was Alma's.
My darling, just a few words to let you know that I am safe at the home of our friends. You know who I mean. We arrived here at night. The train stopped. No guards at the station. Many of us escaped. God's great blessing be with you, as it has been with us. Alma.
That same night, I packed a small suitcase, stole outside the city limits, through the guards, the barricades, and headed for Eisbuta. The nightmare of that trip I shall never forget. Hiding during the daytime, gritting my teeth from the icy blasts at night, step by step, Eisbuta came closer. I gauged my distance to arrive at night. The city was like a graveyard. An occasional drunken soldier or a patrol were the only sign of life. I arrived at the home and slid through the shadows to the rear porch. A patrol! I had to hold my breath so long my heart almost collapsed for lack of oxygen. I reached the door, finally, and knocked. No answer. I tried again. Something stirred in the hallway behind the door. I could see the ugly black snout of a pistol come toward me in the darkness.
Who are you?
John.
The name of your baby?
Myra.
You may come in.
We were together again, and in the home of our friends we plotted our next move. The details had almost been planned to the letter when Aizpute became the scene of another Nazi roundup of slave laborers, and the net closed around us once more. This time our friends were caught also, and our ration books taken away from us, as we were all herded into trucks and whisked down to the docks where the Lapland, a German military transport, was waiting to depart. It did so shortly, docking the next morning at Danzig. We were unloaded and herded into an open field where the Germans served us tea, coffee, and sandwiches. There were no shelters, very few guards. During the evening I heard the city of Lutzmannstadt mentioned. To me it meant nothing, but Alma's reaction to this news was terrifying.
Lutzmannstadt? Who told you?
I overheard the guard by the water tank.
Do you know what that place is, John?
No.
On the train to Eisbute, I heard of it. It's a concentration camp, John. I'd rather be dead.
Dead, yes. Alma, escape from here would be quite simple if we started now. At the edge of the crowd there were some crates. Alma and I, each carrying a child, edged through the crowd and sneaked behind the crates. Soon we were well into the city of Danzig. I headed for an autobahn, the highway leading to Gdynia, where we knew other Latvians to be, last-minute conscriptees into the German army. But how to reach Gdynia, many kilometers and many sentry posts away?
Hey, you over there!
John,
It's German sailor.
You! Hey, what are you doing out this late? Let's see your passport.
I'm going to the depot.
Depot? That's a good one. No trains tonight?
No, well, tomorrow.
Where are you going this time of night?
My wife and I are going back to Gdynia, and...
It's an emergency. My mother is not expected to live.
Gdynia? Well, I'm going to Gdynia myself tonight.
Flying?
No, I am taking a truck, an ammunition truck. There would be room, but...
I have very little money. However, I have a little vodka. Here.
Vodka? Well, I'm not so choosy. Give me that bottle.
Here you are.
All right. Now, after I get through with it, we'll sit down and talk this over.
The sailor got drunk very quickly. He became mean and threatened to turn us over to the military. However, I assured him there would be more vodka in Gdynia, and that made him change his mind. After a cold, miserable ride, we arrived in Gdynia only to find that Stalin's armies were now marching westward. Hitler's juggernaut stalled, staggered, and began falling back. I found the Latvian conscriptees, and they arranged to hide us in their boxcars when their orders called for a move. Suddenly, they were ordered to retreat. Alma, the children, and I found ourselves in one of Hitler's boxcars in protective custody of the Latvian German soldiers. 12 days later, on the outskirts of Schleswig, Denmark, our train stalled. That night, planes converged on us from all directions.
War, bombs, death, destruction. A little boy and the baby. No home, no heat, no water now, no decent food. John, I'm tired and sick. Look at our children. Oh, how I wish my mother and father had gone to America when Uncle went.
America. Why not? If we could only survive the war, perhaps. But survival came first.
Yeah?
Please, my family and I have been bombed out of our lodging. I can work. See, my hands are strong. I was raised on a farm. I have done business with farmers.
Ach, go away. Bettler.
Peasants.
Fools.
Thieves.
We went from farm to farm, always the same answer. Finally, I changed my approach. I would be like them until my chance to escape.
What do you want?
Heil Hitler. I appeal to you in the name of the Führer.
What do you need?
The farmer knew I was not German, but the mention of Hitler's name worked magic. He gave us a room, about a half pint of milk a day for the baby. It was not enough, but it kept her alive until the British liberated that section and moved us to a DP camp housing nearly 1,000 Latvian, Polish, and Russian nationals. The camp was situated near Schleswig. The water was dirty. There was no soap. Our diet consisted of turnip soup, bread, margarine, and 1 ounce of meat per person per day. All told, 1,200 calories a day. One night, shortly after we arrived at the DP camp, I came in time to see Alma sealing a letter.
John?
Oh, I'm tired, Alma. You're writing?
To my uncle in Chicago. In America, John.
Wonderful, Alma, wonderful. Tell him we are alive, well. Tell him how lucky he is to have missed. What's going on outside? Put out the light, Alma.
What's happening, John?
I can't tell, Alma. I'm not going to rush out either. Morning will tell the story. And the story was horrible. During the night, Russian vans had carted away 200 DPs, kidnapped them from under the noses of the British. The International Refugee Organization took action, transferring us to another camp near Flensburg, Germany. Guards were set up by the DPs themselves. The Russians succeeded in another raid, disguised in British uniforms. Precautions were doubled, and only then did they leave us alone. Time dragged endlessly. It was the same thing from day to day, interrupted only by periodic screening by the British.
Your name?
John.
Nationality?
Latvian.
When do you wish to return to Latvia?
We do not wish to return. We want to go to America.
Thousands of you are waiting, rotting in these camps. You all want the same thing, to go to America. Why don't you go home? We can arrange your transportation now.
Over a period of 2 years, we waited for the papers. Alma's uncle had written his assurance to the authorities that we would be employed in America. The summer of 1949 dragged by while we waited for our papers. I was summoned to appear before the board one August morning.
John, you and your family are leaving.
Leaving? Where?
You're being transferred to another camp, Lubeck.
Lubeck, just like the others. Barracks, dirty floors, filth everywhere. But now it was early in 1950. The papers which had been processed in 1949 had expired. Then we began the whole process over again. Screening, affidavit, interviews, another transfer to a camp in Ventroff. Transfer to Camp Groen. Then, at 4 a.m. Who's there? John? Yes? Wake up your family quietly, John. Your papers are in order. Your boat leaves for America today.
This is the story of John, Alma, their children, Johnny and Myra. It is a true story. I know them well. John brought his family to Chicago and is living in a small apartment. He works in a printing factory. His wife, who is learning English, works in a small laboratory. Johnny and Myra are in school here in Chicago. They speak English without a trace of accent. Freedom has built up their bodies and built up their minds. This is their first new year in America. May God grant that the years ahead will erase the memories they want to forget and bestow the blessings of liberty upon them, always.
Paul Revere, portrayed by Maurice Copeland, will return next Sunday to narrate the next chapter in the story we call Destination Freedom. Presented by station WMAQ in the interest of human freedom the world over. Today's script was written by Bob Eklund and produced under the direction of John Collins. Arthur Peterson played John, and Hope Summers was Alma. Other members of the cast were Paul Barnes, Kurt Kupfer, and Russ Reed. The special music was composed by Emil Soderstrom and was played by Helen Morton and Jose Bethencourt. Our engineer was George Wilson, sound effects by Cliff Mueller. And now this is Charles Mountain reminding you the sound of the Freedom Bell is your invitation to follow Paul Revere along the road to Destination Freedom. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Oh, freedom. Oh, freedom. Oh, freedom over me. And before I'd be a slave, I'd be buried in my grave and go home to my Lord and be free.
Destination Freedom. The Chicago Defender and station WMAQ bring you Destination Freedom, a new radio series dramatizing the great democratic traditions of the Negro people, interwoven in the pageant of history and a part of America's own Destination Freedom. Today, Destination Freedom tells the story of Dr. J. Ernest Wilkins, noted young mathematician, in a chapter entitled Boy with a Dream.
I'm a mathematician who believes in working out his problems before he meets them. And that night in October of 1942, my dreams began to work out the equations I thought I'd face on my new job. The dream, I guess, was the beginning of the job. It came as I tossed and worried about the strange new problems I'd have to work on. And somehow, in a dark, subconscious corner, equations seemed to form a queer dream as I slept. It seemed that every equation I'd known from childhood massed in mirage before me, beckoned me and called me.
Here, take me. I'm HV equals E1 minus E2. Now try me. Now work it out. 22 plus sub ZZ equals 9 to the minus 3. You'll hit it with me.
I
9
was
multiple
dreaming,
X plus 6 squared.
and the numbers were carrying me up into the air. I was floating high above the world, and they carried me to an old man named Death. He stood by his gate with his partner, the devil, and when I came up, he questioned me. Here, where are you going? I came up to start my new job.
Yes. He's the one we sent for. Is this Wilkins, Satan?
He's Wilkins, all right. I've been looking for him myself.
He's young. You sure he can do the work?
Dead sure. begging your pardon. He'll do it.
You ready to work, boy?
What's the job?
Oh, it's easy. Just opening a door is all.
Yes, you'll take these keys up to the sun. You'll open a door in the side of the sun. That's all.
That's easy. Just find the right key. Huh?
Yes, and hurry. We'll go with you. Don't stand there dreaming. I said, come on.
I dreamed I rode up to where the sun shone bright and hot, but I went near it. It was covered with doors. I fumbled with the keys, trying one lock, then another. I heard Death grumble behind me.
Will you hurry? Hurry, boy. You're holding us up. Can't you find the right key?
I'm trying, sir. I'm trying my best. Here, I think this one fits. Here. I dreamed I found the key to the door in the sun. I started to open the door, but I saw myself looking down at a sea of people. They were people I knew. My neighbors, my classmates. Their faces were turned up to me. I could hear them calling.
Close that door or you'll kill us all! Close that door!
Look at him! He's helping death and the devil blow us up! Look at him! Come down, laddie! Killing is no job for a lad! Come down!
He's over here! Look at him! Look out!
I turned to Death and he said,
Well, you found the key. What are you waiting for? Twist open that door.
But you're leaning against it. You will fall down.
Of course I will. Open it, will you? They're waiting. Do as I say. Open it.
I opened it. Then Death flung himself down at the people looking up at him. And there was a flash that burned my eyes, and the dream ended. And I woke up sweating and trembling a little, and looking around my room. Sunlight was pouring in the window. Someone was knocking on my door.
Ernest? What's the matter, Ernest? Open the door.
It was my mother. I got up and unlocked the door.
Why in the world did you lock the door?
I don't know. I was dreaming.
You certainly were. Tossing and turning as if someone was after you. What's bothering you?
I dreamed I was killing people.
Nonsense. Imagine you killing someone. It's the war. You've been down at those airfields teaching mathematics to pilots all year. No wonder you're upset. Now you've got your first real job. The university sent for you.
Yes, I know.
Then wake up and get ready. Don't stand there staring around.
I was wondering what kind of work I would be doing. They only said report to Dr. Osborne. That was all.
Your wondering will be over when you see him. Now hurry, get ready.
All right.
And, Ernest.
Yes?
Do be careful on your way.
Well, I'm old enough to keep from getting hit when I cross the street.
It's not the cars I'm worried about. But since you've been away, there's a move on to drive out the Negro families from this block. We've had threats from gangs and hoodlums.
No one's driving me out of the neighborhood, Mother.
Of course not, son. But you're just a boy, in spite of the fact that your mind has gotten ahead of your years. You'll have enough trouble convincing the university you're man enough to handle the job. Now, go on. Ernest, what you staring at now? You still sleepy?
Well, I was thinking of the work and my dream. I've got an idea. It'll be a long time before I'm sleepy again. And with the dream still haunting me, I went out to meet the new job. It was a short walk from where I lived to the university. I hurried along the streets. But there were men who hurried along after me. They came up to me angry, called out,
Hey, you! Hold up there.
Hey, where do you think you're going?
What do you want?
We want to know what you're doing in the neighborhood, that's what.
Yeah, what you doing around here? Speak up.
I live around here.
What did I tell you, George? They're moving in every day.
Hey, look, kid. You're living in the wrong neighborhood.
What's wrong about it?
It's restricted for white, Sonny. For white only.
Who says so?
Oh, a smart guy, George. A smart guy on top of it all. I got a good notion to knock his face off.
Ah, let him go. Just a kid. Don't look like he's over 18.
Yeah? And he'll never live to be 19 if he don't keep away from here.
Nah, let him go. Hey, look, Sonny. Tell your old man if he wants to stay healthy to move out of the neighborhood. We don't want to bomb his place.
We ain't fighting the war that colored folks spread all over town.
What do you think we're fighting for? To be pushed in the ghettos?
What did I tell you, George? A smart aleck. Let him have it.
Okay, kid, you asked for it.
Jiggers, let him go. A cop's coming. Come on, George. Beat it. Beat it.
I shot them, laddie. I shot them, kid. I'll get those hoodlums. All the fascists and the race haters ain't in Europe. Now, you hurt, lad.
I'm all right.
Huh, good. You're a tough one for a kid. Where are you headed?
Oh, over there to the university.
Oh, to university? Well, good luck to you. And when you graduate, maybe I'll be helping you find a job. If you're not drafted for you, laddie.
I took his luck and went on my way to find the building I was looking for. I was walking into it when an armed guard stopped me.
Say, lad, where the devil do you think you're going?
I'm looking for the metallurgy laboratory. Is it around here?
Sure, but you're in the wrong building, Sonny. This place is only for scientists. Government orders, you know.
Yes, I know.
Now,
but
what you want is a high school building. That'll be right down the block away.
But I have an appointment with Dr. Osborne, the director of the laboratory here.
Appointment? Oh, let me see. Well, you're not listed on my sheet. All I see at this hour is an appointment for a Dr. J. Ernest Wilkins, mathematician. Don't see your name.
My name is Dr. Wilkins.
You?
Yes.
What? Well, you're only a boy.
May I go in now?
Yes, of course. Beg your pardon. Dr. Osborne will be waiting for you. Right down the hall, Dr. Wilkins.
I walked down the hall to Dr. Osborne's office, hoping he'd forget my age and talk my language, mathematics. It was to be my first real job. When I stood before him, the director looked long and hard. He was plainly disappointed.
So, you're the Dr. Wilkins we've been waiting so long to see.
Yes, I think your office sent for me.
Yes, but for a scientist, they send us a boy.
Are you judging me by my age or by my work?
I see. Well, you have been highly recommended. Your record shows you've always been in a hurry. You entered the university at the age of 13 and received your bachelor's degree in mathematics at the age of 15. At 17, you'd gotten your master's degree and had lectured and written special papers for the American Mathematical Society. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And 3 months later, you had gotten your doctor's degree in mathematics. I don't mind telling you, I've always distrusted these prodigies. The work here is too important for children to toy with.
If you think that, sir, I'll be going.
Just a minute, Wilkins.
Yes?
It's not easy to turn away a scientist with these recommendations, no matter how young. You think you know something of mathematics, eh?
I don't know anything about the kind of work you're doing here.
Look at this formula. What do you know of it?
Never seen anything like it.
If you're to help here, you'll have to learn everything about this formula quickly, very quickly.
Yes, but what is this?
It's a new metal we've made. Plutonium.
Plutonium?
Yes. The first 500 millionth of a gram of it was made here at the university. But before that was done, we had to have key mathematicians who made the formulas for it. It took a long time. Now it's got to be done quicker. We've got to make more of the metal.
Is that the work?
Yes, a small part of it. There'll be more. Right now, we need mathematicians who can devise the formulas to keep the metal from exploding in the ovens and to keep the workers safe from its deadly rays.
I see. I'll begin studying the metal.
Oh, no, there's no time for that.
Oh?
What you need to know, you'll learn quickly. We need speed. You look as though you didn't expect this.
I didn't expect it to be like a race.
It's the greatest race in the world. We're working against another team in Europe. We've got to find the answers before they do.
Well, what can I do?
First, you are to say absolutely nothing of your work after you leave this building. Is that clear?
Very clear.
Good. Then I'll give you an easy start. The staff has worked out this answer here. 300 degrees is the amount of heat one of the plutonium cylinders can stand. Go over their calculations. You'll learn more that way. And now you have your first assignment. Finish it.
My first assignment took weeks and weeks of theorizing and finding formulas and checking and rechecking on the computing machines. I came home, the numbers still in my head, the machine still calculating and checking as I sat down by the window. I hardly heard my mother call.
Ernest, Ernest,
Yes?
I'd like you to come away from the window, son. You remember the threat.
I remember saying we are here to stay.
Just the same, I'd feel a whole lot better if you'd move. There now. You take care of your work at the university, and we'll handle the neighbors. Ernest! Ernest, at the window! Look out!
A brick came through the window, rolled over on the floor, stopped at my foot. I picked it up, tore off the note on it. The note spoke as loud as if it had a voice.
Get out of the neighborhood. The next thing we'll throw will be a bomb.
Mother, I'm not going to work anymore and leave the house unguarded.
You'll not stop your work. You work out your problems. Don't let anything sidetrack you. Not anything.
It was hard to pull away, but I threw myself back into my work. I started again with the theories and the machines, and I put the problem of the brick throwers and the racists behind me. In front of me was the problem the director had given me. I found my answer. It was so different from the one he had named, I thought I was wrong. I checked and rechecked. Still, I got the same answer. If I were right, it meant that men in the laboratory were in danger. If I was wrong, I fearfully took my answer to Dr. Osborne.
Well, Wilkins, you finished the problem?
Yes, I've finished something.
And what is the result?
I think the answer to how much heat the plutonium cylinders will stand is 180 degrees, much lower than the 300 your staff suggested.
Huh? Are you sure of that?
Oh, I've done everything I know of to check it.
Good heavens. The orders for the new experiments have gone in. If you're right, every man down there could be lost if the temperature goes that high. Wait. You may be right. I can't take chances. Hello. Osborne calling. Close down the plutonium piles right away. I'll be responsible for the delay. Yes, very well. Now, Wilkins, if you are right, you've done a remarkable job.
Thank you, sir.
And if you are wrong and have caused us to lose time...
Well, I'll check it again, sir.
Oh, no. The entire staff will check your figures this time.
The checking of my figures went on, the strange project, for a week. The formulas were torn down and rebuilt, the theories revived. And for me, time stood still until the checking stopped. And the director came to me and said, "You were right, Wilkins, quite right. You've done a good job." He sent through the changes, and I took the day off, and he said he'd have something interesting for me on the next day. I went off feeling as if I'd grown 10 years in the eyes of the staff. I didn't even mind the people who still spoke to me as though I were a boy. There was the policeman who walked home with me.
Well, if it isn't the little schoolboy. Think he'll be draft age before the war's over, lad?
Oh, I can't say, officer.
Say, I hear what they're doing over at the university may end the war quicker than 1,000,000 soldiers. I say it's rubbish. Leave it to the professors to try to find out an easy way. Say, what are you doing over there anyway, lad?
I wish I could tell you, but I don't know. I don't know myself. I didn't know. But I began to remember the dream as I worked with the strange new assignments that were coming faster. I pushed back the dream and the problems around me and kept working with new theories until it seemed that the director no longer looked at me as a boy, but called me into the laboratory with a special request.
Wilkins, you've worked well. I'll have to admit it. You've helped solve some of the toughest problems. Still, we haven't won the race. It's up to you mathematicians to make the work on this project easier and simpler for the engineers and the physicists and everyone working on it.
Well, what do you want me to do, sir?
It's just this. You've studied under Einstein, who's responsible for many of the theories we're using. We're going into problems now where there'll be no theories to guide you. You'll discover your own. There'll be no one to help you. But we're giving you the most important problem we've had yet.
I see.
Now, here's the problem. Take it with you. Sleep on it. You can see it refers here to the release of energy at a specific moment. We'll need a simplified formula. It's a big job. Can you handle it?
I'm not sure. If you can tell me more about it.
You'll have to work in the dark like the other scientists here. Will you take it on?
I'll do it.
Good. And remember, son, other teams are racing against us. Someday you'll come to my laboratory and we'll talk more freely about what we're doing here. All I can say now is that you've got to hurry. Bring in your answer as soon as you have it. We're depending on you.
I put the equations inside my head and let them settle while I went about searching for a solution. It baffled me like no other problem I'd faced in my life. Weeks went by and still I had no answer. I went about with my head in the clouds, hardly hearing the sounds around me, walking past the forbidden blocks, past the men in the gangs who yelled at me.
Look at him, George. What did I tell you? Still in the neighborhood. Look at him. Hey, you. Come here. We want to talk to you. Hey, you. Look at him walking like he ain't even hearing. We're warning you. Get out of here. Next time it won't be a brick, but a bomb. You hear? Hey, you.
I heard, but I didn't hear. I threw aside the problem of making my home secure in a hostile neighborhood. I went walking along, fighting to find a solution to the strange equation. And my boyhood love for the law of mathematics brought up numbers and formulas to speak in my mind.
The multiple K is equal to eta times epsilon times P.
No, that's not it.
U sub SS plus U sub YY equals 0.
No, not that.
If the surface C is narrow to P plus, Z minus the size equals K.5.
No,
if the surface C is narrow to P
none
plus,
of those.
Z minus the
Is
size
the
equals
answer.
K.5.
What does it mean? What is it? What is it?
Hey! Hey, watch out, boy, watch out. Come out to the street there now.
Yes? What is it, officer?
What is it? You're walking against the lights, that's what it is. What's gotten into you anyway?
Oh, I didn't see the lights change.
Well, you've been blind to lights since you started over to the university. Here, you'd better let me walk you home, lad. I've heard about the brick the hoodlums threw into your place. Has that upset you now?
Yes, but I was thinking just then of my work.
Well, I tell you, finish school and I'll see that you get a decent job. You're too young to go around like you've got the burden of the war on your shoulders. Get along with you now.
I went home with the equations unsolved, and it began to seem even to me that I was too young to handle the problem. Every solution I tried was the wrong one. Whenever I passed Dr. Osborne, there was only one question he'd ask me.
Have you found any answers yet, Wilkins? Have you any clues?
Nothing yet. But, Doctor...
Yes?
If you'd tell me exactly what the equation is for and how it's to be used, perhaps I could get a grip on it.
You know as much as we can tell you now. Now hurry. Try to work something out. The laboratory is waiting.
I tried to think it out again, and the formulas rushed through my head again, but none seemed the right one.
U sub SS plus U sub YY equals 0. U sub K equals eta times epsilon times P times F.
And months passed without any answer until my brain became numb from thinking of the numbers and problems. And I turned from the equations to the problems of the bigots who wanted to ban me from the neighborhood. And their voices were in my mind like another equation.
Get out of the neighborhood, kid. Get out or you'll get a bomb in your backyard.
They whirled around between my equations, and I solved neither. Then, one evening, when I'd almost given up, my mother said,
You're beginning to look like an old man. Forget about the work and the formulas for a while. Why don't you go downstairs with your brother Julian and play a nice game of table tennis the way you did when you were younger?
All right, Mother. I'll go down and play.
That's better. I'll call Julian. Julian, come down and play with Ernest.
I couldn't tell her that I was beaten and giving up my work. I went down to an old table tennis board I'd played on when I was a boy a long, long time ago. Julian started the ball going, and I absently picked up a paddle.
Hey, don't watch it. Keep your eye on the ball.
I'm watching.
Yeah, act like it.
My arms worked. My eyes were on the ball, but my mind was a million decimals away. And as the ball bounded back and forth, the formulas began batting back and forth in my head.
The energy of the fission produced per second equals 3 point to the minus 75 times X. U sub SS plus U sub YY equals 0. U sub SS plus U sub YY equals 0.
I was swinging faster and harder as the formulas whirled about in my head.
The energy of the fission produced per second equals 3.75 times T to the minus. U sub SS plus U sub YY equals 0. U sub SS plus U sub YY equals 0.
I was feeling that I was coming closer to what it all meant. The formulas, the plutonium piles, the cylinders, the exploding energy. Maybe it was like in my dream. Like...
Hey, not so hard. Take it easy.
You see? You busted the ball, Dope. I must have hit it too hard. Guess I've forgotten how to play. What's gotten to you all of a sudden? Where'd you get all that energy? You split the ball right down the middle like an apple. I split it. Yeah. Look. See? Yeah. Yes, I see. I split it. Like an atom. I said apple. Well, now, what are you writing down? What is that, Ernest? What have you got there? I had something I wanted to show the world. The split ball had told me clearly what the project was for and what I needed to do to fit my problem into it. I rushed through the streets over to the university. There was a light in Dr. Osborg's office. I knocked on the door.
Yes? Who is it? Oh, you back again, Wilkins.
Dr. Osborg, I believe I've finished my assignment. I've worked out a formula I think will save the time and be safer to experiment with.
You have? Here, let me see.
He took the paper under the light and studied it for a long while in silence. Then he turned to me and said simply,
It'll take an experiment to tell if it's right.
But does it look right? Do you think I've done it?
I think you've hit upon something that'll be very valuable. We'll work on it.
Well, when will I hear if it works?
If it works, you'll be hearing about it, all right. You're a great mathematician. Good night, Wilkins.
And that night I should have slept well. But although the assignments became easier, I became restless. I wanted to see the results of the project I'd helped to build. And the months ran into years. Still, I was restless and worried until one night I came home from my work and dropped off to sleep in a chair. My mother woke me.
Now, Ernest, you're tired. Why don't you go upstairs to bed? You're not looking like yourself nowadays.
I was watching the men outside the window there and fell asleep.
Don't worry about the hoodlums and race haters. You get some rest.
Some music will rest me. I'll turn on the radio and get some music.
I'll be glad when your job's over. What on earth could have taken so much time? So many formulas. And you can't say a word about it.
Well, it's to be over next month. Then I'll go back to being a boy again.
Well, don't start off by playing the radio so loud. Turn it down, son.
Attention, ladies and gentlemen. A special bulletin is in from Army headquarters in the Pacific. The Air Forces have just dropped the first atomic bomb in history on Hiroshima. It is estimated that 100,000 people were killed and 300,000 more left homeless.
Ernest, why did you turn it off? What's the matter, son?
I worked on that bomb. That atom bomb.
What are you talking about?
I've helped kill so many people.
It was just another problem you worked on, Ernest. Like you were always going about solving problems. When the war's over, you'll use your theories to help men, not kill them. You'll find a way.
I had solved one problem, and the other was still outside. I had forgotten there were other men working on a different kind of bomb for a different war, a race war. They delivered it to my home. It struck in the night and left the house in shambles. We rebuilt our house, and my friend, the director, came in to give me a new assignment.
I see it's time you took another assignment, Wilkins.
But I thought the project was over.
A part of it is, yes. We won the race because we had billions of dollars and the best brains in the world. We had men of science the master race couldn't use because they were Jew or non-Aryan or non-Nazi. And we beat them, Wilkins, because we built a team no bigots could stop. Now, we men of science have a bigger assignment. It is to show men that there is only one race in this one world. And with our discovery of the atomic bomb, we will either learn to live together as free and equal people, or die together. That's your next assignment.
You have just heard Destination Freedom, the dramatization of the story of Dr. J. Ernest Wilkins, famous mathematician. Destination Freedom is brought to you by the Chicago Defender newspaper and station WMAQ, and is written by Richard Durham and produced under the direction of Homer Heck. Dr. Wilkins was played by Oscar Brown. Others were Janice Kingslow, Boris Aplon, George Kluge, Charles Mountain, Cliff Norton, Tony Parrish, Fred Pinkard, Russ Reed, and Cliff Subir. Greg Pascal is the singer. The special music was written by Emil Soderstrom and was played by Elvin Owen and Bobby Christian. This is Hugh Downs inviting you to be with us again next week for another in our series on the Negro in Democracy, Destination Freedom.
Destination Freedom. Listen, it's the Freedom Bell.
Aye, the Freedom Bell, my friends. And this is Paul Revere, called back from the shadows by the sound of the Freedom Bell, to cry again a warning that the price of freedom is eternal vigilance.
Destination Freedom is presented by station WMAQ in the interest of human freedom the world over. Paul Revere is the symbol of warning, ready to ride down the skies to shout his alarm. His destination, now and forever, freedom.
How much do you love your country? How much? How high a price would you be willing to pay for the freedom which you now enjoy? Would you be willing to pay the price that Nathan Hale did for freedom? Not for himself, but for the countless millions who were to come after him? I let you be the judge. It was in September of 1776 that Nathan Hale, then a captain in the American Army, was writing a letter to his sweetheart, Alice Addis.
Alice, my darling, when I left you just 5 short days ago, I had hoped to be with you again by now and explain to you in person all the things I couldn't tell you that night we parted. Remember how you kept asking me where I was going and when I was going to return?
But, Nathan, where are you going? Is your regiment leaving New York?
Hush, my sweet. Military secret.
Oh, Nathan, I didn't mean...
I'm sure you didn't mean anything.
Is it all right if I ask you how long you'll be gone?
Regular little question box, aren't you? You'll hardly miss me before I return. Mere 5 days or so.
Oh, Nathan, I'm glad. But I wish you weren't going.
Why, darling, a fine officer's sweetheart you are. After all the brave farewells you've bid me this past year, too.
I know, but I can't explain. Somehow this time I've the strangest feeling.
Just more nerves, sweet. Now, quick, let me see you smile. There, that's more like you. And mind you, no making eyes at Cousin Sam while I'm away.
Nathan, how can you say such a thing? Besides, you know I've never fancied his looks, that saber scar across his cheek. Oh, fine, Nathan, you're ribbing me, and I'm being so serious.
Too serious, dearest.
Nathan, there is one thing about your cousin Sam.
What about him? Haven't heard from good old Sam since I joined the Army.
It's nothing to joke about, Nathan. It's been rumored that he has Tory connections, and he's often away on secret business for the British.
Oh, I can hardly believe that.
It's true, Nathan.
Now, enough about idle gossip. Time is fleeting. Let's talk about us.
Oh, darling, promise me you'll be careful. Nathan, I wish I knew where you were going. I wish I knew.
I wished I could have told you my destination, Alice, but I couldn't. Now I can merely write the words I could not say. It's too late for me to see the light of understanding flash across your face as I give you the answers, not only to your questions, but to the eternal question in the minds of all mankind. What is the purpose of being? That question, too, can I answer now? I've found the purpose for which I was born, and I'm happy. I was beginning to see the answer when, as an undergraduate at Yale, home for my Christmas vacation, Cousin Sam came to pay me a visit. Why, Sam, glad to see you. How's everything at Harvard?
Hello, Nathan.
Just thought I'd stop by to see if Yale had given you the proper finish.
Same old Sam. Sit down, man. Let me look at you. Yes, same old Sam, but I do believe with an added look of Harvard dignity.
Yes, perhaps.
Sam, there's no one like you. I can just picture you 10 years from now. Serious, dignified.
10 years from now, aye. Even 5 years. All men in the colonies will have learned dignity. The dignity of law and order and a proper allegiance to their king.
What do you mean by that?
I mean that all the scatterbrained people in America today who are openly defying the crown, complaining loudly of taxes and all acts of British Parliament, and otherwise obstructing the efforts of the crown to rule them properly, with foolish talk of freedom and independence, will have to be taught to respect their mother country.
Look at it this way, Sam. These people whom you call scatterbrained are merely asking for their rights. It's not the taxes they complain of, but the taxing without proper representation. It is not that they do not respect England, but that they feel they should not longer be a part of her. We are a nation ourselves, Sam, and as such we have incontestable right to our own government, our own land, our own liberty. Toward this end we should work. You laughed when I told you about it, Alice. Somehow that night the desire was born in me to pit my strength against the foes of liberty. I found that many espoused the cause of freedom. So many that they became strong enough to fight for it. I was one who urged them to take up arms.
Attention, please. Fellow townspeople, I should like to introduce a young man who has some important words to say to you. One of our own boys, our local schoolmaster, Nathan Hales.
We have just heard wonderful and startling news. The fight for freedom has just begun at Lexington and Concord. The great struggle for American independence has commenced. We have called this meeting to see what can be done about forming a company of volunteers here at New London. I plead with you to take patriotic action at once. I say let us take up arms immediately and never lay them down until we have obtained our independence. Let us fight until our freedom is won. It was the next morning that I enlisted in the Army. There's so much I've never told you about this past year, Alice. I don't mean the fighting. I mean the glorious moments when I could perform some extra service for my country. Like the time I captured the British supply vessel and heard the sweet sound of cheering from the throats of cold, hungry American soldiers as I neared the New York shores.
Right under the guns of the British, too. We'll have food now and provisions. God bless him.
Things like that I wanted to tell you. But I must hasten with this letter, Alice, my dearest. Time is passing. Do you begin to see how I was ever moving forward toward the one great purpose of my life? At first, just small, unimportant steps, but always for one single cause. Cause of freedom. My biggest step along the way was my chance to go on the mission that I couldn't tell you about that night we parted. Because of my capture of the supply sloop, I was one of the officers chosen to attend a meeting in Colonel Knowlton's headquarters in New York.
Men, I'll come straight to the point. All of you present at this meeting are officers of the American Army who performed some outstanding service for your country. I've called you together to issue an invitation from our Chief, General Washington. An invitation for one man among you to serve the cause of freedom supremely.
Well, what do you mean, sir?
As you know, since our retreat from Long Island, our army here in New York is in a perilous position. The enemy may attack any moment. As you see from this map, our men are scattered in small companies for only about a dozen miles along Manhattan Island. The British lie in compact detachments along the entire opposite shore of New York Bay and the East River. General Washington feels that the fate of the entire war depends on our obtaining information as to the enemy's next move. Where will they strike? You've a comment, Captain Reed?
Yes, Colonel Olton. It seems to me their plans would be to land forces at Bloomingdale.
They're as likely to land on the shores of the East and Harlem rivers and cut off all our communications. Lieutenant Wells?
I think they'll land about there, above the city.
Conjectures, gentlemen, all conjectures. The fact is that we don't know, and it's vital that we find out.
What about our scouts? Surely they found out something.
Only that the British are well equipped with artillery and munitions. Our scouts have been unable to pierce the British lines.
Well, then, how can we possibly find out this information?
There is only one way. Send a man in disguise into the enemy's camp.
What?
General Washington has commissioned me to find a man who will volunteer for this valuable service.
You mean become a spy, sir?
Surely, you men understand how important this is. You know the present weak condition of our army. We could not stand a surprise attack. We must be prepared for it. Who among you will undertake this mission? Captain Black? Captain Adams? Captain Reed?
There's not a man among us who would not gladly fight for freedom in the very mouth of the cannon, sir. But this is different. You're asking one of us to become a spy, the most scorned creature on the face of the earth.
Gentlemen, after bravely fighting for so long, are we to lose the freedom for which we fought for want of just one man unselfish enough to volunteer for this service? Lieutenant Wells.
Colonel Knowlton, I would give my life for my country and the cause of freedom, but not my honor.
But think, men, think. This is no fool's task. It will take a man skilled in military and scientific knowledge, a good draftsman, possessed of a quick eye, a cool head, and unflinching courage, one in whose judgment and fidelity the entire American nation must have confidence. Captain Fitch.
I'd rather face death 1,000,000 times in honest fighting than risk my neck even once in a manner so despicable.
Captain Hale, you're the last man to be approached. So far, you've said nothing. Will you undertake this?
I will go. That's how it was, Alice. I know you would have understood why I volunteered. There were 14,000 trapped men, cold, hungry, half sick, waiting, watching, not knowing from where the enemy would strike. These men had earned their right to freedom. I was thinking of them that night, as in my disguise as a schoolmaster. I rode through the darkness, searching for the lights of an American sloop to take me across the Sound to the opposite shore where the enemy was encamped.
Aye, I'm Captain Bond, captain on the Skylar. Your papers state that you're Nathan Hale, schoolmaster.
Yes, sir. Here is a special order signed by General Washington, authorizing my passage across to Long Island.
Let me see. In order. We'll pull an anchor immediately. We'll land you at Huntington, the nearest point on the Long Island side.
The captain looked me over with a disapproving eye, but he asked no questions. The night was silent as we glided through the water. The 110 miles across the Sound from the American side to the British stronghold seemed short. But the gaping space between American ideals of freedom and British ideas of supremacy was endless. It was almost daylight as I said goodbye to Captain Pond and was lowered into a barge to be rowed ashore.
Be quick about it, men.
Aye, sir.
Mr. Hale, your orders say to return 40 the morning of the 20th at daybreak.
Yes, Captain. At the very spot where your men leave me.
Aye. Look for the barge at that time. The Skylar will drop anchor offshore of Huntington.
There was a faint glow of light in the east as I scrambled up on the shore. I struck out boldly, and it almost seemed that I was, in reality, once again, just a schoolmaster. As a schoolmaster, my first thought was food. As a spy, information about the enemy. A small farmhouse came into view, and I started toward it with the hope of obtaining a combination of my two needs. The farmer came to the door himself and seemed pleased to share his food for a price.
Good. I don't know when I've tasted eggs like these.
Fresh laid there. More coffee.
Thanks. Can't refuse that. Tell me, see many soldiers around here?
About a mile up the rut, they're thicker'n flies.
That's so.
Yep, up the Cedars. Widow Chichester's tavern. Regular Tory hotbed. Oh, I really didn't mean nothing by that. I was just saying...
Don't worry about me. I'm just a school teacher without a post. I've no time to take sides.
Oh, well, you know, man can be too careful these days. For a minute I was afeard.
All you need fear for me is that I'm not back here too often eating up all your tasty victuals.
I started toward the Cedars, feeling that I had scored a partial victory. I'd been accepted by the first person I had met on British territory. And I had found out where I could mingle with the enemy. But I had no plan. All that guided me was a desperate urgency to accomplish my mission with as much speed and caution as possible. Yet I had a strange feeling of happiness. That at last I was moving with rapid strides toward the great purpose of my life. Can you understand that, Alice? Such were my thoughts, emotions, as I arrived at the Widow Chichester's tavern, where I was greeted at the door by the widow herself.
Well, who've we got here? A new customer, eh? And look at him. What a handsome lad.
And you, madam, must be the Widow Chichester.
That I am. But just call me Widow Chich. Everyone does. Now, what'll it be, handsome? Name your poison.
Ale, a glass of ale.
Hey, Scotty! One glass of ale over here.
Care to join me, Widow Chich?
You learn fast. Don't mind if I do. And a whiskey here, too, Scotty.
Allow me.
Ah, gentlemen, too. Well, we don't have 'em much around here. These redcoats must have left their manners back home.
I heard they like your place.
Like it? They love it. And why not? It's a good place for 'em to hang around and play cards. As for getting much cash out of 'em. Hey, Scotty, how about them drinks?
Cards, you say? You know, I'm rather hankering for a good card game myself.
You? You don't look old enough to know a jack from a queen. However, for a handsome 6-footer like you, I just might be able to arrange a little friendly game tonight with some soldiers, if you've got some cash.
Your dear fellow. What you say your name was?
Just call me Nate.
What a hand. Look at him. Are we going to let a school teacher show us up like this?
The night is yet young. His luck may change.
Yes, my luck might change at any moment. A plan began to form in my mind. If it worked, there was a bare chance that it would get me into the British camp at Huntington.
Another drink. I need another drink. My losses always look smaller with a drink under my belt. Hey, Scotty! Where's that fellow?
I'll get you a drink. Scotty seems to be busy.
Now, if I could just have a quiet word with the Widow Chich.
Say I can do you a favor, handsome?
Yes, could you, close up the place now? If I stop playing while my luck is good, half my winnings are yours.
I get the idea. For you, handsome, and a handful of notes, I'd chase the king himself out into the night.
What a foul woman, that Widow Chich, chasing us out at this hour.
Yes, and I know my luck would have changed if we could have just played a little longer.
Oh, Nate here won all me money.
Sorry, fellas. I'm leaving Huntington in the morning, too. Heard of a teaching post in Suffolk County. But there's the rest of the night. Perhaps we could find another place.
I've an idea. We could finish the game at the barracks.
Oh, the barracks, but I
would have no trouble getting you in, Nate. Anyone could tell from looking at you, you wouldn't know a musket from a marquee.
Besides, isn't Phil Drake on sentry duty tonight? Didn't we do him a little favor last week?
Oh, there you go.
Getting into the enemy's camp was as simple as that. The British were so confident from their many victories that they had become careless. At the barracks, I began losing steadily, and the men became even more friendly. As I sit here now, watching the dawn approach, I think of that morning. How boldly I began making what observations I could of their fortifications, their munitions, their field works.
Never saw a man need so much fresh air as our schoolteacher friend here. That's the 4th time he's left the tent.
You know how schoolmasters are, filled with crazy ideas about health.
I was anxious to move on. My time was short, and there were 5 British camps yet to cover on Long Island. It was important that I leave while the men were still friendly and could help me get in the next camp along the way.
Hope you have better luck getting a teaching post in Suffolk, mate, than you have at court.
All that's bothering me is having to leave such good companions. I hear the citizens of Suffolk are mostly rebels.
Sure. My good friend Sergeant Robert Mitchell is quartered there, Nate. A great chap. You just look him up and tell him I sent you.
Oh, I'd rather hesitate. Camp regulations there and all. Perhaps if you gave me a note to him.
Of course. And me the pen. Oh, good old Mitchell. You two will take to one another, I know.
So it was that I went on, from camp to camp, from Red Hook to Flushing Bay, watching the enemy squads as they fortified their field works, noting their entrenchments, their batteries, their munition stores. I tell you all these little things, my Alice, because I want to feel that you've been there with me, step by step. Then suddenly it happened. My luck at this game of spying began to change, even as had my luck at cards. It was at Flushing Bay that I made my first mistake. I was sitting in the Red Horse Inn with 3 British soldiers with whom I had acquainted.
All right, schoolteacher, pay us.
Yes, you're the loser.
I reached into the pocket of my jacket and pulled out some money, knocking my arm against the table as I did so.
Look out, you're dropping it. Here, I'll help you pick it up.
Too late, I saw that one of my precious notations on enemy movements was lying on the floor with the scattered pound notes.
Here, I guess this is all. Oh, no. Oh, wait. What's this slip of paper? Yours too, Nate?
I held my breath while he turned it over.
What sort of writing is that on it?
Awfully. I never had too much schooling, but it looks like Latin. Oh, it is Latin. Must be one of my school notations.
Latin? Well, I'll be jiggered. Here it is, Nate. These foreign languages are too much for me.
For me, too.
My luck had held after all. The sky has now become quite bright. In the little time that is left, my dearest, let me tell you about the last lap of my return journey. It was on the 19th of September, just 4 days after leaving American territory, that I trudged happily toward the Widow Chichester's tavern, hardly feeling the blisters on my feet, where all my enemy notations and drawings were hidden between the soles of my shoes. Widow Chich herself again greeted me at the door of the tavern.
Well, la, will you look who's here? Handsome and stuff. Where have you been this past week?
Oh, visiting around, trying to find a teaching situation.
Ah, and you didn't find one, I can tell by your face. Too bad. But I could have told you no one round these parts wants book learning. Say, I thought you'd be a professional gambler by this time. Here you play a pretty smart game and that you're a good loser, too. Oh, boy, you look all in. A drink's what you need. Come on over to this back table, sit down and rest. Ah, there now, boy. Feeling better?
Oh, just hearing you talk boosts my morale.
Say, I like that school teaching talk of yours. Ah, you're beat out, boy. Tell you what, I got a nice room upstairs where you can stay for the night. Hey, who's that fellow over there? He's been staring at you.
Somehow I scented danger. I froze at her words, not daring to look around.
See him? That first table, civilian, short, stocky fellow with a scar across his cheek.
Scar across his cheek? Cousin Sam. I tried hard to remember what you had told me about him, Alice. Slowly, I turned my head. For one brief moment, our eyes met across the room.
Well, what do you know about that? He must be one of the card-playing friends you beat. Quick as a flash, he got up and disappeared out the front door. Oh, boy, you really must have cleaned him.
I heard her laughter above the sound of my pounding heart. Why had he left so suddenly? What was his connection with the British? Questions buzzed in my head while the widow talked on.
Handsome. Ain't you been listening? Oh, Come on, boy. You need sleep. I'll show you to your room.
By the time I fell asleep that night, I had forgotten my feeling of danger. The next morning at daybreak, I was pacing the shore at Huntington where the barge was to land that was to take me and my valuable information back to the American lines. I scanned the water and saw the faint outline of a boat approaching from Norwalk. I could hardly contain my exultance as it approached. Victory! I would be able to get to General Washington by nightfall. Someone was waving to me from the barge. I waved back. A voice came from across the waters.
Ahoy!
The boat drew closer. I could make out several figures in the early morning light. Suddenly, I saw them plainer. 6 men in the uniform of the British Marines. I turned to flee.
Surrender, Nathan Hale, or die!
I looked back. 6 muskets were leveled at me. Slowly, I turned around and raised my arms. As I turned, I could make out another figure. As I moved closer, I could see his face. Once again, Cousin Sam and I were staring into each other's eyes. And I knew that I had failed. I was taken to General Howe, commander of the British Army.
Then you admit, Captain Hale, that you are an American spy?
I do, sir.
You realize the evidence found upon your person is conclusive proof of your guilt?
Yes, sir.
Are you ready to receive sentence?
I am.
I sentence you to be hanged at daybreak tomorrow morning.
So you see, Alice, my darling, why I must end this letter now that it is daybreak. A young British officer about my own age who is my guard keeps watching me from the other end of the tent. He just signaled me that it is time for me to go. I'm ready to take my last step toward the purpose for which I was born. To give my life for the glorious cause of freedom. Farewell, my love. Farewell.
Place the prisoner under the gallows beam. Pin him toward me. Ready?
Now, before he ascends the ladder, give me the letter that he's been permitted to write. Well, come on, Captain Wiles, the letter.
Here it is, sir.
I shall now read it. A love letter. Alice, my darling. The story of your whole spying episode, eh? Very touching, Captain Hale, and interesting, too. Think you, sir, that I would permit this to get into rebel hands? It shall be destroyed. That took you out of your calm. Now, rebel spy, have you a last dying confession to make?
I've only this to say. I regret that I have but one life to lose for my country.
Aye, friends. Freedom, perhaps, is just a word to you. But Nathan Hale gave his life for it. And do not hold lightly that for which men like him have given their lives. Treasure it. Guard it carefully, so that they may not have died in vain.
Paul Revere, portrayed by Maurice Copeland, will return next Sunday to narrate the next chapter in the story we call Destination Freedom. Presented by station WMAQ in the interest of human freedom the world over. Today's script was written by Madeline Peters and produced under the direction of John Collins. Russ Reed played Nathan Hale. Other members of the cast were Paul Barnes, Donald Gallagher, Geraldine Kay, and Arthur Peterson. The special music was composed by Emil Soderstrom and was played by Helen Morton and Jose Bethencourt. Our engineer was George Wilson, and sound effects were created by Cliff Mueller. And now this is Charles Mountain reminding you the sound of the Freedom Bell is your invitation to follow Paul Revere along the road to Destination Freedom. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
I read in the papers about the Freedom Train. I heard on the radio about the Freedom Train. I seen folks talking about the Freedom Train. Lord, I've been a-waiting for that Freedom Train.
Destination Freedom. The Chicago Defender and station WMAQ bring you Destination Freedom, dramatizing the great democratic traditions of the Negro people, interwoven in the pageant of history, and a part of America's own Destination Freedom. Today, Destination Freedom tells the story of the noted poet and playwright Langston Hughes in a chapter entitled Shakespeare of Harlem.
Lord, I've been a-waiting for that Freedom Train.
He'd been waiting a long time for Freedom Train. He was a boy with a notebook and a habit of writing about trains. He was born poor in Joplin, Missouri. He hadn't seen his father in so long he'd forgotten his face. He waited for the train to bring his father while he grew up back of the tracks in Kansas City, Cleveland, Buffalo, Chicago, Charleston, Joplin. He waited for the great day even when he moved with his mother from town to town, from house to house, looking for cheaper rents and a wider world. He had been waiting 18 years for the sight of his father. Then a letter came. He tore it open, and the letter spoke to him.
My dear Langston, be ready to meet me today when my train comes through Cleveland. You will accompany me to Mexico for the summer. You're going to be free from poverty and poor people. Tell your mother. Signed, your father.
I'm going to be free.
He put the letter in his notebook with his stories and sketches. He was too happy to walk. He went running down Central Avenue. He ran into a restaurant where his mother worked. He got up to the counter and he waited while she called for orders.
Your order, please.
Hamburger, nothing on it.
Plain hamburger.
Plain hamburger coming up.
Ham and rye and a cup of coffee.
Ham on rye and a cup of coffee.
Ham on rye and a cup of coffee.
Mother.
I'm busy, Langston. I told you not to come down here when I'm busy. Order, sir?
Coffee and donuts.
Mother, the letter came.
Langston, I told you... What letter?
The one I got from Father. He mentions you.
Mentions me? Mighty nice of him. What does he want?
Here, you read it.
I won't touch it. What does he want?
He wants me to come with him to live on his ranch in Mexico.
Isn't that just like him? He wants to take you away from me.
Oh, no one could do that.
He couldn't, he would. He's waited until you're big enough to work and help earn a living. Until I've raised you and worked for you and put you through high school. Now he comes to help.
Is he that way?
He's worse than that. And you're like him. You've got his ways. You've been waiting every morning for the train to bring him. I'm losing you.
You're not losing me. I just want to see what it's like to have a rich father. It's been a long time since you've seen him. Maybe he's changed, Ma. Maybe you like him. Maybe we three can get together.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Mother, the train will be in now. Let me bring him here.
You keep him out of my sight. You hear me?
I gotta go, Mother. Wish you'd change your mind.
I'm still waiting for that coffee and donuts.
Oh, donuts and coffee.
Donuts and coffee.
While the waitress worked, her son went out to see if he could close the odd gap between father and mother. He held an image of his father in his head, an image of a wonderful, wealthy man who lived in a land where there was no color line, no rent falling due, Just mountains and sunshine and air and freedom. He went through the train station looking for his image. No one fitted that dream. He looked until the crowd grew thin, and then he gave up and walked toward home. As he turned a corner...
Oh, watch where you're going, you clumsy clown. Are you blind?
I'm sorry.
The boy and the man passed each other. Then together, they looked back. The boy spoke.
Say, are you my father?
Are you Langston Hughes?
Yes, Father.
Oh, then take your hands down. Don't make a public spectacle of yourself, pawing all over me.
Yes, Father.
You got my letter? Are you ready to go? Have you packed your things?
Oh, I don't have anything else to pack. I'm ready.
Well, then come on. Don't stand there.
Oh, I can't go without Mother's word. Aren't you going to talk to her?
Oh.
Don't you want to see her?
What is she doing?
She's working.
Working? Well, isn't that just like her? If she'd stayed with me, she wouldn't need to work. She wouldn't listen to me.
Will you talk to her now?
Maybe. Yes, maybe when she sees what I've become and what I'm going to make out of you, she'll come to her senses, lead the way.
So the boy led his prodigal father into the little restaurant where his mother worked and waited for his mother to look around.
Wheat cakes and syrup, miss.
Wheat cakes and syrup.
Wheat cakes and syrup.
Mother, Father's here to see you.
I see him. What's his order?
Now, Jan, I've been thinking. I've come back because I've been thinking about our son.
What's your order?
Ma, listen to him.
The boy'd be better off with me. I can give him what he can't get here. Now, if you know what's good for you, you'd come back to me, too.
Yes, Mom, maybe Dad's right. Let's all be together. What you say?
I said, what's your order?
Ham and eggs.
Eggs for a ham.
Eggs for a ham?
Langston, my train leaves in an hour. If you want freedom to grow up and make something of yourself, you'll catch it.
But what about Mother?
Decide without your mother. If she dislikes the way I make my money, she's not a practical woman. Else she'd leave this garbage and poverty behind. The train leaves in an hour, I say. I'll be on it. Waitress, here's a quarter tip for you.
Cook, take this quarter out and throw it in the garbage.
1 quarter for the garbage.
Mother, what do you say? Shall I go with him?
You want to go. You still want to go.
I can't get a job in Cleveland. There's no work in Cleveland for me. I'll only stay a month in Mexico and...
Get out of my sight.
I won't go that way. Give me a good word.
Give you a good word. What good are you to anybody? I thought I'd brought you up with some fight and fire in your veins. But you've got fear in them. You were going to leave your mark on the world. Now you've grown. Go out on your own. Forget the way you grew up. Forget the promises of things to do and things to look into and things to fight for.
We can get that with Father.
Then you belong with him.
I don't know where I belong.
Then find out. Go follow the devil. Catch your train.
Give me the word. Is it all right with you?
Go on.
Give me the word, Ma.
I'll give you nothing. Take your books and your pencils and your promises. Go on. Catch your train.
Hey, waitress, how about some wheat cakes and bacon?
Wheat cakes and bacon.
Wheat cakes and bacon.
The boy sat a long time at the counter waiting for the good word. The word never came. The train did, and he was there to meet it.
So, you came without the old woman's blessings. You've got sense. You're a son after my own heart. Come along, get aboard.
Why didn't Mother want to come?
She's a woman who lives by hopes and promises. Hopes of what she wants to see here in the States. I know better. In a few days, you'll see something that'll make you forget all about your life here. Get aboard.
Board! All aboard!
The boy got on board. The train rolled across the fields and plains and sang out at night on its way to Mexico. It crossed the old Mississippi, and the boy with the notebook looked down at the muddy river flowing towards the heart of the South and wrote down what he felt of rivers to show to his father. And the long ride seemed to settle questions inside him. Questions of who he was and where he wanted to go. And when the train crossed the border, a part of the boy was left behind in Cleveland, in Kansas, in rented rooms, in the streets. His father wanted that part.
You're starting a new life, Langston. It's time to stop daydreaming.
Have I been daydreaming?
Since the day you get off the train. All you've done is wander about the villages with a notebook in your hands, then up and down the streets with the Indians and the peons. You are the son of the wealthiest rancher in the region. You're not a Negro in the United States anymore. You keep away from the peons.
But I like them, Father. They were teaching me Spanish.
I'll do the teaching hereafter. Today, boy, we'll get down to business. We'll ride over the ranch, and I'll show you what your future will be. We'll start now.
Father.
Oh, yes, Langston?
Well, I wrote something I'd like for you to read. I want to talk to you about it.
What is it?
Well, it's little...
Well, what are you stammering for? If you've got nothing to say, close your mouth.
Yes, Father.
When there's something on your mind, say it. When there's nothing, be quiet. Now go saddle the horses. When you see what I've planned for you, you'll have something to talk about.
The boy put away his notebook and pencil. He saddled the horses. It was quiet while they rode up along the mountain passes until his father pulled up.
Oh boy, oh. We can see almost everything. There it is.
Is all of this yours?
There's more on the other side, the copper mines. Well, what do you think of it?
I've never seen anything so beautiful.
It brings in 1,000 a week. That's the beauty of it. Now do you see why I wanted you out of the United States? Your mother could have all this, and she left me to raise you to be a fighter, she says.
Is that why she left you?
Partly. You're 18, and we can talk man to man now. You know, I think it's best you study engineering in Switzerland for a few years. Then we'll exploit the mines here. Or maybe you'd do better running the ranch.
Father.
Yes?
I'm not going to be an engineer.
Oh? Well, perhaps not. I thought you had a liking for calculations, the way you carry that notebook around all day. I'm an easy man, Langston. As long as you pick a profession that'll make money, you'll find me a good father.
But what I'm going to do, I don't think it'll make money.
Well, what will it do?
Well, it'll make people see things better and feel things more.
What on earth is that?
Poetry.
Poetry?
That's what I intend to write, Father.
Now, look, Langston. Don't play when I'm serious. I've thought this thing out. Now, look, when we get to Switzerland...
I'm not going to Switzerland. Oh, I wanted to tell you. I'm going back to the United States. I'm going home.
What home?
My home.
You're out of your head. What have you got at home? What's there for a Negro in the States but Jim Crow and white-only jobs?
I'm going back.
For what? What have you and your mother got in your heads? I'm trying to save you, the way I saved myself. I got away from the segregation of the slums, and I've won a fortune. You can do the same. What's gotten into you?
Nothing. Except I'm lonely here.
Well, there are other wealthy ranchers with sons. You can associate with them.
I don't want to be with them. I'm going where my roots are.
Roots?
When I crossed the Mississippi, I got the feeling then of who I was and where I was going. I wrote it down. Will you read it?
You've got your mother in you.
I've got the river in me. When I crossed it, the words came to me that I have known rivers. I have known rivers ancient as the world and older than the flow of human blood in human veins. My soul has grown deep like the rivers. I bathed in the Euphrates when dawns were new. I built my hut near the Congo, and it lulled me to sleep. I looked upon the Nile and raised the pyramids above it. Oh, I heard the singing of the Mississippi when Abe Lincoln went down to New Orleans. And I've seen its muddy bosom turn all golden in the sunset. I have known rivers, ancient, dusky rivers. My soul has grown deep like the rivers.
The boy with the notebook got ready to get on the train, and the prodigal father cursed him.
Let this be the last time you call me father. I want no part of poets or fools. Mark my words, you'll go hungry and jobless at home. Oh, you'll be happy for a while. But there'll be streets you can't live on, jobs you can't get, restaurants you can't eat in, and hotels you can't sleep in. You'll never find a father who can give you the freedom I've given you. Take your notebooks and your poems, and may the devil keep you.
The boy with the notebook took the curse and the train and went back over the bosom of the Mississippi. He crossed it and went to New York and rode the subway to Harlem and got off hungry for friends and stood wide-eyed in the sunshine while his people, black, brown, beige, white, walked by. He wanted to shake hands, to speak, to laugh, to talk.
Hey, hello. Hello, my name is Langston. What's yours?
Well, of all the fresh things, did you see that, Joe? Why don't you do something?
I just want to meet somebody. My name is...
Well, don't be showing me your teeth, Jack. I ain't no dentist. Go to the clinic.
Oh,
come on, baby.
I just want to talk to somebody. Oh, hello.
Well, what do you know, country? What's on your mind?
You looking for a place to stay, country?
Yeah.
You stay with me. I run on the railroad. Out 4 days, in 3. I got plenty of room.
Thanks.
Hey, you ain't a bad guy, country. Ain't bad at all.
He's a little square, but I'll put his boots on.
Actually, honey, say you all right, Jack. You come stay with me, huh?
Sure.
Hey, what's your name, fella?
Hughes. Langston Hughes.
Yeah, but I'm going to call him Shakespeare on account of he's always scribbling something. Shakespeare meets Smitty.
Yeah, give me some skin, Shakespeare. Atta boy. Oh, what you writing about? Have a drink. Drown yourself, Jack. Drown yourself.
Hey, guys, here's Shakespeare.
And they took him in, and he drowned himself in the people. He got lost in the sea of people. He took up his beat on the Harlem streets. His notebook was a fishing net, and it caught songs he heard.
Did you ever try living on 2 bits minus 2? Did you ever try living on 2 bits minus 2? Why don't you try it, folks? See what it would do to you.
He picked up a suicide note that said,
The calm, cool face of the river asked me for a kiss.
And he wrote down an epitaph for a dead man.
Tell all my mourners to mourn in red, 'cause there ain't no sense in my being dead.
And he saw good times roll and bad times crash about him. He came to the times his father had predicted. He came to the times when he was hungry, jobless, and when he wrote about the weather.
This is earthquake weather. Honor and hunger walk lean together.
He looked for jobs to keep alive, and the words of the prodigal father came true. He found the restaurants he couldn't eat in, streets he couldn't live on, the hotels he couldn't sleep in. But one day he went to a jobber's office in Washington, D.C. to answer an ad he saw in the papers.
Excuse me, sir. Mister, I saw your ad in the paper. It said you wanted a hotel clerk.
You know I can find one?
Well, in college I took quite a bit of bookkeeping, sir. I thought maybe I could fill the job.
You got good sense?
Well, I suppose.
Well, that ad said white clerk, didn't it? Said plain as day, white clerk.
Is that right?
That's right.
Well, I guess they won't hire me then. I'll shove off.
Oh, say.
Yeah?
Come to think of it, that hotel can use you.
Are you sure?
Why, sure. They need a busboy to handle the dishes. You go on over.
Thanks.
Oh, don't mention it. Just tell Smitty there. He's the head waiter. Tell him I sent you. You'll be stacking dishes in no time. Just tell him I sent you.
The jobber sent me over.
Oh, man, you got an easy job, Sonny. No responsibilities to worry about whatsoever. It's 7 days a week, 9 hours a day, and at $15 per, the pay ain't bad. Now, you start collecting dishes soon as supper's over, and whatever you be, don't be slow.
He put aside the notebook while the plates piled high. He got to know the waiters, the cooks, the maids. But the net of his notebook caught less as the days wore on, and all the words of his father came before him. One day was like another, until he stopped in the lobby of the hotel to peer at a poster. He stood looking for a long time until the head waiter came.
Langston, dinner's almost over. The tables need clearing. Now get ready for work. What you standing daydreaming about now?
I was looking at this poster. He's speaking here tonight.
Who's he?
Rachel Lindsay.
Oh, you know him? A friend of yours, maybe?
No, he writes poetry. I recognize his picture on the poster here. You know, if I didn't work tonight, I could hear him.
Not in this hotel. He's speaking before the governor's conference. Can't you read? It's in the auditorium. They don't allow colored in the auditorium.
I'd sure like to hear him.
You're the oddest busboy I ever heard tell of. Oh, you'll see him all right, even before the conference, right in the dining room. All you gotta do is clean off his table. Look him dead in the eye. Now, come on. You got a date with the dishes.
He kept his date with the dishes, and slowly an idea came to him that between poets there was a bond that cut across color lines and job lines. He worked over the tables, and when he came to one marked Rachel Lindsay, he took up the menu and carried it to the kitchen. He took out his pencil and wrote down the lines of a poem. He wrote down the lines of a poem that went,
Democracy will not come today, this year, nor ever, through compromise and fear. I have as much right as the other fella has to stand on my 2 feet and own the land. I tire so of hearing people say, let things take their course. Tomorrow is another day. I do not need my freedom when I am dead. I cannot live on tomorrow's bread. Freedom is a strong seed, planted in a great need. Listen, America, I live here too, and I want freedom just as you.
Then he signed his name and put the menu back on the table of Rachel Lindsay. He went home and slept like a rock, like he had thrown his last stone. Then he came back the next morning to the same job, the same hotel. But there was something that had changed the busboy's world. There were men around the doors. The head waiter was the first to see him.
There he is, boys. There's the man you guys want.
Say, is that Langston Hughes?
Is that guy a poet?
He don't look like no poet to me. He don't look like nothing but a busboy.
If bad busboys make great poets, Shakespeare.
Hey, are you Langston Hughes?
Yes, yeah. Who are you?
Well, I'm from the Journal, Mr. Hughes. Mind posing for a picture?
Yeah, you mind stepping back so I can get your feet in there? That's it. Thank you.
Hey, Smitty, what's the matter? What's going on, Smitty? What did I do?
You did plenty. Ain't you read the papers?
Oh, I haven't had time.
Look here. Your name's in them all. Right up top. Big story says Rachel Lindsay read your poem to the governor. See? Rachel Lindsay discovers busboy poet.
Now, Mr. Hughes, tell me in your own words, does stacking dishes inspire you to write poetry or vice versa?
The Journal's running your exclusive story, Mr. Hughes. Did your father like poetry, or was it your mother? Hey,
listen,
wait a minute, fellas. Hey, where are you taking him? Hey, wait a minute, fellas.
That's enough, boys. That's enough. Get him there. He's still got a lot of dishes to stack, and I don't want him too weak to work. That's enough, boys. That's enough. There now. I'll give you time to breathe.
Yeah. Thanks for pulling me in, you, Smitty.
Sure. To think all this time I've been pushing a poet around. Oh, he was looking for you.
He?
Yeah, this Lindsay guy. Came back and left a letter for you.
What's it say?
It's yours. You read it.
Yeah.
He opened the letter, his hand shaking. He opened it, and the letter spoke.
Dear Langston, do you mind if I call you my son? Most young poets call me father, and I want you in my family. You said it right. Earthquake weather has come down on the world. Most men are not free. Honor and hunger do go together. I want all my sons to wake up the world. We poets, even when not born of the common people, must speak for the common people. Speak loud, son. Speak the truth and scare hell out of the devil. And when you see freedom coming, catch it like you catch a train, and let no passengers be Jim Crowed. Affectionately, your father, Rachel Lindsay.
There was a new joy in the heart of the boy with the notebook, and he carried it with him now wherever he went, and he slipped into it whatever he wrote. He wrote of many things, of blues, of women, of people and places. He was read in every country where books were printed. He went back to his habit of writing about trains. When he heard about the Freedom Train, he wrote of it.
I read in the papers about the Freedom Train. I heard on the radio about the Freedom Train. I seen folks talking about the Freedom Train. Lord, I've been a-waiting for that Freedom Train. Down south in Dixie, only train I see's got a Jim Crow car set aside for me. I hope there ain't no Jim Crow cars on the Freedom Train. No backdoor entrance to the Freedom Train. No white folks only on the Freedom Train. I'm gonna check up on this Freedom Train. Who's the engineer on the Freedom Train? Can a cold black man drive the Freedom Train? Is there ballot boxes on the Freedom Train? Do colored folks vote on the Freedom Train? Somebody, tell me about this Freedom Train. If my children ask me, Daddy, please explain why there's Jim Crow cars on the Freedom Train. What shall I tell my children? You tell me, 'cause freedom ain't freedom if a man ain't free. But maybe they explains it on the Freedom Train. When that train goes steaming through South Carolina, will them Greenville lynchers pay it any mind? Or that 12-man jury that let them loose? Turn their heads and spit tobacco juice. When my old grandmother in Atlanta, 83 in black, gets in line to see the Freedom Train, will some white man yell, "Get back! Negroes got no business on the Freedom Train"? But, mister, I thought it were the Freedom Train. Her grandson's name was Jimmy. He died in Anzio. He died for real. It wasn't no show. This freedom that they're carrying on this Freedom Train, is it for real or just a show again? Jimmy wants to know about this Freedom Train. Will his Freedom Train come zooming down the track, gleaming in the sunlight for white and black? No stopping at no stations marked colored, white. Just stopping in the country, in the wide open air, where there never was no Jim Crow signs nowhere, no welcoming committees, nor politicians of note, no mayors and such for which colored can't vote. And nary a sign of a color line, for the Freedom Train will be yours and mine. Then, maybe from their graves in Anzio, the GIs who fought will say, "We wanted it so." Black men and white will say, "Ain't it fine? At home they've got a train that's yours and mine." Then I'll shout glory for the Freedom Train. I'll holler, "Blow your whistle, Freedom Train. Thank God Almighty, here's the Freedom Train. We'll all get aboard our Freedom Train."
The boy with the notebook wrote down his poem and caught the train. And so Shakespeare went back to his beat in Harlem.
You have just heard Destination Freedom's dramatization of Shakespeare of Harlem, the story of Langston Hughes. Destination Freedom is brought to you by the Chicago Defender newspaper and station WMAQ. Destination Freedom is written by Richard Durham and produced under the direction of Homer Heck. The poems heard in today's story were Freedom Train, Suicide Note, Wake, and Democracy, used by special permission of Langston Hughes. Langston Hughes was played by Fred Pinkard. Others in the cast were Janice Kingslow, Louise Pruitt, Oscar Brown, Charles Mountain, Sherman Marks, and Les Spears. The special music was composed by Emil Soderstrom and played by Elwin Owen and Bobby Christian. This is Hugh Downs, inviting you to be with us again next week for another in our series on the Negro in Democracy. Destination Freedom. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Exciting comic strip adventures are now appearing every day, including Sunday, in the Chicago Herald-American. And tell all your friends about us, too. Remember the paper, the Chicago Herald-American.
Destination Freedom. Listen.
Aye, the Freedom Bell, my friends. And this is Paul Revere, called back from the shadows by the sound of the Freedom Bell, to cry again a warning that the price of freedom is eternal vigilance.
Destination Freedom is presented by station WMAQ in the interest of human freedom the world over. Paul Revere is the symbol of warning, ready to ride down the skies to shout his alarm. His destination, now and forever, freedom.
The task that confronts freedom-loving people all over the world in 1951 is staggering and awful in the implications of what may happen if we lack courage and vision, and if we do not fully accept the challenge of the future. Our destiny at the moment may lie largely in the hands of one man, a man who has been chosen by fate to create a bulwark of defense against the ever-increasing hordes of communism. That man is Dwight David Eisenhower, whose destination in 1951 is undeniably the preservation of freedom for all the democratic peoples of the world. You know, somebody once said that every man is really three personalities. The man he thinks he is, the man other people think he is, and the man he really is. Well, let's ask a neighbor of Eisenhower's, Editor Charles Harger, who's been called the William Allen White of Abilene, Kansas, what he thinks of the general.
Ike Eisenhower? Sure, we know him well around Abilene. We Kansans like to claim him as a native son, but I guess he really belongs to the Lone Star State, too, since he was born in Denison, Texas. But we feel he's our boy, and he feels about our way of life the way Kansans do, the way Americans do.
Democracy? Look what it's done for me. Took me off a Kansas farm, gave me the best education in the world, gave me a chance to make a career for myself.
That's an endorsement, all right, isn't it, of what he stands for? Yes, sir, Ike's a real American. Well, his forefathers came to the New World over 200 years ago to escape wars and religious persecution. And the general returned to Europe in the 1940s to lead a great crusade to free the old world from the tyrannies of our generation. And now he's got the job to do again. We're betting out here in Abilene that he's the man for the job. One day around the start of World War II, when he wasn't so prominent, I remember Eisenhower came back to Abilene for a short visit, and we met him at the station. Well, welcome back, Ike. Aye, you look burned up over something.
Charlie, it's good to see you. Burned up? I am. I've just been talking to the worst bunch of isolationists you've ever seen. You're an editor, Charlie. Is that the way people feel?
Abilene studies her history books, Ike, remember? But I'll admit we're pretty apathetic as a nation. A lot of folks still don't think we're going in.
Not in? Why, we've been in for months. What about Lend-Lease? Don't they know what that means? We're providing the oil for the wick of freedom, Charlie.
Yes, Ike. And we'll be afire ourselves before long, I'm afraid.
People ought to know what's going on. Japan's been preparing for war for 10 years, and they're going to jump us one of these days, and we'll have nothing to fight them with.
You don't sound much like a man getting ready to retire, Ike. You change your mind?
Guess so. Thought this time I'd be moving back to Abilene for that little white house and garden and peace, but not right now. This country's going to need every soldier she can scrape up, so... But now that I've got that off my chest, let's hunt up some chow.
Ike Eisenhower never was one to go spoiling for a fight. His method is to scotch it before it starts. And if you can't head it off, prepare for it and fight it out as well as you can. Take, for instance, when he was a lad home from West Point for one of his rare leaves. Orrin Snyder tells us on Ike. Orrin's a farmer now, but he was once a football coach who helped teach the general good sportsmanship. Something that came natural to Eisenhower.
Well, Orrin, hometown looks mighty good after all those gigs and restrictions at the point.
We've been having a few restrictions ourselves around Abilene, Ike.
Oh? What do you mean?
It seems that town's developed a local bully while you've been away. A fellow named Dirk Taylor. A heavyweight.
Dirk?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I know him. He was just a handyman, mowing lawns, doing odd jobs. What's got into him?
He's a good fighter, and he knows it. Pretty cocky. He goes around making trouble. Says he can lick any man in Kansas. Well, the fact is, Ike, we've been badgered by this champion a little too long. He thinks no one in this part of the country can stand up against him for one round. Now, you've been getting quite a reputation at the point as a boxer. Why don't you take him on? Well, Ike decided to do just that. He changed clothes and went over to the barber shop where Dirk hung out and seated himself in the chair for a shave. Dirk, seated in a corner, watched Ike closely and mumbled,
I could knock out any man in Kansas.
Dirk, I know you're good, so how'd you like to go across the street to the basement of Sterl's clothing store, and we'll see just how good you are.
Sure. There ain't nothing better I'd like to do.
The word spread, and all the neighborhood followed Ike and Dirk to the appointed place. Well, the fight started. It was even in the first round, and then in the middle of the second round, Ike landed an uppercut that knocked Dirk out. The invincible heavyweight came out of the scrap sadder but wiser. And they became good friends. Ike's got another bully that he's going up against now. And we can be dead sure when he's trained enough, he'll be trying another uppercut. He hates bullies. We all do, and he believes every decent person's got a right to be unmolested. So we'll be watching him in Europe. And we'll be behind him, as we were in those days. Another thing about Ike Eisenhower, he likes to deal squarely with facts and problems. We need that kind of man today. And Miss Annie Hopkins of Abilene remembers another visit of Ike's when he had graduated from the point.
Second Lieutenant Eisenhower. Well, you make a fine-looking officer, Dwight.
Thank you, Miss Annie.
And where are you off to now?
Fort Sam Houston, San Antonio for my first regular Army duty.
We're all so proud of you, Dwight.
There were times, Miss Annie, when I didn't know if I'd make it.
We never doubted. Especially those of us who had you in school.
One of the reasons I came back was to thank you. I appreciate especially all those times I was dressed down for mistakes I made. You didn't handle me with gloves on, and I'm grateful. And sometimes we wear gloves in our relationships with people when it calls for bare hands.
Dwight was a good student, but not a scholar. He was fun-loving, good-natured, popular. He was excellent in history and mathematics, good things to know in 1951. And two other qualities he developed early, strength and spirit. He became strong as an ox and the scrappingest kid in school. He never dodged a necessary fight for what he thought was right, and he trained himself to win. On September 8, 1943, the day before the landings in Salerno, Dwight wrote a letter to his son, Johnny.
By the time you get this letter, Johnny, You know that today was a very full one for me. One crowded with anxiety. However, being made as I am, it is also crowded with hopefulness. I'm probably the most optimistic person in the whole world. Everybody else sees all the risks and dangers, and I guess I'm just a wishful thinker because I just shut my eyes and say, we'll go ahead and try to win. One of these days I'll probably get a very bloody nose, but I hope it isn't this time.
This letter was written from Allied Force Headquarters, where Eisenhower was trying to solve the early problems of World War II. His son Johnny was training for the infantry, and the general still found time to write him words of advice and affection. Eisenhower's always been close to his family. His wife, Marie Geneva Dowd, known as Mamie, has been described aptly as the true symbol of an American wife and mother. She regrets, as many another soldier's wife, the military order which forbids wives to accompany their husbands when they go off to war.
I would like to be with him, of course. But I'm no different from any other woman whose husband goes off to war. War is bigger than I or any other person.
When the general's away, Mamie writes him copious letters.
Men like quantity, not quality, in letters.
And she does not complain when short notes of 5 or 6 lines come back in answer. One of Mrs. Eisenhower's favorite stories comes from the last war. She was calling her grocer about an undelivered order.
Hello? Yeah?
This is Mrs. Eisenhower. I wonder if my order is ready. I called early this morning, and I've got to keep an appointment in a hurry. Could you rush my order over to me, please?
Listen, lady, don't you know there's a war on?
Mister, you're telling me.
Moving from post to post, like other soldiers' wives, Mamie Eisenhower has somehow always managed to create a home. But of course, she misses him.
Nobody knows how I miss him. I miss hearing him talk. He's informed on almost everything. He's a brilliant conversationalist. I've lived with him and listened to him for 34 years, and he still fascinates me. But every other woman misses her husband, and every mother misses her son just as much. In this, we have everything in common.
It takes a lot of doing to make a man a great military leader. Doing that involves experience in the field and training at the Command and General Staff School, the Army War College, and the Army Industrial College. Well, Ike made the grade in all these advanced schools, and he made the grade in the field, too. His first command won him the Distinguished Service Medal for being a first-rate organizer. He served 3 years in the office of the Assistant Secretary of War, and from 1933 to 1935, he served under General Douglas MacArthur in the office of Chief of Staff. 20 years of preparation were behind Ike, and he was ready and waiting for the toughest assignment the Army could find.
Mamie, where are you? You home?
What on earth happened?
Mamie, my orders have come.
Oh, Ike, put me down. Oh, what are you raving about?
We're going to the Philippines.
Really? When? Oh, you're joking. We'll never get out of Washington.
That's what I thought. But we're going to the Philippines to set up a system of flying fields. Pack your bags. We're leaving almost yesterday.
Aye, and that was a job well done. Ike returned to the States in February 1940 to command the 15th Infantry at Fort Lewis, Washington for a few months before becoming Chief of Staff to the 3rd Division. From February to June 1941, he was Chief of Staff to the 9th Corps with temporary rank of Colonel, and on June 24th, he became Chief of Staff to the 3rd Army. It was in the autumn maneuvers of 1941 in Louisiana that Eisenhower began his spectacular rise. Chief of Staff to General Walter Kruger, he directed the operations of 200,000 men in the Third Army with such skill, intelligence, and good humor that he won the admiration of all observers.
And that, gentlemen, is the last of the maneuvers. Ike, come into my tent a moment. I have good news for you. Here's a piece of paper I think it'll be of interest to you. Go on, open it.
General Kruger.
Yes, General Eisenhower. How does it feel to be a brigadier?
2 months later, on December 7th, the Japs made the sneak attack, which Eisenhower had prophesied years before. Shortly after the outbreak of war, he was made head of the War Plans Division. Few Americans realize what a tremendous revolution in outlook and planning preceded and accompanied the entrance of our Army into World War II. Within less than 2 years, the Army was forced to abandon its traditional role as a small defense force and was transformed into an organization capable of conducting operations in a global war. For 6 months after his appointment to the War Plans Division, Eisenhower worked night and day on plans for utilization of our expanding Army to its best advantage.
Is that you, Ike?
Amy, you shouldn't be up. It's 3 o'clock.
Oh, I'm going to get you some milk and sandwich or something.
Oh, no, thank you. Just feels good to sit down here with you.
Don't be discouraged, Ike. I know how you must feel with all the bad news in the newspapers, but...
The Axis seems too strong, maybe. The problem is we can't make our power felt until we check the offensive action of Germany and Japan. And we've got to hold some bases at all cost. I'm sure the average citizen watching what we're trying to do must be very confused. For instance, this column in tomorrow morning's paper. Read it.
How can we expect to counter enemy concentration of strength by our amateur leadership, which suffers badly compared to the professional skill of the enemy? Why don't they have faith?
Maybe it's an advantage sometimes, Mamie, to be underestimated.
And our underrated American and British military leadership went on to bring about the great strategic surprise of November 8, 1942. That, combined with the El Alamein operation, caught the Axis off guard in North Africa. Then came the German disaster at Stalingrad, and the forces of freedom wrested the initiative from the Axis. England was the main outpost of freedom in Western Europe, and our plans for operation against Germany began there. After a chain of defensive outposts had been secured in the Atlantic, a headquarters for the European Theater of Operations was set up in London. To head this command, General Marshall chose Eisenhower. He arrived in London on June 4th, 1942.
Tobruk has just fallen with a loss of 30,000 British troops. Rommel is advancing in Egypt, and before his momentum can be checked, further grievous losses in men and equipment will have to be suffered. I realize that defeatist sentiments are widespread. Therefore, I should like to create an atmosphere at this time for our European theater of operations. Defeatism and pessimism will not be tolerated at this headquarters. Any soldier or officer who cannot rise above the recognized obstacles and bitter prospects that lie in store for us has no recourse but to ask for a transfer. Those who don't will go home for reassignment.
Eisenhower had other problems to be solved, however. The thousands of American troops pouring into Great Britain had not only to be trained for combat, but welded to the English soldiers in a fighting partnership, and American GIs were outspoken about the ETO.
Talk about lousy weather. Nothing but rain and fog.
And the food. Don't they like nothing but fish and kidney stew?
And the women. Boy, what clothes, Sears and Roebuck 1910.
And do you notice nobody ever laughs over here?
We were guests of necessity, but we griped, as is the way of American soldiers with high morale. One of the first plans by General Ike to get the American and Englishmen together was to set up for the troops a program of sightseeing visits to bombed areas and historic sites. Army newspapers and recreation officers concentrated on Anglo-American cooperation. Thus, the lull before the battle was used to weld British and American forces into a team that had absolute confidence in the other fellow. Part of Eisenhower's success stemmed from this achievement in Britain, and Ike's personality was destined to win him more honors. Churchill, with whom he lunched twice a week, had a talk with him one day.
We are very much impressed, General Eisenhower, with your tact, common sense, vision, and grasp of military realities.
That's very generous, Mr. Churchill.
You will be interested in attending our conference this afternoon. You can arrange to be present?
Well, thank you, yes.
We found you to be a great friend of the British, and I think you'll find us to be a great friend of yours. See you at 3.
Since the plans of the Joint Chiefs of Staff called for an invasion of North Africa before Europe, the choice of a theater commander had to be made. The smoothness and precision with which the ETO headquarters worked gave Churchill a measure of Eisenhower's efficiency as an administrator. Thus, he felt justified in entrusting the command of British military and naval forces to a man who had never directed combat operations. As soon as the time for the North African invasion was determined, Eisenhower called British and American officers together in Norfolk House.
Gentlemen, let me say initially that the command arrangements of 1918 are inadequate for projected operations in the Mediterranean theater. Logistics alone require something more. All shipping must be pooled. Common bases must be used. Equipment, information, supplies, even personnel must be combined or used on an interchangeable basis. For land, sea, and air operations of such magnitude, mutual trust and confidence must exist from the bottoms of both armies to the top.
Never before in history have two Allied powers merged their military identities more completely in a single effort. Time and again, Eisenhower nipped disagreements in the bud by getting both sets of offending officers together in the same room and forcing them to thrash out their differences. Eisenhower's methods were direct. He was accessible to anyone who had business with the commander-in-chief. To nervous juniors tiptoeing around the office,
Look, Lieutenant, you don't have to tiptoe around here. If you have anything to show me, bring it in.
And again, Eisenhower insisted that reports be simple and direct. Ponderous memoranda were thrown back to the officers who wrote them with the remark,
"This is too complicated for a dumb bunny like me. What's it all about?"
The decision to invade French North Africa involved General Eisenhower in the most complicated amphibian operation in military history. But Eisenhower's idea of coordinated arms sliced into Axis power and won the victory in Africa. His crusade in Europe after a victorious invasion has been narrated in several excellent volumes. When victory had come on May 8, 1945, Eisenhower remarked,
"Full victory in Europe has been attained. Working and fighting together in a single and indestructible partnership, you have achieved a perfection in unification of air, ground, and naval power that will stand as a model in our time. As we celebrate victory in Europe, let us remind ourselves that our common problems can best be solved in the same conception of cooperation and devotion to the cause of human freedom as have made this expeditionary force such a mighty engine of righteous destruction.
The question of what Eisenhower would do after the war became a matter of public discussion. He served as Chief of Staff until 1948, when he was warned that he might be drafted as presidential candidate, to which he replied in typical Eisenhower language,
I am not available for and could not accept nomination to high political office. My decision to remove myself from the political scene is definite and positive. There is nothing in the international or domestic situation which especially qualifies me for the most important office in the world.
So it was that on June 7th, 1948, General Dwight David Eisenhower put aside his uniform and became the 13th president of Columbia University. His innovations at Columbia are well known, such as the forming of citizens' committees to study national and international problems. But perhaps he dreamed, too, now and then, of still going back one day to Abilene, to the little White House and garden and peace.
But not right now. This country's going to need every soldier she can scrape up.
So in February of 1949, General Ike left the comparatively quiet life at Columbia University and returned to serve his country as presiding officer to the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Quibbling was defeating unity in our defense planning. Aye, the old magic was still at work, and it brought success. The smiling directness, the ability to stand up to facts, to call a spade, reminded all Americans that here was a real champion of freedom, a modest, though determined champion of freedom.
I'm probably the most optimistic person in the world. Everybody else sees all the risks and dangers, and I guess I'm just a wishful thinker because I just shut my eyes and say, we'll go ahead and try.
Modesty is a great virtue. Then came the year of crisis, the year of decision, 1951, bringing with it a great need for calm leadership and sound planning, and the will to unite free nations in a common defense against encroaching barbarism. And again, General Ike said,
Yes, I'll try.
So General Ike is now occupied with his new job, to create a great unity among the free nations of Europe, to inspire them, to give them the will to face up to a fight if a bully begins aggression. Well, what of the future? What can the free nations say to a bully?
There is power in our union and resourcefulness on sea, land, and air. Aroused and united, there is nothing which the nations of the Atlantic community cannot achieve. Let those who might be tempted to put this power to the test ponder well the lessons of history. The cause of freedom can never be defeated.
Modest man, an optimist, and a military leader of proven merit. General Ike always keeps trying. With hope for the future, America is counting on General Eisenhower. Aye, and the world is counting on him too, with but one desire, to take another step along the road to destination freedom.
Paul Revere, portrayed by Maurice Copeland, will return next Sunday to narrate the next chapter in the story we call Destination Freedom. presented by station WMAQ in the interest of human freedom the world over. Today's script was written by Bill Hodap and produced under the direction of John Cowan. Jack Lester played General Eisenhower. Other members of the cast were Fern Persons, Alma Plotz, Donald Gallagher, and Arthur Peterson. The special music was composed by Emil Soderstrom and was played by Helen Morton and Jose Bethencourt. Our engineer was George Wilson. Sound effects were created by Cliff Mueller. And now this is Charles Mountain reminding you the sound of the Freedom Bell is your invitation to follow Paul Revere along the road to Destination Freedom. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.